Chapter 601. A bunch of trash. There were at least hundreds if not thousands of cultivators who had died in the hands of Hongyuan Master in the last few hundred years. Among those who died, plenty had great potential. However, those who would become top cultivators in the cultivation world tended to be those who had good potential and were ruthless. Hongyuan Master, who was a normal cultivator that came from a small sect, could only be able to struggle into the nascent soul realm in a few hundred years if they had great luck and careful and ruthless personalities. "I'll take your life." The look on Hongyuan Master's face suddenly turned ferocious. Ding! Ding! The golden bell let out waves of crisp rings. The core formation realm cultivators of Sky Mountain sect all covered their ears because they feel like their heads were going to explode. Those Foundation Establishment realm cultivators who had been watching from afar all fell into the valley one by one. The nascent soul realm cultivators would at least have one or two powerful Dharma treasures. Hongyuan Master had found this soul-seeking bell in a deserted cave, and it was a Dharma treasure that he had used frequently in the past 200 years. He was smooth with it. From his perspective, Hao Ren was going to join the hundreds of people whom he had killed. Virtues didn't worth much in the cultivation world. In the last few hundred years, the number of seniors and juniors that Hongyuan Master had killed could fill this valley. The disciples of nascent soul realm cultivators were more troubling, but he still killed some. The core formation realm cultivators of Sky Mountain sect hurried to collect their Dharma treasures and hide afar. Hao Ren. Inside the valley, Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia shouted worriedly. They were standing inside the valley, and there were still two energy spheres protecting them so that the bell didn't affect them yet. It was the first time that Hao Ren was faced with such soundwave attacks. The sound of this golden bell was bizarre. It came in waves and made his head dizzy. Little White was shaky as well and went in circles continuously. Ding! Hongyuan Master shook the soul-seeking bell again. He initially didn't want to attack Hao Ren directly and wanted Sky Mountain sect to take all the blame. However, a rejuvenation pill was worth taking a risk for. From his insight, he believed that Hao Ren could reach the nascent soul realm. However, Hao Ren was out of luck bumping into him. Many cultivators died in battles even though they could have reached the nascent soul realm. Hongyuan Master had made up his mind so that he would not let Hao Ren live. Since he had already destroyed the path that he left for himself, he would directly kill the opponent. This was the rule in the cultivation world. 3 pills appeared on Hao Ren's hand, and he swallowed them all. At this moment, no matter what pills you eat, they would be useless. Hongyuan Master saw that Hao Ren was already dizzy, so he let out another ring of the soul-seeking bell. The golden soul-seeking bell let out golden waves that were even visible to the human eye. All the trees rapidly withered in the places where the waves went by. "Little White, go back." Hao Ren stepped on Little White's back and told it to return to the valley. Then the 320 sword energies formed a sharp cone and charged at the golden bell. "It's useless." Hongyuan Master suddenly unleashed all of his nature essence. He knew Hao Ren wasn't weak so that he couldn't let his guard down. At the same time, he wanted to show those Sky Mountain sect cultivators the strength he had. His face turned red, and his hands were all pumped with blood. He let out 2 streaks of nature essence and hit the golden bell. The golden bell let out a clear sound, and it suddenly started to spin. Then, it shot a black light that was aimed at Hao Ren. Ah! Inside the valley, Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia both started to shriek. Duan Yao, who was standing at the entrance of the cave, also watched anxiously. If such a black light were to hit Hao Ren directly, Hao Ren would be turned into blood. She hated Hao Ren but thought that he wasn't evil. Also, she wanted to take care of Hao Ren herself. When she saw that Hao Ren was about to be smashed into flesh, she felt shocked and scared. Go! Hao Ren suddenly threw out a Dharma treasure from his hand, and golden light shone. Sky turning stamp. However, the power contained within the Dharma treasure was far beyond the core formation realm. The sky turning stamp expanded 10 times. The moment it left Hao Ren's hand, it turned into the size of a small mountain. Low-tier nascent soul realm. That's impossible. Hongyuan Master was very shocked. Hao Ren let out the power of low-tier nascent soul realm. The sky-turning stamp was of much better quality than the soul-seeking bell. It directly crushed the soul-seeking bell before charging directly at Hongyuan Master. That's impossible. That's impossible. Hongyuan master kept yelling and hastily threw out a circular treasure. The sword energies that Hao Ren shot out initially went around the golden bell and attacked Hongyuan master from his two sides. Hongyuan master used his hands to defend against the two grounds of sword energies. He didn't really care about these sword energies. He was worried about the sky turning stamp. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He suddenly sensed that three things jumped out of the sword energies and dashed into his body. Dharma notes. Hongyuan master suddenly realized that although the sword energies couldn't penetrate his body, particular types of dharma notes were able to dig directly into his body. As a result, the nature essence of his nascent soul realm suddenly paused a little. After the sky-turning stamp had crushed the soul-seeking bell, it did not weaken at all. The little mountain-like sky-turning stamp then destroyed the circular treasure that lost nature essence support. That circular treasure was Hongyuan master's natal dharma treasure. He would rarely use it since he was now at the nascent soul realm. Now that it was crushed, Hongyuan master spat out a mouthful of blood. The nature essence in the sky-turning stamp was used up, so it rapidly diminished in size. However, its power was still there. Bam! The sky-turning stamp directly hit Hongyuan master's chest and went straight through. His nature essence had only been locked for 1 second, but 1 second was sufficient. That's impossible. Hongyuan master spat out his last words, still not believing what had just happened. After his last words, a red baby-shaped nascent soul appeared out of his forehead slowly. Nascent soul realm cultivators were different from core formation realm cultivators. When core formation realm cultivators died, their cores would break. However, for nascent soul realm cultivators, they could destroy their bodies during dangerous times and escape in their nascent soul form. Then, they could take a weaker cultivator's body as their own during a limited amount of time. However, one could only use this type of technique once in a lifetime. The red nascent soul was filled with shock and fright, and it escaped toward the southwest direction. Whoosh! A black longsword shot out of the valley and pierced through the red nascent soul. Squeak! Squawk! The nascent soul let out 2 screams and turned into blue smoke. The one who threw the black longsword was Mo Lianshan. If Hongyuan master's nascent soul could escape and find a suitable body, then he might be able to reach the nascent soul realm in a few hundred years. There was no way that Mo Lianshan would let him do that after what he had done. Hongyuan master never expected that he would lose his life in this situation. He thought that amongst these core formation realm cultivators, there would be no one who could take his life, and it was a situation where he could only gain and not lose. However, it was the end of his luck. Buzz! The sky-turning stamp was damaged a little. It spun half a circle in the sky before returning to Hao Ren's hand. The core formation realm cultivators of Sky Mountain sect all looked at Hao Ren with terror. Those foundation establishment realm cultivators still hadn't climbed up from the valley after they were shaken down by Hongyuan master's golden bell. Once he finished off Hongyuan master, Hao Ren took back the sky-turning stamp and flew toward the valley. It was dead silent on 6th heaven. No one knew whether the Grand Uncle Master of Sky Mountain sect chose to continue his seclusion cultivation or didn't want to speak anymore. Hao Ren had just used 3 level 4 enhancement pills. Those enhancement pills harmed his body a little but also increased his power for a few seconds. Hao Ren was holding on to 3 enhancement pills in his hand when he flew out of the valley. He had used the sky-turning stamp to alienate Hongyuan master and Sky Mountain sect, and then he defeated a few core formation realm cultivators of Sky Mountain sect. If Hongyuan master decided to attack, Hao Ren would use the enhancement pills to reach Dewey level temporarily. With the sword energies as support, he would be able to kill Hongyuan master instantly with Dharma notes if everything went according to plan. When Little White saw Hao Ren return, it ran over and snuggled Hao Ren happily and excitedly. Hao Ren patted its head and landed in the valley. Hao Ren! Xie Yujia immediately ran over and patted her chest because she was so scared. Zhao Yanzi was so shocked that she stood at the same spot. When she saw Hao Ren coming back in one piece, she let out a sigh of relief. Hao Ren saw Duan Yao standing at the entrance of Xie Yujia's cave abode, and Duan Yao was suddenly scared, rushing back into the cave. Hao Ren used her Grand Uncle Master's sky-turning stamp to kill a nascent soul realm cultivator in a split second. This left a huge impression on her. She was different from Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi since she lived on sixth heaven. She admired those who were strong. When she saw how powerful Hao Ren was, not only was she shocked, she also had a different thought in her mind. In the cultivation world that was ruled by the law of the jungle, unrealistic love was of no use. Only those who were strong would survive, and that was why she ignored her senior brothers who confessed to her. She used an unreasonable attitude to scare them away. I reached top-tier gen level but would need to cultivation to stabilize it. The enemies also need to make adjustments, so they won't attack Ethereal Summit right away, Hao Ren said. Okay. I'll be in charge of staying alert. You can just rest. Xie Yujia took the initiative and said. Also, I'll leave Duan Yao to you guys, Hao Ren said. Okay. Xie Yujia nodded. Buzz, buzz, the golden shield that was spinning in the sky above the valley let out dazzling golden waves. It wanted to catch Hao Ren's attention because Hao Ren had shown the presence of a mighty cultivator. As a supreme spiritual treasure, it admired that. Hao Ren was too lazy to deal with it, so he jumped up and flew to his cave. The golden shield shook twice in the air and shot 2 golden lights at Little White. Little White was hit in the butt and felt a burning sensation. It immediately jumped up and spat 2 fireballs at the golden shield as a rebuttal. The golden shield had shown signs that it acknowledged Hao Ren, but Hao Ren ignored it. Therefore, it let out its discontent on Little White. The purple gold hairpin quietly stood in the soil, ignoring Little White and the golden shield's fight. Unless it met a Dharma treasure of the same level, it would not defend Hao Ren on its own. That was why Hao Ren didn't take either the golden shield nor the purple gold hairpin when he went out to fight. How could Hao Ren bet his life on Dharma treasures that moved only based on their mood? Trash. A bunch of trash. An angry shout sounded on sixth heaven. Chapter 602. 9 Sky Star Breaking Array Formation. Time slowly went by, and Hao Ren slowly recovered in his cave. His body wasn't affected by advancing into top-tier gen level. However, the 3 enhancement pills brought some damage to his meridian. It was late at night, and the valley returned to its peacefulness. The Golden Shield and Little White didn't fight anymore. The Golden Shield laid on the top of a mountain, and Little White snuggled in its cave. Like always, the purple gold hairpin stood in the soil quietly as if it were a lost hairpin. Inside Xie Yujia's cave abode, Xie Yujia was patiently drawing Dharma notes. Zhao Yanzi was sound asleep while she snuggled in a blanket, and Duan Yao's arms and legs were tied so that she could only glare at Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia. Duan Yao initially thought that they were scared of Sky Mountain sect and wouldn't dare to kill her. However, now she found that Hao Ren was strong, Xie Yujia was good at creating Dharma notes, and Zhao Yanzi was of pure water body type. They were all mysterious to her. The valley that they stayed in had abundant nature essence, and the fact that Zhao Yanzi could still sleep at a time like this proved they weren't scared of Sky Mountain sect. Zhao Yanzi flipped her body on the stone bed. When she looked up and saw Xie Yujia still drawing Dharma notes, she thought for a few seconds and asked, "Why don't you sleep for a bit?" "It's okay. I'm not tired," Xie Yujia responded. She had been continuously drawing essence-locking notes in the past few hours. She had created more than 100 of them. It took nature essence to draw Dharma notes, but that amount of nature essence would be recovered quickly. The key thing was that it was really energy-consuming. Hao Ren might use all the Dharma notes she drew in a few seconds even though she had spent hours on making them. However, if they were useful for Hao Ren, then it was all worth it. Zhao Yanzi looked at Xie Yujia and thought for a while before saying, "Thanks, for saving me this time." Hee hee. Xie Yujia smiled softly. However, Zhao Yanzi paused and continued to say, "I won't give Hao Ren to you." Xie Yujia also paused and then nodded. Okay. She understood Zhao Yanzi and secretly admired her for declaring her stance so clearly. She liked how direct Zhao Yanzi was. She wanted to be more direct like her, but she just couldn't. Xie Yujia secretly started to compare herself with Zhao Yanzi. She tried to simulate a situation where Zhao Yanzi risked her life to save her, and she felt like she would probably give up on Hao Ren. Duan Yao opened her eyes wide and was listening to the conversation between Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia attentively. She guessed that they weren't Hao Ren's concubines but junior sisters. If that is true, then their master, the Herb King Master, must be unbelievably mighty, she thought. Then, she said to them, I think you guys don't need to fight for him because both of you don't deserve him. Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia both turned to look at Duan Yao. Your senior brother won't even look at you guys. He's going to reach the nascent soul realm soon. If he were to find a partner, he would find one who is at least in the core formation realm, Duan Yao said. When Zhao Yanzi heard Duan Yao's words, she looked at her angrily. For Xie Yujia, she only looked at her with frustration and didn't know what was going on in Duan Yao's head. If you guys put enough effort into cultivation and reach the core formation realm, then maybe you guys would deserve him. But, I think he'd reach at least mid-tier nascent soul realm. If you guys are still only at low-tier core formation realm cultivators, it wouldn't be a match, Duan Yao said. What she said was indeed the standard rules across the cultivation world. Those mid-tier nascent soul realm cultivators were only one step away top-tier nascent soul realm, so they weren't willing to keep a low-tier core formation realm concubine by their sides. Duan Yao felt sorry for Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia since they were only at the foundation establishment realm and had to look up to their senior brother who was at core formation realm and had hopes of charging at the nascent soul realm. Duan Yao thought back to the fact that she was at the core formation realm, so she had a sense of superiority. Also, she was happy that she could strike them mentally. Jerk. Zhao Yanzi picked up a bag of snack and threw it at Duan Yao. Duan Yao leaned her head to one side and dodged. Although she couldn't use nature essence, she was still very agile since she had practiced martial arts. Zhao Yanzi looked at Duan Yao in anger. However, she suddenly thought that Duan Yao was a pitiful person who didn't have chips to eat, television to watch, and computers to play with. When Zhao Yanzi thought about these things, she felt like Duan Yao's life was very boring. Duan Yao was feeling uncomfortable because Zhao Yanzi was looking at her funny. She suddenly thought that maybe she had gone overboard with her words and destroyed Zhao Yanzi's love fantasy. What if Zhao Yanzi was so mad that she would do something to her? Hao Ren said that he left you with us. I almost forgot that, Zhao Yanzi said. Duan Yao's little face suddenly turned stiff. Hao Ren wouldn't do anything to her, so he left her to Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia. After all, only they understood what had happened between them. Now that the Sky Mountain sect cultivators surrounded Ethereal Summit, Hao Ren had no interest in dealing with the arrogant Duan Yao. You almost killed the both of us. Zhao Yanzi walked up to Duan Yao with a wry smile. Kill me if you want. Duan Yao looked up proudly. Zhao Yanzi had viewed Fifth Heaven as a tourist spot, but that was the wrong perception. Duan Yao wanted to kill Zhao Yanzi because Zhao Yanzi took her stuff. If it were other stronger cultivators, they would have murdered Zhao Yanzi because of the Dharma treasure she owned. Zhao Yanzi looked at Duan Yao and thought that the latter lived a pitiful life. She now knew that Fifth Heaven wasn't as safe as she had thought. She was able to rob the evil cultivators on Fifth Heaven because they were all weak cultivators. However, she would not be able to withstand those cultivators from Sixth Heaven. If it weren't for the explosion of the golden bell on Little White's neck, she would have either died in the hands of Duan Yao or the hands of that black-faced cultivator. After some more thoughts, Duan Yao's rudeness and unreasonableness were understandable since she grew up in such an environment. In reality, she was just cautious and looked after herself. The cultivation world was indeed so. You would not know whether another person was going to start attacking you. Foundation building realm cultivators looked scared in front of core formation realm cultivators, but they might have tricks up their sleeves. If something went wrong, and they felt like their lives were in danger, the foundation building realm cultivators would attack the core formation realm cultivators without mercy. Hao Ren was able to strike back at Hongyuan Master because of the same logic. He had secretly hidden 3 enhancement pills and 6 essence locking notes on him to kill the nascent Soul Realm Master in one shot. It's okay. I won't fuss with you. Zhao Yanzi suddenly turned around and sat on the stone bed. Duan Yao looked at Zhao Yanzi with shock and was confused. Xie Yujia also looked at Zhao Yanzi with confusion because she couldn't guess what Zhao Yanzi was thinking. Hao Ren left Duan Yao to them, but both Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia were not ruthless. The room turned silent again. Zhao Yanzi cultivated the Big Dipper constellation scroll while Xie Yujia continued making Dharma notes. Duan Yao sat there doing nothing. She thought for a while and suddenly said, "If you guys want to escape, then you have to escape fast. After tonight, my grand uncle master will come out of seclusion cultivation. She looked very serious and wasn't threatening at all. Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi looked at each other before turning back to Duan Yao. But the latter had shut her eyes and didn't say another word. Bam! An explosion shook the valley. Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi rushed to the cave entrance and saw that over 200 cultivators were riding on snow lions and attacking from all directions. Bang! All sorts of colorful lights lit up the valley as it shook violently again. It shook so violently that Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia almost fell outside the cave. Over 200 core formation realm cultivators attacked Ethereal Summit with over 200 snow lions that were at least level 3. Over 200 Dharma treasures were thrown at the valley. Every time they attacked, the mountains on the sides would be shortened a little. Almost all the mid-tier core formation realm cultivators of Sky Mountain sect came here and surrounded Ethereal Summit. Bang! There was another attack, and the outer energy sphere immediately cracked. The mountains around Ethereal Summit were all exploded. The mountains were falling, and the ground was cracking. Many cultivators in the 3 small sects around Ethereal Summit died. Wah! A beam of light was shot out from Hao Ren's cave. The purple gold hairpin that was stuck to the ground flew up with the wind, and the golden shield which was sleeping on the peak of a mountain followed the light as well. Die! Hao Ren was furious. As he flew into the sky, he shot the 640 sword energies in all directions. In reality, he was confident that he could have taken Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi with him and escaped from Fifth Heaven. However, he was afraid that the 3 small sects around here would be exterminated, and the spiritual fields that Xie Yujia put a lot of effort into would be wasted. Therefore, he decided to stay in the valley. He wanted to use his power of peak Qian level to defeat the Grand Uncle Master of Sky Mountain sect and try to negotiate. However, just when he was cultivating, Sky Mountain sect came suddenly and attacked. The cultivators in the 3 small sects ended up being sacrificed. The Sky Mountain sect cultivators didn't care about the lives of these cultivators of small sects. Since they were affiliated with the Herb King Master, Sky Mountain sect treated them as pure enemies and didn't mind killing them all. As sword energies dashed toward the hundreds of core formation realm cultivators, Hao Ren crushed the 5 mountain bracelets. 9 Sky Star breaking array formation. Over 200 core formation realm cultivators shouted simultaneously. 9 white beams of light shot up high into the sky from the ground, and the 9 circular light beams which had diameters of hundreds of meters moved around in a circular pattern. The mountains they touched immediately got crushed. Ultimate strike. Over 200 core formation realm cultivators shouted again in unison. This great array formation could kill any cultivator below mid-tier nascent soul realm. The sect master had ordered that they needed to flatten Ethereal Summit before the Grand Uncle Master finished his seclusion cultivation. The 9 light beams merged into one in the sky, forming a pillar with a radius of 500 meters. It was aimed toward Hao Ren. Under such pressure, any cultivator below mid-tier nascent soul realm would not be able to escape. This strike would be similar to the power of top-tier nascent soul realm. Under such a blow, it could flatten Ethereal Summit and crush Hao Ren so that nothing would be left. Duan Yao could see the blazing white light in the sky, and her face turned pale. Although she had her Grand Uncle Master's life-saving token, she might still not be able to live with her core formation realm powers under such an earth-shattering attack. Her nature essence was also locked, so she was like an ordinary person. If the 9 Sky Star breaking array formation was fully unleashed, she would die for sure. Dad is too cold-hearted. To save the reputation of Sky Mountain sect, he doesn't even care about my life and wants to end the fight before tomorrow. Bam! The 640 sword energies turned into 1280 sword energies. Bam! The 1280 sword energies turned into 2560 sword energies. Bam! The 2560 sword energies turned into 5120 sword energies. Bam! 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 There were now 40,960 sword energies. Peak Qian level. Chapter 603, The Strongest Shield? Break. Hao Ren pointed one hand toward the sky. More than 40,000 sword energies merged from all directions and charged toward the thick white light beam that was falling from the sky. These sword energies went against the flow. In fact, the light beam created by the sword energies was twice as big than the light beam that was made from the array formation. This light beam followed the direction that Hao Ren was pointing it, forcing back the power of the array formation. Duan Yao's arms and legs were tied, but she still stood up as she watched Hao Ren, who was in the sky with shock. Hao Ren had broken the ultimate array formation of the Sky Mountain sect, 9 sky star breaking array formation, on his own. This proved that Hao Ren's strength was at mid-tier nascent soul realm. This cultivator, who she thought was only at top-tier core formation realm, was actually a top-tier nascent soul realm cultivator. More than 200 mid-tier core formation realm cultivators created the array formation and tried to crush Hao Ren with the thick light beam, but Hao Ren was able to withstand that pressure. If the light beam were to strike down, the valley would no longer exist. Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi held each other's hands as they watched Hao Ren anxiously. Under such overwhelming power, they couldn't help Hao Ren out at all. They prayed that Hao Ren could break through this situation and create an opening. It was the night on fifth heaven, but the sky was lit up so brightly as if it were daytime. Duan Yao hoped that Hao Ren could withstand the light beam as well. Colorful lights sparkled in Hao Ren's arms, and he was further releasing Zhao Horan's 1,000-year cultivation strength. More than 40,000 sword energies all expanded at once, pushing the light beam up by 1,000 meters in the sky. Bang! More than 200 core formation realm cultivators were all knocked back. Yes, Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi couldn't help but shout and hugged each other once they felt safe again. Incredible, Duan Yao shouted as well. However, she suddenly thought it wasn't right, so she immediately closed her mouth. Luckily, Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia were too excited and didn't notice Duan Yao's words. The cultivators of the 3 small sects who survived the initial attack were all shocked. They had never seen a troop of almost 300 core formation realm cultivators. Moreover, they had never seen someone defeat a low-tier nascent soul realm cultivator and break the super array formation made up of over 200 core formation realm cultivators. Kill! The tens of core formation realm cultivators of Sky Mountain sect charged toward the valley since the array formation around the valley was broken. Those cultivators of the small sects who were looking up at Hao Ren didn't have time to react before a few sharp swords pierced through them. These disciples of the small sects were mainly at the Qi refinement realm, and some of them were at the foundation building realm. There were only a few core formation realm cultivators. Therefore, the cultivators of Sky Mountain sect were able to dash over and kill these little cultivators. To them, it was as easy as killing ants. Although there were 2 to 3 core formation realm cultivators within the small sects, they were unable to withstand the attacks. This time, Sky Mountain sect was massacring. Die! Hao Ren uttered this word again. If the last shout was a warning, then this time, he was going to take action. More than 40,000 sword energies covered the entire mountain. Each sword energy had a bit of Hao Ren's spiritual senses in it. N0V3LTR0 served as the original host for this chapter's release on N0V3LB1N. All the swords pierced through hearts. The colorful sword energies pierced through the core formation realm cultivators of Sky Mountain sect with lightning speed. In seconds, over 60 core formation realm cultivators fell to the ground. They had thought that Hao Ren's sword energies couldn't be that agile, so they wanted to disturb Hao Ren. However, they did not know that Hao Ren's sword energies were like his eyes and could trace them. The sword energies circled Hao Ren and formed a dense sword sphere. Then, they suddenly shot at over 200 core formation realm cultivators who had created the array formation. Buzz! A white energy sphere appeared. Since 9 sky star breaking array formation could kill nascent soul realm cultivators, it could be used to defend against attacks as well. 10 sides ambush array formation. Since Hao Ren was now at peak Qian level, he was able to jump over levels and use this powerful sword array formation documented in the book that old grandma gave him. Hao Ren used his 40,960 sword energies to create 10 layers of sword formations, using array formation to attack array formation. Pop! The array formation was popped like a bubble, and Hao Ren's sword energies broke the Sky Mountain sect's array formation, which was made by hundreds of people in the blink of an eye. The hundreds of core formation realm cultivators wanted to recreate it but were too late. The sword energies had pierced through their shoulders, bellies, and knees. Over 200 core formation realm cultivators went flying in all directions as if a lotus was blooming. Whether it was those 60 cultivators who had been pierced through their chests or the 250 cultivators whose acupoints were destroyed, they might never be able to cultivate again. The 250 core formation realm cultivators who were knocked away could still potentially survive, but those 60 core formation realm cultivators who tried to attack the weak cultivators of the three sects were in danger. Right now, even the Chi refinement realm cultivators charged at them with long swords. They might die under the attacks of the people who they tried to kill. Suddenly, the Sky Mountain sect had lost over 300 core formation realm cultivators. Their troop was completely destroyed while attacking Ethereal Summit. Duan Yao looked up in the sky helplessly, and her mind went blank. How dare you! A bursting pressure came gushing from sixth heaven. The Grand Uncle Master of Sky Mountain sect who was about to end his seclusion cultivation finally came out early. Having more than 300 core formation realm cultivators destroyed was equivalent to the sect being extinguished. If he still didn't come out, all core formation realm cultivators of Sky Mountain sect would be killed. Hundreds of elixir pills fell from the sky along with Lingwu Master's loud voice. Use the foundation establishment pills to secure your foundations. Hao Ren didn't completely crush these 250 core formation realm cultivators' golden cores, so they still had the foundation to cultivate. If they ate the foundation establishment pills in time, they could still save some strength. If they were lucky, they could maintain the low-tier core formation realm. If they weren't, they would fall back into the foundation establishment realm. The arms and legs of these cultivators were all covered with blood, but they had to climb to get the foundation establishment pills. As long as they didn't turn into ordinary people and maintained some cultivation strength, they could still cultivate again. After all, they were cultivators, and they couldn't be able to withstand falling back to be mortals. The people who cultivated would have hundreds of years to live while mortals lived much shorter. After giving out the elixir pills, this Grand Uncle Master of Sky Mountain sect appeared. His body was burly, and his face was red. He was wearing a black 8-trigram robe, and he pointed one finger at Hao Ren. Peak nascent soul realm. The strong aura made hundreds of surrounding mountains explode, and the ground was flattened tens of meters. The inner energy sphere of Ethereal Summit was destroyed. The 72 small flags that constructed the array formation were pulled out of the ground and shattered. Duan Yao, who was standing at the entrance of the cave, rolled down the cliff. As she rolled down, the strings around her ankles and wrists were rubbed on rocks and broken. The tens of snow lion cubs all rushed toward Little White. Little White stood in front of Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia in its snow lion form, and it prevented any large rocks from rolling down and hurting them. One finger. Lingwu Master directly lifted one finger, but his peak nascent soul realm power was unleashed. Release. Hao Ren's 40,960 sword energies all rushed toward Lingwu Master. If he were on 6th heaven, he could be able to flatten Sky Mountain sect, which was spanned many mountain ranges. Lingwu Master moved his left hand, and a blue square shield appeared. Hand over your technique, and I'll leave your dead body whole. The Mystic Sun Shield is the strongest shield in this world. You are fortunate to be able to die under it. Lingwu Master's voice was like a bolt thunder. Whoosh! The golden shield, which was watching from afar, buzzed and flew toward Hao Ren. Chapter 604. The golden shield isn't happy. The blue mystic sun shield turned into a transparent wall that shielded the sky. When the sword energies hit the shield, it didn't break and only ripped a little. Then, Lingwu Master only moved his finger, and a bright red, strong light shot directly toward Hao Ren's shoulder. Lingwu Master reached peak nascent soul realm and could use techniques on this level. Although Hao Ren had the strength of peak Qian level, he did not have anything other than the light-splitting sword Shadow Scroll. Puff! This finger strike pierced into Hao Ren's shoulder, blood gushed out. Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia were both terrified. A moment ago, Hao Ren had defeated 300 core formation realm cultivators. However, he was being beaten so severely that he was sent flying toward the valley. Little White roared and quickly flew over to catch Hao Ren. You dare to hurt disciples of my Sky Mountain sect? Die! Lingwu Master put back his mystic sun shield and pointed at Hao Ren again. It was awe-inspiring that Hao Ren could control 40,940 sword energies. Therefore, even Lingwu Master couldn't estimate what kind of power Hao Ren had. Thus, the first finger strike was a test. However, this second strike was targeting Hao Ren's heart. In 2 moves, the battle was over. The cultivator of peak nascent soul realm was on a different league. In Lingwu Master's mind, he thought that people like Hao Ren who got to peak nascent soul realm in a split second relied on some secret technique or elixir pill. Hao Ren was able to beat a bunch of core formation realm cultivators, but he wouldn't be able even to touch a peak nascent soul realm cultivator. 3 talent heaven earth array formation. Hao Ren moved his hands rapidly. The 40,960 sword energies came back to Hao Ren and then formed 3 large groups. Hao Ren had studied book that old grandma gave him in detail, so he had seen the sword array formations beyond his power level. That was why he was able to use the 10 sides ambush array formation when he reached peak Qian level. However, he was still most adept with 3 talent heaven earth array formation since he used it most often. The 40,960 sword energies rushed toward the bright red light. Bang! The sword energies rushed directly at Lingwu Master. They suddenly formed one-line snake array formation and charged at the mystic sun shield. Retrieve. Lingwu Master opened his eyes wide, and the blue mystic sun shield turned into the size of a palm and blocked the 40,960 sword energies that Hao Ren shot out. Bow! 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 The 40,960 sword energies went into groups of 16 and charged at the mystic sun shield one after another. Lingwu Master was knocked back 3 steps, and he looked at Hao Ren in shock. It's useless. The mystic sun shield is the strongest shield in the world. Even the peak nascent soul realm cultivators can't shatter it, Lingwu Master said as he steadied his form. Sky Mountain sect had passed down the mystic sun shield for generations to nascent soul realm cultivators. It had followed many generations of nascent soul realm cultivators and therefore was unbreakable. It matched exceptionally well with Lingwu Master since he had been using it since 800 years ago. They could become one. The reason why Lingwu Master never lost a fight in this 100-year against anyone was that no one could break through the defense of the mystic sun shield. He even was able to use the mystic sun shield to forcefully defeat a mid-tier nascent soul realm cultivator when he was only in the low tier of nascent soul realm. The cultivation world was like this. The longer someone lived, the stronger he or she was. Lingwu Master was very confident in the mystic sun shield. Whoosh! The golden shield had flown close to Hao Ren and watched his actions. It finally couldn't help it, and it appeared behind him. Lingwu Master saw that there was a dim, gong-shaped shield behind Hao Ren and laughed very hard. He then squinted his eyes and shouted, "Come back." He put his right hand out, and the sky-turning stamp that Hao Ren put into his necklace suddenly flew out and dashed toward Lingwu Master. Hao Ren reached out to catch it, but he couldn't beat Lingwu Master's power. This Dharma treasure originally belonged to Lingwu Master, and Hao Ren had spent all his strength on controlling the sword energies. Therefore, there was no way that he could fight off Lingwu Master. The golden sky-turning stamp flew back to Lingwu Master's hand. Then, Lingwu Master flicked it, and it faced Hao Ren. The cracks on it which were resulted from Hongyuan Master's golden bell quickly healed when Lingwu Master's nature essence flowed inside, and it glittered with light again. You're quite impressive to be able to force me to use 2 Dharma treasures. Lingwu Master raised the sky-turning stamp, and the nature essence within 50 kilometers all gathered. The golden light was incredibly eye-piercing. Lingwu Master had gone into seclusion cultivation for hundreds of years and finally became a peak nascent soul realm cultivator. He wanted to test out his powers. Die! Lingwu Master threw the sky-turning stamp fiercely. Bang! The golden light brightened all directions, lighting all corners on 5th heaven. The bright light could make everyone go blind. Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia quickly covered their eyes and lied face down on the ground. Without the protection of the energy sphere, Ethereal Summit was shaken heavily. Dust flew up over 100 meters, and it looked as if mountains were collapsing. Yao, let's go! Lingwu Master shouted. He thought that with the stomp of his stamp, even mid-tier nascent soul realm cultivators would be squished. Hundreds of years ago when he was still at mid-tier nascent soul realm, he had finished off a low-tier nascent soul realm cultivator like this. That low-tier nascent soul realm cultivator didn't even have a chance to escape. His body and nascent soul ended up vanishing into thin air. Even the Dharma treasures of that low-tier nascent soul realm cultivator were crushed into pieces. The dust soon settled. Lingwu Master looked down from above and saw that Hao Ren was unharmed. In front of Hao Ren was a golden shield. The round shield only had a diameter of about 20 centimeters, but it was capable of withstanding strike of the sky-turning stamp. Between the round shield and Hao Ren was a layer made of 40,960 sword energies. These sword energies acted as cushions and could decrease the strength of the sky-turning stamp even if its attack pierced through the golden shield. Zhao Yanzi lied down on the ground. She didn't dare to open her eyes and covered them with her hands. After a while, she opened her fingers a bit and saw that Hao Ren was fine. That scared me to death, Zhao Yanzi thought. She was so relieved that she almost cried. She had thought that Hao Ren was going to be killed by that strike. Ha! Lingwu Master immediately put the mystic sun shield in front of himself, and he was astonished to see Hao Ren unharmed. Buzz! The golden shield which had a dim surface suddenly let out golden lights. It was even brighter than the light of the sky-turning stamp. The core formation realm cultivators who got foundation establishment pills were climbing up the mountain, and they all covered their eyes and started rolling down the hill again. Even Lingwu Master, a peak nascent soul realm cultivator, couldn't withstand such light and thus squinted. Calm. Lingwu Master crossed his hands and suddenly let out a strong aura. The sky-turning stamp let out even brighter lights, and runes of godly creatures appeared around it. The sky-turning stamp's level was not as high as the mystic sun shield, but it was made from the blood of a phoenix. It was a top-tier fire elemental dharma treasure, and Lingwu Master was a fire elemental peak nascent soul realm cultivator. Therefore, he was capable of using it to its maximum potential. Since he was worried about hurting Duan Yao as well, he didn't use his full power. However, now he was sure that Duan Yao had already escaped since he warned her, so he unleashed his power. In reality, Duan Yao stood there in shock, looking at Hao Ren and Lingwu Master. She completely forgot that she had to escape. Whoosh! A lively phoenix rose above the sky-turning stamp. Full power. Under such an attack could probably open a hole on fifth heaven, let alone killing Hao Ren. Hao Ren used all 40,960 sword energies as well. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The golden shield absorbed all of Hao Ren's 40,960 sword energies that were dashed to it. The supreme spiritual treasure was fully charged with nature essence. Golden lights shot out brightly. Bang! The sky-turning stamp was blown away by tens of thousands of meters. How is this possible? Lingwu Master looked at the golden shield which was in front of Hao Ren in shock. Wah! 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 The golden shield let out thousands of golden lights, and the entire fifth heaven was lit up by them. Even the sects thousands of kilometers away were all awakened by such sudden bright light. Hao Ren's sword energies activated the golden shield's power, so it was able to use all its powers. Tens of thousands of small shields scattered around the area with a diameter of 500 kilometers. Together, they formed an array formation that was shining like stars. No cultivator could get out in one piece if they stepped into this array formation. Supreme spiritual treasure. Lingwu Master's eyes suddenly widened as big as a bell. For a nascent soul realm cultivator, he sure knew his stuff. The golden shield spun smoothly and dashed toward Lingwu Master. Lingwu Master rushed to use the mystic sun shield to block in desperation. Bam! The golden shield only lightly bumped into the mystic sun shield. Crack! The blue mystic sun shield broke into 5 pieces. The golden shield spun above Lingwu Master, shining lights upon Lingwu Master like a stage light. Lingwu Master had just come out of his seclusion cultivation and felt invincible, but now, he was extremely frightened. Lingwu Master had never seen a supreme spiritual treasure during his 1,000 years of cultivation. However, this might be his first time and last time seeing one on fifth heaven. Don't you dare hurt my grand uncle Master. Suddenly, a crisp voice sounded from the valley. The dust in the valley had settled. In the valley, Duan Yao's arm was around Zhao Yanzi's neck. The essence locking note that Hao Ren had placed on her was no longer effective, so her low-tier core formation realm strength had recovered. Zhao Yanzi's face turned bright red because Duan Yao's arm was choking her. Her realm and martial art skills weren't as strong as Duan Yao's. Now that Duan Yao's arm locked her neck, she had no way of getting out of the situation. Xie Yujia pulled on her demonic bow and aimed it at Duan Yao, but she didn't dare to do anything reckless. Good. 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 Lingwu Master shouted 3 swords. His face was pale due to fright, but now it recovered its red glow. He shouted, "That's my Yao." Duan Yao clenched her teeth tightly and stared at Hao Ren. "Let her go." Hao Ren turned around to face the valley with thousands of sword energies sparkling around him. The sparkling sword energies indicated that Hao Ren was furious. "Duan Yao, kill her." Behind Hao Ren, an even louder voice sounded. Duan Yao looked at Hao Ren and then at Lingwu Master, who was even higher up in the sky. Her dark black eyes showed a bit of hesitation. "Kill her," the voice commanded from high up in the sky. Duan Yao moved her right hand slightly. Lingwu Master shouted, "I, your grand uncle master, have already reached peak nascent soul realm and won't be easily defeated. If you kill her, I'll exterminate your whole sect." Hao Ren shouted angrily, and his voice echoed in the valley as his sword energies started to vibrate. He didn't know much about what happened between Duan Yao, Zhao Yanzi, and Xie Yujia, so he left Duan Yao with Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi while he fought with the enemies. However, the situation was very clear now. Boom! Thousands of meters away, the sky-turning stamp that had been blown away by the golden shield flew back and struck Hao Ren's back. Hao Ren stared at Duan Yao and reacted 1 second slow, so he was struck by the sky-turning stamp and spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell from Little White's back and was blown 100 meters away. Ha 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 ha, Lingwu Master laughed hard, and tens of mysterious black items suddenly appeared on his palm. Bam! 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 The golden shield which was above Lingwu Master's head was blown away and got stuck in a faraway cliff. Heavenly lightning balls. Lingwu Master had spent 200 years creating these secret weapons. 1 heavenly lightning ball was enough to blow away a nascent soul realm cultivator. Lingwu Master had thrown 10 all at once. Any cultivator who had reached the nascent soul realm would not use their ultimate weapons easily. These 10 heavenly lightning balls were Lingwu Master's ultimate weapon. No one knew he had such explosive treasures because he wouldn't use it unless he was in a life-threatening situation. Ha 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 ha. The power of the supreme spiritual treasure is so. Lingwu Master looked over and saw that the golden shield had been blown off, so he looked down and stared at Duan Yao. "Kill her," he commanded. "Kill, kill, kill." This word dashed in Duan Yao's mind. Duan Yao's right hand reached over to Zhao Yanzi's arm and got back her purple-green treasure sword. Then, she used it to cut through the array formation in Zhao Yanzi's storage ring and got back her 2 jade pendants. "Grand Uncle Master, I got my stuff back. I'll go back to the sect with you," Duan Yao shouted. "Yao." Lingwu Master raised his brows and stared at Duan Yao. "You have to kill her. You have to kill everyone that bullies you." "They didn't bully me," Duan Yao shouted. "You have to kill her since she stole your technique. Everyone in Herb King Valley must die." Lingwu Master's voice was like a rumble of thunder. The word, "die," almost deafened all the cultivators in the area. Whoosh! Xie Yujia shot an arrow at Lingwu Master. "Stupid tricks." Lingwu Master waved his hand slightly, and a gust of wind blew the arrow away. Then, Xie Yujia was also blown to the ground along with her bow. "I won't do anything, but you have to kill them both," Lingwu Master shouted again. The sky-turning stamp returned to Lingwu Master's hand while it shone dim lights. "I won't kill them." Duan Yao pushed away Zhao Yanzi. Then, she stepped on her purple-green treasure sword and flew into the sky. "Yao, you're too weak. If you don't kill them, they'll still die. Let me do it myself and kill them all for you." Lingwu Master flapped his sky-turning stamp. Golden light beams shot out from the sky-turning stamp, and they directly hit Duan Yao's purple-green treasure sword, knocking Duan Yao away tens of meters. Bam! Another thick beam of light that was as big as the size of a pond pressed toward Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi in the valley. 2 Foundation Establishment Realm female cultivators were like ants to Lingwu Master. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 40,960 sword energies made a hole in the golden light beam. Colorful sword energies spun and aimed at Lingwu Master. Miracle of nature. Righteous lightning. The 40,960 sword energies combined into 8,192 heavenly lightning when 5 of each elemental sword energies merged. Ha ha ha, little guy. Who made you so unhappy? A relaxed voice sounded from the west side of the mountains. Chapter 605. Have you grown tired of living? Hao Ren stepped on 2 energy spheres and moved with the speed of the nascent soul realm. More than 8,000 heavenly lightning bolts were aimed toward Lingwu Master. Lingwu Master's 10 heavenly lightning balls were condensed heavenly lightning bolts which were capable of killing nascent soul realm cultivators. But Hao Ren's 8,192 heavenly lightning bolts could turn nascent soul realm cultivators into thin air. Lingwu Master opened his eyes wide in shock because he couldn't believe that Hao Ren could use such heavenly lightning bolts. A bright red axe appeared under his feet. It was his natal Dharma treasure. The big axe carried Lingwu Master as he desperately flew toward 6th heaven. Lightning induction. Hao Ren shot a sword energy up at the sky, inducing tens of heavenly lightning bolts to shot down. There were 8,192 lightning bolts under his feet while tens of heavenly lightning bolts were above him. There was nowhere to hide for Lingwu Master. The sky-turning stamp expanded rapidly as Lingwu Master injected all of his nature essence into it. In his 1,000 years of cultivation, he had run into situations where it was life and death, but none of them were like today. Today was the first time that he felt like his life was deeply threatened. His experience as a nascent soul realm cultivator told him that there was no escape. Bam! 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 The heavenly lightning bolts that Hao Ren induced hit Lingwu Master's sky-turning stamp. The sky-turning stamp dashed into the sky, and the phoenix soul which was resting in it jumped to its surface. However, the heavenly lightning bolts crushed the sky-turning stamp into pieces. The power of the heavenly lightning was not something regular Dharma treasures could handle. The red giant axe under Lingwu Master's feet shined bright and enveloped Lingwu Master. He was about to activate his secret technique, blood escape technique. By using half of his essence blood, he could teleport himself to somewhere thousands of kilometers away. If he were able to escape successfully, his realm would at least fall to low-tier nascent soul realm from peak nascent soul realm, but it was still better than dying on the spot. Paw! Lingwu Master crushed his 10 fingers, and fresh blood spattered within the red energy sphere. Whoosh! The heavenly lightning bolts that had chased to Lingwu Master's feet numbed his body, but they quickly disappeared. Hao Ren's body could not withstand Zhao Horan's 1,000-year cultivation strength, so those streaks of mystical energy in his body locked this power. Lingwu Master stood there in surprise. He hesitated for a few seconds and suddenly burst into laughter. It's fate, it's fate. He looked around and realized that he was still the strongest within the area. He thought that he heard a woman's voice, but when he looked around carefully, he couldn't see a woman at all. Hao Ren's nature essence was used up, so he fell straight toward the valley. Lingwu Master's red, giant axe floated up to his side while his hands were dripping with blood. If the 8,192 heavenly lightning bots lasted 1 second long, Lingwu Master would need to use up half of his essence blood and try to escape. Grand Uncle Master. Duan Yao was standing on her purple-green treasure sword as she looked down at Hao Ren who had fallen into the valley. Then, she flew toward Lingwu Master. Now that the array formation of Ethereal Summit was destroyed, all the mist disappeared. Duan Yao and Lingwu Master stood high in the sky as they looked down at the valley, capable of seeing everything. Hao Ren, Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia looked up and shouted together. Whoosh! Little White flew up and caught Hao Ren. The cultivators of the 3 small sects were all dead silent. Even core formation realm cultivators couldn't escape from a nascent soul realm cultivator. They had also killed tens of core formation realm cultivators of Sky Mountain sect, so their tragic endings were unpreventable. Lingwu Master had escaped from death, and he looked down slowly at the valley. His mystic sun shield and sky-turning stamp were destroyed, and he used 10 heavenly lightning balls. Also, 60 core formation realm cultivators had died, and over 200 core formation realm cultivators were spared from death but were now powerless, equivalent to dying. Sky Mountain sect incurred a huge loss. Yao, look carefully at how much it took for me to save you. Look at how many disciples died for you. Lingwu Master pointed at the valley and growled. Duan Yao clenched her teeth while her face turned pale. The Sky Mountain sect had tens of thousands of cultivators. She didn't know most of them, but she knew a few core formation realm cultivators among them. I will give you another chance to redeem yourself. You have to kill all the cultivators in this valley. Lingwu Master started his sentence with a calm tone, but he suddenly turned murderous when he got to the second half. Duan Yao was scared, and her body shivered uncontrollably. Hao Ren had fallen to the valley. He raised both his arms, and the sword energies flew out of his body and formed an umbrella to protect Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia. However, his realm had fallen from peak Qian level to top-tier Gen level. He could only shoot out 320 sword energies. Duan Yao's face was pale. She held the purple-green treasure sword as she looked at Hao Ren and the others with hesitation. Yao, I walked on many corpses before reaching my current realm. If my realm is weak, I would have been killed already. Lingwu Master lightly tapped Duan Yao on the back, and she fell back into the valley with her sword. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xie Yujia pulled on her bow and shot out 2 arrows at Duan Yao. Duan Yao used her purple-green treasure sword and cut the arrows. Hao Ren's 320 sword energies were immediately activated and aimed toward Duan Yao as well. Hao Ren seemed to have heard Lady Zhen's voice, but he couldn't see her nearby. He couldn't really guess where she was. Yao, look. Even if you don't attack, they will. There's nothing called compassion in this world. There's only killing. Lingwu Master's voice sounded in the sky like thunder. Duan Yao looked at Hao Ren's firm expression as the 320 sword energies dashed at her. She clenched her teeth and activated the Big Dipper constellation scroll and fought off the first batch of sword energies. Yes, he doesn't care. We are enemies. Anger grew within Duan Yao, and her purple-green treasure sword was lit up with flashes of green lights. She released Tianshu, Tianxuan, and Tianqi together. Zhao Yanzi took out the essence locking notes and threw them at Duan Yao. Xie Yujia had made these essence locking note for Hao Ren, but Hao Ren had already run out before she could give them to him. Therefore, she gave them to Zhao Yanzi. Different from Dharma treasures, Dharma notes could be activated as long as one had sufficient nature essence, regardless of what elemental attribute he or she had. There were different types of Dharma notes. For instance, a wood elemental cultivator could use a fire note to cast fireballs, and an earth elemental cultivator could use water notes to send out ice arrows. Dharma notes were generally used by those cultivators who didn't have Dharma treasures to protect themselves. Zhao Yanzi didn't have any weapons, so she could only shoot out these Dharma notes. The good thing was that they were quite effective. However, she could shoot out a few Dharma notes in a second. It took Xie Yujia half a night to make 100 Dharma notes, but Zhao Yanzi had shot out 20 in a blink of an eye. It was worth mentioning that Xie Yujia wasn't slow at making Dharma notes. Normal cultivators would not waste Dharma notes at this speed. Sword energies, spiritual arrows, Dharma notes all flew toward Duan Yao. Before Duan Yao had even landed, she was already busy fighting off these attacks. Of all the attacks, she was most afraid of the essence locking notes. If an essence locking note hit her, all her nature essence would be locked, and the sword energies and spiritual arrows would run through her body. Puff, puff, puff. 3 of Hao Ren's sword energies went through Duan Yao's shoulder, and one of Xie Yujia's spiritual arrows hit Duan Yao's leg. Blood flowed out of the wounds and dyed her green silk dress bright red. When Duan Yao saw the 3's determined looks and ruthless attacks, she felt wronged and sad. The few hours where she was captured in the valley seemed to be the warmest and most heartfelt. They gave her water and food and even healed her. Yao! Open your eyes wide. If you don't kill them, they will kill you. Lingwu Master shouted in the sky. He knew that Duan Yao was no match for all 3 of them but wanted her to feel the pain of being attacked. Kill! Duan Yao landed on the grass in the valley and swung the purple-green treasure sword 5 times before charging toward Hao Ren. Her foundation in martial arts was better than Zhao Yanzi's, the purple-green treasure sword was originally hers, and her realm was also higher. Therefore, Duan Yao's attack with the purple-green treasure sword was much more powerful. Hao Ren's sword energies merged to form a longsword. With just a small tick, it was able to knock away Duan Yao's purple-green treasure sword. Duan Yao's old injuries reopened, and her new wounds were also bleeding. She was unable to withstand the attack and was obviously half a second late in her reactions. Hao Ren pointed the sword at her neck easily. Duan Yao stared back at Hao Ren and stopped all her movements. Hao Ren was able to pierce through her throat without moving his arm since his longsword could turn back into sword energies. It seemed like time had suddenly frozen. Duan Yao and Hao Ren were one sword's distance away from each other, and Duan Yao clearly saw the coldness in Hao Ren's eyes. Yao. If I am not here, you would have lost your life. Why don't you see this? Lingwu Master cast a red light from the sky. Bam! That red light crushed Hao Ren's colorful longsword. Then, another giant red light beam struck toward Hao Ren. Yao. You have strength but don't dare to kill. Your sword techniques aren't as brisk as before. Is it because you have grown feelings for him? If that's the case, I will cut all the ties you have with him. The red light beam blew Duan Yao tens of meters away and crushed at Hao Ren. Ha ha ha, I was wondering why this little guy isn't happy. It turned out that there is someone much more murderous. A crisp and moving voice suddenly sounded in the valley. It wasn't a shout, but everyone heard it clearly. It was like someone whispered beside all the cultivators at once. An alluring figure appeared on the top of the mountain to the west. She was wearing a light blue dress and holding a floral umbrella. As a light wind blew by, it felt like she had been standing there for a long time. She flicked her fingers lightly, and the giant red light beam was blown thousands of meters away. The light beam hit a mountain, and the mountain was crushed to bits. Little brat. How dare you try to kill my new nephew? Have you grown tired of living? Lady Zhen stood on top of the mountain as she questioned Lingwu Master. Chapter 606. Playing dead. Having reached peak nascent soul realm, Lingwu Master was nearly 1,000 years old, and no one on 5th heaven, 6th heaven, and even 7th heaven dared to call him little brat. However, when Lady Zhen knocked away his light beam with a flick of her finger, Lingwu Master knew that this woman's strength far surpassed his own. Also, it seemed that the woman had been here for a long time, but he didn't notice it despite having powerful spiritual senses. A sense of danger rose in Lingwu Master's mind. After a short moment of analysis, he decided to flee. Lingwu Master was about to run when he realized that his feet were glued to the ground. At the same time, his fingers were immobilized, he couldn't lift them at all. Lady Zhen glanced at him for a few seconds before looking at Hao Ren. She moved her gaze lightly without turning her neck, a gesture so beautiful that no words could describe it. Standing in the valley, Duan Yao was stupefied as she watched Lady Zhen. Lady Zhen. Hao Ren changed his words before he spoke. Auntie. Lady Zhen lifted her pretty hand to cover her red lips while she chuckled, and her beautiful eyes curved into the shape of the new moon. Good nephew. Who is messing with you? Auntie will help you, she said. Soul Formation Realm. Soul Formation Realm. Immobilized, Lingwu Master suddenly remembered the power of Soul Formation Realm cultivators. She must be a Soul Formation Realm cultivator who can destroy a nascent Soul Realm cultivator with one move, he thought. However, he still underestimated Lady Zhen. After all, an ordinary Soul Formation Realm cultivator was no match for Lady Zhen. Hee hee. Thank you for your help, Auntie. However, I don't need your help yet. I just want the purple gold hairpin to assist me, Hao Ren said. His nature essence was recovering, and he could battle with Lingwu Master again in a few moments. If the sky-turning stamp hadn't struck him on the back, his nature essence wouldn't have run out so fast. The purple gold hairpin is my Dharma treasure, and it's too proud to listen to you, Lady Zhen chuckled. She beckoned at the cliff and said, Little shield, don't play dead anymore. Are you done after being bombed by a few small heavenly lightning balls? She pointed at the cliff, and the golden shield that was stuck in the cliff suddenly rose and flew into Lady Zhen's hand. Lingwu Master looked at Lady Zhen in astonishment, realizing that legendary supreme spiritual treasures weren't weak at all. This shield was playing dead due to its fear of this woman, not because of my heavenly lightning balls, Lingwu Master thought. What kind of strength could frighten a supreme spiritual treasure into playing dead? Casually, Lady Zhen tossed the golden shield to Hao Ren and said softly, Today, I'm in a good mood, so I'll teach you the treasure-controlling scroll. Memorize it. She opened her thin lips and chanted lightly while all the cultivators except Hao Ren found their spiritual senses blocked and their hearing lost. They had entered a silent world, not able to hear any sound around them. However, Hao Ren could clearly hear Lady Zhen's chant while the short passage of treasure-controlling scroll entered his mind through his ears. The words were both complicated and straightforward. Boom! Suddenly, all the surrounding cultivators regained their spiritual senses and hearings. Okay. I just stopped by on my way, and I won't deal with little brats on the nascent soul realm. Lady Jen waved her hand charmingly and said in a bewitching voice, "Little hairpin, since this little guy calls me auntie, you may help him occasionally. Of course, if he is too weak, he might be killed. If he dies, you can return by yourself." Lady Jen floated up with the wind into the high sky. However, her casual words brought chills to Hao Ren. Red-faced, Lingwu Master still couldn't move a finger while he froze in the high sky. "Demonic woman, give back the Kunlun godly lamp." From a distance came a roar that almost deafened all the cultivators. He, you little guys are still following." Covering her pretty lips, Lady Jen turned into a white light and flew to the west in the blink of an eye. Wah! Wah! 5 lights swept across the sky above Ethereal Summit and followed her to the west. 5 Soul Formation Realm cultivators. Hovering in the sky above the valley, Lingwu Master knew that they were Soul Formation Realm cultivators judging from their speed and suppression. After Lady Jen left, the lock on him was suddenly released, but Lingwu Master's legs turned to jelly. Alarmed, he stared at Hao Ren and then looked at the 5 Soul Formation Realm cultivators who chased after Lady Jen. After considering for a few seconds, he laughed. "Junior, you are quite good. I like young men like you." Duan Yao looked up at Lingwu Master in bafflement. "I attacked you to test your character. Very good. You are the talented man that I need," Lingwu Master continued. "I asked these brats to test you and didn't expect that they would go overboard. Ha 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 ha. With my realm, how can I lower myself to bully you, a junior?" He sounded straightforward as if he had been testing Hao Ren. "I'll offer you a deal. If you join Sky Mountain Sect, I'll let all these misunderstandings pass, and you'll enjoy all the privileges of an elder and have unlimited access to the spirit stones and elixirs. If you like Yao, I'll make the decision and let you marry her," Lingwu Master said with a booming voice. Duan Yao looked at Lingwu Master in astonishment. However, Lingwu Master's expression was very serious. "If you don't believe me, we can make a life-death oath and take each other's life token. We can return to 6th heaven right now, and I will grant the offer." Lingwu Master stared at Hao Ren and emphasized each word. Taking a life-death oath was placing people's realms and lives as bets so that no one could go back on their words. By taking each other's life token, people could possess a trace of each other's spiritual senses through a mysterious method and thus could control each other's life. In this way, neither parties would dare to play tricks. At peak nascent soul realm, Lingwu Master showed his sincerity by offering to exchange life tokens. It was indeed a significant loss when hundreds of core formation realm cultivators were almost killed. However, on the second thought, Lingwu Master felt that it was no big deal if he could recruit Hao Ren, a cultivator who was close to peak nascent soul realm. "Kid, think carefully. You'll rank only beneath me but above all others." Lingwu Master released his suppression in waves. He was making a bet. If Hao Ren were willing to join Sky Mountain Sect, everything would be fine. However, if Hao Ren refused, then he stood on the opposite side of Sky Mountain Sect, and Lingwu Master would have no choice but to kill him. "No." Hao Ren tossed one word at him. Lingwu Master's expression stiffened. By joining Sky Mountain Sect, Hao Ren could have unlimited access to cultivation resources, and he could even get Duan Yao. How could he refuse such good conditions? Lingwu Master thought. Any cultivator, no matter how many feuds they had with Sky Mountain Sect, would be tempted by the conditions offered by Lingwu Master. Marrying Duan Yao, a core formation realm cultivator, alone was tempting to many. On 6th heaven, many male cultivators pursued Duan Yao, but Hao Ren had refused Lingwu Master's offer without hesitation. "Grand Uncle Master, he's the enemy of our Sky Mountain Sect." Duan Yao raised her head and yelled. "You know nothing." Lingwu Master waved his hand, and Duan Yao stumbled and fell onto the grasses. From his perspective, it was Duan Yao's fortune to marry a young nascent soul realm cultivator of a great prospect. Sky Mountain Sect would only pour a lot of its resources into Hao Ren and help him reach higher realms if he joined. Therefore, Lingwu Master, who had been stubborn and aggressive, softened his stance for the first time. It might be a blessing in disguise. If he could draw Hao Ren, who had excellent connections, into Sky Mountain Sect, then the sect would be significantly strengthened. Even if some elders wouldn't like this decision, none of them dared to complain before Lingwu Master. Kid, don't make the rash decision and toss away a great future. I give you this chance with great sincerity. I'll give you the title of Zushan Elder, which is beneath me but above the first elder. Grand Uncle Master. Duan Yao tried to dissuade Lingwu Master, but he shot a red light from his little finger, pushing her to the ground again. Whoosh! Meanwhile, Hao Ren shot one sword energy at Lingwu Master. I will repeat it. No! Hao Ren emphasized each word before shooting out hundreds of sword energies. Standing by Hao Ren, Xie Yujia drew the demon bow and shot out an arrow. Half a beat slower than them, Zhao Yanzi launched a Dharma note in a hurry. But due to her weak nature essence, the Dharma note dropped to the ground before reaching the high sky. I gave you a chance to live. Now, I won't show you any mercy. Lingwu Master's huge red axe expanded greatly. With someone like Hao Ren, if he couldn't recruit him, he must kill him. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble in the future. Since Hao Ren refused to join Sky Mountain sect, all the cultivators in the valley must die, including those core formation realm cultivators of Sky Mountain sect who had lost their cultivation strength. Death would be a better fate for them than being ordinary mortals. Lingwu Master was sure that Hao Ren didn't have signals to send for help. Otherwise, he would have released them long ago. With his overwhelming killing intent, Lingwu Master's huge axe released surging red lights. Kill! Kill them all! Golden shield! Hao Ren flicked out the golden shield in his palm. Boom! Boom! In the blink of an eye, the golden shield turned into thousands of smaller shields. Sensing the presence of Lady Zhen, it tried to play dead after being bit by the heavenly lightning balls. If Lady Zhen weren't here, it would have unleashed its power more. After all, it was a supreme spiritual treasure. How dare a nascent soul realm cultivator to mock it? Hovering in the air before Hao Ren, the real golden shield tumbled, and all the smaller shields tumbled as well. All the shields spat out spiritual flames, and the area with a diameter of 500 kilometers was engulfed in fire. Purple gold hairpin, it's your decision to fight or not. Hao Ren took out the purple gold hairpin from his necklace. The purple gold hairpin could change into a boat at any time, but it was even more reluctant than the golden shield during other times. Hao Ren tried to use the treasure-controlling scroll. The ordinary Dharma treasures were only high-level weapons, while the Dharma treasures with spirit properties must be communicated with. Through the treasure-controlling scroll, one could communicate with the Dharma treasures and find their true powers. Bang! The purple gold hairpin grew to the size of an arm and planted itself into the ground. Boom! The mountains and land within 500 kilometers turned purple. The suppression of the purple gold hairpin was no less than the golden shield. Purple fires began to rise on the purple land, turning the place into an inferno. While the golden flames hovered in the air, the purple flames spread on the ground. Lingwu Master stood in the high sky, stepping on a wave of red light. Roar! An earth-shaking roar came to fifth heaven from sixth heaven. It was the level 6 snow lion, Jishan. Like a small hill, the black snow lion rushed into fifth heaven. As Lingwu Master's spirit beast, it sensed Lingwu Master's summon and came to help him. Level 6 snow lions were equivalent to mid-tier nascent soul realm cultivators, but their combat abilities were on par with top-tier nascent soul realm cultivators. Who? Jishan, the godly guardian beast of Sky Mountain sect, rarely left the sect. Dark red demon flames shot out of its nose and appeared under its paws. It was a few hundred meters long, and it was black all over. Its fierce presence made it look like a beast of hell in the night. Kid, the same day next year will be your, Lingwu Master sneered with red light enveloping his body. Kid? How dare you refer to our Gongzi like that? Two crisp voices came from a distance. Chapter 607, Shiver, Sky Mountain Sect. Wah! Wah! A black ring and a white ring flew from the distance as these two crisp shouts sounded. Humph! Lingwu Master's huge red axe changed into a vast mountain, crashing toward the two small rings. He knew the reinforcement of Ethereal Summit had come, but he had no way out and must kill whoever came here. Bang! The huge red axe collided with the two small rings before getting knocked back. Usually, the bigger the Dharma treasure, the more powerful it was. For example, Mo Lianshan and others saw Hao Ren's golden boat and knew it was an extraordinary Dharma treasure. However, the red axe was in the form of a huge mountain, but it was no match for the two small rings which looked like bracelets. Wah! Knocked back for dozens of meters, Lingwu Master crashed onto the back of Jishin and spat out a mouthful of blood. Grand Uncle Master, Duan Yao yelled anxiously. Stepping on a flying sword, she attacked the rings with the purple-green treasure sword. Boom! Boom! The two rings crashed onto Duan Yao's sides and sent her flying for hundreds of meters. With nature essence surging around in her body, Duan Yao spat out a mouthful of blood and lost her consciousness. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili didn't show mercy to girls. Gongzi. They rushed into the valley. Roar! Level 6 Snow Lion Jishin spat out a fireball toward Lu Linlin and Lu Lili. Humph! Humph! The Lu sisters yelled in a low voice and took the fireball into their rings before sending it back to Jishin. Roar! Jishin widened its mountain cave-like eyes in surprise and spat out another fireball immediately. The two fireballs of the same power met each other in the air, and the firelight from the collision lit up Ethereal Summit instantly. Gongzi, we're late. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili landed on Hao Ren's sides, looking extremely apologetic. They didn't sense the explosion of the bell on Little White because when they gave that bell to Hao Ren, they didn't expect him to come to fifth heaven. They could only sense this bell from at most a few thousands of kilometers away, and fifth heaven was further away from the land than that. With the increase of Hao Ren's cultivation strength, he had put the bell on Little White's neck, making Lu Linlin and Lu Lili overlook the golden bell even more. They had never imagined that Hao Ren would be attacked by hundreds of core formation realm cultivators on fifth heaven. With the pocket money that Hao Zonghua gave them, they went downtown to buy clothes and have dinner. When they returned home cheerfully, they realized that Hao Ren and the two Jumu were still not back. Worried, they came up to fifth heaven to find them and saw this mess when they got here. When they thought that they were shopping and having fun while Hao Ren was battling here with difficulty, they felt extremely guilty. Old man, how dare you to hurt our Gongzi? The Lu sisters shouted and launched the black and white yin-yang bracelets again. Top-tier nascent soul realm. Lingwu Master immediately saw through their realms. They are calling this kid, Gongzi, which means that their statuses are lower than him, having two top-tier nascent soul realm maids. Could it be that he is from the above realm? Lingwu Master felt like he had messed with a force that he couldn't reckon with. The black and white rings rushed to his side in the blink of an eye. They looked to be two ordinary smooth black and white bracelets, but their power was tremendous. Lingwu Master repeatedly pointed with his hands while all kinds of mysterious runes flew from his palms. Then, the huge axe released waves of red light, hacking toward the black and white rings. The level 6 Snow Lion's dark red demon fire spread out while its eyes shot out two green lights. Lingwu Master knew he couldn't kill two top-tier nascent soul realm cultivators, but he couldn't back out now. Under the Lu sisters' attacks, he couldn't even use the blood escape technique. Little White. Go! Hao Ren yelled. Roar! Carrying Hao Ren, Little White rushed into the high sky. Golden Shield. Hao Ren yelled again. Hum! Hovering in the air, tens of thousands of small golden shields rushed up with Hao Ren. Purple gold hairpin. Hao Ren yelled. Boom! The purple fire in the area within 500 kilometers burned fiercely. Z! The essence locking notes. Hao Ren yelled. Oh, oh! Zhao Yanzi froze for a moment before tossing the remaining essence locking notes toward Hao Ren. Hao Ren reached out and caught the remaining 80 notes in his hand. Hey! Be careful! Zhao Yanzi called out to Hao Ren. Got it! Hao Ren kicked Little White's belly lightly with his heel, and Little White rushed toward Lingwu Master with its highest speed. Even if Lu Linlin and Lu Lili didn't come, Hao Ren would fight it out with Lingwu Master. Boom! The small golden shields released layers of golden flames. The purple gold hairpin swept over, and the purple flames within 500 kilometers formed a tornado. The golden flames and purple flames entangled together, forming green lotus karma fire. Belonging to the demon cultivation world and the human cultivation world respectively, the purple gold hairpin and the golden shield had been enemies, but now they were working together for the first time. Linlin, Lily, move aside! Hao Ren yelled. He wanted to test the power of the supreme spiritual treasures. Okay. Gongzi, we will let you deal with him. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily immediately moved aside. Lingwu Master looked at Hao Ren in astonishment. He had thought about recruiting Hao Ren to end the conflict, but now he knew that it was beyond the ability of Sky Mountain sect to draw him in. Even the sects on 7th heaven probably couldn't afford to take in such a figure. 2 supreme spiritual treasures and 2 top-tier nascent soul realm maids. The 320 sword energies formed the one-line snake array formation and stabbed toward the spot between Lingwu Master's eyebrows. The small golden shields struck toward Lingwu Master like reversed raindrops, and the purple gold hairpin rushed before Hao Ren, giving instructions to the 2 clouds of green lotus karma fires on both sides. Block. Lingwu Master injected 100 years of cultivation strength into the huge red axe. Jishin released waves of level 6 spirit beast suppression while its black fur emitted golden light. Little White, don't be afraid. Hao Ren immediately used the transformation scroll and injected nature essence into Little White's body. Little White, who was supposed to be immobilized by the suppression of Jishin, grew stronger. Level 3 Snow Lion, impossible. Lingwu Master widened his eyes in confusion and thought, a level 3 Snow Lion could move in front of Jishin, a level 6 Snow Lion? It was against the laws. The green lotus karma fire formed by the golden shield and the purple gold hairpin pierced Lingwu Master's huge red axe. The green lotus karma fire was a heavenly fire several levels higher than Little White's samadhi true flame and could burn up anything in the world except godly items. With Lingwu Master's 100 years of cultivation strength inside, the huge axe still couldn't block such a fire. Ah! Lingwu Master screamed. Burning a big hole in the huge axe was as painful as burning a massive hole in his own body, since this was his natal Dharma treasure. Shua. Shua. Carrying 80 essence locking notes, Hao Ren's 320 sword energies pierced the spot between Lingwu Master's eyebrows through the big hole in the huge axe. Although he had dropped to top-tier gen level, he could fight even a cultivator at peak nascent soul realm with the assistance of 2 supreme spiritual treasures. Bang! Bang! Little White spat out 2 fireballs toward Jishin, a level 6 Snow Lion. Ordinary Snow Lions wouldn't dare to move when they saw a level 6 Snow Lion, but Little White was fearless and even spat 2 challenging fireballs toward Jishin. Roar! Little White's 2 small fireballs struck the mountain like Jishin. Furious, Jishin spat out a fireball as big as a house. Rough! Little White turned to run even though it looked fierce a moment ago. Golden Shield! Hao Ren yelled. The golden shield suddenly pulled back all the small shields and turned back into a huge shield, blocking the fireball released by the level 6 Snow Lion easily. Swoosh! Swoosh! The golden shield spun swiftly, releasing flashes of golden light and seeming to be showing off its power. Little White roared and turned back immediately. It had fought with the golden shield several times in the valley but was no match for the latter, and that was why it disliked the golden shield. However, at this critical moment, the golden shield saved its life. Boom! The purple gold hairpin turned into tens of thousands of small hairpins, shooting toward Lingwu Master. Despite the golden shield showing off in the high sky, the purple gold hairpin was more powerful than it. The purple gold hairpin possessed all the powers that the golden shield had. The entire 5th heaven turned purple, and even the golden shield's light was suppressed. The power of the purple gold hairpin was far greater than that of the golden shield. Lingwu Master's eyes opened wide and thought, this newly appeared hairpin-shaped Dharma treasure is even more powerful than the golden shield. Pooh! Pooh! Some of the lights shot out by the purple gold hairpin dashed into Jishin's body. Level 6 Snow Lion Jishin, the most powerful spirit beast of Sky Mountain sect, immediately shrank into a ball in pain. At level 6, Jishin was equivalent to a mid-tier nascent soul realm cultivator. But due to its demon beast properties, it could even defeat top-tier nascent soul realm cultivators. It was the godly beast that guarded Sky Mountain sect. However, the lights released by the purple gold hairpin brought great pains to it. Lingwu Master didn't know that the purple gold hairpin was the personal Dharma treasure of Lady Gen, an eternal demon king. If the purple gold hairpin were stuck in the demon sea, even level 10 demon beasts would run from it. Crackle! The green lotus karma fire gradually ate Lingwu Master's huge red axe, and the latter's cultivation strength was consumed little by little. he knew he was defeated. Hao Ren sat on the back of the level 3 snow lion who was stepping on colorful lights, and the purple gold hairpin was on his left while the golden shield was on his right. Hao Ren was the most powerful core formation realm cultivator that Lingwu Master had ever seen. The Lu sisters stood on the mountaintop behind Hao Ren, and Lingwu Master couldn't even identify their elemental attributes. After this battle, Sky Mountain sect would be eliminated from 6th heaven. Releasing bright red light, Lingwu Master was ready to self-detonate. Uncle Master. 8 lights shot down from 6th heaven. The remaining 8 nascent soul realm cultivators of Sky Mountain sect all came out. 8 Dharma treasures struck toward Hao Ren. There were 3 mid-tier nascent soul realm cultivators and 5 low-tier nascent soul realm cultivators. Get back. Guard Sky Mountain sect with your lives. Lingwu Master released waves of red light, ready to die with all the cultivators in the valley. The 8 elders of Sky Mountain sect would surely die by coming to 5th heaven. If Sky Mountain sect lost these 8 elders, the sect with more than 1,000 years of history would be completely destroyed. Uncle Master. The 8 nascent soul realm elders rushed to Lingwu Master and placed their palms onto his burning back, injecting nature essence into his body to stop him from self-detonating. Duan Yao slowly woke up on the nearby cliff. When she saw Lingwu Master emitted bright red light, she knew her grand-uncle Master was about to self-detonate. She instantly flew toward him on the purple-green treasure sword. The 8 elders of Sky Mountain sect blocked the golden shield and the purple gold hairpin temporarily with their own Dharma treasures, but they realized that they couldn't inject their nature essence into Lingwu Master's body. The 80 essence locking notes in Lingwu Master body couldn't stop the circulation of his own nature essence, but it stopped nature essence from going in and coming out of his body. Lingwu Master had temporarily become someone with the stone body type where he couldn't absorb nature essence from the surroundings. Seeing Hao Ren controlling 2 Dharma treasures, the 8 nascent soul realm elders leapt toward him. Skylock 8 Trigram Array. It was a destructive array formation created by 8 nascent soul realm cultivators. The purple-colored array formation engulfed Hao Ren from all directions. Realm-breaking note. Hao Ren took out one of the Dharma notes Yu Zilong gave him and hit it onto the top of the array formation, breaking the array formation immediately. Shua. A jade longsword suddenly rushed over. Su Han appeared. Having reached top-tier Qian level, she was only half a step away from peak Qian level. She had just come back from cultivating in the Dragon God Shrine this weekend. After feeling the breaking of Hao Ren's 5 mountain bracelets, she came to 5th heaven to rescue him. It was morning, and the 8 nascent soul realm cultivators could see a female cultivator who had the strength of top-tier nascent soul realm flying over. 8 Dharma treasures struck toward Su Han. Clang! Su Han's newly refined longsword pierced the 8 Dharma treasures with ease. Su Han kicked the air and caught up with her longsword. Then, she touched the sword, and it slipped into her hand. Ding! The longsword let out a clear sound. Su Han remained silent when she got to Hao Ren's side, and her presence was unleashed. Bam! The 8 nascent soul realm cultivators were knocked away by her aura alone. Sister Su Han. Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia looked at Su Han in pleasant surprise. Nascent soul realm, peak. Lingwu Master spat out another mouthful of blood. With her great strength, Su Han's white jade sword was no less powerful than Lingwu Master's sky-turning stamp. Besides, top-tier Qian level of dragon cultivators was slightly higher than top-tier nascent soul realm of human cultivators. Therefore, Lingwu Master thought Su Han was at peak nascent soul realm. Snowflakes fell from the high sky. The chilliness released by Su Han brought snow to 5th heaven where it was as warm as spring all year round. Are you okay? Su Han glanced at Hao Ren and asked. Still alive, Hao Ren answered. The 8 nascent soul realm cultivators whose Dharma treasures had been broken came closer again and formed another Skylock 8 trigram array. They took out their natal Dharma treasures. Each nascent soul realm cultivator had 2 to 3 remarkable Dharma treasures, but the most powerful one was undoubtedly their natal Dharma treasures which had been refined for hundreds of years. Boom! Another powerful aura appeared from the other side. Just returned to East Ocean City, Yu Zilong suddenly sensed that Hao Ren had used one realm-breaking note, and he rushed up to 5th heaven to check. Lingwu Master shivered with fear when he saw another peak nascent soul realm cultivator. What is the background of Ethereal Summit? He thought. Oh, you're here. Then, I'm off. Yu Zilong flew across the high sky and disappeared in the distance after saying these words. Since Su Han was there, the deputy shrine master of Dragon God Shrine didn't need to help. He believed that Su Han could handle this situation. Wah! Dozens of cultivators flew down from 6th heaven. After the nascent soul realm cultivators of Sky Mountain sect all came out, the nascent soul realm cultivators of other sects on 6th heaven all came after them. They were all nascent soul realm cultivators. The cultivators of the small sects in the valley had never seen so many nascent soul realm cultivators. They were almost crushed into meat pies by all kinds of pressures. Su Han frowned slightly and exchanged a look with Hao Ren. They would fight it out. In the valley, Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi also exchanged a look. Fight it out. You dare to attack two of my disciples? Sky Mountain sect, are you tired of living? From the distant 8th heaven came a threatening voice, and an essence-locking note that was as big as a giant mountain shot through 7th heaven and 6th heaven to 5th heaven. Chapter 608. The Ultimate Essence-Locking Note. Bam! Flashing blue lights, a huge Dharma note pierced the array formation between 5th heaven and 6th heaven before coming to the sky above the valley. All the nascent soul realm cultivators couldn't fly away under the suppression of the Dharma note. Bang! Bang! In a panic, all the nascent soul realm cultivators shot out their Dharma treasures. The Dharma note with flashing blue light couldn't be scattered by Dharma treasures which traveled through the shadow like Dharma note. Attack without discrimination. The Dharma note struck all the nascent soul realm cultivators in the valley including Hao Ren, Su Han, and the Lu sisters. Instantly, the cultivators who were hit by the Dharma note found their nature essence locked. Thud! Thud! These powerful nascent soul realm cultivators of 6th heaven fell from the sky. Struck by the center of the Dharma note, Lingwu Master who had wanted to self-detonate was lowered to the weak foundation establishment realm. Girl! I told you to tell others my name when you're in danger. If I didn't open my eyes and see you, I'm afraid that you would have been bullied to tears by this Hao Ren. The distinct voice came to the sky above the valley from 8th heaven. A thin blue light shot down from 8th heaven and struck Hao Ren's chest, knocking him off Little White's back. Grandma! Xie Yujia looked up gratefully and hurried over to help Hao Ren stand up. I'll go back to my seclusion cultivation. If you have any problems in the future, tell them my name. If they still want to mess with you, I'll deal with them. Then, dozens of green lights fell from the sky and sent the tens of nascent soul realm cultivators flying. Each of the nascent soul realm cultivators from 6th heaven was a powerful master. However, they were so fragile under Qingfeng Hermit's attack. The nascent soul realm cultivators who weren't from Sky Mountain sect flew away, feeling that the nature essence in their bodies began to recover. However, when they found that their realms had dropped to the core formation realm, they fled to 6th heaven in desperation. Scorched black in the face, the 8 nascent soul realm elders of Sky Mountain sect was astonished to see that the Grand Uncle Master of Sky Mountain sect had been beaten to the foundation establishment realm. It had taken Lingwu Master more than 1,000 years to reach peak nascent soul realm, but he was reduced to the foundation establishment realm in one night. Lady Zhen wasn't willing to offer a hand, but Qingfeng Hermit didn't care. Even if a foundation establishment realm cultivator tried to hurt Xie Yujia, she would attack as well. Hao Ren stood up and realized that his locked meridians had been unblocked. Although old grandma was merciless to him, she had never done any harm to him. The golden shield and the purple gold hairpin whistled around in the sky before returning to Hao Ren's side. Pale-faced, Lingwu Master looked as if he would drop to the ground any minute now. Charge! Hao Ren condensed a colorful longsword with the light-splitting sword shadow scroll and charged forward on Little White's back. Now, Lingwu Master had been reduced to the foundation establishment realm while the 8 elders beside him had all dropped to the core formation realm. Hao Ren's aura alone sent all 8 elders flying. Now, his sword pointed at the Lingwan acupoint of Lingwu Master, which was in his chest. Wah! A figure appeared in front of Lingwu Master. Duan Yao spread her arms and stood before Hao Ren's long sword. After all these battles, her beautiful green silk dress was in tatters, revealing the bleeding skin underneath. Hao Ren's sword shook slightly and stopped. Little White gritted its teeth and glared at Duan Yao. Severely wounded by the purple gold hairpin, Jishin roared and stood on guard for Lingwu Master even though it was now reduced to a level 4 snow lion. "Don't hurt my grand uncle Master." Duan Yao stared at Hao Ren with determination. With her realm lower than Hao Ren's, she had almost used up all her nature essence and could barely stand on the purple-green treasure sword. "Yao." Lingwu Master's stifled deep voice came from behind her. "Grand Uncle Master." Duan Yao turned to look at Lingwu Master. Lingwu Master, who had been trying to suppress his injuries, suddenly slapped her. "Useless," he shouted. Duan Yao was sent flying for more than 10 meters, and her cheek immediately swelled up. If Duan Yao had killed Zhao Yanzi without hesitation, it would affect Hao Ren's mind, and the situation might have developed in another direction. The core formation realm cultivators who went to kill the cultivators in the 3 small sects were trying to distract Hao Ren. However, Duan Yao had been soft-hearted when she got Hao Ren's weakness in her hand. Humph! Hao Ren leapt forward half a step and pointed his sword at Lingwu Master's chest. "Kill me." Lingwu Master tore open his tattered black robe with 8 trigram patterns on it. He looked toward Duan Yao with a cold smile and said, "Yao, look at the world carefully. The strong prey on the weak in the world of the cultivation. The losers have only one outcome, death." Grand Uncle Master. Kneeling on the hovering purple-green treasure sword, Duan Yao's tears slid down her red and swollen cheeks. Little White also hovered in the air steadily. Hao Ren's hand that gripped the sword was also motionless. "Ha ha ha! I, Lingwu Master, will not die at others' hand." Swinging up his sleeves, Lingwu Master swallowed one pill. In the cruel cultivation world, if the nascent soul realm cultivators didn't want to be tortured, they could self-detonate by exploding their nascent soul, dying with their enemies. Now that Lingwu Master's realm had dropped to the Foundation Establishment realm, the best way to kill himself was swallowing poisonous pills. "Uncle Master." The 8 Sky Mountain sect elders flew over to stop him, but it was too late. Lingwu Master turned red all over, about to explode. Gongzi. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily rushed to Hao Ren's sides to protect him. Although their realms had also been reduced to the core formation realm, they were not slow. Swoosh! From the misty high sky suddenly came a small golden Dharma note which entered the top of Lingwu Master's head. Life-death notes controlled the life and death of the world. Others couldn't control their own lives. Humph! Hao Ren patted Little White's rump and flew over Lingwu Master's head, dashing toward 6th heaven. Realm-breaking note. It opened a hole in the array formation between 5th heaven and 6th heaven. Just now, a cultivator flew down from 6th heaven. Grand Uncle Master. Grand Uncle Master. This top-tier core formation realm cultivator stumbled out of 6th heaven and dashed to the side of the 8 elders, yelling in horror, "Disaster! A kid came and exploded the grand defensive array formation of our sect." Chapter 609. Destruction in Revenge. What? The 8 elders widened their eyes in surprise. They came to help Lingwu Master on 5th heaven. However, in the blink of an eye, Sky Mountain sect had been exploited. Go! With a dark expression, Hao Ren rushed onto 6th heaven on Little White's back. Roar! Roar! Little White roared furiously while it rushed onto 6th heaven with familiarity. Swoosh! Swoosh! The golden shield and the purple gold hairpin followed Hao Ren closely. He didn't want to kill people, but he couldn't let things end like this. Little White ran at its full speed and arrived in front of Sky Mountain sect in the blink of an eye. The mountains that Sky Mountain sect occupied had all been exploded. Standing on his black disc, Zhen Kongming waved 2 yellow flags while dozens of smaller yellow flags flew around freely in the high sky. Wherever the yellow flags swept, all the array formations were broken. Even the scroll pavilion on the back mountain of Sky Mountain sect had been exploded. As an array master, Zhen Kongming could reverse the power of the defensive array formations. Since Sky Mountain sect destroyed the array formation he had built around Ethereal Summit, he came to destroy Sky Mountain sect's array formations. At this time, all 8 nascent soul realm cultivators were out, and he reversed the array formations of Sky Mountain sect, forcing the cultivators in the sect to run around aimlessly. When the Sky Mountain sect cultivators rushed out from the sect, Zhen Kongming's conch-shaped Dharma treasure would push them back in. He was no match for nascent soul realm cultivators, but he could defeat any core formation realm cultivator. Boom! Boom! Zhen Kongming was playing in high spirit when waves of nature essence rose behind him. Thinking the nascent soul realm cultivators of Sky Mountain sect had come back, he was about to run on his black disc when he saw it was Hao Ren and Little White. Wah! The 320 sword energies shot toward Sky Mountain sect like a group of missiles. The pack of buildings on the hillside was where the core formation realm cultivators lived. Unlike the small sects on Fifth Heaven where they built the cave abodes in the cliffs, Sky Mountain sect was a big sect on Sixth Heaven, so each core formation realm cultivator had his or her dwelling, and the foundation establishment realm cultivators had dorms. Hao Ren's sword energies turned over hundreds of buildings. The foundation establishment realm cultivators hiding in the buildings were all forced out by the explosions, and they scrambled to flee on flying swords like bees. Awesome! Zhen Kongming looked at Hao Ren in excitement. In all aspects, Zhen Kongming was a naughty kid who liked to destroy things, a different kind of person from Hao Ren. He didn't quite like Hao Ren, but he liked the latter's behavior today. Swoosh! Swoosh! After some confusion, dozens of core formation realm cultivators finally flew up to fight back. With the absence of Lingwu Master and the 8 nascent soul realm elders, Sky Mountain sect was without a leader. Go! Hao Ren pointed forward. The golden shield spun in the air reluctantly before flying forward. The palm-sized golden shield turned into the size of a washbasin in the blink of an eye. Then it turned into the size of a table before becoming a huge round disc with a diameter of 1,000 meters. The Dharma treasures launched by the core formation realm cultivators were all knocked back by the golden shield. Dong! Dong! Faced with the core formation realm cultivators, the golden shield didn't even release golden light. Instead, it bumped them with its body, crashing them back as if they were rocks. The rude behavior made it look like a shield on an ancient battlefield. It didn't look like a supreme spiritual treasure at all. Rough! Little White barked in disdain. Wah! Wah! After bumping off several core formation realm cultivators, the golden shield began to spin faster and grow larger. Instantly, the golden shield engulfed the entire Sky Mountain sect. It blocked the sky and the sun. Roar! Roar! Little White's voice lowered. The golden shield continued to spin. It covered all the mountains that Sky Mountain sect possessed. Woo! Little White looked up at the golden shield and fell silent. Since the golden shield blocked all the sunlight, the tens of thousands of cultivators of Sky Mountain sect could only see the golden light released by the golden shield. As golden shield's playmate and comrade, Little White was way too weak compared with the golden shield. Boom! The nature essence around Sky Mountain sect gathered together like tornadoes, and all the buildings that weren't firmly attached to the ground were blown up. The golden shield played its old trick and absorbed all the nature essence in Sky Mountain sect into its body. With each spin, it grew larger. Hao Ren even suspected that it could cover the entire Sixth Heaven if it expanded to its limit. This was a supreme spiritual treasure. Boom! The golden shield released a wave of light, dyeing the rivers and mountains under it into a radiant, golden color. The scene was more intoxicating than the most sunset. Turning into a golden boat, the purple gold hairpin carried Hao Ren lightly. It was not a show-off like the golden shield. If it released its power, Sky Mountain sect would be totally destroyed. Swoosh! Full of nature essence, the golden shield turned back to the size of a palm and flew back to Hao Ren's hand. Dumbfounded, the cultivators standing in the sect looked at Hao Ren who was in the boat. Wah! Wah! Hao Ren's 320 sword energies returned to his side before shooting out again. All the buildings over 2 floors tall were turned into one-story structures, and hundreds of houses instantly collapsed. Boom! The golden boat released misty, purple light. The mysterious floating light looked like the aurora. Alarmed, the spirit beasts in Sky Mountain sect rushed out of the back mountain. With all the array formations destroyed by Zhen Kongming, the spirit beasts rushed around and trampled all the spiritual herbs in the back mountain. Hao Ren had destroyed about 200 years' worth of accumulation of Sky Mountain sect. Return. Hao Ren pinched Little White's ear. Zhen Kongming picked up his conch, wanting to do more damage, but Hao Ren pulled on his collar and dragged him back to Fifth Heaven. Under the frightened gazes of Sky Mountain sect cultivators, Hao Ren left casually in the magnificent golden boat. If he continued, Sky Mountain sect would be destroyed. The nascent soul realm cultivators of other sects should have come to check, but none of them came since they had all been reduced to the core formation realm. Chapter 610. Heavy loss. The Golden Shield returned to fifth heaven with Hao Ren. It had released great power but had also absorbed enough nature essence for it to digest for some time. Little White followed the golden boat. After a fierce battle, it had obtained some slight improvement in its strength. Right now, Ethereal Summit was in a mess. Not only were the spiritual fields that Xie Yujia created with great efforts were destroyed, but some mountains were shattered as well. The dozen snow lion cubs hid in some debris and were shivering. I hate you. Seeing Hao Ren coming back, Duan Yao flew up while stepping on an ordinary flying sword and stabbed at Hao Ren with the purple-green treasure sword. With 2 tear trails on her cheeks, she bit on her lip with her small white teeth. Hao Ren turned his head slightly and saw Lingwu Master sitting on a distant mountaintop with his eyes tightly shut. Ding! Hao Ren lightly caught Duan Yao's sword with 2 fingers. Since his realm was higher than hers, and she was exhausted, this stab did not affect him. With a little force, Hao Ren pulled the sword from Duan Yao's hand. Duan Yao clenched her fist and hit on Hao Ren's chest. Didn't matter how harsh her grand-uncle Master was to her, he was still her relative and cared for her. Hao Ren's body was as hard as iron after being tempered by lightning. Duan Yao hit Hao Ren's chest with all her strength, but Hao Ren didn't feel any pain. Hao Ren glanced at the Sky Mountain sect elders and found that they all looked pathetic. As the pillar of Sky Mountain sect, Lingwu Master, who was once at top-tier nascent soul realm, was the reason that Sky Mountain sect could stay on 6th heaven securely. Besides, he was also the only person who could control Jishin, the level 6 snow lion. With its level, Jishin might fly to 7th heaven where the nature essence was more abundant now that Lingwu Master couldn't handle it. The 8 elders felt as if the sky had fallen. Ah! When Hao Ren turned to look at the Sky Mountain sect elders, Duan Yao bit onto Hao Ren's arm. 1 set of clear bite marks appeared on Hao Ren's skin. Duan Yao glared at Hao Ren, ready to be killed by him. Bang! Hao Ren's sword energies shot out, lightly knocked Duan Yao away. Then, the 8 elders immediately flew up to catch her together. This is a life fortune pill. Save your grand-uncle Master's life with it. Soft-hearted, Xie Yujia shot out an arrow with the demonic bow. The first elder of Sky Mountain sect who was standing in front immediately raised his hand. When the energy arrow disappeared, a pure white pill appeared in his palm. The other 7 elders looked at each other and didn't know what to say. Life Fortune Pill was the legendary elixir pill that could bring the dead back to life. Although Sky Mountain sect excelled in elixir making, these elders had only heard of this pill but hadn't seen it before. Lingwu Master still had a breath in him, and the first elder immediately put the pill in his mouth. Lingwu Master had dropped from peak nascent soul realm to the foundation establishment realm. Then, after swallowing the suicide red pill and being struck by a Dharma note on the top of his head, it was hard to say if he would survive. Duan Yao looked at Lingwu Master tensely with tears in her eyes. We can't stay here. Let's head back. The first elder waved his hand and placed Lingwu Master onto Jishin's back before flying toward 6th heaven. After hearing that Lingwu Master was in danger, the 8 elders had immediately rushed onto 5th heaven, but they had all dropped to the core formation realm. Hao Ren had destroyed many of their disciples' cultivation physique. The lucky ones picked up the foundation establishment pills that Lingwu Master threw out and tried to recover, barely maintaining the foundation establishment realm strength. However, the unlucky ones didn't get the foundation establishment pills and dropped to the Qi refinement realm. Mo Lianshan, the favorite disciple of the first elder, had been reduced to the foundation establishment realm from top-tier core formation realm. After this battle, Sky Mountain sect received great losses. The 8 Sky Mountain sect elders escorted the Black Jishin into the high sky. Hao Ren, the Lu sisters, and others stood in the valley and stared at them. Then, the foundation establishment realm cultivators of Sky Mountain sect around the valley all flew towards 6th heaven in panic. Some of them were initially foundation establishment realm cultivators while some had just been reduced to the foundation establishment realm. Close to 1,000 crooked flying swords flew towards 6th heaven in a pitiable manner. Gongzi. Seeing that they left one after another, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily walked to Hao Ren's side and called him. Well, Hao Ren recovered himself and said, "You two, please go to 7-Star Sect and Changhua Sect to check their casualties and give them pills." "Okay, Gongzi." Lu Linlin and Lu Lily flew out. "Yujia and Z, if you can, please go check on Qin Yin Sect," Hao Ren continued. "We can." Xie Yujia answered immediately. She and Zhao Yanzi had healed their injuries, and she felt a bit guilty for not being able to help in the fierce battle. "This is for you." Hao Ren handed the purple-green treasure sword to Zhao Yanzi. He had grabbed the sword from Duan Yao. Now that he had destroyed half of Sky Mountain Sect, he didn't plan to return the sword. Looking at Hao Ren in a daze, Zhao Yanzi said slowly, "Oh." Then, she took the purple-green treasure sword from Hao Ren's hand. After seeing Hao Ren defeating so many cultivators including nascent Soul Realm cultivators and taking back the purple-green treasure sword, Zhao Yanzi's mind was now completely blank. Shua. Shua. With the purple-green treasure sword floating below her feet, she took Xie Yujia with her and flew over the high mountains toward the Qin Yin sect. "I'll borrow Yujia's cave abode for a while," Su Han said lightly and entered Xie Yujia's cave while stepping on her white jade sword. Being reduced to Dui level by the power of the essence locking note, she must cultivate immediately to break the lock. Su Han built a small energy sphere so that the people outside couldn't see the inside of the cave. In the center of the valley, only Zhen Kongming and Little White were left by Hao Ren's side. Looking around the chaotic scene of the valley and the broken array flags which had been shaken out of the ground, Zhen Kongming gritted his teeth and felt troubled. "Build another one?" Hao Ren looked at him and asked. "Sh*T. Do you think I have nothing else to do? I have loads of homework." Zhen Kongming glared at Hao Ren in displeasure. Hao Ren looked at him, wondering how busy elementary school students were nowadays. Hiss, the golden shield spun lightly by Hao Ren's side. Chi. Chi. Suddenly, it spat out lots of white mist like a fire distinguisher. Nature essence. It was the abundant nature essence that it had absorbed on sixth heaven. Since it couldn't digest the abundant nature essence quickly, it released it into the valley. Well, Zhen Kongming looked at the golden shield with appreciation. Not bad. Not bad. This Dharma treasure is a good one. Flying in the high sky, the golden shield shot a golden light toward Little White. Roar. The light shed off some white fur on Little White's rump, and Little White jumped up in annoyance. The snow lion and the shield began to fight again in the valley. Seeing that the valley had quieted down, the dozen snow lion cubs tumbled out of the grasses and trotted to Little White's side to root for it. Little White was on level 3 and was undoubtedly their leader. Seeing the nature essence getting more intense in the valley, Zhen Kongming dropped a handful of gold beans around the edges of the valley. These gold beams formed a temporary array formation and locked up the nature essence in the valley. "I'm going to Wu Luoxi's home to do my homework. If I'm free in the evening, I'll come and help you build a new array formation," Zhen Kongming said arrogantly before flying away on his black disc. For Zhen Kongming, who was in unrequited love, nothing was more important than Wu Luoxue. If Wu Luoxue had asked him to make the best array formation, he would create one even if he had to stay up for 3 days. In the valley, the energetic golden shield and the improved Little White were fighting in high spirit. Hao Ren kicked the ground lightly with his toes and entered his own cave abode. After the fierce battles, he felt quite fatigued. While he pushed his limits, he felt like he was about to break through. Meanwhile, the sect master of White Sand Sect was rushing toward Ethereal Summit with a dozen core formation realm cultivators. While Sky Mountain Sect is surrounding and attacking Ethereal Summit, we, White Sand Sect, must show our abilities. The sect master encouraged his subordinates while they flew over. Since Sky Mountain Sect didn't need the help of its affiliated sects on 5th Heaven, it didn't ask for help from these sects. However, White Sand Sect just received the news and immediately sent all its core formation realm cultivators to Ethereal Summit. They believed that Sky Mountain Sect would defeat Ethereal Summit for sure, and they must take this opportunity to show their loyalty to Sky Mountain Sect and hope that they could receive some benefits in the process. Zhen Kongming was flying in their direction on his black disc. "Sect Master. He is the kid who came to our sect last time," one core formation realm elder yelled. Zhen Kongming, who was rushing back to do homework with Wu Luoxue, had also seen the core formation realm cultivators of White Sand Sect. Although he couldn't even defeat Gen-level dragon cultivators, he had his couch with him. Zhen Kongming blew into the conch with force, and the sect master and the dozen core formation realm cultivators of White Sand Sect were sent flying for thousands of kilometers before falling into a valley. Swoosh! With a flash of black light, Zhen Kongming disappeared into the distance. The White Sand Sect cultivators were beaten unconscious by Zhen Kongming before they could reach Ethereal Summit. Meanwhile, the 8 elders of Sky Mountain Sect hurried back to their sect with Lingwu Master. Wah! Lingwu Master spat out a mouthful of dark blood and finally woke up. However, what greeted him was the ruined Sky Mountain Sect. He fainted again in shock. Chapter 611. Admit defeat. Hao Ren steadied his realm in the cave. Soon, Xie Yujia and the other 3 girls returned to the valley with the casualty information. The 3 small sects had lost over 200 cultivators, 1/4 of their total headcount. More than half of the loss was Qi Refinement Realm cultivators, and the rest were Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. However, the 7-star sect lost a core formation realm elder. Xie Yujia and the others allocated 40 elixir pills to them due to their low realms. Level 4 elixir pills were too much for them to take, so several cultivators had to share one pill. For the 3 small sects, surviving on the dangerous 5th heaven meant success. Although they had been prepared for sudden attacks, they didn't expect that Sky Mountain Sect would attack them. Hearing Xie Yujia's words, Hao Ren sighed slightly. On 5th heaven, where all kinds of conflicts took place, the small sects with only dozens of years of history could be destroyed the next day. Are you okay? Xie Yujia stood at the entrance of Hao Ren's cave abode and asked him after telling him the situation. It doesn't matter. I just have some damages in my meridians. Su Han was affected by old grandma's Dharma note by mistake, and she's cultivating in your cave abode. Lin, Lily, are you okay? Hao Ren asked. Gongzi, we're okay. We'll recover gradually with cultivation, Lu sister said immediately. With the best cultivation body type, their realms were only temporarily locked by the Dharma, and they could beat the lock after a while of cultivation. However, the situation was different with Su Han and the other nascent soul realm cultivators. Su Han had the metal water body type, and most of the other nascent soul realm cultivators only excelled in one elemental attribute. Like an invisible lock that trapped all 5 elements, the essence locking note could only be dissolved by 5 elemental nature essence. Gongzi, you must cultivate in peace. Afraid to disturb Hao Ren's mind in cultivation, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily didn't tell him the things they knew. Instead, they followed Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi to Xie Yujia's cave. In fact, by activating Zhao Horan's 1,000 years of cultivation strength, Hao Ren's nature essence was in chaos, and the smoothly working light-splitting sword shadow scroll almost stumbled in each of his acupoints. However, the streaks of mystic energy had locked up Zhao Horan's 1,000 years of cultivation strength. Zhao Horan's cultivation strength decreased each time Hao Ren used it. However, since this mysterious spiritual core already formed in Hao Ren's body, it would suck away nature essence from Hao Ren to maintain its form like a black hole every time after use. If not for the abundant nature essence in the valley, the assistance of the array formation in his cave, and the power of the light-splitting sword shadow scroll, Hao Ren would have died of energy exhaustion. While the light-splitting sword shadow scroll was circulating with full force, Hao Ren became the agent between nature and the spiritual core. Hao Ren couldn't move a muscle. If he moved slightly, his spiritual core would become unstable, and he would die. If anyone pushed Hao Ren right now, he would explode immediately. Bam! In a secret chamber at Sky Mountain Sect, Duan Yi, the sect master of Sky Mountain Sect, slammed his palm on the table. As a peak core formation realm cultivator, he could charge into the nascent soul realm anytime. His wife, Duan Yao's mom, was also a peak core formation realm cultivator. They both looked serious. With bruises on her face, Duan Yao sat beside Duan Yi in clean clothes, biting her lip. Sitting around the table were the 8 elders of Sky Mountain Sect and Lingwu Master. Although Duan Yi hadn't reached the nascent soul realm, he had reached peak core formation realm. Equipped with the elixir pills stored in Sky Mountain Sect, he would surely succeed in entering the nascent soul realm. However, he might have to cultivate in seclusion for 100 years to reach the nascent soul realm. Since he had to manage Sky Mountain sect, and the new generation of disciples had not matured yet, he had been postponing the seclusion cultivation. Since Duan Yi was a would-be nascent soul realm cultivator and a favorite of Lingwu Master, none of the elders dared to look down on him. After losing hundreds of core formation realm cultivators, how could he, the sect master of Sky Mountain sect, remain calm? What was more, all the buildings on the hillside were destroyed, and the scroll pavilion on the back mountain collapsed while he was cultivating. Ever since its establishment, Sky Mountain sect had never suffered such a severe blow. Even during the war in the cultivation world, Sky Mountain sect lost only 2 nascent soul realm cultivators and over 60 core formation realm cultivators. After entering 6th heaven, the sect had prospered. It had tens of thousands of cultivators and hundreds of core formation realm cultivators. However, the battle today cut the foundation of Sky Mountain sect in half. Whatever the background of Ethereal Summit is, we must fight it out with them. If they attack us again after a short rest, we would all be killed. Duan Yao's mom looked at Duan Yi's face and said after a moment of consideration. The 8 elders remained silent. After all, they knew that Ethereal Summit had 2 peak nascent soul realm cultivators on its back, and it had connections with 8th heaven and a soul formation realm cultivator. With their unusual powers and special statuses, the soul formation realm cultivators could be called earthly immortals who could travel on the land and in the heaven freely. However, the person who could cultivate in seclusion on 8th heaven was not an ordinary soul formation realm cultivator. Godly Cloud Tao, the sect that occupied the entire 8th heaven, was extremely arrogant and would kill the cultivators of 7th heaven if they trespassed onto 8th heaven. 8th heaven kept to itself and didn't have any dealings with any sects on 7th heaven. It was said that it had several soul formation realm cultivators. Ordinary soul formation realm cultivators could move around on 8th heaven, but it didn't mean that they could take a cave abode on 8th heaven and cultivate there. Therefore, the elders of Sky Mountain sect knew that the soul formation realm cultivator who was cultivating in seclusion on 8th heaven either belonged to God Cloud Tao or was powerful enough to rival with God Cloud Tao. Master, shall we send a letter to 7th heaven? Duan Yi asked. The origin of this chapter's debut can be traced to N0v3LB, J, N. Since Sky Mountain sect excelled in making elixir and raising beasts, it was in good terms with a few sects on 7th heaven. Duan Yao's Big Dipper constellation scroll had been acquired from a 7th heaven sect through trading. There were altogether 7 sects on 7th heaven, and 3 of them had relationships with Sky Mountain sect which provided them elixirs regularly in exchange for their protection. There had been only 4 nascent soul realm cultivators at Sky Mountain sect. However, due to the fast development of the sect, 5 more nascent soul realm cultivators appeared in the last 50 years, making the number of nascent soul realm cultivators reach 9, far surpassing the other sects on 6th heaven. About 200 years ago, one sect was kicked to 6th heaven from 7th heaven, so the ambitious Sky Mountain sect had been hoping to elevate to 7th heaven. However, this battle turned all their efforts into nothing. Forget it. Lingwu Master waved his hand. This, Duan Yi looked at Lingwu Master in bafflement. With soul formation realm cultivators in the sects, the 7th heaven sects would help Sky Mountain sect due to the good relationship between them. Duan Yi knew their enemies had a soul formation realm cultivator at their back, but Sky Mountain sect wasn't without its connections. At least the 2 parties could settle this matter with the appearances of their respective soul formation realm cultivators, and Sky Mountain sect could be able to recover some of its losses. However, Duan Yi didn't know that the soul formation realm cultivator who helped Ethereal Summit lived on 8th heaven. After sensing that the soul formation realm cultivator had attacked from 8th heaven, Lingwu Master immediately knew that Sky Mountain sect had no chance of winning. That's settled. Lingwu Master's eyes flashed. Yao, you are grounded for half a month wearing Ice Fire Shackle. Duan Yao widened her eyes while her mom sighed and led her out of the secret chamber. Ice Fire Shackle was a special Dharma treasure which brought extreme cold and heat alternatively to the person who wore it. It was impossible to resist with nature essence for cultivators under the nascent soul realm. It was the harshest punishment except for destroying the cultivation physique. The cultivator with the ice fire shackle on couldn't eat and would start dying after 10 days. In the 15 days of punishment, Duan Yao would die if her mom didn't sneak elixir pills to her. As to ethereal summit, Lingwu Master thought for a moment and said, pay them 30,000 spirit stones, 6,000 spiritual herbs, 20 level 3 snow lions, 600 blood condensation pills and 10 mid-tier Dharma treasures as our apology. This, Duan Yi widened his eyes, just like Duan Yao. After losing hundreds of core formation realm cultivators, the temporary reduction of realms for 8 elders and Lingwu Master, the shattering of the sky-turning stamp, and the destruction of their sect, they were going to apologize to their enemies. The supreme spiritual treasures were indeed powerful, but the soul formation realm cultivators on 7th heaven must also have them. Duan Yi was surprised that Lingwu Master, who had been an aggressive man, would come up with such a solution. Lingwu Master waved his hand tiredly and said, if they are still not satisfied, we'll increase the compensation. This, Duan Yi was so stunned that he didn't know what to say. Duan Yi had come up with his ideas according to Lingwu Master's personality. However, the aggressive Lingwu Master, who had gone through all kinds of great conflicts and killed several nascent soul realm cultivators, now backed off. 8 nephew disciples, you must hurry up and break the lock. If the guys such as Li Yang recover their cultivation strengths before you do, our Sky Mountain sect will really drop to 5th heaven, Lingwu Master said with an ashen face. Chapter 612. Breaking the note with 5 elements. Who? Sitting opposite to each other, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily exhaled deeply. After 2 hours, they finally dissolved the essence-locking note in their bodies. They had had a brief fight with Qingfeng Hermit, but their combined force was no match for the latter. This time, Qingfeng Hermit locked more than dozens of nascent soul realm cultivators' strengths from 2 heavens away, which showed that her power was probably unrivaled. The Lu sisters were now at the core formation realm, which was equivalent gen level, but they would return to their peak after some cultivation. Hee hee, your skin is so smooth, sister. Your waist is getting slimmer each day. They smiled at each other cheerfully and stood up before flying out of the cave abode hand in hand. They went to the entrance of Hao Ren's cave to check on him. Hao Ren's cave abode was quiet, and colorful lights would flash occasional, showing that Hao Ren was still cultivating. Wondering about Hao Ren's situation, they lingered at the entrance, looking into the cave with concern. Shua! 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 3 Hunden sword energy flew out of the cave abode while Hao Ren came out stepping on 2 sword energies. One must break before building. After the exhaustion of his nature essence, Hao Ren had used the small cloud rain array in his cave abode for lightning cultivation, complete cleansing his meridians. At some risks, he had unlocked another 5 openings and gained a slight improvement in his realm. Gongzi. When Hao Ren came out, Lu sisters went up to him immediately. Seeing that they had recovered their vibrant and pink complexions, Hao Ren smiled with relief, knowing they had dissolved the notes. How are Yujia and others doing? We haven't checked on them yet, Lu Linlin answered. Hao Ren was their priority. Also, according to their observation, Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi had only suffered from physical injuries. There weren't any several internal injuries. I'm afraid Gongzi must dissolve Sister Susnote, Lu Lily said. Oh? Hao Ren looked at them in bafflement. He thought that the note from 8th heaven had a time restriction just like Xie Yujia's and would disappear after a while. However, Lu Lily seemed to mean that it needed a special way to dissolve it. Gongzi, you'll know when you see it. Lu Linlin went up and took up his arm. With a smile, Lu Lily took up the other arm. Hao Ren was dragged into Xie Yujia's cave abode by them. Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi had changed into clean clothes, and their wounds had all healed. Sitting on the stone bed, Su Han was cultivating with all her force. Sweat dampened her silk white blouse, showing the shape of her undergarments beneath. Hao Ren, seeing Hao Ren, Xie Yujia called out in a low voice. How is it? Hao Ren asked. Can't dissolve it temporarily. Xie Yujia shook her head and said. Walking to Su Han's side, Hao Ren saw that she was trying to fight the note in her body with tightly shut eyes. Having spent 4 hours on it, Su Han still couldn't dissolve the note. With their injuries healed, Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi had stayed with Su Han in the cave abode while she cultivated with all her force. How to dissolve it? Hao Ren turned to ask Lu sisters. He knew Su Han's personality and her passion for cultivation. If she couldn't recover her previous realm, she would collapse. If anyone could help her recover her realm, she would do anything for that person. It's simple. Gongzi, you need to guide the 5 elemental nature essence and merge with Sister Su's mind. Then, the note will be dissolved. I did it with my sister, Lu Linlin answered. Merge in mind. How can Su Han and I merge minds? Can you two do it? Hao Ren asked them. Our cultivation method is different from the dragon cultivators and will probably achieve the opposite result if we force it, making the lock tighter than before, Lu Lily answered cautiously. Don't waste time. Do it. Su Han yelled with her eyes closed. We'll go out, so we won't disturb your cultivation. Xie Yujia pulled Zhao Yanzi with her, walking toward the entrance. She felt weird to leave Hao Ren and Su Han alone in the cave. However, she felt guilty since Su Han was injured by old grandma when she tried to rescue them. Zhao Yanzi looked back at Hao Ren and Su Han while she walked to the entrance, feeling heavy in heart. Place your palms and knees against hers. You need to push out the note from the Shenting acupoint, Lu Linlin reminded Hao Ren before pulling Lu Lily out and putting up any array formation at the entrance. Seeing them going out and forming an array formation at the cave entrance, Hao Ren felt nervous. Excuse me. Hao Ren sat down cross-legged, facing Su Han. Okay. Su Han answered in a low voice. With his knees pressing against hers, Hao Ren shot out the sword energies using light-splitting sword shadow scroll from his knees. After she dropped to the core formation realm, Su Han's realm was the same as Hao Ren's. With her eyes closed, she sensed Hao Ren's nature essence with her greatest efforts. Watching Su Han at such close range, Hao Ren could clearly see the exquisite curves beneath her sweat-dampened silk blouse and her beautiful face. Putting away his distracted thoughts, Hao Ren picked up Su Han's soft hands and clasped her fingers with his. Su Han's teeth bit on her lips lightly before getting serious again. 10 weak sword energies shot out from Hao Ren's 10 fingers into Su Han's smooth wrists before her meridians accepted them. Su Han's meridians were slim and clean like transparent pipes, which was the result of her purifying process while she cultivated to Qian level. Hao Ren's sword energies traveled through Su Han's meridians which covered her body as if he was feeling each inch of her skin. Sword energies contained Hao Ren's spiritual senses which were like his eyes. Su Han raised her shoulders slightly with some alert and discomfort, feeling as if she was going through a machine, and her body beneath her clothes was visible to the outside. Don't let your sword energies run around randomly, Su Han reminded him. Although cultivators were supposed not to mind these things, Hao Ren was after all a male. Hao Ren didn't want to explore Su Han's curves on purpose, but Su Han's cultivation technique was different from his own, and so were the roots of some fine meridians. Like a small array formation, the essence locking note entered the meridians and spread to all the corners, locking some meridians and blocking the movements of nature essence, and thus reducing her realm. Sensing Hao Ren's sword energies, Su Han felt her belly turn warm and her chest tingle. Alarmed, she knocked away Hao Ren's sword energies. If you dare to look again, I'll kill you. Su Han opened her beautiful eyes and stared at Hao Ren coldly. Hao Ren felt wronged since he had not sneaked glances around. Instead, he had just swept through swiftly despite his occasional amazement at her beautiful curves. He didn't know that Su Han had an especially sensitive body, and Hao Ren's sweepings were felt by her strongly. Again, knowing it was no use to explain, Hao Ren shot the sword energies into Su Han's body through her knees and fingers again. Su Han's heart suddenly raced, which was obvious to Hao Ren whose sword energies were traveling through her body. Merge your mind with mine, Hao Ren told her. Who's going to merge minds with you? Su Han closed her eyes and curled her lips, but she finally entered the quiet cultivation state. It was hard for cultivators to allow another's spiritual senses to enter their bodies, especially for Su Han who liked to cultivate in solitude. There is a thread of metal elements. Hao Ren found a point at Su Han's right elbow. Got it. Su Han marked it with her nature essence. Another a thread of wood elements. Hao Ren found another lock at her neck. Okay. Su Han marked it, and Hao Ren left a small sword energy at the place as well. Here, another one, Hao Ren said hesitantly. This point was on the side of Su Han's right chest. Too embarrassed to say the specific position, Hao Ren stopped the sword energy at the spot so that she could feel it. Okay, Su Han answered coldly. These points were pieces of the note that exploded in the body, and they interacted with each other, forming an array formation covering all the meridians. Half an hour later, Hao Ren had checked Su Han's entire body and found 36 note pieces made up of 5 different elements. It was easy to shatter something, but it was challenging to fit these pieces back to its original form. Hao Ren pinched lightly on Su Han's slightly sweaty palms. Careful. The 36 sword energies of different elemental attributes shot into Su Han's body at the same time. Su Han's metal elemental and water elemental nature essence in her meridians gave way at the same time. Moving with the precision of a surgeon, Hao Ren shot 36 sword energies onto the 36 note pieces. Hum. A light rose from Su Han's chest while the note that was reformed from the pieces was forced to her Shenting acupoint by Hao Ren's sword energies. The Shenting acupoint was the acupoint for releasing energy, and legendary people had a third eye in this spot. After forcing the note to this spot, Hao Ren's sword energies didn't have the extra strength to force it out. Su Han didn't dare to move since her metal elemental and water elemental nature essences were incompatible to the note, and it would explode again if she touched it. Taking Su Han's hands in his, Hao Ren forced the note to stay put. Without thinking, he lowered his head slightly and kissed Su Han's forehead. It was cold. Fine and soft hair fluttered slightly. With 36 critical acupoints hit by Hao Ren's sword energies, Su Han's body turned to jelly and couldn't summon a thread of nature essence, falling into Hao Ren's arms softly. Hao Ren immediately reached out and held her soft shoulders. Su Han's face leaned against his neck while fine hair covered her long eyelashes, looking like a little bird leaning on its master. Su Han's full chest pressed on Hao Ren's chest. It was quite soft and bouncy. Hao Ren pressed his lips onto her forehead and sucked out the essence-locking note. Pooh! Hao Ren spat out the note which landed on the stone wall and dissolved instantly. Hoo! Hao Ren exhaled in relaxation. He looked down on Su Han who had a red mark on her forehead. Hunching her shoulders slightly, she had her head buried in Hao Ren's chest, and her back formed a beautiful curve. Hao Ren pushed at her lightly, and she leaned against the stone wall. She was damp all over, revealing her exquisite curves. Hao Ren pulled her slim hands and put his arms around her slender waist. While Hao Ren took the opportunity to devour her beautiful body with his eyes, thinking if she had lost consciousness, Su Han released her top-tier Qian level strength all of a sudden. Bang! Hao Ren was exploded out of the cave like a rock. Guarding outside the cave abode, the Lu sisters reacted quickly. They flew up swiftly and pulled Hao Ren to the ground by holding his shoulders. How did it go? Xie Yujia hurried over and asked him. I think it went well, Hao Ren answered as he touched his forehead. There was a red palm print on his forehead. Indeed, he had been tempted when he looked at Su Han who looked like a sleeping beauty since no man could keep calm in that situation. With the white jade sword in her hand, Su Han appeared at the entrance of the cave abode, and her expression was the typical cold one. She snorted lightly, I have things to do. I'm heading back. However, Hao Ren clearly remembered that Su Han had blushed with embarrassment when she knocked him away. Swoosh! Su Han flew away stepping on the longsword. Her magnificent presence showed that she had recovered her realm. Sister Su flies so fast. The new sword is of high quality. Zhao Yanzi looked into the distance and said. Hee hee, Gongzi. Lu sisters held Hao Ren's arms and teased. We haven't recovered our realms yet. You need to help us, too, Gongzi. Looking at them helplessly, Hao Ren flicked his fingers on their foreheads and thought back on that tempting scene, wondering if that was the legendary dual cultivation. It seems that Sister Su Han's note has been dissolved. Watching Su Han disappear in the distance swiftly, Xie Yujia puffed her cheek and said, it must be dissolved little by little. I made an essence unlocking note, but it was useless. Essence unlocking note? The Lu sisters looked at Xie Yujia in surprise. Yeah. Xie Yujia nodded. I tried it on Sister Su Han. The Lu sisters rolled their eyes and called out in admiration, Big Jumu. What? Xie Yujia looked at them in surprise. It takes a core formation realm cultivator to dissolve the note for a nascent soul realm cultivator. If Gongzi used the note, it would have been dissolved immediately. Lu sisters looked at each other. If they had known that Xie Yujia could make essence unlocking notes, they wouldn't have spent 4 hours dissolving the note. Instead, they would have dissolved it in 1 second. The big Jumu is silly in a cute way, they thought. Chapter 613. Nascent Soul Realm, Catastrophe on 6th Heaven, in the hexagonal double cornice palace in New Sun Sect. A lot of core formation realm cultivators were patrolling around the specially designed palace. Dozens of core formation cultivators sat in chairs which were lined neatly in the palace. In front of each chair was a small square table with high-quality tea and exquisite teacups. However, the cultivators looked gloomy, and none of them were in the mood to savor the tea. These old cultivators who seemed to be in the core formation realm were actually the grand cultivators of nascent soul realm who had been reduced to the core formation realm by Qingfeng Hermit. When they got the news that Lingwu Master of Sky Mountain Sect went to 5th heaven several hours before his seclusion cultivation ended, they stayed put due to their fear of Lingwu Master's strength. However, when the other 8 nascent soul realm cultivators of Sky Mountain Sect also rushed into 5th heaven, these nascent soul realm cultivators couldn't stay put anymore. 5th heaven had little resources and thin nature essence, but it didn't mean that there were no treasures on 5th heaven. Most importantly, the 9-Dragon Palace, the holy palace of the dragon cultivators, was hiding somewhere on 5th heaven. With Sky Mountain Sect moving in large groups and the phenomenon appearing on 5th heaven, they suspected that special treasures had appeared in the world, or the Sky Mountain Sect had found the hidden 9-Dragon Palace, which was why they swarmed to 5th heaven. Unfortunately, they were struck by Qingfeng Hermit from 8th heaven, and the nascent soul realm cultivators of 6th heaven were harmed together. Except for the few nascent soul realm cultivators who had been cultivating in seclusion, all the other nascent soul realm cultivators had fallen to the core formation realm. It was a disaster for 6th heaven. For hours after they rushed back to 6th heaven, these grand cultivators had immediately cultivated in seclusion, but they couldn't break the lock no matter how hard they tried or how many elixir pills they had eaten. Some nascent soul realm cultivators who had connections to 7th heaven had asked for help, but even the grand cultivators on 7th heaven could do nothing about it. As a high-level 5 elemental note, the essence locking note was made by a Dharma note master with deep 5 elemental cultivation strength and the ability to use the 5 kinds of nature essence at the same time. Also, this note was launched by a soul formation realm cultivator, and its power was still great after traveling through 7th and 6th heaven. After taking all kinds of elixirs and trying all kinds of Dharma notes in vain, some of them even bombed their bodies with Dharma treasures, but the result was the same. The masters calmed down and came together to discuss this. With the current situation, say whatever is on your mind. Sitting at the head position in the palace, Liyang Master said to the people here. As the sect master of New Sun Sect, he had been a grand cultivator in top-tier nascent soul realm before the essence locking note hit him. About 200 years ago, New Sun Sect had been a sect on 7th heaven. After several peak nascent soul realm cultivators passed away and the loss of 3 top-tier nascent soul realm cultivators in some mystic territories, New Sun Sect's strength dropped greatly with only 12 nascent soul realm cultivators left. Under pressure from the other 7 sects on 7th sect, New Sun Sect had to move to 6th heaven. After they came to 6th heaven where the nature essence was less intense, New Sun Sect had declined further. There were only 8 nascent soul realm cultivators in the sect, even one less than Sky Mountain Sect. Sky Mountain Sect had emerged swiftly with their unique skills in elixir making and beast raising and possessed more nascent soul realm cultivators than New Sun Sect, becoming one of the most powerful sects on 6th heaven. It had been growing steadily, with the goal of elevating into 7th heaven. Of course, the battle with Ethereal Summit had greatly damaged the middle-level force of Sky Mountain Sect, turning its ambition of entering 7th heaven into a faraway dream. Liyang Master. The cultivator sitting in the 12th chair cupped his hands. Huey Master and I have asked Immortal Guo Wang of 7th heaven about the grand cultivator who attacked us, and he said the cultivator should be the legendary Qingfeng Hermit. Qingfeng Hermit. The cultivators in the palace repeated this name and looked at each other. As a soul formation realm cultivator on 7th heaven, Immortal Guo Wang shouldn't be wrong. As the upper-level cultivators in the cultivation world, the nascent soul realm cultivators knew something about the soul formation realm cultivators. Besides, The nascent soul realm cultivators on 6th heaven were different from the nascent soul realm cultivators on 5th heaven. They had more information than the latter. All the nascent soul realm cultivators had heard about the name of Qingfeng Hermit, who was said to be the toughest soul formation realm cultivator, and even other soul formation realm cultivators had to be careful around her. This soul formation realm cultivator was among the rare ones who cultivated the 5 elements simultaneously and comprehended the heavenly Tao with Dharma notes. Even the soul formation realm cultivators couldn't block her Dharma notes. This soul formation realm cultivator roamed around the world disguised in all kinds of identities, and the nascent soul realm cultivators had to remember her name so that they wouldn't offend her by mistake. Of course, her name was only known to the nascent soul realm cultivators. Otherwise, any cultivator could use her name to frighten away the nascent soul realm cultivators. Immortal Guo Wang said that the essence locking note is different from the ordinary Dharma notes since its effects are permanent as long as we use nature essence. Except. All the masters sat up abruptly and listened to Songyi Master attentively. Except for Qingfeng Hermit dissolving the notes herself, Songyi Master continued while he watched the reactions of the surrounding masters. Ah! All the masters in the palace exhaled in disappointment, and their faces turned dark again. Qingfeng Hermit was on 8th heaven. Who could go up onto 8th heaven? Besides, even if they could find Qingfeng Hermit, who could ask her to do the favor and dissolve the note? Just like how nascent soul realm masters had no regard for core formation realm cultivators, soul formation realm cultivators would ignore the request of nascent soul realm cultivators. What happened to Zaifeng Master? Liyang Master glanced at the empty chair at the end of the row and asked. He asked 6 disciples to build the fire lighter ray to burn off the Dharma note in his body with the method of elixir making. However, the note wasn't dissolved, and he was severely injured, one of the masters said. The incident sounded ridiculous and funny in the past. However, no one laughed right now. After all, to dissolve the note, these masters had also tried all kinds of silly methods after all the regular ways failed. This incident happened all because of Sky Mountain sect. I think, another master broke the silence and said tentatively. Everyone turned to look at him. It began with Sky Mountain sect, and it should end with Sky Mountain sect. I think the 26 sects should force Sky Mountain sect to hand over the person responsible for the incident at Ethereal Summit, which probably will appease Qingfeng Hermit enough to dissolve the notes for us, the cultivator said as he looked around at the people in the room. The others didn't speak and thought of his suggestion. If they used this plan, the 26 sects would pressure Sky Mountain sect together, but the latter wasn't a weak sect. After dropping to the core formation realm, the former nascent soul realm cultivators had returned to their states hundreds of years ago. With the great decrease of cultivation strengths, they couldn't use their Dharma treasures and would probably be killed by a couple of elite core formation realm cultivators of Sky Mountain sect. If they asked the core formation realm cultivators to fight for them, there would be heavy casualties. Since none of the 26 sects wished to take the lead in the battle, there would be chaos, and Sky Mountain would probably fight back fiercely, causing great casualties for the sects. At this thought, all the masters remained silent. Sky Mountain sect had been growing fast, and these sects wanted to suppress Sky Mountain sect while the latter was greatly damaged this time. However, without nascent soul realm cultivators leading the charge, it was hard for them to fight Sky Mountain sect, which possessed lots of elixirs. On 6th heaven, each sect wanted to take possession of another sect. Now was a great time for them to split the territory of Sky Mountain sect, whose power had been greatly damaged with all 9 nascent soul realm masters reduced to weak realms. But the problem was that they themselves had also been harmed. There were almost no nascent soul realm cultivators on 6th heaven. It was horrible. Instead of taking possession of others, they were worried that they might be forced into affiliated sects by the sects on 7th heaven or fall onto 5th heaven. It was a time full of opportunities and risks. Anyone who could recover the nascent soul realm first would have a great advantage over the others. For 2 sects that had similar strengths before, the one with nascent soul realm cultivators would have all the good cards while the one without nascent soul realm would be in disaster. Since no one can offer a solution, we'll continue the discussion another day. Liyang Master waved his hand. With their respective hidden agendas, the masters ended the meeting cheerlessly. However, the masters all had a secret plan, and that was to contact Ethereal Summit on Fifth Heaven in secret and ask the mysterious Herb King Master to dissolve the essence locking note for them at any price he or she asked. Chapter 614. The wind rose and the clouds surged up. Walking out from New Sunsek's hexagonal double cornice palace, the masters left on their respective Dharma treasures. They knew that the key of dissolving the note lied in Ethereal Summit on Fifth Heaven because only the mysterious Herb King Master in Ethereal Summit had direct connections with Qingfeng Hermit. They had attended the meeting that Liyang Master organized to see if there were other solutions. After exchanging information, they found that none of them could find a way to get rid of the essence locking note, not even the Soul Formation Realm cultivators, since they didn't dare to dissolve the forbidden note made by Qingfeng Hermit. Even the Soul Formation Realm cultivators on Seventh Heaven dreaded the mention of Qingfeng Hermit's name. These masters felt like they were victims. They had been sitting in their sects when they sensed the unusual energy fluctuation that was a result of Sky Mountain sect, and they all came out to investigate. They had thought Sky Mountain sect had found some treasures on Fifth Heaven. When they got near, they found that Sky Mountain sect had been attacking a small valley on Fifth Heaven. They didn't plan to intervene the attacks against the valley that had some reputation on Fifth Heaven, but they wanted to take a share of the treasures if Sky Mountain sect defeated Ethereal Summit. The moment they made the decision and swarmed over, Qingfeng Hermit, who was on Eighth Heaven, attacked and struck all the nascent soul realm cultivators around the valley. If they had known that Herb King Valley had connections with a grand cultivator on Eighth Heaven, they would have made a move earlier. They would have sided with Ethereal Summit even though it meant that they would make an enemy of Sky Mountain sect. These masters turned a big circle after flying out of New Sun sect and descended to Fifth Heaven in secret. In the past, they had been arrogant when they came to Fifth Heaven and would kill any core formation realm cultivators they didn't like. However, they were now sneaking into Fifth Heaven, more cautious than the core formation realm cultivators on Fifth Heaven. If the masters sweeping across Sixth Heaven were unlucky, they would be killed by the core formation realm cultivators on Fifth Heaven. Swoosh! A master flew toward Ethereal Summit from the east, stepping on a black shell-shaped Dharma treasure. Hee hee, Zaifeng Master, I thought you were resting in the sect. A voice came from behind. Ha ha ha, I came to Fifth Heaven for a respite. Maybe I can find a chance of breakthrough here. Zaifeng Master laughed while a green dagger appeared in his palm. They had all been reduced to the core fruition realm, but they were at different tiers of the core formation realm according to their original tiers in the nascent soul realm. Zaifeng Master had fallen from the low tier of nascent soul realm to the low tier of core fruition realm, which meant that his strength was even lower than some of the core formation realm cultivators on Fifth Heaven. Hongmei Master, are you here to relax, too? Zaifeng Master asked while retreating to the distance. I came to Fifth Heaven in the hope to find some elixir pills and spiritual herbs that can dissolve this powerful note, Hongmei Master said while he flew toward Zaifeng Master. While he spoke, the back of his hand shot a green light toward Zaifeng Master. Humph! Zaifeng Master shot out the green dagger. Bang! The two Dharma treasures collided with each other when a white light shot toward Zaifeng Master. You! Zaifeng Master looked at them in shock. He tried to run but found he couldn't launch his flight technique since he was no longer at the nascent soul realm. Bang! Zaifeng Master's physical body was destroyed, and his nascent soul that was emitting green light came out. The green light and the white light shot over swiftly, and instantly the nascent soul of Zaifeng Master was turned into nothing. The attackers were masters of Dragon Tiger sect and Double Moon sect. After killing Zaifeng Master together, they got rid of a powerful enemy for their sects. Seeing Zaifeng Master's nascent soul flying out, they were relieved to know that the essence locking note had just sealed their realms, and their nascent souls were intact. This chapter's initial release occurred on the N0V3LB1N site. Hongmei Master of Dragon Tiger sect and Xingchen Master of Double Moon sect withdrew their Dharma treasures and exchanged a look. We can't stay here for long. It seems Brother Xingchen shares my thoughts and we must hurry up and ask for help from Ethereal Summit, Hongmei Master said sincerely. Brother, you are right. We can't allow the other masters to get there before us. Xingchen Master nodded and immediately flew toward Ethereal Summit. Sensing that Hongmei Master didn't follow him, he looked back and saw a green light shooting toward his back. You! Xingchen Master widened his eye and hurriedly shot out his white Dharma treasure. However, it was too late, and his Dharma treasure covered only half of the distance when the green sword pierced his heart. The dark red nascent soul struggled out from the top of his head, but Hongmei Master destroyed it with a hot light. Putting away the two masters' storage bags, Hongmei Master looked around cautiously. After making sure no other cultivators were lurking around, he flew toward Ethereal Summit stepping on a green light. He must keep his trip to Ethereal Summit in secret. If he brought a dozen core formation realm cultivators to protect him, he would feel ashamed besides attracting the attention of the other sects of Sixth Heaven. Taking several high-quality Dharma treasures of the core formation realm with him, Hongmei Master came to Ethereal Summit uneasily. The valley was quiet. The three small sects around the valley were brightly lit. Hongmei Master was cautious with these small sects, which he could have destroyed with one finger in the past, because the 4 to 5 core formation realm cultivators in the three small sects could kill him. I, a junior, beg for a meeting with Herb King Master. Hongmei Master landed lightly at the entrance of the valley and called out respectfully. Since it was the Herb King Master's territory where hundreds of core formation realm cultivators of Sky Mountain sect had died, he thought it was safe here. After this incident, who would dare to mess around here? The valley with the dark red energy sphere was silent. After a moment of consideration, Homgma Master took out a voice transmission note and sent it into the valley with his name and sect. He waited for a long time, and no sound came from the valley. Hongmei Master suspected the Herb King Master wasn't in the valley or that he didn't want to see him. Considering it was night, he didn't want to displease Herb King Master, so he turned in disappointment and flew swiftly into the high sky, afraid other masters from Sixth Heaven were around trying to ambush him. He was ready to fly away when he saw a woman standing on the top of the mountain on his right. Wearing an elegant dress and holding a colorful umbrella, she looked seductive and beautiful in the night. The battle is over. I planned to take that small girl as my disciple, but it seems she's not meant to be my disciple, the woman on the mountaintop murmured to herself while rubbing her wrist. Those 5 little kids were quite tough. Seeing that Hao Ren and others were not in the valley, this woman was about to leave in disappointment when she heard a creepy laugh. I thought it was a futile trip, but fortunately I'll get a beauty. Hongmei Master flew toward her stepping on a green light. The woman standing on the mountaintop was Princess Jen, who had returned here after defeating 5 cultivators of the God Transformation Realm. Sensing the movements of the Soul Formation Realm cultivator on 8th Heaven after she left Ethereal Summit, she had put away her aura when she returned to avoid unnecessary trouble. Hongmei Master was about to leave when he saw a beautiful woman of the Foundation Establishment Realm standing on the mountaintop. Before his realm dropped, Hongmei Master had been a powerful grand cultivator of top-tier nascent soul realm, and he especially liked beautiful women. Seeing no other cultivators lurked around to ambush him, he was about to return to 6th Heaven when he saw the beautiful Princess Jen. With his interest aroused, he decided to capture her as compensation for his futile trip. When he tried to grab Princess Jen from a dozen meters away, Princess Jen frowned slightly and flicked her forefinger lightly. Pooh! Hongmei Master at top-tier core formation realm was immediately turned to dust. She turned slightly and disappeared from 5th Heaven as a black light. She had thought that Hao Ren would fight a hard battle which would give him a good experience. She returned to check up on the battle after dealing with the 5 Soul Formation Realm cultivators but found that the Soul Formation Realm cultivator on 8th Heaven had solved the problem. If Sky Mountain sect collapsed, 6th Heaven would be in an upheaval. If Lingwu Master died, Sky Mountain sect would be directionless, and the sects on 6th Heaven would fight each other, which would certainly affect the situation of 7th Heaven. Then, 5th Heaven would be the main battlefield of all the cultivation sects. In turn, the war on 5th Heaven would eventually involve the Dragon Tribe on 1st Heaven, giving rise to another war of the cultivation world. However, with the attack of the Soul Formation Realm cultivator on 8th Heaven, the situation calmed down again for now. Haha. When demon kings appear, the world would be in an upheaval. However, this kid steadied the world. Forget it. Now that I have the godly lamp, I'll conquer the demon tribe first. The black light flew out of the clouds and dashed toward the demon sea. Chapter 615. The Lu sisters' poison pill plan. Hao Ren brought Xie Yujia and the other 3 girls back to East Ocean City on the Golden Boat. They had cultivated an ethereal summit until the evening, and Zhen Kongming didn't come, meaning that he had managed to stay the night in Wu Luoxi's home. They didn't know that the masters on sixth heaven had gone to the outside of ethereal summit one by one. The golden boat traveled through the clouds and landed at the door of Zhao Yanzi's home. Bang! Hao Ren broke the energy sphere and put away the golden boat before walking Zhao Yanzi into her home. Zhao Guang was reading the newspaper in the living room while Zhao Hongyu was drawing a design draft on the dinner table. "You are back." When Zhao Yanzi entered, Zhao Hongyu said with a smile. Seeing her parents, Zhao Yanzi ran to Zhao Hongyu swiftly and cried, "Mom." She threw herself into Zhao Hongyu's arms and began to cry. This adventure on fifth heaven was so alarmingly dangerous that she had thought that she wouldn't see her parents again. Therefore, all the fear and anxiety in her mind were vented. If she hadn't made an enemy of Duan Yao, there wouldn't be such a big battle which involved so many people. She felt very guilty. "What's wrong? Didn't you go out to play?" Seeing her tears, Zhao Hongyu caressed her small head in bafflement. When she saw that Zhao Yanzi wasn't home, she knew the latter must have gone out to see Hao Ren. Despite her worries about Zhao Yanzi's studies in grade 9, she felt like it was a good thing that Zhao Yanzi had gotten more attached to Hao Ren. "Yeah. I did go out to play." Zhao Yanzi raised her head and sniffed her red nose while her tears gradually stopped. "Why did you cry then?" Zhao Hongyu pinched her nose in exasperation. "No, I missed you." Zhao Yanzi lied. She didn't want to tell her parents about the incident on fifth heaven. It was her little secret in her own space. Zhao Hongyu rubbed Zhao Yanzi's forehead and turned to look at Hao Ren and others in the living room. "Where did you go?" she asked. "We went to play in the mountains." Seeing Zhao Yanzi not telling the truth, Hao Ren had no choice but to cover for her. "You're in grade 9, and you must study hard," Zhao Guang said. "Okay." Zhao Yanzi answered with reluctance and walked toward the stairs. After staying on fifth heaven for 2 days, she had loads of homework waiting for her. "How about you guys? Will you stay the night here?" Zhao Hongyu glanced at the others and asked gently. "I'll pass." Hao Ren looked at Xie Yujia. "Perhaps Yujia can stay here and keep Z company." "Ah?" Xie Yujia looked at him in surprise. "Good. Yujia, stay the night here," Zhao Hongyu said pleasantly. "Okay." Xie Yujia nodded at Zhao Hongyu's sincere invitation. After this incident, the relationship between her and Zhao Yanzi seemed to have improved. "Z, what do you think?" Zhao Yanzi asked Zhao Yanzi's opinion on purpose. After a moment of consideration, Zhao Yanzi answered in a low voice, "Okay." "I want her to check my homework," Zhao Yanzi continued. "Okay." Xie Yujia agreed crisply. Smiling with pleasure, Zhao Hongyu felt like Zhao Yanzi had matured a bit since she no longer refused to accept things she didn't like both in study and life, and she was showing her advantages. Xie Yujia was gentle and kind, but she was resilient and never gave up. Zhao Yanzi was stubborn and persistent, never admitting defeat without fighting. Seeing them walked up the stairs one after another, Zhao Hongyu thought that she would love to have a daughter like Xie Yujia. In fact, she cared for both as her daughters. "Auntie, I'll head back now," Hao Ren said. "Okay. Be careful on your way," Zhao Hongyu said with a smile. Xie Yujia would share a room with Zhao Yanzi tonight, which would provide an excellent opportunity for them to repair their relationship, and Zhao Hongyu didn't want to keep Hao Ren here to disturb the situation. She began to plan. With 2 competitive girls living in one room, there would be some small competitions. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu was planning to lend her loose pajamas to Xie Yujia so that Zhao Yanzi wouldn't feel inferior to her rival in terms of. "Ren, come for dinner when you're free," Zhao Guang said politely. Not as sensitive as Zhao Hongyu, he didn't think of the things that might happen between Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi while they were sharing a room. He just had a vague feeling that Hao Ren's realm had improved. "Okay. Goodbye, Auntie, Uncle." Hao Ren stepped onto the golden boat and flew into the high sky instantly with the Lu sisters. Zhao Hongyu and Zhao Guang watched Hao Ren's golden boat disappear in the high sky and look at each other in surprise. Hao Ren's speed of growth had far surpassed their imaginations. "Gongzi, the moon is so round tonight." Standing on the boat, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily chirped while each of them held one of Hao Ren's arms. Hao Ren looked up at the moon and found it was indeed round, remembering that the moon festival was near. The round silver moon hung in the high sky. When the golden boat passed the moon, it looked like a crescent moon moving past a full moon. So happy, appreciating the night view on the boat, the Lu sisters held Hao Ren's arms tightly. When Hao Ren returned home, he realized that Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang hadn't come back yet, and even Zhen Kongming was absent. After breaking through to top-tier Zhen level, Hao Ren hadn't solidified his realm completely. Tonight, he planned to take 3 foundation establishment pills and 3 elevation pills to nurture his dragon core. The moonlight shone into the room. It was neither hot or cold, a good time for cultivation. The sword energies shot into the high sky 100 kilometers from the ground to absorb the nature essence bit by bit. After every 18 circulations of the light-splitting sword shadow scroll, he took 1 foundation establishment pill and 1 elevation pill to solidify his meridians. Gradually, a vague fragrance rose in the room. After taking the 3rd foundation establishment pill and the 3rd elevation pill, Hao Ren felt the sleepiness that even his cultivation technique couldn't resist, and the fatigue after the fierce battles on 5th heaven overwhelmed him. A few seconds before he fell asleep, Hao Ren heard the whispers of Lu Linlin and Lu Lili. Silly sister, the poison pill plan is only effective before Gongzi reaches Dewey level. I'm afraid Gongzi will be displeased. Thud. Hao Ren, who had been cultivating, fell asleep. When he woke up, he saw Lu Linlin and Lu Lili lying in bed on either side of him. Their fragrance filled his nose. Ocean breezes blew into the room. Hao Ren tried to get up but felt listless. He tried to circulate the nature essence in his body and found that his meridians were empty. He didn't have a trace of nature essence. In one night, he had returned to the state of a mortal. If Lu Linlin and Lu Lili were not in bed beside him, Hao Ren would suspect that he had been dreaming all along. Gongzi, feeling Hao Ren's movements, Lu Linlin and Lu Lili woke up instantly at the same time. Hao Ren looked at them, remembering that they had acted weirdly last night when they returned home on the golden boat. Pulling his arms from their hands, Hao Ren looked at them and asked, "What happened?" His heart raced at their fragrance and soft bodies, but he cared more about his cultivation state. He had lost all the cultivation strength that he had acquired through great efforts in one night, and he wondered what would happen to Zhao Yanzi if he couldn't cultivate anymore. "Gongzi, please don't blame Linlin and Lili," Lu Linlin pouted. "What happened?" Hao Ren asked them with a frown. Despite their antics, Lu Linlin and Lu Lili had never done anything outrageous, but it was a big deal to empty all his nature essence. "Gongzi, don't panic," with a red face, Lu Lili tried to explain. However, as a slowpoke, she couldn't get the words out quickly. "It's my idea. My sister had nothing to do with it," Lu Linlin said as she pushed herself up. Flushed, she was also worried that Hao Ren would get angry despite her bolder personality. "Gongzi, this is what happened." Lu Lili immediately sat up and said, "My sister and I used a secret technique on you when you were asleep, and it will greatly improve your cultivation body type." Hao Ren stared at her, waiting for her to continue. Lu Lili's face turned redder and felt a bit wronged at Hao Ren's stare. "The negative effect of the secret technique is that you will lose your cultivation strength for 1 week. But 1 week later, your cultivation strength will return, and your physique will improve greatly to half a mortal body." "Immortal body?" Hao Ren asked her as he kept his eyes on her. Lu Lili looked distressed under Hao Ren's stare, and she nodded hurriedly. "With your great speed of cultivation, if you reach Dewey level, the secret technique will be useless. The half-immortal body is a physique similar ours, and it's the best cultivation physique." Hao Ren looked at them and knew that if they told the truth, they did it to help him. In fact, Lu Linlin and Lu Lili had been quite busy during the night, forcing out part of their physique to make a small internal core. Like how demon beasts spit out their internal cores and swallow others' internal core to cultivate, the Lu sisters held the small internal core in their mouths alternatively and nurtured it with the purest nature essence before one of them fed it into Hao Ren's mouth. After the process, they fell asleep with fatigue, and their realms had fallen from mid-tier Qian level to the mid-tier Kun level. To execute the poison pill plan, they must be at least on Qian level while Hao Ren must be below Dewey level, which was why they had been cultivating hard to catch up with Hao Ren's speed. With his cultivation speed, Hao Ren would probably break through to Dewey level after 1 week. Seeing Hao Ren's surprise, they smiled. "We like Gongzi very much." "Moi. Moi," they each kissed Hao Ren on one side of his cheeks. They hoped that they could stay by Hao Ren's side forever. Chapter 616. Turning into a mortal, Hao Ren looked at the Lu sisters and smiled. He pushed them up by placing his hands on their smooth backs and said, "Stop playing." Lu Linlin and Lu Lily jumped up lightly like two little butterflies with invisible wings. "We'll cook breakfast for you, Gongzi." They floated out of the door and flew toward the kitchen along the stairs. Looking at the rising sun outside and smelling the fragrance in the room and on the quilt, Hao Ren shook his head helplessly. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were great, but he always felt like they wouldn't stay by his side forever. His right hand reached for the hanger but couldn't draw the clothes to him. Remembering that his strength had been emptied, he sighed slightly and walked over to change clothes. He had been turned back into a mortal in one night. On the first floor, he found Lu Linlin and Lu Lily, who were happily making breakfast while wearing aprons. "Gongzi." When Hao Ren appeared, they called out simultaneously with smiles. "Hee hee." Hao Ren looked at them and smiled as well. The food that the Lu sisters cooked were quite delicious now, showing that they had made many changes and improvements subconsciously. On second thought, Hao Ren felt like they were experiencing the mortal life with happiness and caution. Turning into mortals, if one wants to become an immortal, one must become a mortal first, he thought. Gongzi. Seeing Hao Ren standing in the living room deep in thought, Lu sisters carried the aromatic sandwiches to him. After breakfast, they took a bus to school. It was the beginning of September, so it was clear and cool. On the bus, the Lu sisters sat on Hao Ren's sides and held his hands habitually, looking at the sunlight outside of the bus cheerfully. Since Hao Ren wasn't angry at them, they felt like their hard effort and consideration were not wasted. In the so-called poisonous pill plan, they had given some of their bodies to Hao Ren, and the process was excruciating. After the process, Hao Ren had parts of their flesh in his body, and that was why they felt the natural closeness with him. The reason why Hao Ren wouldn't have any nature essence this week was that his body would be merging with theirs. With his hands held by them, Hao Ren was thinking about how to deal with Shu Kei. The bus soon arrived at the main gate of East Ocean University. Despite their wishes to guard Hao Ren closely this week, they couldn't go to the male dorm building often. They took out another golden bell and attached it to Hao Ren's wrist. Gongzi. Just like before, contact us when you have any problems. They tied up the thread carefully and said to Hao Ren with pouts. Got it. Hao Ren rubbed their heads a little. He wanted to slightly punish them a little, emptying his nature essence without telling him first, but he couldn't help but forgive them after seeing their innocent and sweet expressions. Hee hee. You will be fine, Gongzi. Lu Linlin kissed his cheek. Glancing at her helplessly, Hao Ren was about to rub his face when Lu Linlin ran into the school while dragging Lu Lily with her. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2, 2, 3, 4. From Lingjiao Middle School came the music and instructions for the broadcasted morning exercises. Separated from Hao Ren's dorm building by one wall, Lingjiao Middle School was on the other side of Lingjiao Elementary School, which were divided by an iron gate. Standing at the bus stop by the main gate of East Ocean University, Hao Ren could see the middle school students and elementary school students doing morning exercises. The new term had already begun for a few days, so no one would watch the middle schoolers do the broadcasted morning exercises. However, standing where he was, Hao Ren could see Zhao Yanzi standing in the front row. Wearing her school uniform, Zhao Yanzi could see Hao Ren standing at the gate as well. Zhao Yanzi knew that Hao Ren was obviously watching her doing exercises through the iron bars of the school gate. Zhao Yanzi blushed and then puffed her cheeks and glared at Hao Ren with a frown. However, Hao Ren didn't leave. Instead, he snickered and continued to watch. Zhao Yanzi was mad, but she had to do the exercises earnestly with the teacher supervising them. When the exercises got to the jumping part, Zhao Yanzi skipped with two pigtails swinging on her head while her gaze shifted to the gate. After the exercise, Zhao Yanzi left the sports field with her class. Pleased, Hao Ren went back to his dorm room. Bad guy. Bad guy. The moment he returned to his dorm room, Hao Ren's cell phone received Zhao Yanzi's text message. It seemed that Zhao Yanzi had returned to the classroom and had taken out her cell phone. Okay. Listen to the class attentively. Hao Ren returned the message, pretending to be stern. Lunch is on you. Zhao Yanzi immediately sent another message. The vibrant and youthful feeling was like the radiant sunshine on the balcony of Hao Ren's dorm. Reading the text message, Hao Ren felt the sweetness of being in love. Okay. Come find me during lunch break. Hao Ren sent the message after a moment of consideration. Sitting in the middle school classroom, Zhao Yanzi read the text message with gritted teeth and then with a sweet smile before slipping the cell phone into her school bag. She had slept with Xie Yujia last night. Although Zhao Hongyu had prepared a set of large-sized pajamas, Xie Yujia's curves were still more noticeable than Zhao Yanzi's. Seeing Xie Yujia's nearly perfect and vibrant figure, Zhao Yanzi was filled with envy and jealousy. Due to feeling guilty toward Xie Yujia from the incident on Fifth Heaven, she didn't object when Zhao Hongyu arranged them to share the bed. At midnight, she tossed and turned on the bed, not able to sleep. Taking her as a little sister, Xie Yujia reached out and took Zhao Yanzi into her arms. Before going to bed, Zhao Yanzi had seen Xie Yujia's curves. Now sleeping in Xie Yujia's arms, Zhao Yanzi could feel her gorgeous figure. Zhao Yanzi was amazed when she felt the bouncy and soft best with her arms until she fell asleep. In the morning when Zhao Hongyu drove them to school, Zhao Yanzi had thought that she had no chance of winning after feeling Xie Yujia's figure personally. However, after reading Hao Ren's text messages, her self-confidence returned. Humph. Not every guy like figures like Xie Yujia's, she thought. Hao Ren didn't know that his text messages had restored Zhao Yanzi's self-esteem. Seeing that Zhao Yanzi was ready for class on his balcony, he picked up his textbooks and went to his class. Xie Yujia was already sitting in the classroom, but Lu Linlin and Lu Lili were absent, looking like they were going to skip it. Hao Ren. Xie Yujia beckoned at Hao Ren when he walked into the classroom. She wore a white t-shirt and pale gray shorts with a youthful cardigan due to the cool weather, looking clean and sweet. Hao Ren saw her outfit and knew that it was the work of Zhao Hongyu. The t-shirt and shorts belonged to Zhao Yanzi while the cardigan was Zhao Hongyu's, but the combination looked both cute and mature. Zhao Hongyu had dressed Xie Yujia carefully according to the latter's style, showing her affection for Xie Yujia. Coming, Hao Ren walked over with his textbooks. A great beauty like Xie Yujia had naturally drawn all the guys' attention. However, they also knew that no one in East Ocean University could steal her from Hao Ren. The class was about to begin. With the absence of Lu Linlin and Lu Lili, Xie Yujia and Hao Ren were finally alone. How was your sleep last night? Xie Yujia asked Hao Ren. Very good, Hao Ren answered with some embarrassment. He had indeed slept soundly, partly due to his fatigue, and somewhat because the Lu sisters slept on both sides of him. How was your sleep? Hao Ren asked her. I slept with Z. She tossed and turned for a while, but she fell asleep later, Xie Yujia said. Last night, Zhao Yanzi lightly bumped her chest with elbows and poked her waist with fingers. Xie Yujia had pretended to be asleep, but she had felt all of them. Yeah, Z likes to toss and turn in her sleep, Hao Ren said. The moment he said that, Hao Ren realized that he misspoke and saw the suspicion in Xie Yujia's eyes. Do we have homework for the weekend? Hao Ren immediately opened his textbook. You and Z. Xie Yujia looked at Hao Ren while biting on her lower lip before continuing in a low voice, forget it. With melancholy in her eyes, she was about to look away when she suddenly discovered something. She asked in surprise, how come I can't see your realm? You try it. Hao Ren put out his hand. Xie Yujia held his palm in both hands and sensed it. She felt no nature essence at all. She tried to send several weak life-death notes into his hand but received no response. Not knowing what they were up to, the guys in the classroom were green with jealousy when they saw the great beauty Xie Yujia holding Hao Ren's hand intimately. They wished that they could have such a beauty to hold their hands as well. What happened? Xie Yujia looked at Hao Ren in astonishment. Hao Ren was about to answer when he saw a few heads poking into the classroom from the door. Suddenly, a group of tall and brawny guys rushed into the classroom and headed toward Hao Ren and Xie Yujia. Good. The jealous guys in the classroom gloated in secrecy when they saw the brawny guys rushing toward Hao Ren. Boom. Boom, they stopped before Hao Ren and Xie Yujia and bowed respectfully. Brother Hao, we're sorry. The students in the classroom all looked astonished. At a closer look, Hao Ren realized that they were the students on the school's soccer team. After the life-threatening adventure on Fifth Heaven, he had almost forgotten about the brawl and punishment. However, the students on the soccer team players didn't forget it. During the weekend, they had asked about Hao Ren and knew that they were in trouble. They learned that Hao Ren was pursued by Vice Principal Lu's twin granddaughters, the distant relative of the number one beauty, Su Han, the president of the calligraphy club with many awesome members, and the guy who drove to school in a Ferrari. Even Huang Zuji didn't dare to mess with him. Without any other skills, the students on the soccer team would be driven into the outside world if they were expelled from the school. They consulted with some wise guys and decided to apologize to Hao Ren after some discussion. Get out. Hao Ren looked at them in disgust. He had never expected these soccer team players would come to him after the punishment was determined. He despised these overbearing members of school teams who took joy in bullying ordinary students. Due to Xie Wanjin's management, the basketball team was well behaved in general, but the guys on the soccer team created a bad reputation that even Hao Ren, who had no interest in the soccer team, had heard about them. It was said that half a year ago, the captain of the soccer team had his eye on a beautiful girl in the industrial and commercial program, but the girl ignored this sucker. One night when she came back from outside, the captain stalked her with some of the other students on the soccer team and abducted her. It was fortunate that this girl had her connections in the school. After receiving the news about her abduction, dozens of guys from the industrial and commercial program went to crash the dorm rooms of the soccer team, and they had to release the girl. It was good that nothing had happened to her. Due to these scandals, Hao Ren had horrible impressions of the soccer team, which was why he showed no mercy on them in the fight in the cafeteria. Brother Hao, hearing Hao Ren's cold scold, none of them showed anger. Instead, they bowed before Hao Ren with forced smiles. The captain of the soccer team sneaked a glance at Xie Yujia, who was standing beside Hao Ren. Xie Yujia had heard about the bad things that the soccer team had done, and she stood closer to Hao Ren when the captain of the soccer team glanced at her. It was the first time that the captain of the soccer team saw Xie Yujia. He had known that Hao Ren had an official girlfriend, but he was surprised to find that she was much more beautiful than the girl whom he tried to kidnap. He sneaked several glances at her before a chill rose in his heart. Immediately, he put on a smile and said to Hao Ren, "Brother Hao, all of us apologize to you sincerely." Despite her beauty, he could never get close to Xie Yujia. He heard that she was the younger sister of Xie Wanjun. "I don't accept your apology." Hao Ren looked at them coldly, displeased that they sneaked glances at Xie Yujia while they apologized. If not for her background, Xie Yujia probably would become their next target. When they still stood there without reaction, Hao Ren spat out two words, "Get out." These students shivered. Despite their heights being close to 1.9 meters, they had no choice but to back out of the classroom reluctantly. Xie Yujia smiled with happiness when she turned to look at Hao Ren. She liked the feeling of being protected by Hao Ren. Ding! The bell of the class rang. Sunlight crawled up the desks in the classroom cautiously. The teacher standing behind the desk on the platform lectured with a clear and resonant voice through a microphone. Supporting his chin with his right hand, Hao Ren's bright eyes looked at the blackboard and circled out subheadings in the textbook with a ballpoint pen while following the teacher's lecture. Xie Yujia made notes attentively and glanced at the lazy and fresh Hao Ren from the corner of her eye. He had been the little older brother in her heart. Now, he had grown into an honest and bright big man. Xie Yujia couldn't help looking at him with sweetness in her heart. Hao Ren had an indescribable personality which was neither aggressive nor weak, neither impatient nor cold. Even when they did nothing, she felt comfortable together. It was this freshness and naturalness that were mingled with occasional silliness, naughtiness, and sweetness that deeply attracted her. Hao Ren's eyes turned to Xie Yujia slightly. Xie Yujia smiled with a blush as if she was warmed up by the sunlight through the window. With two dimples appearing on her face, she lowered her head to write down the words of the teacher on her notebook. This morning of the early autumn seemed slow and quiet. Looking at Xie Yujia, Hao Ren remembered the little carrot from his childhood. Wearing a short yellow skirt and with snot dripping from her nose, she had eyes full of curiosity, following Hao Ren wherever he went. The childhood memories rose bit by bit. At that time, Hao Ren had thought that little carrot was troublesome. But when she disappeared, he had missed her for a while. Was that his first love? Shie Yujia had grown into a great beauty with white skin, black hair, gorgeous face, and soft body. Putting down the ballpoint pen, Shie Yujia raised her arms and stretched. This simple movement revealed her perfect curves in the sunshine which was coming from the window. She was the type of girl who would tempt any guy. Sensing that Hao Ren had turned to look at her without blinking, Shie Yujia's face turned slightly red, and she picked up her ballpoint pen and wrote down her notes, keeping a straight posture. She would have felt uncomfortable or displeased if other guys stared at her like this. However, she felt both nervous and sweet when Hao Ren did it. Hao Ren, someone is looking for you downstairs. A teacher walked up to the door of the classroom and said after spotting Hao Ren. Chapter 617. You are an insignificant figure, for me. Hao Ren looked at the door of the classroom in bafflement. Shie Yujia blinked in confusion as well. The teacher gestured to Hao Ren, saying that he could go out. Then, Hao Ren stood up and walked out of the classroom. The teacher who called Hao Ren out turned and walked into the nearby teacher's lounge. It was close to the end of the class, and Hao Ren wondered who would want to see him at this time. If it were someone he knew, the person could have called him through his cell phone. Hao Ren strode out of this academic building by walking down the stairs. Standing outside of the building was a girl with heavy makeup. She was wearing a milky white skirt and a vibrant blouse. Pale-skinned, her eyes were big, and her eyelashes were long. Hello. Do you remember me? I gave you a postcard last time. When Hao Ren came out, she waved her hand. Who are you? Hao Ren asked without thinking. Zhang Yuan from the arts program. I gave you a postcard and invited you to my art exhibition. She slanted her head and looked at Hao Ren before saying, you can be my boyfriend. At her reminder, Hao Ren remembered that some girls had given him love letters when he became the president of the calligraphy club, and Zhang Yuan from the arts program had given him a postcard and her cell phone number. Hao Ren never liked girls with heavy makeup, and he felt nothing for her. He was a bit displeased to be called out from his class. I thought something important happened, Hao Ren thought. I asked a teacher to call you out to talk about the art exhibition at noon. The school is quite serious about my art exhibition, Zhang Yuan said proudly. Among many students in East Ocean University, lots of them were talented in arts. However, it was said that Zhang Yuan was a disciple of an oil painting master, which was why she had received awards in national contests. If Hao Ren hadn't become the president of the calligraphy club, she would never have noticed him. In fact, Zhang Yuan didn't care about the popular guys in the school. However, Hao Ren looked more handsome than Huang Zuji, and she thought it would be nice to make him her boyfriend, obtaining a short love life during her university days. She thought that she would achieve great things in the future and wouldn't marry a guy like Hao Ren after graduation. She could imagine how Hao Ren would feel several years later when he saw that his former girlfriend received international awards on TV. Do you have anything else to say? Hao Ren asked her. Huh? Zhang Yuan froze for a moment and replied, I said you could be my boyfriend. Any guy should be excited when I choose him to be my boyfriend. However, this Hao Ren is showing no response, she thought. Not interested, Hao Ren answered frankly. Zhang Yuan was stupefied. She had thought that he hadn't answered when she gave him the postcard last time because of the presence of his girlfriend. However, they were alone this time. Any guy would be tempted if he received Zhang Yuan's postcard and got asked to be her boyfriend even if he already had a girlfriend. Zhang Yuan guessed that Hao Ren had had an unsettling weekend. After all, he had to choose between his current ordinary, pretty girlfriend and her, a star in school who was both beautiful and talented. In fact, Hao Ren's weekend was indeed eventful, but it had nothing to do with Zhang Yuan. After receiving Zhang Yuan's postcard, he had immediately dumped it into the garbage can and totally forgot about her. This weekend, I'm going to the Big Valley to paint. You can go with me. Just the two of us, Zhang Yuan continued. She didn't believe that she couldn't get Hao Ren. In her eyes, Hao Ren was handsome and had many followers. He had become a legendary figure especially after he had struck down the entire soccer team. Zhang Yuan thought it would be interesting to take Hao Ren as her boyfriend. If that's all you want, I'll go back to my class. Feeling bored, Hao Ren turned around and walked into the academic building. Zhang Yuan had never expected such a scene. In her mind, guys were all players and would immediately dump their present girlfriends to be her boyfriend. Tap, tap, tap. In her pale blue school uniform, Zhao Yanzi hummed a song while she skipped toward Hao Ren's academic building. She had seen Hao Ren's schedule and knew where his classes were on Monday, since lunch break in Lingjiao Middle School started earlier than that of East Ocean University. She came over to see Hao Ren. Humph. He stared at me when I was doing the morning exercise. I will eat a lot of food and make him pay. This will be a lesson for him, Zhao Yanzi thought. When she got close to the academic building, she grew wary seeing Hao Ren talking with a pretty girl. She ran over quickly. Hao Ren was about to enter the building when he saw Zhao Yanzi running over. He called out in embarrassment, "Z." He wondered how Zhao Yanzi, a jealous girl, would think when she saw another girl talking to him. Zhang Yuan turned and saw Zhao Yanzi as well. "Your cousin? So cute," Zhang Yuan said to Hao Ren. She was standing on the steps, and she tried to reach out and touch Zhao Yanzi's head as she said that. Zhang Yuan had heard about Hao Ren's cousin. It was said that he had fought with hooligans at the entrance of the middle school for his little cousin, showing his affection for her. Seeing Zhang Yuan's hand reaching out for her, Zhao Yanzi took 2 steps back immediately and looked at her cautiously. "Who are you?" From any perspective, this small-sized girl who was in calico clothes was a beauty, but Zhao Yanzi wouldn't allow a stranger to touch her head. Zhang Yuan looked at Hao Ren and continued, "Your cousin's new girlfriend." Hao Ren widened his eyes at her words. Trouble, he thought. Sure enough. Zhao Yanzi glared at Zhang Yuan viciously, wondering where this errant girl came from while she had her hands full dealing with Xie Yujia. "He's not my cousin. He's my fiancé." Zhao Yanzi glared at Zhang Yuan and emphasized each word. She must declare her identity. Otherwise, there would be more girls coming at Hao Ren, which was Zhao Yanzi's biggest worry. She was worried about Xie Yujia before, but now she wondered why she couldn't guard Hao Ren properly. Although Lingjiao Middle School was only across the street from East Ocean University, she couldn't guard Hao Ren 24/7. The Lu sisters let Hao Ren do everything he wants, and only Xie Yujia. While Zhao Yanzi was thinking, Xie Yujia appeared. "Hao Ren. Are you okay?" Xie Yujia walked out of the academic building. Concerned about Hao Ren, she sat in the classroom for a while and decided to come out to check on him. Subdued by Zhao Yanzi, Zhang Yuan was stupefied at the sight of Xie Yujia. Xie Yujia looked more beautiful than last time, overshadowing her despite her careful makeup. "What is it?" Xie Yujia looked at Zhang Yuan and asked. Her voice was soft, but Zhang Yuan was speechless, stunned by the presence of the girl whom she thought was ordinary. Women were wary of each other. Although Hao Ren didn't remember Zhang Yuan, Xie Yujia had a good memory of the pretty girl who gave Hao Ren her cell phone number. "Nothing. She invited us to the art exhibition," Hao Ren said. Zhang Yuan's expression changed. She had come to invite Hao Ren specifically, but Hao Ren made it sound like her art exhibition was so unpopular that she had come to try and draw people to see it. "Art exhibition. Okay. Let's go see it," Zhao Yanzi immediately jumped up and said. When Hao Ren had first become her fiancé, no one cared for him but Xie Yujia. Now that Hao Ren turned excellent, all the girls tried to get him. This fact displeased Zhao Yanzi greatly. "Good. The exhibition is about to begin in the arts building. You're all welcome to see it," Zhang Yuan said. Finding this middle schooler was fresh and cute, Zhang Yuan wondered if Hao Ren truly had 2 girlfriends. "My teachers are about to arrive, and I'll need to go and greet them." With an embarrassed smile, Zhang Yuan walked toward the arts building. She suddenly realized that Hao Ren was not as simple as she had imagined. However, no matter how popular he is in school, he will never match my achievement as a bright star in the art circle. He will regret his decision, she thought. Seeing Zhang Yuan walking away slowly, Zhao Yanzi suddenly turned to Hao Ren and pinched his arm with her right hand. Ouch! Hao Ren yelled in pain. Without nature essence, he was still stronger than ordinary people but was no longer as strong as iron. Comparatively, Zhao Yanzi was a foundation establishment realm cultivator, and her pinch hurt him so much that he felt as if his heart would jump out. That section of his arm immediately turned purple. "Are you okay?" Zhao Yanzi, who was feeling jealous a moment ago, looked remorseful when she saw Hao Ren's arm turn purple. Due to the physical transformation initiated by Lu Linlin and Lu Lily, Hao Ren doesn't have any nature essence this week, Xie Yujia explained and took out ointment to apply onto Hao Ren's arm. Oh, I didn't know. Zhao Yanzi looked sad. When she pinched Hao Ren in the past, she could only inflict a small red patch on his skin, and he didn't feel a thing. That would infuriate her so much that she wanted to bite him. This time when she truly hurt him, she ached inside but didn't want to show her feelings as Xie Yujia did. Seeing her remorseful and stubborn face, Hao Ren shook his head helplessly and said, "You hurt me. No paying for your lunch anymore." "Ah, you can't do this." Zhao Yanzi immediately stood taller. Seeing them bicker, Xie Yujia smiled and suddenly felt like she was an outsider. Maybe Hao Ren only remembers me when he's not with Zhao Yanzi, she thought. "Yujia, how about going to the art exhibition instead of going back to the class?" Hao Ren asked her suddenly. Okay. Xie Yujia didn't like skipping class, but she nodded since she was embarrassed to return to class after running out of the classroom. Besides, she wouldn't be able to concentrate on the lesson anyways. Zhao Yanzi wanted to find something to do to kill time during the lunch break and experience university life, so she went with them. Zhang Yuan's art exhibition was in the hall on the first floor in the arts building, a bit smaller in scale compared with the exhibition that Qin Xiaoyang had in the library. However, it was extraordinary for a student to hold an individual art exhibition in the school. Zhang Yuan's teacher had arrived. He was an old man in his 60s. Keeping him company, Zhang Yuan lifted her head proudly when she saw Hao Ren. The achievements of this new star, Zhang Yuan, were the result of her teacher's efforts. Her teacher had contacted many seniors in the art circle to visit the small exhibition, which was a great honor for Zhang Yuan. The professors of the arts program and the university officials also came by to greet this old painting master. Zhang Yuan was the focus of the exhibition. Standing before the seniors, she looked very humble. However, she couldn't conceal her pride and smugness when she met the gazes of the other students. Since the exhibition was free, many students came to see it. Some of them were students of the arts program who came to see the paintings, while the students from the other programs were here to see Zhang Yuan, the famous painter who was beautiful. "Ren! Ren!" Zhou Liren's scream sounded in the quiet exhibition room. Hao Ren turned his head and saw Zhou Liren and the other guys had also come here. However, Zhou Liren looked around while he waved, showing that he wasn't here to see the paintings. Since there were many pretty girls in the arts program, Zhou Liren had come to the art exhibition to admire them. Hearing Zhou Liren's shout, Zhang Yuan looked toward Hao Ren, and her interest in him immediately dimmed when she saw that he was friends with vulgar and ordinary guys. Someone like her had never had to interact with average students. If Hao Ren became her boyfriend, she would just go out with Hao Ren alone and wouldn't deal with these loud and vulgar friends of his. "Hee hee, you guys are here, too." Xie Yujia greeted Zhao Jiayi and the others warmly. Zhang Yuan looked away slowly. "Humph, they are just ordinary people. I thought Hao Ren is different. As a future star, I lost my mind and fell for such a small figure who is just the talk of the school," she thought. Looking at a senior painter beside her, she smiled sweetly and asked, "Mr. Sun, would you take a look at this painting?" Feeling all the people looking at her, she felt extremely content, as if a bright road full of starry light was spreading before her, and her dazzling light overshadowed the small figures such as Hao Ren. Wah, wah! Suddenly, the crowd in the exhibition hall moved in agitation. "Song Qingya. The big singer Song Qingya is in our school." Zhang Yuan was confused, wondering if Song Qingya was on the guest list of her teacher. Chapter 618. The Apology from South Ocean Boom. Hearing the news, the students didn't know if it were true or not, but they all swarmed out of the hall. Pushed by the crowd, Hao Ren walked out while dragging Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi with him. Instantly, the art exhibition became deserted. Even though she was embarrassed, Zhang Yuan also wanted to see Song Qingya. As a superstar singer, Song Qingya was popular across the country, and even Zhang Yuan was her fan. Zhang Yuan hoped that she could have the opportunity to take a picture with Song Qingya. Also, if she could invite Song Qingya to see her art exhibition, she would be in the entertainment news too. Is Song Qingya the superstar singer? The seniors in the art circle asked each other. In their 60s and 70s, they had no interest in the entertainment circle, but they had heard about Song Qingya. "Right. Let's go out and have a look," one of them suggested. The senior painter who just spoke was a master in the art circle and liked to hear Beijing opera. However, he was also a fan of Song Qingye. He listened to her songs at home, but he was embarrassed to admit it. "Let's go." The others agreed. They had come to see the exhibition to show their respect to Zhang Yuan's teacher. In fact, in their eyes, these paintings were quite immature even though they were great among the younger generation. Now that Song Qingye had come, these senior painters wanted to see her as well, losing interest in the art exhibition. The professors of the arts program walked out of the exhibition with these seniors following the crowd. People were everywhere outside while the students who were supposed to be in class piled up by the windows of the academic buildings on both sides of the road. Wearing a high-waist dress, a pair of red high heels, a pair of sunglasses, and silver earrings, Song Qingye's outfit was simple, but it couldn't conceal her shiny light as a star. She had come to East Ocean University to see Hao Ren. Thinking that she wouldn't be recognized in this outfit, she asked her assistant to park the van in the distance while she walked to the academic buildings to find Hao Ren. However, she only walked a dozen steps before a student recognized her with a scream, attracting the attention of nearby students. The 5 to 6 bodyguards rushed out of the van to block the students who dashed toward her. This convinced the students that she was indeed the big star Song Qingye. Instantly, more students swarmed over. Song Qingye was too famous. Not expecting that she would come to East Ocean University, the people, no matter if they were fans or not, surrounded Song Qingye. "Okay. Make a path for her," a clear and calm voice sounded in the crowd. The students looked back and saw that the speaker was Hao Ren, who stood between Xie Yujie and Zhao Yanzi. After a few seconds of hesitation, they stepped back gradually. At the sight of Hao Ren, the members of the calligraphy club in the crowd helped to disperse the crowd. The chaotic situation turned orderly in the blink of an eye after Hao Ren spoke. Standing at the outer edge of the crowd and being pushed around by other students, Zhang Yuan was stupefied. The emperor of the students, Hao Ren had a unique presence. In her mind, if such a guy could be her boyfriend, she would have a dazzling memory in the future. Since she was rarely in school, she didn't know how the students felt about Hao Ren, a figure who could beat an entire soccer team and had a vice principal to cover him. Never mess with Hao Ren. This was a statement that most students followed. Therefore, when Hao Ren spoke, the students who knew his significance all stepped back while the ones with slow reactions were pulled aside by the members of the calligraphy club. Seeing the crowd becoming orderly, Song Qingye smiled cheerfully at Hao Ren's voice and waved her hand. "Here you are, I came to see you." Hong, Song Qingye's words stupefied the people around her. The international star came to the school to see Hao Ren? They thought. Seeing Zhao Yanzi beside Hao Ren, Song Qingye blinked at her slightly. She didn't officially greet Zhao Yanzi. After all, she was still in middle school, and her school life would be affected by such a big sensation. Zhao Yanzi knew that if her classmates knew that she was friends with Song Qingye, she would be bothered by the other girls in her school. Therefore, she smiled cheerfully and didn't say a word. Song Qingye glanced at the other girl beside Hao Ren, and her eyes lit up instantly. Immersed in people's praises, it was rare for Song Qingye to feel like someone was more beautiful than herself. The girl was dressed simply without any makeup, but she was eye-catching and stood out from the crowd. She saw that Xie Yujie was looking at her as well, and she felt a bit wrong. She felt like Xie Yujie was wondering about the relationship between Hao Ren and her. Well, Z has a great rival, which explains her agitation, Song Qingye thought as she lowered her head with a smile. Then, she said to Hao Ren, "I came to record a special interview in East Ocean City, and I came to see you while I'm here." "Hee hee, I see. You attracted such a big crowd," Hao Ren said with a smile. Hearing their friendly conversation, Xie Yujie's expression softened a bit. After seeing that Zhao Yanzi wasn't anxious, she knew she had overreacted. Hearing their conversation, the surrounding students realized that Hao Ren and Song Qingye seemed to be friends, which deepened their awe of Hao Ren. In fact, the relationship between East Ocean and South Ocean wasn't distant. Having met Song Qingye once, who was a friend of Zhao Yanzi's mom, Hao Ren and Song Qingye were no strangers. The most astonished person here was Zhang Yuan, who had thought that Hao Ren's power and popularity was restricted within the school. Now, she found that Hao Ren was even friends with the superstar Song Qingye. Her proud heart was shattered, knowing that Hao Ren, who could have a friendly conversation with Song Qingye, had no regard for her. Zhou Liren and Hao Ren's other buddies were also astonished. With their eyes wide open, they were stunned to find out that Hao Ren knew the superstar Song Qingye. Zhou Liren was especially astonished. Even though Su Han is a goddess in his mind, Song Qingye was his main goddess. He was a super fan of Song Qingye. Although Su Han was more beautiful, Song Qingye was a superstar, an international idol, and the super goddess of his dreams. She was sweet and noble with exceptional talent in singing. "Can we talk alone?" Song Qingye spread her arms. "Okay." Hao Ren agreed. The members of the calligraphy club immediately helped Song Qingye's bodyguards to make a pathway. Song Qingye and Hao Ren walked to a spot out of the hearing of the students who took out their cell phones and took pictures on tiptoes. "Our president's cultivation strength has grown again. I could sense his nature essence before, but now it's invisible to me. Yeah. He has reached the realm of merging into the mortals. Powerful." The members of the calligraphy club whispered to each other while keeping order. None of them dared to test Hao Ren's strength, thinking that Hao Ren had gained another breakthrough during the weekend, and that was why they couldn't sense his realm. Although Hao Ren's nature essence had disappeared, his presence was still there. "Didn't brother-in-law come with you?" When they were alone, Hao Ren asked Song Qingye. Since Zhao Yanzi called Song Qingye sister, he thought it was okay to follow suit even though it sounded quite intimate. "He's extremely busy, but he will visit your father-in-law soon," Song Qingye said with a smile. Belonging to the river branch, her husband Yangding Dragon King was very powerful. Yangding River was one of the 5 prominent rivers, and it had more than 50,000 square kilometers under control. As the 7th princess of South Ocean, Song Qingye had been matched well with marrying Yangding Dragon King. In the past half a year, the East Ocean Dragon Clan had emerged with strong momentum, almost devouring the West Ocean Dragon Clan. That induced the Dragon Kings from all directions to offer congratulations. With his territory north of the mainland, Yangding Dragon King was closer to North Ocean in location, but he had a more intimate relationship with South Ocean through marriage. However, with East Ocean getting stronger, he must have a relationship with them. Coming to East Ocean City, Song Qingye's main purpose was to visit East Ocean Dragon King and Hao Ren instead of recording the interview. Now that she was married to Yangding Dragon King, she must handle things for her husband. Before Yangding Dragon King, who had only a few connections with East Ocean, come to visit East Ocean, she had come here prior to his visit to deepen the connection. "Good. We'll welcome brother-in-law to visit East Ocean," Hao Ren said. He brought up the topic of her husband for this purpose. The East Ocean Dragon Palace was actively befriending the other dragon clans. Now that the southeast region was settled, they would like to befriend Yangding Dragon King, an important force in the north. Hao Ren's words represented the attitude of the commanding general of East Ocean. Therefore, Song Qingye was pleased with his welcome. "Good. When he's free, he will visit East Ocean," she said. "Okay." Hao Ren nodded. His impression of South Ocean was neutral, but he liked Song Qingye. Song Qingye turned her head and glanced at the excited students before saying to Hao Ren with a smile, "A few days ago, I went back to the South Ocean Dragon Palace, and I must thank you for saving my elder brother." Then, she bowed at Hao Ren slightly. Song Qingye was obviously referring to the incident when Hao Ren gave a detox pill to help the 3rd prince of South Ocean get rid of the toxin from a level 8 demon beast. A level 4 detox pill was very valuable to ordinary dragon clans, and it showed Hao Ren's admirable generosity when he saved the prince of South Ocean while disregarding the boundaries of different oceans. It was nothing. Her gesture honored Hao Ren. He still remembered the favor Song Qingye did for him when she let him and Z stay in her home for one night. "I'm sorry that my elder brother tried to test you with attacks. He's a proud man, and he even opposed me marrying Yangding Dragon King in the beginning," Song Qingye said apologetically. When she returned to the South Ocean Dragon Palace, she had asked about the things happening in the South Ocean lately and knew that her proud brother had attacked Hao Ren in the West Ocean Dragon Palace and was defeated by Hao Ren with ease, which was why she hastened to East Ocean City to apologize to Hao Ren. As the 7th princess of South Ocean and the younger sister of the 3rd prince of South Ocean, her apology represented herself and South Ocean as a whole. Among the 4 oceans, the most famous commanding general was Hao Ren, the commanding general of East Ocean. West Ocean was in decline while Hao Ren defeated the other 2 commanding generals, proving that the other two oceans were no match for East Ocean. After coming to East Ocean City, Song Qingye visited Hao Ren first instead of Zhao Guang, showing the importance of Hao Ren's stance. It was just a small misunderstanding. Hao Ren waved his hand. South Ocean and North Ocean had been aggressive in fighting for their interests, but they had their reasons. Now that the two dragon clans had backed down and agreed to the East Ocean Dragon Clan being first place, Hao Ren didn't mind these small conflicts. In the world of cultivation, people respected the powerful ones. Although the dragon cultivators didn't kill each other like human cultivators, the competitions were fierce. In fact, after Hao Ren defeated the other two commanding generals, the two oceans sent messengers to East Ocean with gifts as a gesture of apology. Zhao Guang hadn't told Hao Ren these things since they were the exchanges between dragon palaces, and they weren't that important. Seeing Hao Ren holding no grudges against South Ocean, Song Qingye smiled with relief and replied, "Okay. We've talked enough about the affairs of the dragon palaces." She opened her golden purse and drew out a small plastic bag. "These are 50 pictures I took in Phuket last week, and we will pick one of them as the cover picture for my new album. I signed each of the pictures, and I guess Z might want them." In the distance, the students extended their necks, trying to see what Song Qingye gave Hao Ren. The guys were especially green with envy, wondering if the superstar singer Song Qingye had a special relationship with Hao Ren. "Su Han. Su Han is here," someone yelled. Chapter 619. Why are you jealous? The students looked back, and they saw Su Han behind them. Wearing a tight-fitting white floral petal-shaped shirt, a pair of tight-fitting black jeans that revealed her ankles, and a pair of black heels, Su Han looked fresh and elegant. The guys were boiling with excitement since they could see the super beauty of the school and the superstar singer in one picture. Su Han stepped toward Hao Ren while all the students made way for her, knowing she wasn't to be messed with. The members of the calligraphy club also made way for her, not daring to block an official inspector. The bodyguards wanted to step over to block the icy beauty due to their professional instinct, but they stopped when they saw her eyes. The bodyguards were mostly retired soldiers. When they saw Su Han, they sensed an indescribable danger behind her beautiful eyes. "Hee, Ms. Su," Song Qingye greeted Su Han in a low voice when she saw Su Han walking over. Hum. Su Han nodded and looked at Song Qingye. She had been cultivating in her office and didn't feel like it was a big deal when she sensed Song Qingye coming to school. As the seventh princess of South Ocean, Song Qingye's realm was ordinary, not a master. When Song Qingye was recognized by the students and caused an upheaval among the students, Su Han still didn't plan to come out for such a minor thing. However, when she found that Song Qingye had come to see Hao Ren and handed an object to him, she couldn't stay put anymore. She knew that Song Qingye was married to Yongding Dragon King in the north and had even given birth to a dragon baby, but she became suspicious when Song Qingye talked to Hao Ren in private and gave him stuff under the watch of the students. She decided to come and check in person. As a princess of South Ocean, Song Qingye knew that Inspector Su Han was responsible for East Ocean City, but she didn't expect that her visit would disturb Su Han. "I met Hao Ren once, and I came to give him some photos. I'll also pay a visit to the Dragon King and Dragon Queen of East Ocean while I'm here." At Su Han's silence, Song Qingye immediately explained. While East Ocean City was the host city of the East Ocean Dragon Clan, Su Han was the regional inspector here, which explained why Song Qingye had to be cautious with both parties. Hearing Song Qingye's explanation and seeing the photos in Hao Ren's hand, Su Han nodded and replied, "Oh, I see." Song Qingye's feminine instinct told her that Su Han had been a bit hostile when she came over, and the hostility gradually decreased upon her explanation. "Does Su Han, who is close to peak Qian level, like Hao Ren as well?" she thought. Song Qingye didn't dare to voice her question since she couldn't afford to offend Su Han, who was superior both in strength and status. From a distance, the students looked closely at Su Han and Song Qingye and were surprised to find that Su Han was more beautiful than Song Qingye. Standing with Song Qingye, Su Han also looked like a superstar with a more dazzling presence. Hao Ren looked at Su Han in surprise, wondering why she had come out when Song Qingye gave something to him. Remembering the scene on Fifth Heaven when he removed the essence locking note for Su Han, Hao Ren's heart missed a beat, wondering if Su Han was jealous. Watch your behavior and try not to cause upheavals in the school. Su Han stared at Hao Ren with her beautiful eyes. Okay. Hao Ren couldn't say anything else. After all, he didn't cause the upheaval. Su Han glanced at Song Qingye and continued, "It's nothing. I just came to see what the upheaval was about." Okay. Song Qingye nodded gently, cautious with this high-level inspector despite her identity as a married princess of South Ocean. With the power expansion of the Dragon God Shrine in the recent years, Su Han was powerful while she was in charge of East Ocean City, one of the 4 main cities of the 4 Ocean Dragon clans. The students in the distance watched Su Han talk with Song Qingye for a little. Wah, the crowd immediately gave way to her when she turned and walked away. Su Han's presence was so strong. Instead of being overshadowed by Song Qingye, she almost overshadowed Song Qingye. In the crowd, Zhang Yan watched Su Han walk away in amazement. She had heard about the close relationship between Hao Ren and Su Han, and the rumor was proved today. She thought she was pretty, but she was no match for Su Han. A black SUV suddenly stopped behind the crowd. Wearing a red silk blouse, Zhao Hongyu looked around the crowd and spotted Song Qingye. "Sister Zhao." Song Qingye waved her hand and walked over with Hao Ren. The students were no longer as crazy as before. They just took pictures with their cell phones without stopping and swarming over. Zhang Yuan took the opportunity to squeeze to the front of the crowd so that she could admire her idol at a close range. In the company of Song Qingye, Hao Ren remained calm, looking confident and handsome. "You asked me to have tea with you near East Ocean City, and I waited for you. However, you're here visiting Ren." Zhao Hongyu looked at Song Qingye and said helplessly. "Sorry about that. The students blocked me," Song Qingye said apologetically. Wearing her sunglasses, she had planned to find Hao Ren to express her gratitude and apologize in a low-profile manner before giving him the signed pictures. However, she was surrounded by the students and was late for her appointment. Most of the students didn't know who Zhao Hongyu was, but Zhang Yuan and other students in the arts program knew that she was the boss of the famous LOM studio. Except for the few who could become artists, most of the students in the arts program wanted to become designers and architects. LOM Studio was the top architectural studio in the country and even in the world. Seeing Zhao Hongyu talk animatedly with Hao Ren, Zhang Yuan instantly knew that Hao Ren's level was far higher than hers. Who was Zhao Hongyu's husband? The CEO of Mingri Group, the financial sponsor of East Ocean University. This is probably the reason why even Vice Principal Liu backs Hao Ren, she thought. Thinking of her arrogant attitude toward Hao Ren a while ago, Zhang Yan was so ashamed that she wanted to die. With such great connections, lots of pretty girls would offer themselves to Hao Ren. Hee, Yujia is here too? Seeing Xie Yujia in the crowd, Zhao Hongyu greeted her with a smile. "Hello, Auntie." Xie Yujia stood out and said politely. "Come and have dinner at my home tonight. Qingye will be there too," Zhao Hongyu said. "No, thank you. I need to study tonight," Xie Yujia replied. Hearing their conversation, Zhang Yuan found that Xie Yujia also seemed close with Zhao Hongyu. After all, it was not like everyone could have dinner at Zhao Hongyu's home. She had thought that Xie Yujia was just an ordinary pretty girl, but now she knew better. With such a magnificent presence and gentle and elegant demeanor, her background is probably a lot better than mine. She thought. I even dreamed of taking Hao Ren from her side with ease. Hao Ren didn't even spare her a glance. "Okay. When you have time, come to my house with Ren to have dinner." Zhao Hongyu smiled. While Zhao Hongyu talked with Xie Yujia, Zhao Yanzi had turned and hid in the crowd. She was supposed to have lunch with her classmates and rest during her lunch break, but she had come to East Ocean University to see Hao Ren, which explained why she had asked to board at school. In fact, Zhao Hongyu had seen Zhao Yanzi hiding in the crowd, but she had no time to lecture her, so she pretended not to see her. While she talked, she walked with Song Qingye to her SUV. While the students were still speculating who the pretty woman in red was, Zhao Hongyu had driven to the gate of the school with Song Qingye in her car. Song Qingye's fans from the school reacted suddenly and hurried after the car, trying to get Song Qingye's signature and take pictures with her. The girls from Lingjiao Middle School swarmed over after hearing the news that Song Qingye was in East Ocean University, but they didn't notice that Song Qingye had left in the SUV through the school gate. With a simple act, Zhao Hongyu got Song Qingye out of the crowd, and Song Qingye's assistant drove the white van out of the school with the bodyguards, following Zhao Hongyu's car. Zhou Liren dashed after the car, but he raced back immediately knowing that he couldn't catch up with Song Qingye. He clutched Hao Ren and said, "Brother Ren, you are awesome. What did Song Qingye give you?" The guys from other classes surrounded Hao Ren as well. Seeing her mom driving away, Zhao Yanzi dashed out of the crowd and reached her hand. "Show me. Show me. Here, it's for you." Hao Ren handed the bag to Zhao Yanzi. In the transparent plastic bag, they could see the beautiful pictures. Obviously, Song Qingye had spent lots of money on the photos she had taken overseas with first-class photographers and equipment. Impatient, Zhao Yanzi opened the bag in a hurry. She liked Song Qingye a lot, and she would have talked to Song Qingye if her mom hadn't appeared. There were altogether 50 pictures in the bag, and each of them was as glossy as a magazine cover photo with their bright colors and vibrant compositions. Since only a few of the pictures would be published, these were precious collections. Each picture had Song Qingye's signature, making them even more valuable. Brother Ren, give me some of the pictures." Zhou Liren grabbed Hao Ren's arm like a little girl who was begging for attention. Hao Ren felt his hairs stand up in disgust. "They're Z's. You ask her." Hearing Hao Ren's words, Zhou Liren instantly dropped Hao Ren's arm and begged Zhao Yanzi, "Little cousin." "Humph. No." Zhao Yanzi put away the pictures, giving Zhou Liren a firm refusal. "Little cousin," Zhou Liren begged her, putting his hands before his chest, and his 1.8-meter tall figure shrunk to as small as Zhao Yanzi's. Hao Ren laughed at their antics when his phone rang in his pocket. He took it out and saw it was Su Han. "Why did your nature essence disappear? I didn't ask you that since we were with other people. Besides, a metal elemental dragon entered the school and stood close to you," Su Han said through the cell phone. Chapter 620, Metal Elemental Dragon. Metal Elemental Dragon. Hao Ren became alert suddenly. He had lost all his nature essence, so he sure couldn't use the inspector's token from the Dragon God Shrine. Although Su Han wasn't a fan of cell phones, she could only contact him through her phone. "I only sensed it when I went to see Song Qingye just now. He hid his nature essence, and I wouldn't have been able to sense it if I weren't close enough," Su Han said. Hao Ren listened as he turned to look around. Song Qingye's sudden appearance gathered many students here. Hao Ren lost all his nature essence, so he couldn't recognize the metal elemental dragon cultivator who was hiding amongst them. The only two metal elemental dragon cultivators he knew of were Qin Xiaoyang and Shu Ke. This metal elemental dragon cultivator who suddenly appeared of high level. He didn't inform regional inspectors when he entered East Ocean City. Obviously, he didn't have any good intentions. However, he would have abided by Dragon God Shrine's rules if this had something to do with Qin Xiaoyang. Since this was the case, this metal elemental dragon cultivator probably had something to do with Shu Ke. "Are you on the phone with Song Qingye?" Zhou Liren reached out to grab the phone when he saw Hao Ren on a call. Hao Ren slightly poked him with 2 fingers and easily blocked his arm. It also made Zhou Liren's arm very sore. "It's too dangerous. Come to my office," Su Han said. Hao Ren saw a sincere face with squinting eyes right in front of him before he could answer. "Senior, I had no idea that you even know the famous Song Qingye." Shu Ke squeezed over and blocked Hao Ren's way as he said cheerfully. He had a band-aid on his face. It seemed like it was scratched by something. "What's wrong with your face?" Hao Ren asked. "I don't know. Something fell from the sky and scratched my face last weekend. Several flower pots were smashed too," Shu Ke answered. Hao Ren pouted. He knew that this band-aid was more like a reminder for him than a cover for his injury. He knew that Shu Ke wouldn't let it go after he took the golden shield. Even though Shu Ke joined the calligraphy club, he wasn't actually convinced by Hao Ren. Gongzi, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily suddenly appeared from the crowd and stood beside Hao Ren. They carried out their poison pill plan and leveled down from Qian to Kun. However, their strengths were still impressive. Shu Ke was slightly surprised when he saw the twin sisters. Then, he smiled and said, "Senior, can I please get a copy of Song Qingye's autograph?" Hao Ren looked to his side and saw Zhao Yanzi being buried in the crowd. Everyone, no matter if they were familiar with her or not, wanted an autograph of Song Qingye from her. "I don't have one," Hao Ren answered. He was back to immortal now so that he couldn't see Shu Kei's level. However, he didn't feel like Shu Kei was only at Dewey level. So annoying. So annoying. Zhao Yanzi shouted out suddenly as she stuck 20 photos into Hao Ren's hands. Go ask him for it. Zhao Yanzi picked her favorite 30 photos from the 50 and gave the rest to Hao Ren. She did this so that the girls wouldn't surround her any longer. Sure enough, the girls circled Hao Ren when he took over those photos. They all reached out their hands, asking for a photo. They thought Song Qingye were going to stay for a bit on campus, but she left so soon. Therefore, these photos became their ultimate targets. Zhao Yanzi was lucky to get rid of them. She bent over and sneaked out of the crowd since she was very small. She skipped lunch and ran back to her school. She couldn't wait to show off Song Qingye's newest photos and autographs to her classmates. After giving 20 to Hao Ren, she still had 30 photos left. One single photo was good enough to get those girls jealous. Ren, give 2 photos to me. Zhou Liren ran over and shouted at Hao Ren when he saw so many girls surrounding Hao Ren. In fact, he wanted all the photos, but these girls would probably kill him if he took all 20 of them. After all, he was not as great as Hao Ren at fighting since Hao Ren could fight against 10 guys on his own and defeat the entire soccer team. Hao Ren took 2 photos out and gave the other 18 to Shu Kei before saying, "My club member Shu Kei is in charge of distributing the photos. You can ask him for it." Shu Kei was stupefied when he received the 18 photos. He wasn't Song Qingye's fan, and he only mentioned the autographs to change the topic. However, Hao Ren gave the photos to him. They were like hot potatoes in his hands. The girls and some guys immediately dashed toward Shu Kei. The guys were a bit afraid of Hao Ren, but they weren't scared of this freshman Shu Kei at all. They could even snatch the photos from him. They didn't want to anger Hao Ren, but they couldn't care less about a freshman. When the girls saw that the photos were in a freshman's hand, they showed their true colors and clawed toward Shu Kei with their sharp nails. They were intimidated by Hao Ren, so they didn't dare do that to him. However, they weren't intimidated by this young man at all. Shu Kei looked at Hao Ren in hatred with 18 photos in his hand. In just a few seconds, dozens of arms grabbed onto him, leaving scratches all over his body. I believe Shu Kei will be distributing these photos fairly. You can ask for one as long as you can prove that you are a fan of Song Qingye, Hao Ren said in a loud voice. Then, he patted Shu Kei's shoulder and escaped from the crowd. Shu Kei was a very powerful metal elemental dragon cultivator, but he chose to become a regular student. Therefore, Hao Ren granted him the wish of experiencing a regular student's troubles. No matter how he chose to distribute these 18 photos, the seniors who couldn't get one would be mad at him. Unless he gave up his student status, he would be annoyed by them for quite a while. Zhao Yanzi was only a middle schooler, and she had an intimate relationship with Hao Ren. Therefore, these university students wouldn't dare to bother her. Shu Kei, on the other hand, seemed to be much easier to pick on. Ren, Zhou Liren followed Hao Ren immediately. These are for you. Hao Ren put the 2 photos he kept in Zhou Liren's hand. Zhou Liren took over the photos carefully and looked them up and down. Then, he gently touched Song Qingye's autograph and put the photos against his chest. He shook his head as if he were drunk and said, "These are the autographs of my idol." He flipped the photos over and saw a few sentences written by Song Qingye on the back. They were some inspiring remarks about life, and Zhou Liren fell deeper in love with those photos. These photos were indeed delicate. Song Qingye left some remarks behind each photo, showing how much effort she put into these photos. This present didn't have much actual value to Hao Ren, but it sure gained him some reputation. She delivered them in person instead of mailing them to Hao Ren, also showing her sincerity in apologizing and representing the South Ocean Dragon Clan. Cao Ronghua and the other guys looked at Zhou Liren's photos jealously. They wanted Song Qingye's autograph as well, but they weren't as crazy over her as others. Also, they gave up this idea when they noticed Shu Kei's situation. He was almost squeezed into a sheet of paper as he still held the photos in his hands. Su Han stood at her office window in the administrative building. She shook her head and smiled when she saw Shu Kei surrounded by students and getting his shirt ripped. In the end, Shu Kei escaped in embarrassment. Hao Ren is pretty smart. The metal elemental dragon who sneaked in probably won't make any moves for now, Su Han thought as she looked at Hao Ren from a distance. She remembered that she just recovered her realm and needed to cultivate more, and she suddenly felt a wave of heat on her forehead before she slowly turned around. Yu Zilong stood by another window, watching the lively scene on campus. Then, he looked toward the art gallery in the art building. Su Han could only sense the unexpected metal elemental dragon cultivator when she was close, but Yu Zilong knew that this cultivator was at peak Qian level. This cultivator's realm was just hidden by some secret techniques or treasures, but he couldn't hide it from Yu Zilong, who was also a peak Qian level cultivator. The metal elemental dragon clan had been quiet, but it suddenly sent out two cultivators of different realms. Yu Zilong was lost in his thoughts as he stared into the crowd. How did you know Song Qingye? Xie Yujie walked to Hao Ren and asked carefully. When Z and I went to Beijing to see Zhao Jiayi's game, we couldn't find a hotel to spend the night, so we stayed at Song Qingye's place, Hao Ren said. Oh. Lights flashed in Xie Yujie's eyes as she slightly pouted. Hao Ren had never told her about these things. Song Qingye was a celebrity as well as a beautiful woman, yet Hao Ren said it in a way as if she was not a big deal at all. Hao Ren saw Xie Yujie's jealous expression and smiled. She is the princess of South Ocean, and she has a baby. Z was the one who introduced us. Ah, is that so? Xie Yujie was slightly surprised. Then, she touched her cheeks and laughed. Haha, I thought it was more than that. Hao Ren looked at her and realized how cute Xie Yujie could sometimes be. I didn't say anything at all. Xie Yujie saw Hao Ren's teasing expression, so she squinted her eyes and wrinkled her nose in protest. Gongzi, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily caught up with them while hopping over agilely. Zhang Yuan was not far from them. She felt sad when she saw Hao Ren with the twin sisters this closely. The girls around him were real beauties. Although she was Song Qingye's fan, she didn't want to lose face by asking for autographs from a first-year student. However, she also didn't dare to get near Hao Ren again. In fact, Song Qingye's visit to East Ocean University solved another problem for Hao Ren by accident. No other girls at school dared to pursue after Hao Ren anymore. Why would Hao Ren fall for them if he were friends with the famous singer Song Qingye? In terms of looks, they couldn't compare with Xie Yujie, Su Han, or the Lu sisters. They knew their limitations and retreated in front of such a huge obstacle. Shui, there's nothing special about this kind of art exhibition. Zhen Kongming's voice sounded behind Hao Ren. Demonic aura. Although Hao Ren had lost all his nature essence, he still sensed a completely different wave of sensation suddenly. Chapter 621. I can only paint apples. Hao Ren looked back and saw Zhen Kongming and Wu Luoxue walking over, shoulder to shoulder. A strong demonic aura drew near. Wu Luoxue looked cool while Zhen Kongming walked along with her, talking and gesturing ingratiatingly. Hee, it is little Shui and Kongming. Xie Yujie smiled when she saw them. Obviously, Xie Yujie didn't feel anything unusual. Seeing Hao Ren didn't respond, she touched him in bafflement and asked, "What's it?" Nothing. Hao Ren shook his head. Without any nature essence, he couldn't feel the presence of any dragon cultivators, and he wondered why he could sense Zhen Kongming's demonic aura. When he was at Zhen level, he couldn't feel anything except for the vague sense which told him that Zhen Kongming's low realm was between Kan level and Li level. This demonic aura didn't give him any discomfort, but Hao Ren could clearly tell that it was different from his own cultivation method. Hey! Zhen Kongming walked to Hao Ren with Wu Luoxue and greeted. Wu Luoxue curled her pink lips and looked up at Hao Ren with her big bright eyes. Both wearing school uniforms, Zhen Kongming looked a little handsome while Wu Luoxue looked cute. Hello. Hao Ren waved at them after half a second of hesitation. Little Shui, ignore him. Let's go in. Zhen Kongming took the opportunity to hold Wu Luoxue's soft hand while they walked toward the arts building. Zhen Kongming had been going to Wu Luoxue's class whenever he had the chance despite Wu Luoxue's indifferent attitude toward him. However, Zhen Kongming's persistence paid off since he had become her best companion when she wanted to go somewhere. Different from Zhen Kongming, Wu Luoxue didn't like to roam around. But due to her interest in piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting, she wanted to see the small art exhibition in East Ocean University. Looking after them, Hao Ren frowned slightly. Gongzi, did you feel anything? Lu Linlin asked Hao Ren. I don't know how to describe it. I guess I sensed a demonic aura, right? Hao Ren asked. Hee, it's demonic essence, Lu Linlin corrected him. Gongzi. Your body is turned into the immortal body, which is why you are sensitive to demon cultivators. The demon beasts also cultivate and draw essence from nature, but they transfer it into demonic essence through their internal cores instead of the nature essence. Despite his weak nature essence, Zhen Kongming has powerful demonic essence, but it is locked up, Lu Linlin continued. Okay. Hao Ren was still a bit confused. When he helped Little White cultivate the transformation scroll, he had felt that the demonic essence inside Little White was different from his nature essence. He could transfer nature essence to Su Han freely, but he must use the transformation scroll to transfer energy to Little White. To some degree, dragon cores were one type of internal cores, but the cultivation method of the dragon cultivators was in general closer to human cultivators. Usually, only the highest-leveled cultivators such as Yu Zilong could sense demonic essence. However, Hao Ren's immortal body had a higher level of sensitivity to essences. Although he couldn't sense nature essence temporarily, he could feel the different demonic essence. It's strange that when Zhen Kongming is with Wu Luoxue, his demonic essence becomes stronger, Lu Lili said. Wu Luoxue, Hao Ren thought that maybe her physique was different, and that was why Zhen Kongming was attracted to her. Watching them enter the arts building, Hao Ren suddenly remembered that he needed Zhen Kongming to build an array formation on Fifth Heaven, and he dashed after them. Demon essence and nature essence were both cultivation strengths, and Hao Ren soon got used to it just as how he got used to the nature essence fluctuations of dragon cultivators. Seeing Hao Ren going back into the art exhibition, Xie Yujia had no choice but to follow him. The students filed back into the art exhibition, but most of them came here to kill time during lunch break. Wu Luoxue put a finger on her small mouth while she looked up at the oil paintings on the wall in earnest. Hao Ren leaned toward her purposefully to feel Wu Luoxie's presence but didn't feel any demonic essence or nature essence. From any perspective, she was an ordinary elementary student. He, little girl. Do you like to paint too? A gentle old man walked to Wu Luoxie's side and asked her. Wu Luoxue glanced at him and didn't answer. Nodding slightly, she moved to see another painting. How come there are elementary school students here? Zhang Yuan, who was in a bad mood, was frustrated when she saw Zhen Kongming and Wu Luoxue. Although her paintings were not as great as those of masters, they were quite famous, and some of them had received national awards. After all, even the university students who didn't study fine arts wouldn't understand her paintings, not to mention elementary school students. The university students walked out after casting a passing glance at the exhibition while this elementary school student looked at the paintings carefully one by one, making Zhang Yuan wonder if her paintings were for the enjoyment of elementary school students. However, with her oil painting teacher with her, Zhang Yuan didn't dare to lose her temper, but her face turned dark. Wu Luoxue raised her head and moved slowly while she studied the paintings with her big eyes. What do you think of these paintings? The old man bent down and asked Wu Luoxue again when he saw her serious expression. They are okay, Wu Luoxue answered. This answer infuriated Zhang Yuan. What does she mean by that? The paintings hanging at the entrance are my best works. She thought, an elementary school student doesn't understand them. And the university students are too ignorant to appreciate them. With a dark face, Zhang Yuan lightly pushed Wu Luoxue and said, Little girl, only university students can come here. Elementary school students are better at drawing with crayons. With her small size and lightweight, Wu Luoxue, who was looking at the third painting on the wall, almost lost her balance at the sudden push as if Zhang Yuan meant to drive her out of the hall. You, evil woman. Seeing Wu Luoxue stumbling at the push, Zhen Kongming immediately rushed over and kicked Zhang Yuan. Wearing leather shoes, he kicked Zhang Yuan's shin, and the latter screamed with pain. With everything going against her wish today, Zhang Yuan was very frustrated, but she had been suppressing her temper. However, the kick triggered her emotions, and she reached out to pull Zhen Kongming's ear. Since the senior painters and the officials of the school had gone to visit the classrooms of the arts program, she guessed it didn't matter that her teacher was the only one to see her giving this unruly kid a lesson. Clap. Her arm was suddenly caught before it reached Zhen Kongming. Zhang Yuan was about to struggle off with fury when she saw it was Hao Ren who caught her arm. Hao Ren looked at her coldly and said, He's just a kid. don't mind him. Zhang Yuan was still angry, but she couldn't shake off his hand, and she felt subdued suddenly. If it were before, she would have pushed Hao Ren, angry that a guy like Hao Ren dared to touch her. However, she was still dazed by the astonishment Hao Ren gave her and thus didn't dare to move when Hao Ren caught her arm. Having no interest in her, Hao Ren dropped Zhang Yuan's hand without caring that he would offend her, a so-called talented female artist pursued by many guys. Xie Yujia's wrist was 100 times smoother than hers. Zhang Yuan, stop it. Why can't kids appreciate oil paintings? The old man looked at dark-faced Zhang Yuan with a stern expression. Gritting her teeth, Zhang Yan stood beside the old man and remained silent. Wu Luoxue wasn't angry, and she walked back to continue seeing the oil paintings on the wall. Like a protector, Zhen Kongming stayed beside her and gave Zhang Yuan a dirty look. Jian Yuan clenched her teeth, furious that she, a future star artist, had been bullied by an elementary school student. Wu Luoxue walked around the exhibition room and saw all the oil paintings with an earnest face. Having not seen the art exhibition, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily came in and walked around the room. However, they preferred Chinese paintings and had little interest in oil paintings. Hao Ren took the opportunity to walk to Zhen Kongming's side and asked, "Hey, when can you build an array formation for Ethereal Summit? Don't be impatient. If I do it, I'll make it perfect." Zhen Kongming glanced at Hao Ren and replied, "I can build the most powerful array formation, but I'm afraid you don't have enough people." This kid is not likable, Hao Ren thought and suppressed his displeasure before asking him, "How many do you want?" 15 nascent soul realm cultivators, 150 core formation realm cultivators, and 1500 foundation establishment realm cultivators. Zhen Kongming reached out his hand and said with pursed lips. He had a blueprint of an ultimate array formation which had power no less than the ancient grand array formations, but it needed lots of cultivators, and he didn't believe Hao Ren could provide such a team. Ethereal Summit was after all only a small valley, and even the big sects above fifth heaven couldn't summon so many cultivators to build the array formation. It had taken him quite a lot of energy to build the Big Dipper constellation array for Ethereal Summit. However, it was destroyed by the many powerful enemies of Hao Ren, and he held some grudge against Hao Ren. Humph. Why should I help Hao Ren wholeheartedly? He is not my girlfriend, he thought. With such a big array, if Hao Ren couldn't provide enough cultivators, it wasn't his fault that he couldn't help Hao Ren. After tossing out his conditions, Zhen Kongming trotted after Wu Luoxue. After seeing the paintings, Wu Luoxue was ready to go. In her view, these oil paintings were very ordinary, much inferior to the works she had seen in the Louvre in Paris, the British Museum in London, the Hermitage Museum in Russia, and the Metropolitan Museum in New York. "Little girl, what's your name? Have you learned how to paint oil paintings?" Zhang Yuan's oil painting teacher asked Wu Luoxue with a smile when he saw her return to the entrance. "I can only paint apples," Wu Luoxue answered. Her tone was quiet but sounded very soft and cute. "Zhang Yuan, go fetch a canvas board and some brushes." The old man looked at Zhang Yuan and said. Zhang Yuan was reluctant, but she couldn't disobey her teacher. In the painting room on the second floor of the arts building, Zhang Yuan had her own storage locker for her painting materials. She returned to the exhibition room on the first floor with some simple brushes and paints. The old man set up the board and looked at Wu Luoxue with a smile before saying, "Would you try it?" "Class is about to begin," Wu Luoxue said in a low voice. "Give it a try." The old man put the brush into her hand and prepared the paints for her personally with great enthusiasm. After seeing these paintings, Wu Luoxue wanted to paint something. She had learned oil painting from her mom for 3 months, but she had dropped it in the past half a year in which she studied piano. She sat on the chair. When the old man had finished preparing the paint, she dipped the brush into it and brushed it onto the canvas. "Senior Wang, have you found another talented girl?" One senior painter had returned to the exhibition after touring the arts building with the officials of the arts program, and he asked with a smile when he saw Zhang Yuan's teacher, Wang Shitung, mixing paints for a little girl. Wang Shitung chuckled but didn't answer. With the paintbrush in her hand, Wu Luoxue quickly drew the frame of an apple on the canvas. Seeing Wu Luoxue's grip on the brush, Zhang Shui was surprised to find that this elementary school student was not new to oil painting. Currently, the afternoon classes were about to begin, so not many students were in the art exhibition. With no classes in the afternoon, Hao Ren, Xie Yujia, and the Liu sisters stayed to watch Wu Luoxue paint. Seeing the artist standing around an elementary school student, some students of the arts program came over to watch. Wu Luoxue moved her brush slowly. Humph, Zhang Yuan was unhappy that an elementary school student stole her thunder at her own art exhibition. It should have been her demonstrating painting skills at her own art exhibition. However, due to the cute look of this little girl, all the masters turned their attention to this elementary school student. Standing on one side, Zhen Kongming watched attentively. Although he had never seen Wu Luoxue paint, he liked Wu Luoxue's quiet and earnest expression while she painted. Okay, it's done. Wu Luoxue put down the brush. On the canvas was a simple apple. It's indeed the work of an elementary school student, but it's a good painting, Zhang Yuan said. She had an urgent need to prove her value. However, the artists ignored her words and leaned over to look at the apple carefully. The apple hovered on the blank canvas quietly as if it would fall any moment, not because of the vividness but due to a mysterious force. Oh! One of the old men yelled. With his yell, the others had all understood suddenly. The apple that was painted was the apple in the center of the world-famous painting Apples and Oranges by French painter Cézanne, who enjoyed the same reputation as Van Gogh. They were exactly the same. They were not mistaken since they had copied this world-famous work countless times. Wu Luoxue's talent in oil painting was 1,000 or even 10,000 times higher than that of Zhang Yuan's. Little girl, what's your name? Will you study oil painting from me? One of the old men pushed to in front of Wu Luoxue and yelled. From me, another old man yelled hurriedly. These masters of the art circle lost their dignities and wished they could take Wu Luoxue as their student. I'll head back to my class. Wu Luoxue looked at the crazy old men and said, I won't learn oil painting from you. I will learn it from my mom. When she walked out of the exhibition hall, Zhen Kongming immediately strode over to walk beside her. In fact, Wu Luoxue hadn't painted for months and wasn't satisfied with the apple that she painted. Chapter 622. The Hidden Danger. Seeing Wu Luoxue and Zhen Kongming walking out, the old men all ran out after them, thinking that Wu Luoxue would become a top oil painting master since she could paint so well so young. Zhang Yuan watched the old men in surprise and then looked back at the apple on the canvas, but she couldn't see anything special about it. To Hao Ren, it was a simple apple that anyone who had learned oil painting could paint with ease. He looked at Zhang Yuan's oil painting teacher and realized that this old man who had shown interest in Wu Luoxue first didn't follow her out. The old man touched the canvas lightly and picked up the painting brush that Wu Luoxue had used before, carefully observing it. Teacher, is that elementary school student very talented? Zhang Yuan asked. Wang Shitung took out a small knife from his pocket and cut the apple from the canvas before tossing it at Zhang Yuan. Take it back and study it carefully. Zhang Yuan put away the piece of painted canvas in bafflement since she still couldn't see what was special about this red apple. Wang Shitung turned slightly and looked at Hao Ren and the others. His intense gaze seemed as if it could pierce Hao Ren. When he was with those old men, Hao Ren didn't see anything special about him. However, meeting his gaze now, Hao Ren found that this old man's presence was very extraordinary. Put away the stuff, and you must practice more. Don't go out and play with guys so often, Wang Shitung said. Okay, teacher. Zhang Yuan answered with a nod. However, she thought differently. Now that she was famous, it was time for her to expand her connections, and she must choose carefully among the guys who were pursuing her. She had planned to have a casual relationship with Hao Ren before graduation, but now she had to change her plan. Let's go. Seeing nothing interesting in the exhibition, Hao Ren waved his hand. Okay. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily answered immediately. When the old man stared at Hao Ren for a few seconds, they looked at the old man for a few seconds as well. However, they felt nothing unusual about him. Still wondering what was unique about the apple, Xie Yujia froze for a few seconds and followed Hao Ren hurriedly. Since their textbooks were still in the academic building, Xie Yujia ran into the classroom where another class was in progress. She walked in silently and came out with their textbooks. On the other side of the street, Lingjiao Middle School had begun afternoon classes, and East Ocean University had gradually quieted down as well. Gongzi. We're hungry. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily took Hao Ren's arms and yelled in a pettish manner. "Go buy yourself some food." Hao Ren dug out his wallet and handed 200 yuan to them. Well, Lu sisters looked at him in disappointment. They had wanted Hao Ren to have lunch with them instead of asking for money. "Yujia, you go grab a bite as well. I'm not hungry," Hao Ren said. "Okay. You must be careful." Xie Yujia held the Lu sisters' hands, leading them to Hongji Square out of the west gate of the school. She felt like that the old man was a bit weird but couldn't explain why, thinking maybe it was a unique characteristic of artists. When the three girls were gone, Hao Ren went to the administrative building. He assumed that Yu Zilong would be back after a few days of rest. When he was besieged on Fifth Heaven, Yu Zilong had come to check on him. Sure enough, Yu Zilong was in the office with the other two counselors for other programs. Some members of the student council were making plans in the outer office. "Mr. Yu," Hao Ren called at the entrance before walking into the office. "Little Hao, come in." Yu Zilong beckoned at him. He looked very intimate, as if he were truly a newly appointed young counselor. "Mr. Yu, we're off to have lunch," the other two counselors in the office said to Yu Zilong as they walked to the door. The teacher's cafeteria on the second floor of Clearstream Cafeteria was open until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the teachers usually had lunch after the rush hour caused by students. "Okay," Yu Zilong answered with a smile and then glanced at Hao Ren. "Sit down." After Hao Ren sat on the chair, Yu Zilong poured a cup of water and placed it before Hao Ren. "I've finished the task of rounding up the dragon cultivators in the school," Hao Ren said as he looked at him. "Good. Good." Yu Zilong looked genial when wearing his glasses, and he took out 5 to 6 objects from his ring. "You've used 2 realm-breaking notes and have 1 left. I will give you 4 more. This is a snow soul bead which can add essence to the surroundings when you put it in the water. It can help with your cultivation." Hao Ren put the realm-breaking notes into his pocket since he had no nature essence at present and couldn't open his necklace. The snow soul bead was very cold, and Hao Ren wrapped it in paper towels before putting it into his pocket. "The calligraphy club has just been founded, and it needs lots of stuff," Hao Ren said. "What do you need?" "I can give you supplies to some extent," Yu Zilong said. "I want 200 level 2 or level 3 foundation establishment pills, which are useful stuff. I'll ask Lu Qi to make a list for the rest of the supplies," Hao Ren said. 200 foundation establishment pills? You have a big appetite." Yu Zilong thought for a while and said, "I can agree to that though." Hao Ren knew that Xie Yujia could make level 4 elixir pills, but it was a strenuous process. Since most of the cultivators had low realms, he wanted to take some elixir pills from Yu Zilong so that Xie Yujia didn't have to work hard making them. "And I want to thank you for showing up yesterday," Hao Ren said. "Don't thank me. Since you are still an inspector, I can't stand by and allow you to be killed by the cultivators on Fifth Heaven. However," Yu Zilong drawled, "if you work against the Dragon God Shrine one day, I won't show mercy on you." Hao Ren smiled and looked at Yu Zilong before nodding. "Is there a metal elemental dragon cultivator in the school? His realm is not low, right?" Hao Ren asked. "I've spotted him. Don't worry," Yu Zilong said lightly. After thinking for a moment, Hao Ren felt like he had no more questions to ask. He drank some water and stood up. "Then, I'll head back." "Okay." Yu Zilong pointed at Hao Ren's cup, and the water remaining in it evaporated immediately while the disposable cup was flicked into the garbage can. He knew Hao Ren was related to that eternal demon king, but he didn't want to ask since that eternal demon king had returned to the demon sea after turning the Kunlun mountain upside down. He wanted to stay here to watch some more since the metal elemental dragons seemed to be quite active. Walking out into the corridor, Hao Ren went to the big independent office of the calligraphy club. When he entered, he saw some club members busy working in the office. After some decorating, the room was clean and neat. When the members of the calligraphy club saw Hao Ren enter, they greeted him respectfully. "Brother Hao." "Isn't Lu Qi here?" Hao Ren asked. "Vice President Lu hasn't come yet. Do you want me to call him?" a girl asked. Without any nature essence, Hao Ren couldn't use the inspector's token and thus couldn't see the elemental attribute and realm of the members. He vaguely remembered that this girl was of wood elemental attribute and at gen level. "Not necessary." Hao Ren put the cold snow soul bead on the table and asked, "How is the selection of other vice presidents of the club?" The list of best candidates is done, and it is waiting for your review, the girl said. The vice presidents can take turns. Hao Ren pointed at the snow soul bead and said, "This bead is said to be able to increase nature essence when it is put into water. I'll leave it in the office." Okay. The members answered at the same time. The moment when Hao Ren took out the bead, they had sensed the overwhelming essence that was coming off it and knew it was a valuable Dharma treasure. However, Hao Ren didn't keep it to himself. Instead, he left it in the office so that everyone could use it to cultivate faster, making them grateful to him. Another thing. Each of you can write down the things you want related to cultivation and hand them to Lu Qi. He will form a list and give it to me. Don't ask for items that are too valuable, and I'll try my best to get them for you, Hao Ren said. Hearing Hao Ren's words, the members were exhilarated. Thank you, Brother Hao. As the ordinary cultivators in their dragon clans, they didn't have much access to resources. In the process of cultivation, they had wanted certain things, but their dragon clan wouldn't or couldn't give them those things. Of course, Hao Ren wouldn't tell them that a deputy shrine master of the god dragon shrine was in East Ocean University right now. Otherwise, they would be frightened. Any news recently? Hao Ren asked them. A 10,000-year Lingzi mushroom appeared in the Yulin Wood Dragon Palace at Wu Mountain in the west. One elder from Dongjing Lake Dragon Palace reached top-tier Qian level. The royal prince of the Changbai Mountain Dragon Palace wants to transfer to our East Ocean University and join Brother Hao's group. He and Vice President Liu are friends. One by one, they offered information about the clans. Okay. Hao Ren nodded slightly, feeling like all the dragon palaces were trying to increase their strengths. With the fall of the West Ocean Dragon Clan, all the dragon clans from different regions had adjusted the focus of their diplomatic policy. In general, they were all leaning toward East Ocean. Ask each member of the club to prepare some calligraphy works. Now that the calligraphy club is founded, we must come up with some activities. Okay. President, they answered as one. After the establishment of the calligraphy club in such a short time, they must organize some club activities so that the ordinary students wouldn't get suspicious. Hao Ren stood up and walked out of the office. In the week without nature essence, he couldn't cultivate, so it was a rare rest period for her. He borrowed some books on architecture and sat in a spot close to the window, reading them one by one. In fact, architecture had things in common with array formations. While array formations collected nature essence through all kinds of methods, the art of architecture supported weight through all sorts of combinations of materials. Hao Ren was deep in thought while reading the architecture books at a long table in the library, and the students nearby turned their gazes toward him, especially the girls. The girls found Hao Ren charming in the sunshine. Hao Ren had surpassed Huang Zuji with ease and became the focus of the students and Prince Charming for many girls in the school. They were amazed by Hao Ren's manner while he talked with Song Qingye today. They all regretted not noticing this quiet and low-profile guy earlier. Now that he had emerged, he was too high for them to reach. While the sunlight crawled on the long table, Hao Ren read quietly, and his manner and movements seemed to have merged with his environment, firm and full of force. After reading 6 books with his photographic memory, Hao Ren returned the books to their shelves and walked out of the library at a steady pace. It was dusk outside. Little White was playing with some first-year girls outside of the library. Hao Ren called out, "Little White." Da. Little White trotted over and leapt into Hao Ren's arms. The girls looked at Hao Ren enviously while they whispered to each other. That is Hao Ren, yeah. The president of the calligraphy club, and even superstar Song Qingye came into the school to see him. Hao Ren picked up Little White by its ears and walked toward the south gate of the school. You hungry little thing. He patted Little White on its head. Little White barked and spat out a piece of sausage before jumping down to the ground and walking alongside him. The two shadows lengthened on the ground in the setting sun. The senior is very handsome. The first-year female students were still standing there, admiring Hao Ren's figure. The posters of the art exhibition outside of the arts building had been put away since the half-day art exhibition had ended. The campus was now in its most peaceful moment of the day. Su Han jogged home wearing her running shoes. Zhao Yanzi began the night study session in the classroom with her classmates after having dinner in the middle school cafeteria. The golden setting sun shone on the quiet campus. Heaven-earth lock. The golden campus instantly turned red. Zhang Yuan's oil painting teacher descended slowly from the sky and stood before Hao Ren with a kind smile. I, Wang Shitung, the Zixuan cave master, is honored to meet the commanding general of East Ocean. Wang Shitung cupped his hands. Hao Ren looked around and saw that the students were still walking as usual, and it seemed like no one noticed this part of the campus. He looked up and saw that even the sky had turned red. Wang Shitung's energy sphere had engulfed the whole city. Woo! Little White instantly changed into its snow lion form, baring its teeth at Wang Shitung. Little Level 3 Demon Beast, Wang Shitung snapped 2 fingers. 2 golden lights shot from his fingertips, and Little White fell to the ground immediately. Hand over the heaven-reaching shield. The old man reached out his hand. Chapter 623. Take back the Dharma treasure and catch a small demon king. The old man was Shu Kei's 6th senior brother, the 6th disciple of the Taiyi cave master. The metal elemental dragons valued the relationship of masters and disciples, but the cultivators must leave their masters and found their own caves after reaching Qian level or Kun level, since the masters wouldn't keep disciples forever. Under the cover of Zhang Yuan's art exhibition, Wang Shitung had come to East Ocean City to catch a small demon king. The small demon kings were demon beasts that had passed the first heaven tribulation. Despite their weaker strengths, they were demon beasts above level 10 and thus were very valuable. He wouldn't dare to try to catch it if this small demon king was inside or near the demon sea. However, the small demon king was in the city without a big demon king around, and Wang Shitung thought it was worth a try since he was at peak Qian level. The moment he reached East Ocean City, Shu Kei contacted him and asked him to help take back their master's heaven-reaching shield. Although Wang Shitung and Shu Kei were disciples of the same master, they didn't have a strong bond. When Wang Shitung left Taiyi Cave about 200 years ago, Shu Kei hadn't been born yet. However, since it involved their master's Dharma treasure, he must lend a hand as a disciple. In Hao Ren's necklace, the golden shield sensed the presence of a powerful master and became agitated. Come out. Wang Shitung looked at the necklace on Hao Ren's neck and grabbed it. Without the control of Hao Ren's nature essence, the space in the necklace became unstable, and the golden shield flew out instantly. Wang Shitung knew Hao Ren was the commanding general of East Ocean. But since metal elemental dragons had no dealings with the other 4 elemental dragon clans, he wasn't afraid of the power of the East Ocean Dragon Palace as a peak Qian level metal elemental dragon. At this moment, Hao Ren's body didn't have a trace of nature essence, and Wang Shitung didn't have the patience to find out why. He had located the position of the small demon king and would make his move in the evening. The golden shield flew up, and Little White took the opportunity to fly into the sky with Hao Ren on its back. Heaven-reaching shield. Withdraw. Wang Shitung chanted the spell silently and reached out his right hand at the golden shield. He had used this supreme spiritual treasure several times and had missed it. He hadn't expected that he would have the opportunity to touch it again after 200 years. Haha. After taking back the golden shield, I will use it to catch that small demon king. Small demon kings were excellent materials for making elixir pills and dharma treasures. As he chanted of the spell and used his cultivation strength, the golden shield flew away with Little White with a swoosh. How? Wang Shitung widened his eyes. Although more than 200 years had passed since he last used the heaven-reaching shield, he still remembered the spell very clearly. When he last used the heaven-reaching shield, he was only at Shuan level. Now that he was at peak Qian level, and there was no reason that he couldn't take it. While he was stupefied, Little White had flown into the high sky carrying Hao Ren at the traveling speed of the nascent soul realm. Humph! You can't run. Wang Shitung stomped the ground and flew up abruptly. East Ocean City was the host city of the East Ocean Dragon Clan, and he wasn't supposed to act so boldly on others' territory. However, since he had reached peak Qian level, he was fearless. Even the regional inspector of East Ocean City had a lower realm than him. Since the metal elemental dragon cultivators valued the master-disciple system, the East Ocean Dragon Clan couldn't find any dragon palace to blame. They would have to come to his Zixuan cave. However, as a peak Qian level cultivator, he wasn't afraid of the anger of the East Ocean Dragon Clan. Wang Shitung took one step forward and rose into the high sky, appearing right behind Little White. It was one of the powerful techniques of peak Qian level cultivators, World Edge technique. The metal elemental dragon cultivators were well known for their laborious cultivation, and more than half of them couldn't live until they reached Dewey level. This crazy cultivation resulted in the highest percentage of Qian level and Kun level cultivators and the most powerful technique. Wang Shidong looked to be in his 60s, but he was actually over 500 years old. He was a rare genius in the entire dragon tribe to have reached peak Qian level at 500 years old. That was why he could take Zixuan Cave, one of the top 36 caves, even though it was no match for his master's Taiyi Cave, which was one of the 5 major caves. Withdraw. Wang Shidong reached for the golden shield. The golden shield spun to the front of Little White. As a supreme spiritual treasure, it had its own spirit properties and wouldn't submit to even a cultivator at peak Qian level. In the entire world, probably only soul formation realm cultivators could control it. Back. Wang Shidong reached for the golden shield again. The golden shield spun swiftly to one side of Little White. Startled, Little White rose into a higher latitude. Sitting on Little White's back, Hao Ren was alarmed when he looked down at the skyscrapers hundreds of meters below him. Without any nature essence in him, if he fell from Little White's back. Humph. Wang Shidong's hands released lights and reached for the golden shield the third time. The golden shield drew a golden arc and escaped from Wang Shidong's grab. Wang Shidong tried to grab it again, and the golden shield dodged him again. It looked as if they were playing tag in the high sky. Boom. Wang Shidong lost his patience and released the realm of peak Qian level. The golden shield shivered slightly as if it were stunned. Come with me. Wang Shidong's dry hands released golden light sparks. He spread his arms to welcome the golden shield. He had to release the aura of a super master before such a dharma treasure would submit to him. When his hands almost touched the golden shield, it flicked and flew up. It had pretended to be afraid. Be starred. Wang Shidong's old face, which looked kind, turned furious. The golden shield hadn't had such a powerful spirit property before. Who are you? Why are you attacking our Gongzi? Lu Linlin and Lu Lily's crisp voices suddenly came from the thin clouds below them. A green and a cyan light shot toward Wang Shidong. The black and the white yin-yang bracelets shot toward Wang Shidong from both sides. With a wave of his hand, a huge golden net appeared in Wang Shidong's hand, and it struck toward the Lu sisters and their dharma treasures from above. The Lu sisters immediately dodged to both sides, but Wang Shidong's golden net caught their dharma treasures. Before Wang Shidong could show his smugness, the black and white bracelets turned to the size of finger rings and escaped from the holes of the net. They changed into a black longsword and a white longsword, and the Lu sisters took them and stabbed at him. The huge golden net changed into a trident, blocking Lu Linlin and Lu Lily's longswords. You're only at Kun level. Don't humiliate yourselves. Wang Shidong pointed with both hands. 2 golden lights shot onto Lu Linlin and Lu Lily's shoulders, sending them flying. Withdraw. Wang Shidong reached out his hands and caught the black and the white bracelets, which had changed back into their original forms. Gongzi. The Lu sisters were bounced to Hao Ren's side. Hao Ren immediately held their backs and took them into his arms. Little White slid for more than 10 meters before it held the weight of the 3 of them. Hee hee. These 2 dharma treasures are of good quality. Wang Shidong looked at the dharma treasures in his hands and said in satisfaction. After executing the poison pill plan for Hao Ren, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily had dropped from Qian level to Kun level, and they hadn't recovered their strengths yet. If their rival was an ordinary Qian level cultivator, they could defeat him or her together. However, a peak Qian level cultivator was a powerful enemy beyond their expectation. They had never lost their natal dharma treasures, the yin-yang bracelets, to their enemies before, and they were red with humiliation and fury when the old man took those 2 dharma treasures. How are your injuries? Hao Ren looked at their shoulders and asked. We are okay. Gongzi. They answered in unison. When Wang Shidong shot out 2 golden lights, their black and white bracelets had blocked them, but the bracelets were knocked into the air as a result and got caught by him. This old man's power far surpassed their expectation. The heaven-reaching shield is my master's dharma treasure. I only want to take back the dharma treasure, Wang Shidong said as he looked down at Hao Ren and the Lu sisters. Following the primitive law of the jungle, Metal elemental dragons had never abided by the rules of the dragon god shrine and would destroy anyone who messed with them. However, Hao Ren was a bit different since he was the commanding general of East Ocean, which was why Wang Shitung only wanted to take back the heaven-reaching shield of Taiyi Cave instead of hurting or killing Hao Ren. As to Hao Ren's mystic water sword techniques, Shu Kei was afraid that his sixth senior brother, who had established his own cave, would take it, so he didn't mention it. "Okay, if it's willing to go with you," Hao Ren said with a clear voice while sitting on Little White's back. The golden shield hummed while it stopped between Hao Ren and Wang Shitung. Wang Shitung shook and released an intense nature essence. All the supreme spiritual treasures would automatically go to the place with the most nature essence and attach themselves to the powerful cultivators. He knew that his master had fed the heaven-reaching shield with nature essence regularly, and he didn't believe that a cultivator below peak Qian level could afford to feed a supreme spiritual treasure. Buzz, hum, the golden shield released golden light waves. The supreme spiritual treasure would choose its own master. It spun and released large amounts of nature essence quietly. Hiss, it slid slowly in the clouds toward Hao Ren. Hao Ren's necklace had a certain degree of nature essence while Ethereal Summit on Fifth Heaven had more nature essence. Besides, Little White would play with it. After some consideration, it decided to stay with Hao Ren. Rough, Little White yelled since it didn't want the golden shield to come back. Now that the supreme spiritual treasure has chosen its master, what else do you want to say? Hao Ren asked when the golden shield returned to his side. After I kill you, it will have no master. The golden light on Wang Shitung's body got brighter suddenly. How dare you to kill people on the territory of East Ocean City? Aren't you afraid of the Dragon God Shrine? Hao Ren asked him in a loud voice. Dragon God Shrine? Humph! I have no regard for it. Wang Shitung glared at him and answered with a resonant voice. His trident transformed into three which rose by themselves. Really? You have no regard for the Dragon God Shrine? Yu Zilong's deep voice came from the sky. Chapter 624. Comprehending Heavenly Tao with Martial Arts. A dazzling white light shot into the clouds and struck toward Wang Shitung. The strike was without any reserve. Wang Shitung immediately powered his Dharma treasure to block it. Bang! Wang Shitung was still struck down by hundreds of meters. After pausing in the high sky for a while, Yu Zilong struck toward Wang Shitung again. Two five-clawed golden dragons were embroidered on the shoulders of his black silk robe. The vice-shrine master of the Dragon God Shrine. Wang Shitung blocked the attack with his hands while he dropped swiftly. Yu Zilong's iron fist crashed onto Wang Shitung's chest at a speed almost invisible to the naked eye. Heaven-Earth Lock. Yu Zilong uttered the words. A pale red color instantly covered the whole city. This was a superpower only cultivators of peak Qian level could use. It put mortals under the energy sphere so that they couldn't see anything that the Creator wanted to hide from them. Hao Ren looked at his body and realized that a stretch of red light covered it. Likewise, Lu Linlin, Lu Lily, and Little White were all covered by the permeating red light. The people on the streets were walking as usual, and no one noticed the battle in the high sky. Bang! Wang Shitung unleashed his realm of peak Qian level. Strong wind stuck dozens of districts. Break! Yu Zilong's right hand shot out a realm-breaking note. With Wang Shitung as the center, his powerful presence was instantly shattered. Hao Ren watched their battle, astonished that the realm-breaking notes could be used in this way. Bang! Like a cannonball, Yu Zilong shot toward Wang Shitung and punched at the latter's chin viciously. Wang Shitung, with the look of an old man in his 60s, spun out while two teeth spat out from his mouth with blood. Vicious, Hao Ren was stunned while he watched the scholar like Yu Zilong. He was merciless. Without any Dharma treasures or any flight Dharma treasures, Yu Zilong flew in the air with his realm of peak Qian level. Comprehending Heavenly Tao with martial arts. While Hao Ren cultivated his sword energies and trained his body, Yu Zilong trained his body purely and was almost indestructible. All his joints and body parts could be used as Dharma treasures. Wang Shitung, who was also at peak Qian level, didn't even have time to react. Hao Ren knew that Yu Zilong had located the metal elemental dragon in the school, and he wasn't surprised at the appearance of Wang Shitung. He provoked Wang Shitung on purpose so that Yu Zilong would attack. Wang Shitung didn't expect a deputy shrine master of the Dragon God Shrine was in East Ocean City since Shu Ke hadn't told him that. He was fooled by Shu Ke and tricked by Hao Ren. The moment that Wang Shitung got knocked away, Yu Zilong moved to his side instantly. It was a speed close to teleportation. Snap! Yu Zilong's knee connected with Wang Shitung's lower back. Wang Shitung was sent flying and tumbling for hundreds of meters. The black and the white bracelets were swung out from his hands since he couldn't grab them. Yu Zilong caught the two bracelets and flicked them with his fingertips toward Lu Linlin and Lu Lily with whistling sounds. Lu sisters immediately reached out to catch them, but they were forced back by several meters due to the impulsive force. It was Yu Zilong's mild reminder to the Lu sisters that they must watch their own behavior on the territory of the Dragon God Shrine. Even the Dragon God Shrine shouldn't be so aggressive. After flying out for hundreds of meters, Wang Shitung shook his body and released the aura of peak Qian level again. His golden trident shot out a blinding golden light, forming a golden energy sphere. Hee hee. Yu Zilong sneered, and his hands struck on Wang Shitung's energy sphere like cannonballs. The array formation instantly shattered, and Yu Zilong punched the trident. Dang! The trident and Yu Zilong's fist collided as a resonant noise sounded. Wah! Yu Zilong destroyed the aura of peak Qian level. The metal elemental dragons were hard to deal with, and Yu Zilong didn't want to mess with them, especially the cultivators from Taiyi Cave. However, he must show Wang Shitung that he couldn't look down on the Dragon God Shrine. Realm-breaking note. With the same level of strength as Yu Zilong, Wang Shitung realized that his aura was broken by this top-tier Dharma note. Yu Zilong's aura knocked him away by 1,000 meters, from the city area to the ocean area. Wang Shitung looked at Yu Zilong, surprised that a deputy shrine master of the Dragon God Shrine would be so powerful. Little White flew after them swiftly, carrying Hao Ren to continue watching the battle. Clap! In 1 second, Yu Zilong was in the high sky. In the next, he landed beside Wang Shitung, striking him on the belly forcefully. Wang Shitung's trident couldn't block such a speedy strike, and his body, which hadn't been tempered with special methods, couldn't withstand Yu Zilong's strike. Bam! Wang Shitung fell into the ocean with blood spilling from his mouth. The huge wave that he caused shook the ships in the harbor. As a metal elemental dragon master at peak Qian level, Wang Shitung couldn't even fight Yu Zilong. However, his metal elemental dragon pride stopped him from fleeing or begging for mercy. Hao Ren compared the strengths of Yu Zilong and Zhao Kuo silently and felt that even Zhao Kuo couldn't defeat Yu Zilong if they were both at their primes. Among the deputy shrine masters at peak Qian level, Yu Zilong was ranked low, but he had such great power. It was fortunate that Wang Shitung had reached the realm of peak Qian level. Otherwise, Yu Zilong would have killed him with one strike. Sitting on Little White's back, Hao Ren thought about how he could deal with a master like Yu Zilong if he had reached peak Qian level, super speed, super strength, and super defense. The realm-breaking notes could even break any large-scale array formation. Hao Ren thought for a while, and he got nothing. Shua, shua, shua. 3 golden tridents shot out from the water. Huge waves surged up at the same time. Yu Zilong punched at the waves and a ring of high ripples spread on the ocean surface for thousands of meters. Wang Shitung was hit back into the ocean before he could dash out. Vicious! Hao Ren exclaimed again silently. Both at peak Qian level, Yu Zilong suppressed Wang Shitung under the ocean. This deputy shrine master of the Dragon God Shrine had the same realm as Wang Shitung, but his battle ability far surpassed his rival. The Qian level master produced by Metal Elemental Dragon Clan's devil-like training was no match for the Dragon God Shrine's supermaster who had grown up in countless life-threatening missions. 2 of the 3 tridents missed Yu Zilong, but the third one struck his chest. Dang! Yu Zilong was pushed up for 5 to 6 meters by the strike, and a small tear appeared in his black silk robe. However, his body was intact. Comprehending heavenly Tao with martial arts, Yu Zilong's body was almost as hard as a level 8 demon beast. Bang! 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 Wang Shitung tried to get out 3 times and was struck down 3 times. As a master of peak Qian level, Wang Shitung wasn't without great techniques. However, the offensive techniques couldn't hurt Yu Zilong while the array formations were ineffective before the realm-breaking notes. His trident-shaped Dharma treasure could change into a golden net, the immortal trapping net, and any cultivators below peak Qian level couldn't escape from the net. If trapped, even cultivators at peak Qian level wouldn't get out so easily. However, Yu Zilong had the top-tier realm-breaking notes, rendering Wang Shitung's Dharma treasure useless even if it changed into the golden net. Hao Ren couldn't think of a solution and neither could Wang Shitung. The realm-breaking notes could break any trapping techniques and treasures except for supreme spiritual treasures. In short, he just forced his rival to fight him, but no one was his match physically. Wang Shitung's ears rang by the blows. As a metal elemental dragon cultivator, he wasn't a good swimmer. After being trapped in the water for a long time, he almost lost consciousness under Yu Zilong's fist blows on the ocean surface. Humph! Yu Zilong snorted. The huge waves quieted down gradually. Wang Shitung rose from the ocean slowly with his palms releasing golden light. Yu Zilong disappeared stepping on a blue light. While he flew past Hao Ren, he glanced at the golden shield which was a rare supreme spiritual treasure. Since it had taken Hao Ren as its owner, he had no intention to take it for himself. After all, Hao Ren was an inspector of the Dragon God Shrine, and he wouldn't allow Wang Shitung to kill Hao Ren. Of course, he knew Hao Ren had purposefully made him attack Wang Shitung, but it was not a big issue. If Hao Ren became the Dragon God Shrine's enemy one day, he would also attack Hao Ren. The Lu sisters looked at the direction where the blue light disappeared and saw the red light that engulfed the city was instantly removed. With 2 front teeth missing, Wang Shitung's face and body were all bruised. He looked back at Hao Ren and gritted his teeth. Angry at Shu Ke for tricking him into battling Hao Ren, he decided not to help his junior brother anymore. Also, as the senior brother, he would give a lesson to this disobedient junior brother who tried to fool him. After casting a hostile glance at Hao Ren, he summoned the trident to his hand. The ocean water on him shot into the ocean like bullets. While his clothes dried in the blink of an eye, his face had also returned to its original state. However, the 2 missing front teeth made his lips look sunken, and he looked older because of it. Crack! Clenching his fists, Wang Shitung shot into the city like a rocket. He would catch the small demon king and return to his Zixuan cave. When his superpower is obtained, he would come back and find Yu Zilong for revenge. Chapter 625, Small Demon King, Small Demon King. When Hao Ren returned to the ground, he suddenly realized that Xie Yujia had called him over 10 times. He hesitated for a few seconds but still called her back. After only a few rings, Xie Yujia picked up the phone. "Where are you?" Xie Yujia sounded a bit anxious. "It's okay. I'm with Linlin and Lily," Hao Ren said. "Okay, as long as you're safe." Xie Yujia let out a sigh of relief. That red light enveloped the city, so Xie Yujia was worried that it had to do with Hao Ren. Then, she got anxious because Hao Ren wouldn't pick up the phone no matter how many times she called. She was relieved to hear that Hao Ren was safe and sound. "Go to bed early," Hao Ren said a few more soothing words before he hung up the phone. He patted his pocket and felt the 4 realm-breaking notes. He didn't expect these realm-breaking notes to be so powerful. Hao Ren held the Dharma notes and looked at them carefully under the school streetlights. The notepaper was made of unique red sandpaper, and there were layers and layers of small granules on it. It felt a bit fuzzy when you touched it. The patterns on the Dharma note were drawn with golden ink, and they shined under the streetlights. The patterns of the Dharma notes weren't very complicated but let out a mysterious feeling. On the back of the Dharma notes were the 5-clawed golden dragons of the Dragon God Shrine, which meant that it was Yu Zilong's. "I wonder if Yujia can draw such a Dharma note," Hao Ren thought to himself. The essence-locking notes could seal the opponent's nature essence while the realm-breaking notes could unlock the seal of a formation array. If these 2 could be used together, there would be a great effect. Gongzi, the Lu sisters called him when they saw that Hao Ren was in deep thoughts under the streetlights. "Okay." Hao Ren turned around and looked at them and said, "You guys can go back and get some rest first. I'm fine." The Lu sisters had initially wanted to stay with Hao Ren for a bit longer. Even when he faced an opponent of peak Qian level, Hao Ren still didn't ring the bell. This made the Lu sisters very worried. Since Hao Ren didn't ring the bell during this emergency, they couldn't tell if he were in danger by the bell. If they hadn't come for Hao Ren when they noticed that the sky changed drastically, they would not have known that he was in danger. In reality, Hao Ren knew that the appearance of Wang Shitung would not be overlooked by Yu Zilong, a deputy shrine master. That was the reason why Hao Ren didn't want to get the Lu sisters involved. Also, he knew that the Lu sisters' realm had dropped a bit, so he was worried that they wouldn't be safe when they were to face a peak Qian level cultivator. If anything happens to Gongzi, please call upon us. Lu Linlin still looked very worried about Hao Ren. I know. Hao Ren smiled helplessly. Lu Lily was also worried about Hao Ren. She looked at him but finally pouted while holding onto Lu Linlin's hand. Together, they walked towards their dormitory. Hao Ren watched their beautiful figures disappear. Then, he looked down and smiled before walking toward the sports field. The Lu sisters had lowered their pride by a lot for him and were always by his side. However, Hao Ren didn't treat them as his maids and also didn't have the habit of commanding them to do things for him. He didn't have one tiny bit of nature essence in him right now, but conversely, he felt a rare sense of relaxation. The grasses on the field next to the swimming arena had been redone. Hao Ren looked up to the moon and started to wave intensely. The fundamental boxing techniques of the East Ocean Dragon Palace. This technique did not require any nature essence. All you needed was perseverance and physical strength. Hao Ren stepped on the grass and punched out. Not only could he train his body, but he could also toughen his mentality. Wang Shitung and Yu Zilong were both at peak Qian level. When Hao Ren saw how Yu Zilong beat up Wang Shitung so badly that Wang Shitung couldn't even lift his head, he was a bit moved. A powerful person could beat an opponent of many skills. Yu Zilong used ferocious punches. He used offense as a type of defense and even extinguished Wang Shitung's aura with his punches. In only tens of punches, sweat had soaked up Hao Ren's back. Hao Ren had used full power in every single blow, and the air-piercing sounds made by his punches were resonant. Although he had lost his nature essence, Hao Ren's martial arts skill was still exceptional. The speed and power of his punches could easily defeat the world's boxing champions. If he could increase his power by just a little, he could raise his right of expressing himself by a little too. Hao Ren jumped up a bit and practiced the set of fundamental boxing techniques. The fundamental boxing techniques of the East Ocean Dragon Palace was known for being steady and ferocious, while the set of mystic water sword techniques was powerful due to its unpredictable moves. Hao Ren had practiced the mystic water sword techniques before. Now that he was practicing the fundamental boxing techniques, he was able to learn something new. Under the moonlight, he punched and kicked. Each movement was very smooth, so smooth that even his shadow under the moonlight flowed. His sweat drops drew an arch in the air before landing quietly onto the grass. Gongzi's punches sure look beautiful, Lu Linlin said with a blush. She was hiding in a distant corner watching Hao Ren under the moonlight. Lu Linlin looked at Hao Ren with admiration. They had returned to the graduate dormitory but were still worried, so they quietly followed Hao Ren. That was when they found out that Hao Ren came here to practice his martial arts rather than going back to his dorm to sleep. That's our Gongzi. Unlike Lu Lily, who expressed her praise out loud, Lu Linlin only secretly thought to herself. She had more admiration for Hao Ren now. Hao Ren practiced his boxing techniques until midnight. Only when he realized that it was almost time that the dorms were going to be locked did he run multiple laps around the field before returning to his dorm. Zhou Liren had just received Song Qingya's signed picture today and was extremely excited. It was a mystery how he had prepared a picture frame. He had put the signed pictures into the frame and placed it at the most visible spot on his desk. Damn! Which beauty did you go out with this time? I thought you weren't coming back. They surrounded Hao Ren right when they saw him. I just went out for a walk, Hao Ren said lightheartedly. On his way back to the dorm, his sweat-soaked clothes had been dried by the natural wind, so there was no way they would have guessed Hao Ren had been practicing boxing for multiple hours. If you don't put in the effort, you will not reap the fruit. That applied even to the road of cultivation. When Hao Ren saw the battle between Yu Zilong and Wang Shitung, he realized how status couldn't save him. If Yu Zilong weren't stronger than Wang Shitung, then the person that was pushed down onto the seabed and beaten up badly would be Yu Zilong. Zhao Kuo was the East Ocean's commanding general, and this was why he had pursued after real strength. Hao Ren only reacted politely to Yu Rong and the other guys. The guys however still ended up not being able to find Song Qingya's phone number from Hao Ren's phone. Okay, I'm going to take a shower. Hao Ren pushed them away and grabbed his face bowl and towel before walking towards the public shower room. The school's shower room had hot water while the shower in the dorms only had cold water. However, with Hao Ren's current body, he could even use ice-cold water from the well, and it wouldn't do any damage to him. There was a small square opening in the shower, so Hao Ren looked out at the sky while he washed himself. There seemed to be a bolt of purple lightning that shot from the sky. If Hao Ren weren't a cultivator, he would have thought it was a shooting star. At that time, Wang Shitung stepped on his trident in the center of the city high up in the sky. He was releasing thousands of golden lights from his hand. Soul-searching technique. Although he was slowed down by Yu Ziyang, he still believed that this small demon king was still in the city. His clothes were torn, and he had lost his 2 front teeth. However, he knew that Yu Zilong wouldn't kill him. If it were low junior level metal elemental dragon cultivators, then Yu Zilong could use his status as a deputy shrine master and kill them when he was enraged. However, Wang Shitung was a peak Qian level cultivator of the metal elemental dragon clan and even had the status as an elder in the clan. If he were to be killed, Yu Zilong would be in deep trouble. Wang Shitung had witnessed Yu Zilong's ferocity, but he was still not scared of the dragon god shrine. The golden lights scattered in all directions. The light reflected the locations of all the cultivators in the city. They reflected different colors respective to their different elemental attribute, which were in colors of white, green, blue, red, and yellow. A peak Qian level cultivator could easily exterminate an entire city. Wang Shitung could easily use his soul-searching technique to pinpoint the low-realm cultivators in the city. Amongst those 5 colors, there was a faint blue aura in the southeastern corner of the city. The small demon king that escaped from the demon sea. Wang Shitung took a light step as the golden trident pointed toward that direction. What about the deputy shrine master of the dragon god shrine? Such a small demon king was in the East Ocean city under his nose, but he still didn't catch it. He thought, however, this small demon king had hidden his aura well. If it weren't for my soul-searching technique, I wouldn't have been able to find him. When he realized such things, Wang Shitung became prouder and thought, even though this deputy shrine master has superior fighting skills, he is far less superior in terms of techniques than me. Wait until I catch this small demon king and use him to make the bone-strengthening pill. I will turn my body to the degree where it is as strong as a level 10 demon beast. Then, I'll come to pick a fight with you. Wang Shitung clenched his teeth and dashed forward on his trident as he was afraid that this small demon king would escape. This trident-shaped Dharma treasure of his was specially made so that it could be used as an immortal trapping net. It was effective with dragon cultivators and demon beasts that have successfully transformed. As long as one was captured by this golden net, all cultivators and treasures would be locked. This effect was especially strong with transformed demon beasts. As long as they didn't transform into their demon beast form in a split second, they would be instantaneously killed. The location he was aiming for was Wu Luoxi's home. Since Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang went to the provincial conference, he was staying at Wu Luoxi's home. Also, after school today, he walked Wu Luoxue home with no shame. Wu Luoxue didn't have any good or bad feelings toward Zhen Kongming. All she did was eat her dinner before she went to her room to do her homework. Zhen Kongming really wanted to go to Wu Luoxi's room, but he couldn't find an excuse no matter how hard he thought. He had good grades, so it didn't sound right if he said he didn't know how to do the homework. Wu Luoxi's cold attitude toward him made Zhen Kongming very anxious, and he didn't dare to actively get closer to her. It was already past 10 in the evening. Wu Luoxue was in her pajamas, and she practiced piano in her room for a bit before heading to bed. Zhen Kongming listened carefully. When he heard that the piano had stopped, his heart sank. Wu Luoxue was pretty, just like a crystal doll. She could also play the piano and draw well. Although Zhen Kongming had initially looked down upon these things, he thought they were beautiful arts just because Wu Luoxue did them. Up in the sky, Wang Shitung was on his trident. He was only a few hundred meters away. Small Demon King. Small Demon King. When Wang Shitung thought about this, he was ecstatic. If his strength improved a bit, he would have hoped to be able to charge at the heavenly dragon realm. The eyes of Wang Shitung, who was a few hundred years old, were lit with passion and fire. Crack! A purple lightning-like Dharma treasure struck down from the clouds up above. It pierced directly through Wang Shitung's chest. The peak Qian level Wang Shitung vanished into thin air without a bit of noise. Chapter 626. Fake Boyfriend? The sky was still bright and sunny the next day. Hao Ren had comfortably slept through the night and was about to go to class with Zhao Jiayi and the other guys. Little White jumped out from the bushes and followed Hao Ren around. "You guys know, right? Song Qingya's signed pictures are already selling for 600 yuan each. That Shu Ke almost was beaten up by seniors. Yeah. Girls even barged into his dorm. He escaped, but the whole school is searching for him." They heard students around them gossip while they walked to the academic building. Hao Ren secretly nodded. The signed pictures of Song Qingya helped him to get the whole school on his side to catch Shu Ke. This would help him get away from Shu Ke's eyes while he lost nature essence this week. After Yu Zilong defeated Wang Shitung, there hasn't been much news about him. Xie Yujia had ridden her bike to class and was already there in the classroom saving spots for everyone. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily returned to their healthy-looking states after a good night's sleep. Now, they were waving passionately at Hao Ren. Gongzi! Gongzi! The Lu sisters' arms were like 4 lilies waving in the wind. Although this was seen every day, Yu Rong and the others were still jealous that the Lu sisters were so close with Hao Ren. Xie Yujia attentively made notes in class while the Lu sisters sat next to her. The Lu sisters had some points that they didn't understand but would later copy Xie Yujia's notes. The 3 beauties sitting together created a harmonious picture. Hao Ren looked at them for a while and then turned toward the windows. The school's roads were a bit wet. The flower bushes still had water drops on them. This was because it rained last night. From afar, Hao Ren could see Su Han's office. Her curtains were shut tightly. Hao Ren knew that she was cultivating. The upcoming trip to the 9-Dragon Palace would be a treacherous one, so Su Han needed to do some final preparations. The purple gold hairpin and the golden shield were quietly sleeping in Hao Ren's necklace, and Little White had sneaked into the classroom by hiding behind Hao Ren's feet. It was a miracle that the teacher didn't see it. It used Hao Ren's shoes as a doghouse as it lied there and slept. When Hao Ren was showering last night, he saw a purple light flash by. At that time, he felt his necklace move a bit, and he thought that the golden shield or the purple gold hairpin wanted to fly out. However, his necklace returned to normal very quickly. Gongzi! Gongzi! Hao Ren was in a daydream while looking out the windows, but Lu Lily who was sitting next to him used a pen to poke him. Hao Ren smiled and turned his head back to the front of the classroom and continued to listen. In reality, he had spent 2 hours last night and finished reading the textbooks for this core module class. He retained most of the knowledge. Lu Lily saw Hao Ren's kind smile and blushed a bit before looking down and sticking her tongue out for a second. She enjoyed the feeling she got by taking classes with Hao Ren. "You can do it! You can do it!" Shouts came from Ling Jiao Middle School's direction. "What are they doing over there?" Hao Ren asked Lu Lily. "I don't know. It seems like athletic games are going on," Lu Lily said as she leaned over and looked. Who knows if the athletic Zhao Yanzi is competing, Hao Ren thought. Ling Jiao Middle School had just moved over, so it was the first time that it could have a separate athletic games than the high school department. Summer vacation had just ended, and the school had just started. This was great timing for an athletic games where the school could motivate students to become more active as most students were fairly lazy during the summer. "Let's go over and watch later," Hao Ren said after a few seconds of thought. Sure. Sure. Lu Lily had never seen an athletic games, so she immediately happily agreed. She looked very active and cute, which made Hao Ren smile again. A normal athletic games would start with the opening ceremony in the morning. The classes would line up and enter the field in order. Official matches wouldn't begin until around 10 in the morning. However, the main events were all in the afternoon. Hao Ren looked at the time. After 2 classes, time would be just right. Those races and other exciting events were usually held in the afternoon. Also, Zhao Yanzi was an active athlete in both short distance and long distance races, so her events would be in the afternoon for sure. From yesterday afternoon to this morning, Hao Ren hadn't seen her and actually missed her a bit. The 2 classes ended. Lu Lili even skipped lunch to drag Hao Ren over to Ling Jiao Middle School. When Lu Linlin saw how close her younger sister was with Hao Ren, she smiled. Both Lu Linlin and Xie Yujia then followed them over to Ling Jiao Middle School. The school's guards didn't let them in, so Xie Yujia called her old class advisor, Luo Ying. Then, Luo Ying came out and led them inside the school. Luo Ying really liked Xie Yujia, but she wasn't too friendly toward Hao Ren. She had only let Hao Ren in because of Xie Yujia. It was the first time that Lu Linlin and Lu Lili went into Ling Jiao Middle School, so everything was new to them. This is the first athletic games at the new campus, so it's quite an event. Also, because the middle school and high school departments are separately doing the athletic games, grade 9 students are also participating, Luo Ying explained as she led the way. Yeah. Ms. Luo, you are in charge of a grade 9 class. It must be tough, Xie Yujia said. Yeah. Students nowadays aren't as good as before, Luo Ying said as she turned her head and looked at Hao Ren. Hao Ren's face turned stiff and thought to himself, what does that have to do with me? Let's go eat at the cafeteria first. Luo Ying led Xie Yujia and her group to the cafeteria. She was very generous to Xie Yujia, who was her favorite student from before, and treated her with great hospitality. However, she was still a little bit biased toward Hao Ren. But since Hao Ren was Xie Yujia's boyfriend, she could only respect and trusted Xie Yujia's choice. The cafeteria was full of students already. Different from East Ocean University, Ling Jiao Middle School only had one cafeteria, and students and teachers shared the same area. However, teachers and staff had their own windows to get their meals, so they wouldn't need to line up after students. Hao Ren and the other three followed Luo Ying as she paid for their lunch. Hao Ren looked at Luo Ying and thought that she was a nice person. The middle school students were quite curious, especially since Hao Ren and the three girls were with Luo Ying. That girl is so pretty, those twins are even prettier. Are they from the high school department or are they new transfers? The middle school boys noticed Xie Yujia and the Lu sisters right off the bat and started to talk amongst themselves while lining up for food. Xie Yujia had a senior aura to her, so she didn't seem like she was from the high school department. They guessed that she had already graduated from high school. However, the Lu sisters were cuter, so they imagined that they were from the high school department or might even be grade 9 transfer students. The three girls became the center topic for the boys in the cafeteria, making the cafeteria a lively place to be. It was Ling Jiao Middle School's athletic games today, so there was no class. The atmosphere around the school was more relaxed as if it were a holiday for them. That was why even such small things became the spotlight of the conversation for the day. That's Hao Ren, he's Zi's boyfriend. A few girls recognized Hao Ren and started chattering. Ling was lining up with Zhao Yanzi. They heard everyone around them gossiping and saw them pointing fingers at strangers, so they looked over to the staff window and saw Luo Ying leading Hao Ren, Xie Yujia, and the Lu sisters. Ah, Zhao Yanzi was shocked. Then, she thought to herself, what is this? Why is he with Xie Yujia? Zhao Yanzi was jealous. Although the relationship between Xie Yujia and her had grown tighter, the fact that Hao Ren brought Xie Yujia to Ling Jiao Middle School, especially with her class advisor with them, made them look like a couple. Is that really Zhao Yanzi's boyfriend? He looks perfect with the girl next to him? You don't know her. Her name is Xie Yujia, and her photos were on the walls in the old campus. She is one of Luo Ying's previous students. She came to Ling Jiao for both middle and high school. Oh, she's studying at East Ocean University. Yeah. She and this Hao Ren seem to be dating. Otherwise, Luo Ying wouldn't treat them for lunch. So, Zhao Yanzi must be lying when she said that he is her boyfriend. The gossip amongst the girls grew like wildfire in the cafeteria. Zhao Yanzi was so furious that her facial muscles tensed up. She could only stare while Luo Ying led the group to a table far away from the lineups. Luo Ying and Xie Yujia also seemed to be having a great conversation. Hao Ren was walking next to Xie Yujia as if he were her boyfriend. He was handsome while she was pretty, which made the perfect couple. Z, you don't need to be mad. I think uncle is here to watch your matches. Ling tried encouraging Zhao Yanzi when she saw how mad Zhao Yanzi was. Ling was afraid that Zhao Yanzi would be irrational and charge over in front of all the staff and students. However, even though she was trying to encourage Zhao Yanzi, she didn't sound quite confident with her words. Hao Ren had so many beautiful girls around him. This time, he came to Ling Jiao Middle School with 3 beautiful girls by his side. Does he still like Zhao Yanzi? Zhao Yanzi said that Hao Ren over there is her boyfriend. It must be fake. Look at how handsome Hao Ren is. He's also a great fighter. The girl next to him is pretty too. Yeah. Zhao Yanzi even said that he's her fiancé. I'd say that he's only her cousin and only came to pick her up last summer. I never even seen him pick her up from school after class on normal days. Yeah. I've never seen them kiss either, so he probably isn't her boyfriend. Xie Yujia is his real girlfriend. Otherwise, they wouldn't come here to see her old teacher. All sorts of gossip spread through the room, and Zhao Yanzi listened to them all. Hey! What dish do you want? The cafeteria lady used her silver soup and knocked on the window. Vegetables, 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 Zhao Yanzi said in an irritated tone. Pa, 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 the cafeteria lady gave 3 vegetable dishes to Zhao Yanzi. Zhao Yanzi didn't even look before taking her plate. Then, she stomped in the direction of Luo Ying. Hey! Hey! It was Ling's turn at the window, and she waved and shouted at Zhao Yanzi. Zhao Yanzi ignored Ling. Under everyone's gaze, she walked over to Luo Ying and sat right across from her. She put down her plate heavily as she sat right next to Hao Ren as if she were declaring that the spot was hers. Chapter 627. What if I brought him in here? Luo Ying, who had been asking Xie Yujia about her studies genially, was a bit surprised when Zhao Yanzi suddenly took a seat. Ignoring her, Zhao Yanzi picked up a piece of cabbage with her chopsticks and began to eat. Luo Ying took a deep breath and looked at her calmly, feeling like she was here to make trouble. However, it was not proper to kick her away. Hao Ren cleared his throat and turned to look at Zhao Yanzi. He had come to watch Zhao Yanzi's races purposefully, and he wondered why she seemed so offended. Wearing the deep blue sportswear for this afternoon's races, Zhao Yanzi looked petite but energetic. The deep blue sportswear was in the most straightforward style with only a few white lines on the sides as decoration, but it accentuated her straight figure. The white sports shoes she wore were also the most common type, making her look quite simple compared with the Lu sisters and Xie Yujia, who had dressed up a bit. However, the vibrancy of youth emitted from her, reminding Hao Ren of his own middle school years. Are you racing this afternoon? Hao Ren asked her. Yeah. Nodding, Zhao Yanzi continued to eat white rice and cabbage. You should eat some meat for your race. Hao Ren picked up a chunk of meat and put it into Zhao Yanzi's platter. Luo Ying and Xie Yujia were surprised for a few seconds at this act, but Zhao Yanzi felt touched. Watching Zhao Yanzi silently biting into the stewed pork Hao Ren placed in her platter while blushing, Xie Yujia felt a bit jealous. After knowing Hao Ren for so long, he had never picked up a piece of food for her. He did this casually and naturally for Zhao Yanzi. Zhao Yanzi instantly deflated at this gesture. Obediently, she ate the warm stewed pork that Hao Ren gave her like a little sheep, not caring that Luo Ying paid for the dish. Gongzi is awesome. The Lu sisters thought in amazement silently when they saw Zhao Yanzi turning from fury to obedience instantly. However, they were a little jealous and thought, Gongzi likes small Jumu the most. Here, take some cabbage. After eating for a while, Zhao Yanzi picked up pieces of cabbage and placed them onto Hao Ren's platter. I can't eat them all. Okay. Hao Ren didn't mind and ate the cabbage with his rice. With widened eyes, Luo Ying looked at them at a loss for words. It wasn't rare for middle schoolers to fall in love, and the boys and girls would sit together during lunch, arm against arm, and even eat from each other's platters. However, no one had shown their love for each other in front of a class advisor like what Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi were doing here today. Watching them, Xie Yujia felt like they were as natural as brother and sister, or a married couple. There was no special sweetness, but it felt very natural. Sister Yujia, help me eat some cabbage. I bought more than I can eat by mistake. Zhao Yanzi placed 2 pieces of cabbage into Xie Yujia's platter as well. Xie Yujia lightly responded after freezing up for a moment. Luo Ying, who was going to lose her temper, was deflated at Zhao Yanzi's act. It seems like Zhao Yanzi is just sharing her food with people she knew. Why did I feel like Zhao Yanzi had fallen into love with Hao Ren? She thought. Ms. Luo, would you like one? Zhao Yanzi asked Luo Ying. No. Luo Ying refused immediately. Pouting unhappily, Zhao Yanzi took one more piece of stewed pork from Hao Ren's platter, rendering Luo Ying speechless again. The nearby middle schoolers were dumbfounded at Zhao Yanzi's behavior. It was amazing of her to sit opposite her class advisor and take food from her boyfriend. Even Luo Ying, who is famous for her sternness, didn't say anything about it. Zhao Yanzi's boyfriend is indeed unusual, the students thought. Oh, you have seaweed soup. Zhao Yanzi picked up her spoon and began drinking Hao Ren's soup. The origin of this chapter's debut can be traced to N0V3LB1N. Zhao Yanzi. Luo Ying couldn't control herself anymore, and she knocked on the long table. What's it, teacher? Zhao Yanzi looked at Luo Ying with confusion in her eyes. I haven't touched this meat. You take it. Luo Ying pushed her own platter toward Zhao Yanzi. Thank you, Ms. Luo. With a pleasant smile, Zhao Yanzi took the sweetened meat into her own platter from Luo Ying's without any hesitation. The students who had been glancing their way were even more astonished, since none of them had seen any student daring to take food from their class advisors. Luo Ying was furious but couldn't say anything. In this term, Zhao Yanzi's academic performance improved so much that she had gotten into the top rank of her grade, almost becoming an A-level student. However, her unruly personality hadn't changed a bit. In Luo Ying's eyes, Zhao Yanzi's disobedience showed that she was still a troublesome student. Despite all this, Zhao Yanzi was very energetic and was the favorite for the first place of several races, bearing the hope of the class in this athletic games. Luo Ying had mixed feelings about Zhao Yanzi, loving her smartness and wit and hating her inconsideration and disobedience. This was the last athletic games before their graduation, and Luo Ying hoped that her class could get the title of group champion, so the class would have a great memory and gain more confidence for the imminent high school entrance exams. This was why Luo Ying suppressed her anger at Zhao Yanzi's retort. If Zhao Yanzi did well in the races and the mock exams, she wouldn't keep her eye on Zhao Yanzi anymore. After lunch, Luo Ying took Hao Ren, Zhao Yanzi, and the others to the sports field. Ji Yu Yan, Zhao Yanzi's roommate, waved at Zhao Yanzi when she saw the latter. Wearing the same deep blue sportswear, she looked youthful and vibrant as well, but inferior to Zhao Yanzi. Wearing the pale blue school uniform, the more fragile Lu Qiqi sat beside Ji Yu Yan and looked at Zhao Yanzi without standing up before returning her attention to her book. She was taking the lunch break to study, a typical good student. However, both Ji Yu Yan and Lu Qiqi looked surprised when they saw Hao Ren behind Zhao Yanzi. How did Zhao Yanzi's boyfriend get into the school? They are so bold, they thought. Besides these two girls, a few other classmates of Zhao Yanzi had stayed in the zone. They all looked wary and baffled when they saw Hao Ren walking over with Zhao Yanzi. Ignoring their glances, Zhao Yanzi walked over while dragging Hao Ren with her. This is my seat. This is Lu Qiqi and Ji Yu Yan. You've met them before. Ling is eating lunch in the cafeteria and will come later. This is Ling's seat, she said. Ji Yu Yan and Lu Qiqi gave a small wave at Hao Ren, not daring to be too obvious. They knew that Zhao Yanzi would be finished if Luo Ying saw her this way, and they didn't want to be a part of it. However, Zhao Yanzi held onto Hao Ren's arm without any intention of keeping a low profile. Zhao Yanzi. Luo Ying's voice came from the distance. Startled, Ji Yu Yan and Lu Qiqi stood up hurriedly, trying to block Hao Ren from the teacher's view. Luo Ying walked from the other side of the fence with Xie Yujia and the Lu sisters. Ji Yu Yan and Lu Qiqi thought Xie Yujia looked familiar, but they didn't remember that she had come to watch Zhao Yanzi's performance in the old campus. Who told you that you could play cards? Luo Ying rushed over with a stern face, taking a handful of cards from some boys. The boys looked at Luo Ying in fear and lowered their heads immediately. Do you know you are in grade 9? Today you are supposed to exercise in the athletic games instead of playing cards? Luo Ying tore the cards into pieces and tossed them into the nearby garbage can. At her reprimand, the boys couldn't even raise their heads. Yujia, take a seat with your classmates, Luo Ying said to Xie Yujia after scolding the boys. Her gentle words sounded as if Xie Yujia were her daughter. The boys who had been scolded turned their heads cautiously and looked at Xie Yujia, realizing that this older girl was very beautiful. With a smile, Xie Yujia took Lu Linlin and Lu Lily's hands, leading them to the empty seats in the back. Like two small flowers, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily accentuated the bright beauty of Xie Yujia. You take a seat in the back as well. Luo Ying glanced at Hao Ren and said. The boys who had been scolded severely by Luo Ying widened their eyes in astonishment, wondering why Zhao Yanzi received no reprimand for bringing her boyfriend to the school. The boys felt like the situation was unfair, wondering if it were because Zhao Yanzi was the main force in today's races. Okay, Ms. Luo. Not wanting to sit among the middle schoolers, Hao Ren walked past several rows of chairs and sat beside Xie Yujia and the Lu sisters. The girls in Zhao Yanzi's class whispered among themselves when they saw Hao Ren pass them. This is Zhao Yanzi's boyfriend. I've never seen him at such a close range. He's very handsome. Zi said that her fiancé had given her Song Qingya's pictures. It seemed that Song Qingya went to East Ocean University to see him. These young girls in the middle school were full of admiration for Hao Ren. Hearing their comments, Zhao Yanzi felt proud, thinking, I wouldn't take Hao Ren as my boyfriend if he isn't handsome. Despite her silent words, she didn't care about Hao Ren's looks. Even if Hao Ren looked ordinary, she would have liked him. These girls won't understand Hao Ren's charm, he thought. The events in the afternoon are about to begin. The students attending the shot put event, please come to the east zone of the sports field. A voice sounded in the sports field through the speakers. With the athletic games starting soon, the students began to come into the sports field from the academic buildings, dorm buildings, and the cafeteria. To stop the students from sleeping in the dorms or climbing out of the walls to play outside, each class took attendance. Zhao Yanzi's classmates who returned to the class were astonished to find 4 more people in the class. Smiling like flowers, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily mingled in the crowd, looking like 2 middle schoolers except that they were not wearing school uniforms. Bathing in the warm sunlight, Xie Yujia felt happy for the chance to relive her middle school years. At first glance, the boys noticed the 3 super beauties who didn't wear school uniforms, and they asked each other in secret about their identities and why they were here. The students who had recognized Hao Ren were astonished that Zhao Yanzi's boyfriend was sitting boldly among them. Most of the boys in Ling Zhao school liked Zhao Yanzi, and they looked hostile when they saw Hao Ren sitting there. However, none of them dared to challenge Hao Ren since they heard that Zhao Yanzi's boyfriend was so tough that he could beat 5 to 6 hooligans at the same time. Under the supervision of Luo Ying, Zhao Yanzi couldn't change her seat to the rear row, and she could only look back at Hao Ren. Passing several rows of classmates, her gaze met Hao Ren's. Somehow, she felt sweet to see Hao Ren here. She didn't tell Hao Ren about the athletic games of Ling Zhao Middle School, but she felt content when Hao Ren came to watch her races without invitation. Seeing Zhao Yanzi's bright and shiny gaze, Hao Ren smiled lightly. Suddenly, a group of elementary school students rushed into Ling Zhao Middle School with cheers. More than 10 teachers walked these students to the seats around the sports field. The speakers in Ling Zhao Middle School had affected the normal classes of the neighboring Ling Zhao Elementary School. After some consultation, Ling Zhao Elementary School cancelled the afternoon classes and took the students here to watch the middle school's athletic games. The elementary school students had been distracted by the athletic games that was happening in the middle school, which was separated from them by a fence. When the teachers declared that they would go to Ling Zhao Middle School to watch the athletic games after lunch, these students were extremely excited, even happier than going on a spring field trip. Among the elementary school students, Hao Ren quickly spotted Zhen Kongming and Wu Luoxue. Wu Luoxue and Zhen Kongming had seen Hao Ren as well. "Hello, uncle." Wearing a black skirt, Wu Luoxue ran to Hao Ren with a bottle of orange juice in her hand and greeted him cutely, blinking her big dark eyes. Chapter 628. Loved by all. Hello, little Shui. Hao Ren reached out to pinch her little cheek. His gesture was met with Zhen Kongming's cold gaze. However, the Lu sisters didn't care about Zhen Kongming's reaction, and they copied Hao Ren's gesture to pinch Wu Luoxie's cheek. Unlike most of the other kids whose cheeks were soft, Wu Luoxie's cheeks were smooth and tight like a small beauty. "The orange juice is for you." Wu Luoxue placed the orange juice into Hao Ren's hand. "Oh!" Hao Ren took the orange juice in amazement and saw Zhen Kongming's eyes spitting fires at him. Zhen Kongming had bought the orange juice especially for Wu Luoxue, but she gave it to Hao Ren. In the gaze that Zhen Kongming gave Hao Ren, There was a trace of hostility toward a rival in love. "Hello, big sisters." Wu Luoxue turned to greet Xie Yujia and the Lu sisters cutely. Hearing Wu Luoxi's greeting, Hao Ren wondered if he really looked so old. "Sorry, I don't have candy for you." Xie Yujia smiled at her, patting her pockets. Suddenly, Wu Luoxue ran away. Looking at her, Zhen Kongming wanted to follow her but was afraid to lose face in front of Hao Ren. Therefore, he stayed by Hao Ren's side. A while later, Wu Luoxue returned with several bottles of drinks. "These drinks are for you." Wu Luoxue handed the drinks to Xie Yujia and the Lu sisters and even took one bottle to Zhao Yanzi, who sat in the front. Walking through Zhao Yanzi's class, Wu Luoxue instantly attracted the students' attention. Her pouting lips were adorable. "Since little Shui and Kongming know you, I entrust them in your care." An elementary school teacher walked over and said with a smile when she saw Wu Luoxue and Zhen Kongming taking seats around Hao Ren and Xie Yujia. The elementary school students were supposed to sit in the allocated zone to watch the events, but Wu Luoxue and Zhen Kongming could sit here since they knew these young people. "Okay." Xie Yujia nodded slightly and answered with Wu Luoxue in her arms. Her elegant posture made her look like a loving mom. "Little Shui, here's the money." Not wanting to let an elementary school student pay for their drinks, the Lu sisters handed 100 yuan to Wu Luoxue. Wu Luoxue shook her head and moved her hands to her back, not wanting to accept the money. She wasn't a big talker, but she had a generous personality, which was why she bought drinks for them. "Where did you get the money?" Looking down, Hao Ren patted Wu Luoxi's head and asked. Zhen Kongming slanted a glare at Hao Ren with displeasure on his face. "My mom gave it to me. She came back from Russia yesterday." With a cup of milk tea in her hand, Wu Luoxue said happily. "Oh? Was your mom in Russia?" Hao Ren asked her. He didn't know that Wu Luoxi's mom had been out of East Ocean City. No wonder Wu Luoxue was cheerful today and more active than before. "Yeah, she came back on last night's flight." Wu Luoxue nodded. Suddenly, she picked up a drink from the ground beside her feet and handed it to Zhen Kongming. "This is for you," she said. Zhen Kongming's stiff expression exploded into a smile when Wu Luoxue handed him the drink. He had slept soundly while it drizzled last night. This morning, he found that Wu Luoxi's mom, a young and beautiful woman, had come back. With his intelligence, Zhen Kongming immediately put on an obedient and cute look to gain the like of Wu Luoxi's mom. This morning, Wu Luoxi's mom drove them to school. At this thought, Zhen Kongming was thrilled. It seemed that Wu Luoxi's mom had a good impression of him. Comparatively, Wu Luoxue seemed to be closer to her mom than her dad. "Kongming, you must take good care of my Luoxue." The sweet words of Wu Luoxi's mom were still ringing in Zhen Kongming's ears. Zhen Kongming felt as if he would fly up when he recalled her words. "Yeah. She came back earlier. She was supposed to come back in the next month. My mom brought back many gifts for me." Zhen Kongming gathered his thoughts and heard Wu Luoxi's answer to Shui Yujia's question. With a silly smile on his face, he remembered that Wu Luoxi's mom would come to pick them up after school and take Wu Luoxue to a fancy meal, and he could go with them. Zhen Kongming didn't care about the fancy meal, but he felt like a member of Wu Luoxi's family if he could go out for dinner with them. It made him very happy. Looking at Wu Luoxue, he felt that Wu Luoxue was his, and he would deal with anyone who dared to take her from him. The next event is the 100-meter dash. Students participating in this race, please come into the field for preparation. The reminder sounded from the speakers around the sports field. Zhao Yanzi, who had been sipping her drink, put the bottle on the chair and walked out of the class zone. The moment she walked out, Hao Ren felt Zhao Yanzi's popularity in the school. Almost all the people in the school turned to look at Zhao Yanzi. Running into the field with her ponytail swung on her back, she attracted all the boys' eyes. In grade 9, Zhao Yanzi was still petite, and she was the dream girl for both the boys in high school and middle school. Standing on the track, she looked back at Hao Ren while blushing. While swaying her body and stretching her arms, her youthful and pretty figure attracted the boys' attention more, and they began taking her pictures with cameras. In the eyes of her peers, Zhao Yanzi was ordinary in studies, but her spicy personality attracted many guys. She tore the love letters that the boys sent to her into pieces. She tossed the gifts that the boys bought for her into the garbage can, and she refused all the invitations from the handsome guys in high school. This little beauty who refused love was terrible in her studies, and people wondered what she had been doing in her spare time since she didn't look stupid. The sense of mystery, curiosity, and Zhao Yanzi's charm made her the focus of the school. This was why when the news about Zhao Yanzi's boyfriend from outside of the school spread throughout the entire Ling Zhao school, all the boys who showed love for Zhao Yanzi either in public or in secret felt the blow. Zhao Yanzi! Zhao Yanzi! Someone suddenly yelled from one corner. Immediately, all the boys on the sports field yelled along. Some were cheering for Zhao Yanzi while others tried to distract her. All kinds of motives mingled together. However, Zhao Yanzi was the only girl whose name was known to every boy in the school. Zhao Yanzi wrinkled her nose and glanced around. Looking at her, Hao Ren found that Zhao Yanzi was quite popular in the school. With a helpless smile, Xie Yujia remembered that she had caused no such maniac scene in the school. During her middle school and high school years, some boys admired her, but she pretended not to know about them and refused the ones who came to her. After that, her middle school and high school life passed in peace. She turned her head slightly and glanced at Hao Ren who was sitting beside her. Hao Ren was looking at Zhao Yanzi in the field. Thinking of the peaceful but dull life in middle school and high school that she had, Xie Yujia felt content that she could be with Hao Ren. She turned her gaze toward Zhao Yanzi in the field. Swinging her arms, Zhao Yanzi was doing the last warm-up. The youthful and vivacious Zhao Yanzi was totally different from the quiet and elegant Xue Yujia. However, Xie Yujia understood Zhao Yanzi's affection for Hao Ren. They both liked the same guy at the same time in their lives. Suddenly, Xie Yujia felt an indescribable empathy for Zhao Yanzi. Ready, go! Bang! The starting gun sounded. Wah! The sounds of the students yelling rose like waves. Different from the athletic games in universities, the athletic games in middle schools had a higher percentage of participation while the students were more familiar with each other. In boarding schools like Ling Zhao Middle School, the students could only go out during lunch break and in the evenings, and the school athletic games was a way for the students to vent their abundant energy and a type of entertainment for total relaxation. Clenching her fists, biting her lip, and holding her breath, Zhao Yanzi ran swiftly. Her black ponytail almost flew up. So fast, in seconds, she had left other competitors behind and reached the finish line. After winning the champion of the 100-meter dash, she exhaled deeply and immediately searched for Hao Ren's gaze. Hao Ren waved at her, but Zhao Yanzi looked away immediately and walked to the side to rest with faked composure. Ling Zhao Middle School divided its athletic games into 3 groups: Grade 7, Grade 8 and Grade 9. For the 100-meter dash, each class had 2 students entering the race, and there were preliminaries and a final race. Walking to one side to rest, Zhao Yanzi looked more beautiful with a thin layer of sweat on her face. Seeing that Zhao Yanzi was so popular in the school, Hao Ren felt a bit jealous as the boys cheered for her. When the second round finished, no other girls in grade 9 could challenge Zhao Yanzi's position. After some rest, Zhao Yanzi returned to the track. Zhao Yanzi! Zhao Yanzi! The students yelled again. Zhao Yanzi still looked calm as if she didn't care whether she could win or not, and her only goal was to finish the race. With the sound of the starting gun, Zhao Yanzi dashed out. Running with the typical movements of a young girl, her shoulders swayed sideways, but her speed wasn't slow. Zhao Yanzi's white running shoes flew on the red track, and her determined expression left a deep impression on Hao Ren. In the blink of an eye, she left more than 10 meters between herself and the second runner as she dashed through the finish line. Wow! The boys exclaimed. Even the boys couldn't outrun her. The athletic girls were a special type. With her beauty and skills, Zhao Yanzi was popular among the boys for good reasons. Hao Ren watched her steps and knew that she ran with pure physical strength without using any nature essence. Her small body was full of energy. Good. Seeing Zhao Yanzi winning the 100-meter dash with ease, Luo Ying clapped her hands happily. Zhao Yanzi jogged back to her class zone. After watching her win a race with ease for the class, the boys in her class looked at her as if she were a goddess. Returning to her seat, Zhao Yanzi talked and laughed with Ling and the other girls without sparing a glance at Hao Ren as he weren't there. Sensing her smugness, Hao Ren lowered his head with a smile. However, Zhao Yanzi was indeed attractive in her sportswear. In the next event, Zhao Yanzi got first places in the long jump and the high jump. In the 400-meter relay, the second class of grade 9 easily won with Zhao Yanzi on the team. Attending only 4 events, Zhao Yanzi had become the most dazzling figure on the sports field. Even Xie Yujia admired Zhao Yanzi's athletic talent and knew that she was no match for Zhao Yanzi in this area. Drying her sweat, Zhao Yanzi talked animatedly with Ling and the other girls while students of all grades glanced at her with envy. In fact, Zhao Yanzi had first become popular in the athletic games during her grade 7 since her performance was even better than the best of grade 9. Together with her pretty figure and vivacious expressions, she had instantly become a hot topic of the school. "Little Jumu is awesome," Lu sisters said with appreciation next to Hao Ren. They truly admired Zhao Yanzi's great performance on the track, knowing that they were no match for Zhao Yanzi's speed if they purely used mortal strength. "Yeah," Hao Ren agreed with a smile. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have known that Zhao Yanzi was so athletic. As the anchor in the 400-meter relay race, Zhao Yanzi caught up with the first-place runner and outran her swiftly, almost becoming a hero. How could he not like Zhao Yanzi? Due to Zhao Yanzi's excellent performance, the second class of grade 9 got first place with the highest points in the group. Wow! When the scores were announced through the speakers, all the students in Zhao Yanzi's class jumped up cheerfully. Wu Luoxue also smiled happily. Although she rarely did sports, she found that it was enjoyable to see Zhao Yanzi race on the track. Little White came out from somewhere and wriggled its tail happily as Wu Luoxue held it in her arms. "Z, you ran super fast today." Ling took Zhao Yanzi's hands into hers and said with a laugh. Shaking her head, Zhao Yanzi answered with pretended modesty, "Not so fast." In fact, she had indeed run very fast today, and only she knew the reason. She turned her head secretly and lowered her head when she met Hao Ren's affectionate gaze. In the past, she had run to get first place, but she ran for him today. In the past, she had nothing on her mind, but now she seemed to be more thoughtful. Led by the teachers, the elementary school students exited Lingjiao Middle School since their day ended earlier, and their parents were already at the school gate waiting for them. "Was I good?" While people leaving the field in chaos, Zhao Yanzi walked to Hao Ren's side and asked with her face up to him. "Good." Knowing that many boys were watching him, Hao Ren still reached out to pinch her nose and said with a smile. This gesture made many guys green with envy. To make way for the students who were carrying chairs, Zhao Yanzi walked into Hao Ren's arms. Subconsciously, Hao Ren opened his arms and took her in. Zhao Yanzi was in her sportswear, and she felt soft and warm due to the day's exercise. Seeing no teacher looking this way, Zhao Yanzi caught Hao Ren's arms and kissed his lips on tiptoes. She didn't worry that the students saw them. Instead, she hoped more people could see them. Immersed in the pleasure of Zhao Yanzi winning, Xie Yujia felt cold inside when she saw the scene. Oh, many students had seen it, but it happened so quickly that they couldn't capture it with cell phones. Besides, they didn't expect that Zhao Yanzi would kiss Hao Ren in public where the students were busy exiting the sports field. Wearing her deep blue sportswear, Zhao Yanzi looked very youthful and vivacious today, and the boys dreamed of holding and kissing Zhao Yanzi. However, Hao Ren realized their fantasy. "Ling. Let's go back." Zhao Yanzi turned around swiftly. Carrying her chair, she pulled the dumbfounded Ling toward their classroom. Hao Ren touched his lips, thinking that Zhao Yanzi had stolen his kiss in public. "Little Shui. Little Shui." A woman wearing a colorful dress stood at the gate of the middle school and beckoned. Chapter 629. Revenge. "Mom." Seeing her mom, Wu Luoxue smiled radiantly while she ran over. Seeing that Zhao Yanzi had walked into the academic building, Hao Ren followed Wu Luoxue over. Standing at the gate, Wu Luoxue's mom had a simple and elegant style, wearing a gray sweater and black jeans. Wu Luoxue's dad was as old as Zhao Guang looked to be, but her mom looked younger than Zhao Hongyu. Upon a closer look, she was a beautiful woman. When Wu Luoxue ran out of the school gate, her mom caught her into her arms, giving her a slight mom smile. "Aunt." Following Wu Luoxue out of the school, Zhen Kongming called out, afraid Wu Luoxue's mom hadn't noticed him. "Kongming, good boy." Wu Luoxue's mom reached out and touched Zhen Kongming's head affectionately. In the past, if anyone dared to touch his head, Zhen Kongming would get angry. However, when Wu Luoxi's mom touched his head like a loving mom, he gave a silly smile. Wu Luoxi's mom raised her head and saw Hao Ren, the Lu sisters and Xie Yujia walk out of the middle school gate. "Hello. Little Shui's mom, auntie," Hao Ren greeted after a moment of thinking. Although he wasn't very close to Wu Luoxue, it was necessary to exchange greetings with her mom. Besides, Zhen Kongming was his grandma's adopted grandson, and Wu Luoxue was Zhen Kongming's sweetheart, so he was related to Wu Luoxue in some way. "Well," Wu Luoxi's mom nodded with a smile, "are you Zhonghua's son?" Seeing the surprise on Hao Ren's face, she smiled again. "Your parents are my friends. When your grandma was sick, she stayed in our hospital." "Oh." Hao Ren looked at her while it dawned on him that Wu Luoxi's mom was a doctor. "I studied in Russia for several months and came back yesterday. Thank you for taking care of little Shui lately," Shu Luoxi's mom said politely. Obviously, she had known about Wu Luoxi's visits to Hao Ren's home and that Wu Luoxue had been depressed while she was away. "You're welcome. Little Shui is adorable," Hao Ren said. "Well, today I'll take these two kids to dinner, and I'll thank your parents later." With a smile, she opened the door of a nearby white car and waved goodbye to Hao Ren and the others. The car drove smoothly to the crossing and disappeared after a turn. Standing where he was, Hao Ren was a bit surprised. When Wu Luoxue and Zhen Kongming were together, he could feel some demonic aura different from that of the dragon cultivators. But when Wu Luoxi's mom stood there, this tiny trace of demonic aura vanished. "Lin, Lily, did you feel anything?" Hao Ren asked the Lu sisters. "No, everything was normal," they said while blinking their eyes. Hao Ren gave up. When Zhen Kongming and Wu Luoxue were together, the demonic aura was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. But when Wu Luoxue went to buy drinks, and Zhen Kongming was left alone by Hao Ren's side, Hao Ren had felt no demonic aura. While Zhen Kongming wasn't around, Hao Ren didn't feel any difference in Wu Luoxue as well. Gongzi, a new Thai restaurant opened in Hongji Square. Seeing Hao Ren staring into space, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily pulled at him. While Hao Ren was pulled to Hongji Square by the Lu sisters, in the distant Taiyi cave, a white-bearded old man wearing a gray Taoist robe was panting. Bang! His hand slammed onto a table made by thousand-year cold jade in the stone room, cutting off a corner of the hard table instantly. He had been cultivating in the cave when he suddenly received the news of the death of Wang Shitung, his sixth disciple. The metal elemental dragons must reach Kun level to leave their masters, which was why cultivators of Qian level and Kun level were quite common among the metal elemental dragons. However, Wang Shitung was a cultivator of peak Qian level, a favorite disciple of Taiyi Cave Master. Now that Wang Shitung was dead, Taiyi Cave lost an important force. The heaven-reaching shield was taken, Wang Shitung was killed, and Shu Ke had achieved no breakthrough in East Ocean City. Taiyi Cave Master could no longer keep calm. "You may go now. From now on, you are a disciple of my Taiyi Cave," Taiyi Cave Master said gloomily to the Shuan-level cultivator in front of him. With an ashen face, the cultivator backed out of the stone room with his head lowered. He was Wang Shitung's disciple. Since Wang Shitung was a painter in the mortal world, he had stayed behind in Zixuan Cave. When Wang Shitung's life token dimmed suddenly, the Shuan-level cultivator was frightened, and he immediately came to his master's master. Taking Wang Shitung's life token in his hand, Taiyi Cave Master sensed it and found that Wang Shitung was indeed dead. Wang Shitung had only told his disciple that he went to East Ocean City on business, and Shu Ke had asked Wang Shitung to help take back Taiyi Cave's heaven-reaching shield. For the sake of his master, Wang Shitung must have agreed, which meant that his sudden death was related to the heaven-reaching shield. When that disciple backed out of the stone room, Taiyi Cave Master picked up the dimmed black jade life token and crushed it into dust with a cracking sound. The feeling he had for Wang Shitung far surpassed the feeling he had for the current disciple Shu Ke. After Wang Shitung reached peak Qian level and joined the Elders' Council of Metal Elemental Dragon Clan, he had stood firmly with Taiyi Cave on important issues, making Taiyi Cave Master who had taught Wang Shitung for 200 years very happy. Before Wang Shitung, Taiyi Cave Master had 5 disciples. The first and the second had died, and their branches had grown distant from Taiyi Cave. The remaining 3 disciples were close to peak Qian level and were flourishing with disciples. Wang Shitung's Zixuan cave was less powerful than his 3 senior brothers, but it was a good force. Sitting in the stone room, Taiyi Cave Master thought for an hour before shooting out several scrolls from his palms. 3 circles of lights appeared on the stone wall in front of him. Master! 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 3 old men's figures appeared on the smooth stone wall while they stood in their respective caves. Your 6th junior brother was killed, Taiyi Cave Master said calmly to the stone wall. What? The 3 cultivators all looked horrified. Wang Shitung was their junior brother, but he had the highest realm among them. Besides, Wang Shitung was a member of the Elders' Council of the Metal Elemental Dragon Clan and thus had a standing almost as high as his master. Due to his focus on cultivation, Wang Shitung only had 3 official disciples who were only Kun-level cultivators. He was killed in East Ocean City, the territory of mortals, Taiyi Cave Master continued. The 3 cultivators remained silent, but they looked astonished. They had thought that their junior brother of peak Qian level had been killed when he broke into forbidden areas such as the Demon Sea or the Kunlun Mountain. Despite his high realm, Shitung's cultivation strength was not solid since he relied too much on elixir pills and techniques. Although he was killed due to the inferiority of his skills, he was a member of my Taiyi Cave, and I must avenge him, Taiyi Cave Master said coldly as he glanced around. The 3 Qian-level cultivators on the stone wall didn't speak. Since Wang Shitung wasn't keen on taking in disciples, he had only 3 Kun-level disciples who had finished training. According to traditions, when a cultivator such as Wang Shitung who had established himself in the world was killed, his disciples were supposed to revenge for him. However, since Wang Shitung's disciples were not powerful, Taiyi Cave Master had to avenge him from the perspective of a master. Your 6th junior brother was close to you, and his death makes his Zixuan cave an ownerless cave. If any of you can revenge for your junior brother, Zixuan cave will go to you as a thank you gift from him. Since he had Taiyi Cave, one of the 5 top-tier caves, Taiyi Cave Master had no interest in Wang Shitung's Zixuan cave. However, the 3 cultivators changed their expressions after hearing that. Although they and Wang Shitung had the same master, they didn't have great relationships with Wang Shitung due to their different training periods. They knew clearly that anyone who could kill Wang Shitung was no ordinary rival. However, Wang Shitung's Zixuan cave was one of the 36 Greats caves with abundant nature essence and countless natural treasures and materials. They were tempted by the reward offered by Taiyi Cave Master. The Blessed Lands were not all taken by metal elemental dragons since the other 4 elemental dragon clans took some of them. Wang Shitung's Zixuan cave could house more than 10 cultivators and thus was a perfect place for cultivation. These other 3 disciples of Taiyi Cave Master had many disciples, and they had wanted to move into a bigger cave. The empty Zixuan cave was a perfect choice. Don't worry, Master. We'll find the killer and revenge for our junior brother. They cupped their hands and said to Taiyi Cave Master in a loud voice. If you meet a man named Hao Ren, don't kill him. Bring him to me alive, Taiyi Cave Master said immediately. Yes, Master. The 3 cultivators answered as one. With a flash, their figures on the stone wall disappeared. Taiyi Cave Master was silent for a few seconds, and one corner of his mouth twitched suddenly. Among the metal elemental dragons, there were altogether 8 peak Qian level cultivators. With one dead, there were only 7 left. In the past dozens of years, Wang Shitung had grown arrogant and became distant to Taiyi Cave. However, due to his small number of disciples, he generally had to rely on Taiyi Cave. Wang Shitung's sudden death probably wasn't a bad thing for Taiyi Cave Master. The remaining peak Qian level metal elemental dragons were now more precious. Humph. I told him not to be so arrogant, or he would receive blows sooner or later. Taiyi Cave Master waved his hand slightly, and the flames on a copper oil lamp on the stone table was cut off by his fingertips. His goal was still the set of mystic water sword techniques. Chapter 630. Herb King Master showed up. The morning came after dawn. After having dinner in the Thai restaurant with the Liu sisters and Xie Yujia last night, Hao Ren had gone to the sports field and practiced the fundamental boxing techniques 200 times. His movements were as fierce as dragons and tigers. If one didn't work hard, he or she would fall behind. Only the cultivators who could keep cultivating like Su Han would reach peak Qian level. Standing on the sports field, Hao Ren gave a straight punch. His fist whistled in the air, and the muscles on his arms bulged distinctly as if he had practiced boxing for a long time. He practiced late into the night until the dorm buildings had closed for the night. Not wanting to wake up the dorm manager to unlock the door for him, he had spent the night in the sports field. Hao Ren jumped with all his force and reached a height of more than 2 meters. Without using any nature essence, he had entered the realm of a martial arts master. If students saw it, they would be frightened. He wondered what was happening on Fifth Heaven. Yesterday, he had made an appointment with Zhen Kongming to go to Fifth Heaven to repair the array formation. While he was thinking, he jogged back to the dorm room to get his textbooks for the classes. Grandma would return to East Ocean City this weekend. Hao Ren would go pick her up and keep her company, so he guessed that he wouldn't have time to go to Fifth Heaven then. That was why he asked Zhen Kongming to go to Fifth Heaven today and come up with a repair plan for the array formation. Zhen Kongming had been angry at Hao Ren for the damage of the array formation. However, he was in a good mood yesterday and had agreed to Hao Ren's proposal. Hao Ren didn't like Zhen Kongming's arrogance, but he needed his help on array formations. The 4 classes in the morning finished in the blink of an eye. Wearing brand new white sneakers, Zhen Kongming showed up at East Ocean University as agreed. From the happy look on his face, Hao Ren knew the new sneakers must have been purchased for him by Wu Luoxi's mom. "Let's go. Let's go." Zhen Kongming strode over and yelled. His posture showed his eagerness for Hao Ren and others to notice his new sneakers. Shaking her head with a smile, Xie Yujia walked to the little forest behind the dorm buildings with the group before creating a red energy sphere. Zhen Kongming's black disc flew out of his storage space to carry Hao Ren and Xie Yujia, and Little White changed into its snow lion form to carry Lu Linlin and Lu Lily. Wah! 2 lights flew into the high sky. Very soon, they reached Fifth Heaven. Before they got close to Ethereal Summit, they saw many flags waving around Herb King Valley as if there were a battle going on. "Fly over and have a look," Hao Ren yelled. Zhen Kongming flew the black disc forward at a greater speed. Sky Mountain Sect, New Sun Sect, Qingcheng Sect, Changshu Sect, Jinghua Sect, all kinds of flags. The dozens of small hills around Ethereal Summit were all taken. On the colorful flags were the names of different sects. Hundreds of tents spread across the hills and valleys densely. The 3 small sects around Ethereal Summit had built several big buildings in a few days. Some of the sects on Sixth Heaven were camping around the 3 small sects like stars surrounding the moon. "Herb King Master is here! Herb King Master is here!" Some cultivator yelled on a hill suddenly. Boom! Thousands of cultivators flew up from all directions toward Hao Ren. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily immediately shot out their black and white bracelets from both sides, and the 2 bracelets grew as big as hills, knocking back the cultivators. Then, they escorted Hao Ren and Xie Yujia into the valley. The cultivators who were struck back by the Lu sisters' yin-yang bracelets were not angry. Instead, they were happy when they landed on their respective camps. Meanwhile, the area around Ethereal Summit was boisterous. The past couple of days were a total disaster for the sects on Sixth Heaven. There were almost no nascent soul realm cultivators on Sixth Heaven since old grandma struck. The ones who were around Ethereal Summit were turned into core formation realm cultivators. In order to break the essence locking note, some of them even killed themselves in the process of trying, but none could return to their previous realms. When they traveled to Ethereal Summit to ask for help secretly, about 6 cultivators who were previously at the nascent soul realm were killed by others in ambushes. After battling for a while, the nascent soul realm masters thought it wouldn't solve their problems. They returned to the sects and brought lots of disciples to station near Ethereal Summit, hoping that Herb King Master in the valley would show up. These arrogant nascent soul realm cultivators stayed in the tents obediently, waiting for Herb King Master to appear. When they saw Hao Ren, they became excited. "Greetings to Herb King Master from Qingcheng Sect. Greetings to Herb King Master from Changshu Sect. Greetings to Herb King Master from Guoshan Sect." The senior disciples of the sects ran toward the entrance of the valley and released voice transmission notes into the valley. In fact, no one was sure that Herb King Master of Ethereal Summit could remove the essence locking note. But after trying all kinds of methods that were useless, Ethereal Summit, which was related to the Soul Formation Realm cultivator on 8th Heaven, was their last hope. They had finally reached the nascent soul realm after hundreds of years of laborious cultivation, but they had dropped to the core formation realm in one night. It was impossible for them to cultivate from the core formation realm back to the nascent soul realm with the usual method, especially when their realms were locked. Ding! The moment Hao Ren returned to the valley, he received more than 10 voice transmission notes. Xie Yujia opened the notes one by one and found that the information was the same. They were all begging Herb King Master to show mercy and help them. Hearing the information, Xie Yujia looked back at Hao Ren and asked for his opinion with her eyes. "We don't need their gratitude. Let them find the things we need and trade the notes with them," Hao Ren said. "Okay." Xie Yujia nodded and called out with nature essence, "Listen up. Herb King Master needs 10,000-year-old black herb, 10,000-year-old green wood, 10,000-year-old iron essence flower, 10,000-year-old soul grass, 10,000-year-old golden hammer, 10,000-year-old Daphne, and 10,000-year-old brass drumskin. We will help you remove the lock if you have 3 of one kind of spiritual herbs or 3 kinds of spiritual herbs." Crisp and melodious, Xie Yujia's voice went out through the valley's temporary array formation and entered the waiting ears of the cultivators at the valley entrance. After saying these words, Xie Yujia looked back at Hao Ren and stuck out her tongue bashfully. Demanding for things in the disguise of Herb King Master was almost like an act of robbery. Hao Ren smiled and remained silent, thinking that Xie Yujia was not cheeky enough. Hearing the conditions, the cultivators outside of the valley returned to their respective camps. These conditions showed that the problem with unlocking their realms could be solved. 10,000-year-old black herb? 10,000-year-old green wood? In the camps, the masters were surprised to hear the conditions from their core formation realm disciples. These spiritual herbs were the best materials for making elixirs in the world, and they guessed that Herb King Master was testing their sincerity by demanding these herbs. "What are you waiting for? Hurry back and search for them," the masters urged their disciples. Swoosh, dozens of lights rose from the camps surrounding Ethereal Summit and flew towards Sixth Heaven swiftly. Each of the sects on Sixth Heaven had their own treasure palaces containing all kinds of precious materials, and even these masters who were elders or even sect masters were not clear about their full collections. The dozens of cultivators raced back to Sixth Heaven while the masters stayed around Ethereal Summit, afraid that Herb King Master would issue new instructions. In the past few days, the sects were competing silently and increased their potential offers as Herb King Master didn't show up. One sect even prepared to offer hundreds of thousands of spirit stones to Ethereal Summit in exchange for the removal of the essence locking note. Such a great amount of resource was almost equivalent to 100 years of accumulation. However, it was worth it if their nascent soul realm master could recover his or her strength before the others. Some other sects had prepared to offer their Dharma treasures in exchange for Herb King Master's help. However, none of them had expected that Herb King Master would ask for such spiritual herbs. Instantly, the area around Ethereal Summit was in a bustle. Not caring how the sects from Sixth Heaven were going to react, Hao Ren walked to the center of the valley to check on the collapsed spiritual fields. The spiritual fields that Xie Yujia had worked hard on were damaged by the rocks that fell from the mountains. 1/3 of the fields were ruined. "Greetings to Herb King Master from Lu Hang of Qingcheng sect. We have 3 iron essence flowers." A cultivator's resonant voice came in from the outside of the valley. "Little White," Hao Ren called. Little White understood Hao Ren's order and flew out of the valley before coming back with a box in its mouth. Xie Yujia opened the box and looked carefully, finding that there were indeed 3 10,000-year-old iron essence flowers, but they were not alive. "Give them this." After taking out the iron essence flowers from the box, Xie Yujia placed one essence unlocking note into the box and handed it to Little White. The core formation realm cultivator of Qingcheng sect who was waiting outside the valley saw the snow lion flying out and tossing a box at him. He caught the box with both hands and opened it cautiously. In the box, the 3 iron essence flowers disappeared. In their place was a golden Dharma note. The other cultivators who were standing near the entrance looked at the object the senior disciple of Qingcheng sect got from Ethereal Summit with envy and doubt in their eyes. Chapter 631. The Supernote. Seeing the nearby cultivators sneaking glances at him, the core formation realm cultivator closed the box quickly and flew toward Qingcheng sect's camp on a flying sword. As a big sect with a long history, Qingcheng sect had abundant resources. After the war in the cultivation world hundreds of years ago, Qingcheng sect had worked hard and brought up lots of powerful masters. That was why it had stood firmly on sixth heaven. When they came to Ethereal Summit this time, they almost moved half of the treasures from their sects here, including great Dharma treasures, rare cultivation techniques, advanced elixir furnaces, and the precious spiritual herbs. While the other sects rushed back to sixth heaven to look for the things Herb King Master demanded, Qingcheng sect had immediately taken out the 10,000-year-old iron essence flowers and rushed to Ethereal Summit. The senior disciple of Qingcheng sect rushed into the tent of his master, Suyang Master, with the box in his hand. If it were in the past, the disciples would be accused of being disrespectful for coming in without permission when Suyang Master was cultivating. Now that he had fallen to the core formation realm, Suyang Master wasn't in the mood. He raised his hand and asked, "How did it go?" His tone was laced with anxiety, not sounding like a dignified master. "This is the object that Herb King Master gave us." The senior disciple of Qingcheng sect presented the box to Suyang Master. With shaking hands, Suyang Master opened the box and found a golden note in it. More accurately, it was a yellow note made with the most common paper. Among the sects on sixth heaven, Sky Mountain sect was the most versatile one, but it didn't mean that the other sects could do nothing but cultivate. For example, Qingcheng sect had a deep understanding of Dharma notes. Qingcheng sect had the most knowledgeable Dharma note masters on sixth heaven, while Sky Mountain sect had the best elixir masters and spiritual beast masters. Although Suyang Master wasn't an expert on Dharma notes, he wasn't strange to them as a nascent soul realm master of Qingcheng sect. At one glance, he knew that the notepaper was ordinary, usually used by the cultivators on fifth heaven. However, when he looked carefully at the patterns on the notepaper, he found that they were exquisite. "Hurry up and call your uncle masters in here." The more he looked, the more unusual he felt about the note. Thus, he ordered the disciple in front of him to get other masters. There were 5 nascent soul realm cultivators in Qingcheng sect. Suyang Master was the most powerful at top-tier nascent soul realm, and each of them had an independent tent. Very soon, the other 4 masters of Qingcheng sect rushed into Suyang Master's tent. They looked envious when they saw the object from Herb King Master. However, due to their lower realm and ranking, they must give Suyang Master priority to use it. "Look at the note carefully." Suyang Master pushed the box to them and said cautiously. After all, as a top-tier nascent soul realm cultivator, he wanted to study the object from Herb King Master before using it. The 4 masters leaned over and looked down at the note in the box. Since the Dharma note came from Herb King Master and was very precious, they didn't dare to touch it with their hands. Suyang Master turned the note over with 2 fingers and found no marks on the back. It was an ordinary note. "Did you all get a good look at it?" Suyang Master asked them. Yes, the 4 masters answered as one. As nascent soul realm masters of Qingcheng sect, they had precise understandings of Dharma notes. Among them was Luyan Master, the mid-tier nascent soul realm cultivator who was the Dharma note master at Qingcheng sect. "Lu Heng, try it on me." Suyang Master looked at the senior disciple and said slowly. He looked calm but was nervous deep inside. On the one hand, he was afraid that the Dharma note would lose its effect if he delayed using it. On the other hand, he was worried that the Dharma note might have side effects since his nascent soul was still intact despite his lowered realm. As the first sect that got the Dharma note, Qingcheng sect must try it first. Suyang Master put the note into Lu Heng's hand. Lu Heng's hands shook slightly since this Dharma note came from Herb King Master at the cost of 3 precious 10,000-year-old iron essence flowers, and he had to use it on Suyang Master, the most powerful cultivator in Qingcheng sect. If anything happened in the process. "Don't worry. You have the highest realm among us," Suyang Master said as he stared at Lu Heng. The other 4 masters of Qingcheng sect stood on both sides with their eyes on Lu Heng. Gritting his teeth, Lu Heng placed the Dharma note in his palm and released his nature essence steadily. With widened eyes, the other 4 masters stared at the change of the Dharma note in Lu Heng's hand intensely. The patterns on the yellow notepaper began to brighten little by little, which was a scene that the masters had seen countless times. However, they were tensed up this time. "Excuse me." The note shot out from Lu Heng's palm. Suyong Master closed his eyes as he sat on his bed steadily. The Dharma note shot a golden light into the spot between Suyong Master's eyebrows. As the senior disciple of Qingcheng sect, Lu Heng was the future sect master of the sect, and his strength was great. Drawing Dharma notes and using Dharma notes were the basic skills of Qingcheng sect disciples, and Lu Heng made no mistake in using the Dharma note. Suyong Master, who had fallen to top-tier core formation realm, shook while the invisible chains on his important meridians were suddenly shattered. The suppressed nature essence of top-tier nascent soul realm was suddenly released. Boom! The tent exploded into pieces. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Suyong Master let out exhilarated laughs while he shot into the sky, stepping on a green light. Pushed down to the ground by the violent nature essence, Lu Heng and the other 4 masters stood up quickly and looked up into the high sky. Suyong Master's realm had been recovered. The other sects which had been watching Qingcheng sect uneasily suddenly saw a nascent soul realm cultivator shoot up into the sky from the camp of Qingcheng sect. Herb King Master of Ethereal Summit had unlocked Suyong Master's realm. Bang! Suyong Master shattered a distant mountain with a Dharma treasure. All the cultivators in Qingcheng sect's camp cheered. The cultivators of the other sects shivered. The presence of top-tier nascent soul realm engulfed an area with a diameter of 500 kilometers around Ethereal Summit. After launching his nature essence into the high sky, Suyong Master regained his composure and flew toward the entrance of Ethereal Summit. During his excitement, he had forgotten that this was the territory of Ethereal Summit, and he would be in trouble if he displeased Herb King Master. The core formation realm cultivators from the other sects who were waiting at the entrance immediately gave way to him when they saw Suyong Master flying over. "Senior, thank you for saving me." Suyong Master cupped his hands and bowed slightly while he spoke with respect. The surrounding cultivators looked at Suyong Master in disbelief. After all, Suyong Master was a top-tier nascent soul realm cultivator, and he was lowering himself significantly by addressing himself a junior in front of Herb King Master. The valley was silent, and no response came from it. At this moment, Hao Ren was fixing the damaged spiritual fields. Enveloped in the abundant essence of the valley, Hao Ren felt like some of his nature essence had returned, reaching the realm of half-con level. The dozen snow lion cubs that had spent 2 days in the valley in fear instantly surrounded Xie Yujia with tears in their eyes. "Here is your food." Xie Yujia squatted and took out dozens of elixir pills from her ring before feeding them. Crack! The snow lion swallowed the pills like eating peas while they bumped each other with their rumps, fighting for the food. Seeing the damaged spiritual fields, the Lu sisters ached inside. Copying Hao Ren, they took off their shoes and socks, rolled up their pants, and helped repair the fields. Their white feet stepped into the moist soil, leaving a series of small footprints. Gongzi! They crossed the muddy fields and jumped into the water fields with their legs looking like newly sprouted lotus roots. With his pants pulled up to his knees and sleeves rolled up to his elbow, Hao Ren bent down and tossed the rocks from the fields. These spiritual fields were the result of Xie Yujia's hard works, and she had tended to them alone. Although she didn't say anything, Hao Ren knew that she must be very sad about them when they were destroyed. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily straightened the spiritual herbs in the cold water. They had never done such chores before, but they didn't mind the dirty work as long as Hao Ren was happy. "Master, please help my junior brothers unlock their realms. Qingcheng sect is willing to offer 100,000 middle-tier spirit stones to trade for 1 Dharma note." Suyong Master continued shouting outside the valley. Most of the sects on 5th heaven didn't even have 100,000 middle-tier spirit stones, and only Qingcheng sect, which had 3 spirit stone mines, could offer such a big deal. Xie Yujia, who had been feeding the snow lion cubs, turned to look at Hao Ren. "Ignore him." Hao Ren waved his hand. Nodding, Xie Yujia slowly rolled up her pants and took off her shoes and socks before walking to the spiritual fields with her bare feet. Her white skin and pretty legs brought envy in Lu Linlin and Lu Lily. With full bellies, the dozen snow lion cubs followed Xie Yujia closely like a string of baby ducks. Outside the valley, Suyong Master received no response from Ethereal Summit and returned to his camp reluctantly. The core formation realm cultivators from the other sects exclaimed silently, "Ethereal Summit is indeed powerful and can ignore a top-tier nascent soul realm cultivator. and the latter didn't dare to show any resentment. Swoosh! The moment Suyong master of Qingcheng sect flew away, a white carriage flew over. Duan Yi, the sect master of Sky Mountain sect, hopes to see Herb King master. Chapter 632. Apology? The cultivators near Ethereal Summit all looked up. The sect master of Sky Mountain sect, Duan Yi, stood in the front of the carriage with his hands cupped. Dozens of white carts followed the white carriage. The spirit beasts pulling the carriage and carts looked similar to horses and tigers. With flames on their hooves, they were powerful. They were D-beasts, the spirit beasts that only Sky Mountain sect had. Although this kind of spirit beasts didn't have high intelligence nor great combat abilities, they were very strong and had great endurance, perfect for pulling heavy things. These large carts shook and creaked under the pulling of the strong D-beasts. It was obvious that they were full of objects. The smaller carriage in which Duan Yi stood on landed at the entrance of Ethereal Summit steadily. The nearby cultivators made way for him. Despite his core formation realm, Duan Yi could reach the nascent soul realm anytime, so most of the other cultivators regarded him as a nascent soul realm cultivator. Since the place around the valley entrance wasn't big, the following carts hovered in the high sky in 6 rows and 6 columns after Duan Yi's carriage landed. With flames gushing out of their mouths and their paws, the D-beasts panted while the 36 big carts made of white jade hovered in the air. It was a magnificent sight. I, Junior Duan Yi, the sect master of Sky Mountain sect, failed in educating my daughter who offended Senior. I'm here to apologize. Duan Yi walked down from the carriage and said, we offer 12 10,000-year-old snow lotuses, 300 10,000-year-old lingzi mushroom, 400 mature 8 leaves grass, 300 top-tier flying swords, 1 black jade elixir furnace, and 100,000 top-tier spirit stone. We hope that you will accept our apology. While Duan Yi listed the items and their quantities, the cultivators around Ethereal Summit were astonished. Although Sky Mountain sect wasn't the most powerful one on 6th heaven, it had the most abundant resources. As a sect with the best brain for management on 6th heaven, Sky Mountain sect was not only self-sufficient on spiritual herbs and spirit beasts but traded them for other resources with other sects, especially some sects on 7th heaven. Now hearing the list, the other sects finally knew that it was the real wealthy one among them. Sky Mountain sect had lots of stuff they had only heard about but had never seen. Especially the 100,000 top-tier spirit stones, the other sects on 6th heaven doubted that they could match this offer. However, the 100,000 spirit stones were the total production of Sky Mountain sect's mines for dozens of years. Sky Mountain sect must hurt very much from it. This compensation was several times more than what Lingwu Master had proposed. In the past couple of days, the sects began to increase their bottom prices silently while Ethereal Summit kept quiet. While Herb King Master didn't show up, they got more and more anxious, especially Sky Mountain sect which messed with Ethereal Summit in the first place. It had held secret meetings for days. The core of the recent upheaval on 6th heaven pointed to Ethereal Summit. In short, this Herb King Master who was on 5th heaven determined the future of 6th heaven. This was why Duan Yi immediately came to 5th heaven when he heard that Herb King Master had shown up, hoping to gain the forgiveness. In the valley, Hao Ren thought for a while and said with his slight nature essence, leave the 300 flying swords and the black jade elixir furnace and nothing else. His voice was not loud, but Duan Yi heard it clearly with an embarrassed expression. The words of the disciple represented Herb King Master, but Duan Yi didn't know if it meant Sky Mountain sect had been forgiven. Knowing that Sky Mountain sect excelled in elixir making, Hao Ren was sure that this black jade elixir furnace was better than the furnace from White Sand sect. Besides, he thought that the nearby 3 sects could use the 300 flying swords. After a moment of consideration, he continued, if you want to ask for forgiveness, you must bring Duan Yao here. Duan Yi froze at Hao Ren's words while the cultivators from the other sects looked at each other. Herb King Master wants Duan Yao to apologize in person. Is he trying to get Duan Yao as a cauldron for dual cultivation? This request is vicious. The cultivators around the area wondered how Sky Mountain sect would react and turned their gazes toward Duan Yi. Duan Yi shared their thoughts. Since Herb King Master almost didn't accept the things offered by Sky Mountain sect, he probably wanted Duan Yao who had angered him to apologize in person. With her excellent talent, Duan Yao could reach the nascent soul realm if she cultivated hard. If she became a dual cultivation partner of a male cultivator, she would help him increase his cultivation strength greatly. Duan Yi's face turned from ashen to red. Seeing the gazes of the nearby cultivators, he gritted his teeth and said, "Since Senior asked, I'll bring my unruly daughter here." Hearing his words, the other cultivators around him were stunned. Even vicious tigers didn't eat their cubs, but the sect master of Sky Mountain sect was going to sacrifice his daughter to gain forgiveness of Herb King Master. Leaving the two big carts that were containing the 300 flying swords and the elixir furnace at the entrance of the valley, Duan Yi left with resentment while stepping on his flying sword. He was angry at his daughter Duan Yao, who constantly caused trouble, and she put Sky Mountain sect into the danger of destruction this time. A master from Qingcheng sect had recovered his realm. If the nascent soul realm masters from other sects did the same while Sky Mountain sect had no nascent soul realm cultivators, the consequences were obvious. I'll just act like I don't have a daughter, Duan Yi thought as he rushed towards 6th heaven at a speed close to nascent soul realm. Once Sky Mountain sect survived this disaster, he would drop all businesses and try to reach the nascent soul realm in hundreds of years of seclusion cultivation. He would be too ashamed to come out until all his peers died. Meanwhile, Suyang Master had returned to the temporary camp of Qingcheng sect with a shining face full of pleasure. He summoned the other 4 masters and the senior disciple Lu Hang to the tent. After removing the lock on the nascent soul realm with the Dharma note that they got at the price of 3 10,000-year-old iron essence flowers, Qingcheng sect, a sect with its own Dharma note master, wanted to study it in secret. It was hard for them to find more top-tier spiritual herbs that Herb King Master of Ethereal Summit had requested. Qingcheng sect was lucky that they had 3 iron essence flowers to trade for a Dharma note. If they could copy Herb King Master's essence unlocking note, they could remove the locks on the other 4 masters of Qingcheng sect. Then, as the only sect with this skill, they could conquer the entire 6th heaven. About a dozen top-tier golden notepapers and 5 top-tier ink brushes were placed on a long table. The vermilion paint was made from the best material, the bone powder of level 4 demon beasts. "All of you give it a try." Suyang Master looked at them and said heavily. The 4 masters and the senior disciple Lu Hang picked up their ink brushes and began to draw carefully. They had studied and memorized the essence unlocking note of Herb King Master, and there was no mistake about it. Before his realm dropped, Luyan Master had been a Dharma note master. With a slightly shaking right hand, he drew the essence unlocking note little by little. He had spent more than 400 years studying Dharma notes and could draw some top-tier Dharma notes. Although he was less knowledgeable than the Dharma note masters on 7th heaven, his skills in Dharma note drawing were great. After one Dharma note was finished, Luyan Master had sweat all over his body. Meanwhile, the other 3 masters and the senior disciple Lu Hang had completed only 2/3 of the Dharma note. Not daring to stop, Luyan Master picked up the ink brush again and began drawing the second Dharma note with full nature essence. Except for some low-level Dharma notes, most of the Dharma notes had a certain percentage of failure, especially when drawing new Dharma notes. Even Luyan Master, a Dharma note master, wasn't sure that he could succeed on his first try. In the blink of an eye, Luyan Master finished dozens of Dharma notes while the other 3 masters and Lu Hang had drawn nearly 100 of them. Placed on the long table, the Dharma notes looked magnificent with their golden glitter. These notepapers were specially made, and each of them cost a top-tier spirit stone. Even the senior disciple Lu Hang hadn't touched so many top-tier notepapers. On the surface, each Dharma note was perfectly drawn, resembling the Dharma note from Herb King Master. "Have a try," Suyang Master said. Lu Hang picked up one Dharma note and transferred his nature essence into it. The Dharma note burned up and shot out a light. The light struck the forehead of one master, and he stumbled backward, almost bumping into the tent. The master felt a slight loosening of the essence locking note in his body. Before he could be happy about it, he felt the power of the essence locking note increase suddenly and clamping his meridians. The self-made essence unlocking note couldn't break the essence locking note. Instead, the essence locking note absorbed the energy from the self-made Dharma note. "Try again," Suyang Master ordered sternly. Lu Hang shot out another Dharma note, but the result was the same. After shooting about a dozen Dharma notes, the master being experimented on almost wept since he had fallen from mid-tier core formation realm to low tier. Seeing the failures, Suyang master finally stopped Lu Hang. Picking up an ink brush, he drew 10 Dharma notes with great care. Although he wasn't an expert on Dharma notes, he had recovered his nascent soul realm strength and thus could make more powerful Dharma notes. Top-grade ink brush, top-tier vermilion paint, and top-tier Dharma note paper. The Dharma note drawn by Suyang master looked radiant. Out of the 10 Dharma notes, only one was circulating nature essence and can be used. Bang! He shot this Dharma note toward one of the masters. This master shook all over, and his nature essence of the nascent soul realm almost erupted. But very soon, he dropped from top-tier core formation realm to mid-tier. Qingcheng sect excelled in Dharma notes, but they didn't know that the Dharma note they got prior was a unique one. It had to be created by balanced 5 elemental nature essences that were guided by the life-death notes. The masters looked at each other with ashen faces in the tent. "Why are you still standing here? Hurry up and find more spiritual herbs." The Qingcheng sect disciples outside the tent heard the roar of Suyang master that was coming from the inside. Chapter 633. Cut off from the family. The repentance cliff at Sky Mountain sect. With her hands locked in the colorful ice fire shackle, Duan Yao was staring at the wall in the cave when she felt fluctuations in the array formation at the entrance of the cave. "Mom." Duan Yao stood up immediately. In the past few days, her mom had sneaked food to her. Otherwise, she would have fainted long ago due to starvation. However, it wasn't her mom but her dad, the sect master of the Sky Mountain sect, who entered the cave. A bit surprised, Duan Yao curled her lips and sat back on the stone bed. "Humph. Dad still loves me," she thought as she lowered her head and put on a wronged look without speaking. The severe damage that the Sky Mountain sect received gave her a big lesson, making her realize that powerful people had the final say. She had thought carefully in the past few days and wanted to pursue absolute power. Of course, her hatred for Hao Ren didn't decrease a bit. If she had the chance to kill him, she probably wouldn't show mercy. "Come out with me." With a dark face, Duan Yi walked closer and said coldly. Duan Yao looked at Duan Yi, astonished. Taking out a white jade key, Duan Yi touched it on the shackle, unlocking Duan Yao's arms. This ice fire shackle was a Dharma treasure used on people who were being punished, and Duan Yi kept the key. Even Duan Yao's mom didn't dare to steal it out. Regaining her freedom, Duan Yao was happy inside, but she didn't dare to show it. "Dad can't bear to lock me for too long," Duan Yao thought as she rubbed her arms and followed Duan Yi out of the cave. Duan Yi released the flying sword and pulled Duan Yao onto it. After a few days of imprisonment, Duan Yao was shaky with weakness. She fixed her clothes, thinking that she would be brought to the law execution palace for other punishments. After all, it wasn't her dad's style to release her after a few days of imprisonment. However, the other punishments would be better than the ice fire shackle. Gritting her teeth, she was prepared to receive more punishments. Below the flying sword, the once prosperous Sky Mountain sect was in a bad state. Although the main structures were intact, the many buildings were destroyed and had become ruins. "I'll never forgive them for destroying our sect." Seeing this, Duan Yao felt heavy. She gathered her thoughts and realized that the flying sword wasn't flying toward the center of Sky Mountain sect but outside of the sect. "Dad, where are you taking me?" Duan Yao asked in alarm. She knew that she must receive punishment for the mistakes that she made, but she didn't expect that she would be kicked out of the sect. "Ethereal Summit on Fifth Heaven," Duan Yi said. Duan Yao widened her eyes and asked, "Dad, you are handing me to?" Duan Yi didn't speak with a cold face. "Dad, I want to see Mom. I want to see Grand Uncle Master." Duan Yao tried to resist. With a wave of his hand, a white rope-shaped Dharma treasure bound her hands. "Grand Uncle Master agreed already," Duan Yi said in a low voice. Before he went to the back mountain for Duan Yao, Duan Yi had told Lingwu Master the demand of Ethereal Summit. Having dropped to Foundation Establishment Realm, Lingwu Master just waved his hand with a sad face, giving no opinion. Sky Mountain sect had reached a life-death moment, and they couldn't even struggle in front of their rivals who were 100 times stronger than them. No matter how much Lingwu Master loved Duan Yao, she had to be sacrificed. For Lingwu Master and Duan Yi, the 1,000-year-old Sky Mountain sect was more important. Duan Yi didn't tell Duan Yao's mom about this since he knew that she would go crazy with this news. Duan Yao widened her eyes, not expecting that Lingwu Master who loved her the most would agree to give her away. When her grand-uncle Master was in danger, she had blocked for him with her own body, but Duan Yao turned to look at Duan Yi's cold face. Despite her complaints about her dad, she had always thought that her dad would protect her. However, it seemed that his daughter's life and fate were far less important than Sky Mountain sect. There was only one Sky Mountain sect, but he could have more daughters. Standing on the flying sword in silence, Duan Yao stopped yelling, and her white teeth bit her lip hard. If not for her status as the only daughter of the Sky Mountain sect master, she would have been the cauldron of a nascent soul realm cultivator long ago due to her great talent. But now she was without protection. When Duan Yi remained silent without offering a word of comfort, Duan Yao felt so depressed that she began to cry. A core formation realm cultivator swept toward them stepping on a green longsword. Senior brother, Duan Yao called out suddenly. This cultivator was Yi Yan, the cultivator who had taken Duan Yao to Fifth Heaven to investigate the situation at White Sand Sect. This senior brother was very handsome, and his cultivation talent was great. As Duan Yi's first disciple, he was the most senior brother in Duan Yi's branch. Yi Yan liked Duan Yao a lot and always did favors for her, claiming that he would protect her all his life. Seeing Yi Yan, Duan Yao thought that he was here to rescue her and called out to him with all her force. Although she felt nothing for Yi Yan, she was touched to see him come and rescue her at the risk of his own life. I'd rather marry senior brother Yi Yan than entering Ethereal Summit and be insulted. Master. Chushang sect got one Dharma note from Herb King Master after finding one piece of 10,000-year-old green wood and 2 pieces of soul grass. Another grand cultivator in the nascent soul realm recovered his realm. Yi Yan said respectfully after dashing over. Duan Yi's face darkened at the news, knowing that time wasn't on Sky Mountain sect's side. Now that almost all the nascent soul realm cultivators on 6th Heaven lost their realm, their strengths were the same. However, if more nascent soul realm cultivators from other sects recover their realm, Sky Mountain sect would be in real danger. If they couldn't quench the anger of Herb King Master, this master didn't have to move a finger himself. Instead, he only needed to announce that anyone who destroyed Sky Mountain sect would get more essence unlocking notes, and Sky Mountain sect would be totally destroyed. Find all the spiritual herbs over 10,000-year-old, Duan Yi ordered. Yes, master. Yi Yan nodded and looked toward Duan Yao who was behind Duan Yi. Duan Yao begged Yi Yan with her eyes, but her senior brother immediately looked away. Instantly, Duan Yao felt cold inside. With the best talent and greatest strength among the younger generation, Yi Yan would probably become the next sect master of Sky Mountain sect hundreds of years later as the most senior disciple of the current sect master, Duan Yi. Only Mo Lianshan, the favorite disciple of the first elder, could compete with him. However, in the disaster on Fifth Heaven, Mo Lianshan dropped to the Foundation Establishment realm and couldn't compete with Yi Yan anymore. Due to his responsibility for the sect's business, Yi Yan didn't receive the mission of investigating on Fifth Heaven. He had remained in the sect and maintained his mid-tier core formation realm. Under this situation, Yi Yan would progress steadily, and it would be unwise of him to anger Duan Yi. He had indeed liked Duan Yao, but his future was more important. Besides, Duan Yao would soon become a cauldron of a grand cultivator, and he wouldn't have his eyes on such a woman. That was why he offered no word of comfort to Duan Yao, afraid that Duan Yi would suspect that he had an intimate relationship with Duan Yao. Stepping on his flying sword, Duan Yi rushed toward Fifth Heaven through the clouds. Looking back on Sky Mountain sect which became smaller and smaller in her eyes, Duan Yao remained silent. She had had an easy life, but now that had changed entirely. She had thought that she would be happy forever, but now she understood that her happiness was built on Sky Mountain sect's advantage over the other sects. When they encountered a force that was above Sky Mountain sect, she, the daughter of the dignified sect master, was inferior to merchandise. The fate of Sky Mountain sect lies in your hands. Do whatever Herb King Master tells you, and maybe you can save the sect. If you don't want Sky Mountain sect to go down, if you still pity the hundreds of thousands of disciples, you. Duan Yi didn't continue. He had decided that after Duan Yao was sent into Ethereal Summit and had helped Sky Mountain sect survive this disaster, he would live in seclusion. He would hand the sect to the elders or appoint a new sect master. With the mysterious nature of Herb King Master, it probably was not a bad thing for Duan Yao to be taken into the valley. Even if Sky Mountain sect were going to be destroyed by others, Duan Yao would still be alive. Near Ethereal Summit, a red light shot into the sky. Maniu Master of Chushang sect had indeed recovered his nascent soul realm, and he was releasing waves of suppression. Loud cheers sounded in Chushang sect's camp on the east. The cultivators of the other sects looked either jealous or anxious, while the masters who hadn't recovered their realms raged in their respective tents. Since Ethereal Summit only wanted the specific kinds of spiritual herbs, the sects on 6th Heaven were turning the ground up trying to find them. Duan Yi landed at the valley entrance of Ethereal Summit with Duan Yao, who was expressionless. He clenched his fists but didn't know what to say. Swoosh, Little White landed at the entrance and stared at Duan Yao, obviously coming out to take Duan Yao into the valley. "I'm afraid we'll never see each other again." Looking at Duan Yao, Duan Yi tried to say something. However, Duan Yao ignored him with a cold heart and sat on the back of Little White. She untied the 2 jade pendants from her waist and tossed them at Duan Yi. "Take these to my mom. I, Duan Yao, won't go back, alive or dead," she said. Her sacrifice for Sky Mountain sect was her payment to her parents for raising her. From now on, there was nothing between them. Carrying Duan Yao, Little White flew into the valley protected by the red energy sphere. Watching Duan Yao disappeared through the array formation, Duan Yi shook his head with a broken heart and left. Chapter 634. Joining Ethereal Summit. While grabbing Little White's fur, Duan Yao entered Ethereal Summit and saw a dozen well-fed snow lion cubs rolling around on the ground while the Babel spiritual treasure, the Golden Shield, was flying around the valley. Hao Ren and 3 beautiful girls were busy working in the spiritual fields barefooted. When Little White put Duan Yao on the ground, the bored Golden Shield shot a golden light onto Little White's rump. Little White jumped and immediately flew over to fight with the Golden Shield. Standing in the valley in confusion, Duan Yao didn't see the legendary Herb King Master. She looked at the 3 beautiful girls beside Hao Ren and realized that none of them was Zhao Yanzi. She felt baffled. Flying on his black disc, Zhen Kongming was moving across the corners of the valley, making marks. Architecture and array formation were similar. Both needed to create a structure first. Zhen Kongming observed the terrain and the directions of the 5 elements before building a big array formation. Seeing them working busily, Duan Yao, who was ready for death, looked around and didn't know what to do. "Come here." Hao Ren stood up in the spiritual fields and beckoned at her. Duan Yao walked over. She wanted to die with Hao Ren, but her dagger had been confiscated before she was locked on Repentance Cliff at Sky Mountain Sect. Without any weapons, she was no match for Hao Ren with her fists. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily looked at Duan Yao with caution. However, Xie Yujia looked at her with some sympathy. After the great battle, Ethereal Summit was in a mess, but it was getting orderly as Hao Ren, Xie Yujia, and the others worked on it. Hao Ren looked at Duan Yao up and down and saw the tear tracks on her face, as well as the 2 purple bruises on her wrists where the skin had rotten so much that bones were exposed. Sky Mountain sect is merciless, Hao Ren thought. Yujia, give her 2 detox pills, Hao Ren said. Okay. Yujia had noticed the ugly wounds on Duan Yao's wrists and ached at the thought that Duan Yao was almost as young as Zhao Yanzi. She took out 2 pills from her ring and tossed them at Duan Yao. However, Duan Yao slapped the 2 level 4 pills away with her right hand. The valuable elixir pills dropped into the muddy fields. Duan Yao puffed her cheeks and said, "I don't want your pity." Ungrateful brat. The Lu sisters were about to lecture her, but Hao Ren raised a hand and stopped them. Xie Yujia shook her head helplessly, thinking that this young girl's temper was as hot as Zhao Yanzi's. "There is about half an acre of the field left. You can clean it." After pulling the Lu sisters out of the water field, Hao Ren said to Duan Yao. Duan Yao glared at Hao Ren, not able to suppress her fury. "Yujia, come out and let her do it," Hao Ren said to Xie Yujia. After hesitating for half a second, Xie Yujia nodded and walked out of the field. She needed to put away the spiritual herbs from the two sects, and she had to make more essence-unlocking notes since they were running out. Out of the valley, the cultivators from different sects flew around Ethereal Summit. After Suyong master of Qingcheng sect and Maniu master of Chushang sect recovered their realms, all the sects on Sixth Heaven were trying their best to search for the spiritual herbs that Xie Yujia mentioned. While all the nascent soul realm cultivators' realms were locked, the ones who removed the lock first would have an absolute advantage over the other sects. Gritting her teeth and with tears in her eyes, Duan Yao looked up at the cultivators outside the valley and then jumped into the waterfields. Due to the wounds inflicted by the ice fire shackle, her hands were covered by purple bruises and rotten flesh, but she had no choice now after her dad left her in Ethereal Summit. She was no longer the daughter of Sky Mountain Sect Master nor the Pearl of Sky Mountain Sect. All her arrogance was gone. While crying, she searched for the rocks in the waterfield before moving them out. In the past dozen years, her only work was cultivation and didn't need to do anything else. In Sky Mountain Sect, the chores such as fixing the spiritual fields were the job of the lowest, and she had never imagined that she would do it. Her bruised wrists hurt like they were on fire when she dipped them into the water. Hao Ren stood by the fields and watched her work, flanked by silent Lu sisters. At the thought that Sky Mountain Sect deserted her, Duan Yao cried harder. However, she swallowed her tears after meeting Hao Ren's cold gaze. Wang Dong, the first elder of Sky Mountain Sect, hopes to see Herb King Master. A magnificent voice sounded outside of the valley. Duan Yao straightened her sore back and looked toward the entrance of the valley. Dad can't let me go after all. He must have sent the first elder to take me back. With respect, Sky Mountain Sect offers 3 10,000-year-old golden hammers for 1 Dharma note from Master. The voice of the first elder of Sky Mountain Sect rose again. Sky Mountain Sect. Hao Ren circulated his full nature essence. Sky Mountain Sect must double the offer. Well, after a moment of hesitation, the first elder answered immediately, okay. As long as the Master forgives us, Sky Mountain Sect will try its best. Hearing the first elder's words, Duan Yao's tears fell again. He had mentioned no word about Duan Yao, which meant that she was totally abandoned. What Sky Mountain Sect cared about was getting the Dharma note instead of taking Duan Yao back. 3 10,000-year-old golden hammers and 3 10,000-year-old brass drumskins for 1 Dharma note. The first elder of Sky Mountain Sect yelled with great sincerity and a bit of anxiety in his voice. He was one of the elders of Sky Mountain Sect who surrounded Ethereal Summit. However, the time had changed, and he had to admit defeat. After all, the essence unlocking notes had controlled all the sects on Sixth Heaven. Little White. Hao Ren called out. Little White, who had been frolicking with the golden shield, shot into Xie Yujia's cave abode and flew out of the valley with a Dharma note in its mouth. It then returned with the level 6 spiritual herbs from Sky Mountain Sect. These spiritual herbs were still fresh. Sky Mountain Sect was indeed wealthy. Thank you for the Dharma note, Master. The first elder of Sky Mountain Sect left with the note. Hearing the first elder's voice getting distant, Duan Yao had a stiff expression on her face while her teeth almost broke her red lips. No one cared about her, a small cultivator at low-tier core formation realm. In front of the huge difference of powers, all Sky Mountain Sect wanted was to appease the anger of Herb King Master, so he would allow the sect to live. Even at double the price, Sky Mountain Sect would try to recover the realms of its nascent soul realm cultivators. The moment that the first elder of Sky Mountain Sect left, another voice sounded at the entrance of the valley. The senior disciple of Qingcheng Sect, Lu Hang, offers 3 10,000-year-old Daphne to Master. After turning its storage upside down, Qingcheng Sect had found 3 10,000-year-old Daphne and hurried to offer them to Ethereal Summit. Now all the sects were searching for the spiritual herbs like crazy, afraid that Herb King Master would increase the price suddenly. However, even if the price rose to 6 spiritual herbs, they still had to accept it just as Sky Mountain Sect did. Ethereal Summit had the right of pricing, and they were under its control. Take them. Hao Ren answered. Little White, who had just returned to the valley, had to fly out again to bring back the 3 spiritual herbs. By this time, Xie Yujia had just finished drawing a new note, and Little White brought it out. Thank you for the note, Master. Lu Hang's voice shook with excitement. Those cultivators from other sects were green with envy. If they were not on the territory of the Herb King Master, they would have taken the note by force. A note which could recover the lost realm for the nascent soul realm cultivators was enough to cause a bloody battle between sects. This was why the masters who had lost their realm stayed close to Ethereal Summit instead of staying in their own sects on Sixth Heaven. If the notes left the territory of Ethereal Summit, they would certainly be robbed. Due to the presence of Herb King Master in the valley, these sects hadn't begun their fight. Besides, the nascent soul realm cultivators who had recovered their realms dared not to fight here. As to those masters who hadn't recovered their realms, they dared not to leave Ethereal Summit. If they did, they would be killed by those nascent soul realm cultivators who had recovered their realms. When Lu Hang from Qingcheng sect received the note, the cultivators from other sects quickly flew to their respective camps to report the news. As some masters had recovered their realms, and others still stayed at the core formation realm, the atmosphere around Ethereal Summit got more intense. For a few notes that Xie Yujia drew, the sects on Sixth Heaven had turned their treasure palaces upside down. Okay. Zhen Kongming finished his inspection and landed beside Hao Ren while stepping on his black disc. I've finished the marking. If you can find 15 nascent soul realm cultivators, 150 core formation realm cultivators, and 1,500 foundation establishment realm cultivators, I'll help you rebuild the Grand Array formation. He had skipped classes to come here and was impatient to get back. With a smile, Hao Ren circulated the small amount of nature essence in his body and yelled, "In the next 2 hours, 4 level 4 spiritual herbs can trade for 1 essence unlocking note." Knowing that Xie Yujia spent nature essence on drawing the notes, Hao Ren increased the price without hesitation. Hearing Hao Ren's announcement, the cultivators outside were astonished. If the price continued to rise like this, the later they found the spiritual herbs, the higher price they would pay. The atmosphere got even more intense. They had to search harder for the spiritual herbs and hand them to Ethereal Summit as soon as possible. The nascent soul realm cultivators can trade 100-year worth of cultivation strength for 1 note, Hao Ren stated after a short pause. Chapter 635, Duan Yao, form the array formation. When Hao Ren's new condition was announced, the dozens of cultivators lingering at the valley entrance immediately flew to their respective camps. They had stood at the entrance to receive the instructions from Herb King Master and report back how many sects had got the essence unlocking notes. Turning to look at the stone-faced and disheveled Duan Yao, Hao Ren shook his head with a smile. In the blink of an eye, all the masters who hadn't recovered their realms rushed toward the valley. Although they didn't know what Herb King Master wanted them to do, and they were reluctant to lose 100-year worth of cultivation strength, it was hard to find level 6 spiritual herbs. They'd rather lose their 100-year worth of cultivation strength to recover the nascent soul realm, so they wouldn't worry about the possible attacks from the nascent soul realm cultivators who had regained their realms. Xie Yujia came out of her cave after feeling that many cultivators gather at the entrance of Ethereal Summit. Junior wants to work for Master. Please take me, Master. These cultivators who were arrogant and at nascent soul realm squeezed to the entrance, fighting for a spot in the front row in hope that Herb King Master would choose them. This sight dumbfounded the core formation realm disciples. In front of Herb King Master of Ethereal Summit, these nascent soul realm cultivators had all lost their dignity. Only the masters of Sky Mountain sect were relatively cautious, not because they didn't want to recommend themselves, but because they thought Herb King Master wouldn't pick them. Standing in the spiritual fields in the valley, Duan Yao looked at the crazy scene at the entrance of the valley and then at the cold-faced Hao Ren, surprised that one simple sentence from him had such great power. These lofty nascent soul realm masters were fighting to work for Ethereal Summit. The ones who were at top-tier nascent soul realms stand in the front row, and I'll choose carefully, Hao Ren said. The 12 masters who had been at top-tier nascent soul realm stood in the front row, including Liyang Master of New Sun Sect. Through the red energy sphere, Hao Ren realized that he needed 3 more. He said, I need 3 from Sky Mountain Sect. The 3 cultivators of Sky Mountain Sect who were at mid-tier nascent soul realm looked at each other in surprise and immediately walked up. The other sects were jealous when they saw Sky Mountain Sect taking up 3 spots. Sky Mountain Sect had 3 mid-tier nascent soul realm cultivators and 5 low-tier nascent soul realm cultivators. The only cultivator who was above mid-tier was Lingwu Master, and he had been struck down to the foundation establishment realm from peak nascent soul realm, and he was still resting in the sect. The other sects had thought that Sky Mountain sect wouldn't be picked and had prepared to split up Sky Mountain sect's resources among them after recovering their realms. However, Herb King Master had picked 3 cultivators from Sky Mountain sect in one breath to their surprise. However, none of them dared to voice their complaints. If Herb King Master didn't give them essence unlocking notes, they would forever remain at the core formation realm, which meant death both for themselves and their sects. Yujia, do you have 15 notes? Hao Ren looked back and asked Xie Yujia in a gentle voice. Xie Yujia nodded while standing at the entrance of her cave abode. When she was in the cave abode, she had been drawing notes and had successfully made over 20 notes. Qingfeng Hermit's life-death notes contained a vast amount of 5 elemental nature essence, and they were refined again before making the Dharma notes. On the other hand, Xie Yujia had received a full mark on the engineering drawing course in university. Be careful, Xie Yujia reminded while she walked down the stairs and handed the 15 notes to Hao Ren. With a smile, Hao Ren split the notes among Lu Linlin and Lu Lily. Flicking with their fingers, the Lu sisters shot 15 notes into the foreheads of the masters. Since the cultivators outside couldn't see the interior of the valley, they were shot before they could dodge. They were astonished by the skill of shooting notes. Bang! The 15 nascent soul realm masters recovered their realms instantly. Not daring to show their delight, they cupped their hands and said, "Thank you for saving us, Master." When they fell from the nascent soul realm to the core formation realm, they felt like immortals turning into mortals. After returning to the nascent soul realm, their sense of relief was almost as intense as their elation when they first reached the nascent soul realm. It's too early to celebrate. These essence unlocking notes are only effective for 60 years. However, the remaining energy of the essence locking note will dissolve if you don't mess with Ethereal Summit in the future, Hao Ren said. After staring at Hao Ren in surprise for a few seconds, Xie Yujia realized that Hao Ren had made it up to frighten these nascent soul realm cultivators so that they wouldn't make trouble. She lowered her head with a smile, thinking that Hao Ren could be cunning sometimes. Sure enough, the cultivators outside the valley looked at each other in alarm, afraid that their realms would be locked up again. Besides, I need 150 core formation realm cultivators and 1,500 foundation establishment realm cultivators. Sky Mountain sect must bring them here in half an hour, Hao Ren said. Hearing the casual words of Hao Ren in the valley, the cultivators outside were stunned again. Herb King Master wants a great number of low-leveled cultivators from Sky Mountain sect to come here. Is he planning to kill the main forces of Sky Mountain sect through the hands of us, the nascent soul realm cultivators? They thought. In the valley, Duan Yao was also looking at Hao Ren in astonishment, wondering what he was up to. Ignoring her, Hao Ren began to kill time by practicing the fundamental boxing techniques of the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Watching Hao Ren in bafflement, Duan Yao suddenly felt like he was very mysterious. She had practiced martial arts from an early age and had solid skills. When she watched his powerful punches and kicks, she knew that Hao Ren's strength wasn't low. However, she was only slightly surprised. She returned to her work in the spiritual fields. Sky Mountain sect was backed into a corner, and its fate was held in the hands of Ethereal Summit. Since it didn't look like she was going to become a cauldron for dual cultivation, she would bear the humiliation. Only a moment later, the cultivator troops of Sky Mountain sect descended onto 5th heaven from 6th heaven. The 150 cultivators above mid-tier core formation realm and the 1,500 cultivators at top-tier foundation establishment realm lined up in the high sky above Ethereal Summit with anxious expressions. Having seen Sky Mountain sect's group attack at Ethereal Summit, Hao Ren knew these cultivators were familiar with array formations and well-disciplined. Like the soldiers of East Ocean under Zhao Kuo's training, these cultivators wouldn't run from powerful enemies in panic. This was why Hao Ren thought of Sky Mountain sect first when he considered repairing the array formation, since Sky Mountain sect had a significant number of disciplined cultivators. Kongming, you are in charge of the outer range, Hao Ren said to Zhen Kongming. Okay. With a snap of his fingers, Zhen Kongming flew out of the valley on the black disc. The nascent soul realm masters thought Zhen Kongming looked quite familiar since he resembled the legendary child thief who stole their spiritual herbs, but none of them dared to voice their suspicion right now. Zhen Kongming was going to build a powerful array formation named 7 Stars 8 Poles Array Formation. It had fewer variations than the previous Big Dipper constellation array formation, but it was 3 times more powerful. If it was activated successfully, it could easily block the attacks from nascent Soul Realm cultivators. After Big Dipper constellation array formation was destroyed, Zhen Kongming was furious and decided to build a super powerful turtle shell. This time, since he didn't think Hao Ren could control array formations properly. "You! Come here!" Zhen Kongming, who was only at Foundation Establishment Realm, ordered the nascent Soul Realm cultivators to stand in the specific positions in the outer range of the valley. Advanced array formations could use natural essence in the surroundings, and the Big Dipper constellation array formation was an example of one. Low-leveled array formations needed spirit stones to power them, and an example would be the array formations at the Scroll Pavilion of Sky Mountain Sect. The most powerful array formation would gather the cultivation strengths of ancient cultivators to keep it functioning for thousands of years. Since Zhen Kongming couldn't find a supermaster like his master Chu Niu or a soul formation realm cultivator to inject great amounts of cultivation strength, he had to find many lower realm cultivators to do the same thing. Releasing 100-year worth of cultivation strength, the 15 nascent soul realm cultivators would barely activate this ultimate array formation. After absorbing and storing 1,500-year worth of cultivation strength, the array formation would work for 100 years. The 150 core formation realm cultivators and the 1,500 foundation establishment realm cultivators worked as the array's foundation, stabilizing the big array formation. A couple of cultivators couldn't finish such an ultimate array formation. Also, the lack of coordination among the cultivators would leave defects in the array formation as well. Xie Yujia hid the dozen snow lion cubs in the cave and then opened the energy sphere, letting in the 150 core formation realm cultivators and the 1,500 foundation establishment realm cultivators. In the middle of the valley, the spiritual herb fields were protected by wood fences so that the cultivators couldn't trample them. The golden shield flew around the valley and released 1,000 smaller shields which lit up the valley. The Sky Mountain Sect cultivators in the valley didn't dare to make a move. These low-realm cultivators were led by Yi Yan, the senior disciple of the Sky Mountain Sect master. Entering the valley for the first time, he was surprised to see that Hao Ren was so young. With tears on her face, Duan Yao didn't feel any pleasure when she saw the cultivators of Sky Mountain Sect. Instead, she stood by Hao Ren's side. Yi Yan, the future sect master, looked at Hao Ren up and down in secret and sensed no nature essence from Hao Ren. He can hide his realm so well, so powerful. He is indeed the direct disciple of Herb King Master. Yi Yan looked surprised since he never imagined that instead of hiding his realm, Hao Ren had zero nature essence this week. Seeing his former junior sister Duan Yao standing beside Hao Ren, Yi Yan felt regretful. He had felt disgusted when he thought that Duan Yao would be taken as a cauldron by Herb King Master, whom he thought was an old man. However, seeing Hao Ren being so young, Yi Yan began to feel jealous since he thought Hao Ren took Duan Yao as a dual cultivation partner. "Junior sister," he blurted out. Duan Yao turned her head and ignored him. Hao Ren turned to look at Duan Yao and said, "It's not easy to build an array formation. Since they are the disciples of your Sky Mountain Sect, you control them while I issue the orders." While harboring complicated feelings, Duan Yao looked at Hao Ren in surprise when she heard his words. Chapter 636. Life is in your hands. In fact, Hao Ren had kept her in Ethereal Summit so that she could control the cultivators of Sky Mountain Sect for him. When he was leading the troops of East Ocean, he only gave them directions, and the generals understood his command and controlled the soldiers. Hum. 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 3 light beams of different colors rose from 3 directions of Ethereal Summit. Zhen Kongming had buried different array discs in different directions. In the previous Big Dipper constellation array formation, he had put the array disc, which was the heart of the array, in Hao Ren's cave. However, he was using 15 array discs this time. Some of the nascent Soul Realm cultivators had studied array formations. They were surprised to see that Zhen Kongming's array discs were made of a material which they had never seen before, and the patterns on the discs were very complicated. These array discs were probably the array formation devices left by ancient cultivators. The moment that they were buried into the ground, waves of intense nature essence rose. When the 15 array discs were buried into the ground around the valley, 15 light beams of different colors lit up. These light beams surrounded the entire ethereal summit. Meanwhile, the nature essence in the center of ethereal summit rose suddenly, and its intensity was as high as that of the rare locations on sixth heaven. Standing near ethereal summit, the cultivators were astonished when they felt the change of the nature essence. They had never seen such a big array formation which could change the nature, not to mention witnessing the building process. 3 of the brightest light beams connected with each other, creating a perfect triangle where each angle was 120 degrees and placed the center of ethereal summit in the middle. Obviously, Zhen Kongming had calculated the positions of the array discs carefully. Otherwise, they wouldn't fit so perfectly with each other. Hum. 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 Up. Stepping on the black disc, Zhen Kongming flew into the high sky above ethereal summit and tossed out a perfect tear spirit stone that was as big as a millstone. The cultivators from sixth heaven had never seen such a perfect tear spirit stone before. Its overwhelming nature essence tempted them, and they almost tried to take it by force. The spirit stone was dropped into the center of the valley, and it was the spot where the 3 light beams connected. Swoosh, the perfect tear spirit stone reflected lights which activated the remaining 12 light beams. Instantly, ethereal summit was full of dazzling light while 12 light beams connected with the 3 light beams in the center of ethereal summit, forming light joints. In the circle around the ethereal summit, a huge triangle and 15 light beams appeared. The reflections of the complicated light beams dazzled the surrounding cultivators. The core formation realm cultivators felt sick due to the vibrations of the humming sounds which signaled the imminent activation of the big array formation. The 15 light beams began to turn slowly. The lights turned so fast that it seemed like the triangle was spinning by itself in the circle. Hao Ren looked up at the high sky and saw different colors flashing continuously, more complicated than the neon lights in the city. The nascent Soul Realm Masters had never seen such a complicated array formation either. They wondered who on earth this Herb King Master was and why he could build such an array formation. Their awe for Herb King Master increased as they felt like even the Soul Formation Realm cultivators couldn't get out of the array formation, not to mention the nascent Soul Realm cultivators. Hum. The triangle lights and the 15 light beams spun for a while and stopped suddenly. Some core formation realm cultivators felt dizzy and fell to the ground, injured by only watching the spinning of the array formation. The reflecting light beams formed exactly 150 big light spots and 1,500 small light spots. Hao Ren pointed at Duan Yao by his side and said, "Tell the core formation realm cultivators to stand on the big spots and the foundation establishment realm cultivators to stand on the small spots." Waking up from her amazement, Duan Yao glanced at Hao Ren and then made some hand gestures in the air with gritted teeth. As the daughter of the sect master of Sky Mountain Sect, Duan Yao had certainly practiced array formations. When she made the gestures, the 150 core formation realm cultivators and 1,500 foundation establishment realm cultivators took their respective positions. Duan Yao was cautious with her hand gestures since the people under her control were all disciples of Sky Mountain Sect. If any mistake happened, the cultivators of Sky Mountain Sect would probably all die here. Despite her determination to leave Sky Mountain Sect, she didn't want anything to happen to these disciples. Outside of the valley, the 15 nascent soul realm cultivators placed their hands on the array discs at the order of Zhen Kongming. Instantly, these nascent soul realm cultivators felt their nature essence pouring out from their bodies. Like a bottomless hole, this huge array formation seemed like it would suck out all their cultivation strengths. The other cultivators near the array formation were suddenly knocked away by a violent force. 7 stars 8 poles array formation was activated. The sky changed colors while clouds swarmed over. The clear sky suddenly turned dark red. In the valley, the golden shield didn't dare to move freely in such a big array, and it entered Hao Ren's necklace voluntarily. Seeing this frightening sight, Little White also hid in its doghouse. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily stood beside Hao Ren, wary of any potential change in the array formation. If any mistake happened in such a big array formation, all the cultivators would be severely injured or killed at its sudden collapse. The 15 nascent soul realm cultivators' Taoist robes puffed up. showing that they had circulated their nature essence to the limit. If they weren't careful, their bodies would be sucked into the array discs. However, the situation was out of their control, and they couldn't back out now. In the valley, the 150 core formation realm cultivators and the 1,500 foundation establishment realm cultivators were releasing nature essence according to Duan Yao hand gestures, and they were sweating all over their bodies. Any wrong step or beat probably meant death. Hearing Hao Ren's orders, Duan Yao's smooth palms sweated profusely, afraid to make any mistake. After all, the lives of over 1,000 Sky Mountain sect disciples were in her hands. If the array formation collapsed suddenly, these disciples would be the first to suffer. Standing beside Hao Ren, Xie Yujia was also nervous, but she was surprised to see the disciples of Sky Mountain sect moving in a disciplined way, following Duan Yao's gestures closely. If Sky Mountain sect didn't offend old grandma, it wouldn't have fallen so hard, Xie Yujia thought. She glanced at Duan Yao, thinking that this girl was quite skillful. Despite her bleeding wrists, Duan Yao was working steadily, afraid that any delay in her movements would kill these disciples of Sky Mountain sect. Calmly, Hao Ren instructed Duan Yao how to control the movements of Sky Mountain sect disciples according to the changes in the lights and the scrolls Zhen Kongming had told him. Hao Ren and Duan Yao worked well with each other. Shorter than Hao Ren, Duan Yao looked petite and cute standing beside him. The array formation that engulfed Ethereal Summit flashed while it entered the key stage. The 15 nascent soul realm elders who were providing nature essence to the huge array formation were on the brink of collapse. Zhen Kongming used them as spirit stones which transferred out nature essence steadily, but only nascent soul realm cultivators couldn't support such an ancient array formation. Seeing that the situation was getting worse, the nascent soul realm masters had to spit out their essence blood and use their natal nature essence. This would certainly consume their cultivation strength, but they had no choice. The 15 nascent soul realm masters spat out blood at the same time. In the valley, the 150 core formation realm cultivators and the 1,500 foundation establishment realm cultivators found their steps getting heavier while they pushed the circulation of the array formation as if they were pushing a huge millstone. The cultivators who were knocked away looked at the moving lights around Ethereal Summit in astonishment. Such an array formation probably only appeared in the ancient mystical realms. The 15 nascent soul realm cultivators felt their nature essence gushing out of their bodies, and even their natal essence blood was being sucked out. Just when the 3 Sky Mountain sect elders thought they couldn't go on any longer, the spinning lights suddenly closed. Bang! In the valley, the 150 core formation realm cultivators and the 1,500 foundation establishment realm cultivators dropped to the ground suddenly. Exhausted, they couldn't remain standing under the sudden suppression of the array formation that was created. Duan Yao exhaled deeply and turned to look at Hao Ren. Just as she was about to smile, she caught herself and turned to anger. The feud between her and Hao Ren would never change. Not daring to linger in Ethereal Summit, the Sky Mountain sect disciples rushed toward the entrance of the valley. With the exhaustion of their nature essence, Herb King Master could kill them with ease. The array formation closed suddenly, forming a perfect spherical light shield. The white light shield reflected the blue sky and white clouds like a mirror. Very soon, the array formation became steady and turned transparent as if there weren't an array formation. Ethereal Summit looked mysterious with clouds surrounding it. After losing 100 to 200 years of cultivation strengths, the nascent soul realm masters hurried back to their respective camps to heal their injuries. Although they had recovered their realms, they paid bloody prices. It would take them 100 years in seclusion to regain the lost cultivation strength. Excluded by the array formation, the 3 small sects around Ethereal Summit weren't covered by the light sphere. However, with their connections to Herb King Master, who dared to mess with them? In the last few days, the sects on 6th Heaven couldn't find Herb King Master, so they tried to get on the good side of the 3 small sects as if they were the sects on 7th Heaven. With Ethereal Summit supporting them, the 3 small sects who were doing the trading of spiritual herbs and elixir pills on behalf of Ethereal Summit had become the most famous and important sects on 5th Heaven. With the completion of the big array formation, the 3 small sects stood straighter. However, they were more cautious as well since they would receive the first blow if Herb King Master were displeased with them. Humph! Humph! Stepping on the black disc, Zhen Kongming returned to Ethereal Summit, looking smug. It was his first time creating such a big array formation, and he had done it successfully. How powerful is it? Hao Ren asked him. Expecting to receive compliments from Hao Ren, Zhen Kongming turned red at the doubt of Hao Ren's question. You can ask them to test it. Good idea. Hao Ren wanted to check it. He would have to ask Zhen Kongming to build another if this array formation was just eye candy. He turned to look at the Lu sisters. Gongzi, we'll test it. Lu sisters understood Hao Ren's intention and flew out of the valley. The cultivators who had been watching from a distance were surprised to see two female cultivators flying out of the valley. When the Lu sisters unleashed their strength of top-tier nascent soul realm, their faces turned pale. Attack! With a yell, Lu sisters shot out the black and the white bracelets. The array formation that was engulfing Ethereal Summit shot out a white light and knocked back the yin-yang bracelets. After catching the rings, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily attacked again with full force. Bang! After an earth-shaking sound, Ethereal Summit was intact, but Lu Linlin and Lu Lily's yin-yang bracelets were sent flying by 1,000 meters. All of you, attack together. After looking around at the surrounding cultivators, especially the three nascent soul realm cultivators who had recovered their realms by trading spiritual herbs, Lu Linlin urged them and asked them to attack along. No one dared to disobey the disciples of Herb King Master. Thousands of core formation realm cultivators and the three nascent soul realm masters all shot out their Dharma treasures. Boom! The fierce attacks would have exploded mountains, but they did nothing to Ethereal Summit. Standing in the valley, Hao Ren didn't even feel any shaking. After a while, the cultivators who attacked Ethereal Summit with the Lu sisters became more and more astonished. None of them had ever seen such a powerful array formation. The array formation that was built up in 1 hour is so formidable, they thought to themselves and never wanted to mess with Herb King Master. Let's stop, Xie Yujia said to Hao Ren with a smile. It wouldn't be good if the violent attacks disturbed old grandma who was cultivating in seclusion. Looking at the dense attacks from the high sky, Duan Yao turned her gaze toward the cold-faced Hao Ren who stood beside her and suddenly felt lost. Chapter 637. You are no longer needed, Linlin, Lily, come back. Hao Ren yelled, afraid that old grandma would be disturbed. After putting away the yin-yang bracelets, the Lu sisters flew back into the valley. As a genius and array formation master, Zhen Kongming had changed the structure of the array formation, but the restrictions on entry remained the same. The Lu sisters still could travel in and out of the valley, but the other cultivators couldn't. Seeing that the Lu sisters had stopped attacking, the other cultivators also took back their Dharma treasures. They had a good understanding of the power of the array formation and knew that it couldn't be shaken unless dozens of nascent soul realm cultivators attacked it with full force. You don't need to stay around Ethereal Summit. Hand your spiritual herbs to 7-star sect, Changhua sect, or Qin Yin sect, and you'll get the notes when the conditions are met, Hao Ren shouted with some nature essence. After staying in Ethereal Summit for almost half a day, he could only accumulate enough nature essence which was on par with half con level. According to the Lu sisters' poison pill plan, it would take 1 week to recover his nature essence fully. After hearing Hao Ren's words, the sects outside the valley began to evacuate, not daring to linger around Ethereal Summit since the direct disciple of Herb King Master had said so. Besides, anyone who can find an appropriate thumb ring can trade for 2 notes, Hao Ren continued. 2 essence unlocking notes meant 2 nascent soul realm cultivators. Thumb ring? All the cultivators were excited. It was hard to find level 6 spiritual herbs, but thumb rings were easier to find. Xie Yujia turned her head slightly and glanced at Hao Ren. Besides for decoration, the so-called thumb ring was useful to protect the thumb when pulling the bow. Hao Ren had obviously announced this condition for her. For 1 thumb ring, Hao Ren would reward 2 notes which were equivalent to 6 top-tier spiritual herbs. He had set a high reward so that the sects would find the best thumb ring. The fact that Hao Ren still remembered the injuries on her fingers by the sharp bowstring and he was willing to forego spiritual herbs warmed Xie Yujia's heart. Go! Hao Ren said. Whoosh! The cultivators from 6th heaven scrambled to pack. Standing in the valley, Duan Yao watched the chaotic scenes outside and sensed the power and confidence that couldn't be suppressed by anyone. Beside this pervert stood two beauties who were at the nascent soul realm, a Dharma note master, and an array formation master. Also, there was the pretty and vivacious Zhao Yanzi who wasn't here. Maybe he is Herb King Master. Duan Yao stared at Hao Ren in silence as she stared at her from a distance. Although she didn't dare to stand with him, she still regarded him as her enemy. After all her misfortunes were caused by Hao Ren. Despite all this, she felt an indescribable sense of relief after leaving Sky Mountain Sect. A moment later, the cultivators had all disappeared with their tents. The large group of cultivators from Sky Mountain Sect had flown to Sixth Heaven as well. Sky Mountain Sect had sent more than 1,000 cultivators to help Ethereal Summit rebuild its array formation, but they didn't dare to ask for rewards in return. They were content that 3 nascent Soul Realm Masters had recovered their realms despite their losses of hundreds of years of cultivation strength. With 3 mid-tier nascent Soul Realm cultivators, the severely damaged Sky Mountain Sect got the chance to catch a breath on Sixth Heaven that was filled with powerful potential enemies. These grand cultivators of Sky Mountain Sect didn't know if Herb King Master removed the lock on their realms because of Duan Yao, but they didn't dare to ask to take her back. Returning to Sixth Heaven, the sects were going to search for all kinds of valuable spiritual herbs and thumb rings. Let's head back. Hao Ren glanced at Xie Yujia and said. Okay. Xie Yujia nodded and then looked at Duan Yao who stood about 5 meters from them. What should we do with her? She can go back. We don't need her anymore, Hao Ren said. After hearing Hao Ren's words, Duan Yao widened her eyes and stared at him in astonishment. She had been taken to Ethereal Summit against her will, and she was still thinking about how she could fight them. However, Hao Ren just abandoned her. She felt like she was just an object that could be thrown away once not needed. After being hurt by her father, Duan Yao got another severe blow. Oblivious to her thoughts and what happened between her and Sky Mountain Sect, Hao Ren summoned Little White and sat on its back before pulling Duan Yao up on his way out of the valley. Zhen Kongming and the Lu sisters followed Hao Ren closely and flew out of Ethereal Summit. With the new array formation, the intensity of nature essence in Ethereal Summit was higher than before, and the spiritual herbs could rest and recover better. Hao Ren put Duan Yao on the top of a mountain outside of the valley, and he flew into the distance with the others without looking back. Seeing Hao Ren fly away and becoming a black dot, Duan Yao had tears in her eyes, and she felt like knives were cutting her heart. After being abandoned by Sky Mountain Sect, even Ethereal Summit didn't want her. The former little princess had become lower than a beggar in one day. In the vast world, where could she go? Sky Mountain Sect wouldn't send anyone to pick her up, and she didn't want to go back to Sky Mountain Sect either. Duan Yao walked a few steps forward in dizziness and felt the acute pain in her wrists. After she smacked away the elixir pills that Xie Yujia tossed to her, the latter didn't give her any more medicine to heal her wounds. When she was brought out from the Repentance Cliff in Sky Mountain Sect to Ethereal Summit, she had no Dharma treasures or spirit stones on her, and even her clothes were ragged. She was totally on her own. Looking down at the misty Ethereal Summit, Duan Yao bit hard on her lips and walked to the west. In the past, whenever she left Sky Mountain Sect, she had been accompanied by many senior brothers and had lots of Dharma treasures on her. However, that was because she was the only daughter of the Sky Mountain Sect Master. She was cut off. She would never go back to Sky Mountain Sect even if she would die on Fifth Heaven. Stepping on the sharp broken rocks, Duan Yao stumbled toward the foot of the mountain, feeling like Fifth Heaven, which had been a playground to her, was now full of dangers. No longer the Pearl of Sky Mountain Sect, she wasn't protected by snowlions and didn't even have a weapon for self-defense. Any cultivator above mid-tier core formation realm could capture her, and no one would know or believe that she was the daughter of the Sky Mountain Sect Master. Dad doesn't want me, and I will never take him as my dad too. Without tears, Duan Yao's steps became steadier. No wonder I couldn't find you in Sky Mountain Sect. You're here. A purple light shot from the east. Little girl, come with me. After some thought, I have decided to take you with me. After wind swept over, Duan Yao disappeared from the mountain. Chapter 638. The Arrogant Golden Shield. When Hao Ren returned to East Ocean City from Fifth Heaven, it was drizzling. Zhen Kongming hurried back to his elementary school. After skipping half a day of class, he wasn't afraid of the teacher scolding him. Instead, he worried that Wu Luoxue from the neighboring class would change her impression of him. Xie Yujia and the Lu sisters went back to their respective dorm rooms to rest while Hao Ren returned to his dorm room. As the Nine-Dragon Palace mission with Su Han was drawing near, he would be a burden to her plan if he didn't improve his realm. Standing on the balcony, Hao Ren saw Zhao Yanzi sitting in class, dozens of meters away. Zhao Yanzi was still oblivious of the fact that Hao Ren's dorm room faced her school on the other side of the wall, and he could see her sitting next to a window. The misty drizzle made Ling Jiao Middle School quite beautiful and quiet. Turning back to his room, Hao Ren climbed up to the upper berth and sat cross-legged. Zhao Jiayi and the others had gone to class, and Hao Ren was alone in the dorm room, cultivating without interruption. The intensity of nature essence in Ethereal Summit was about 4 times greater than before, and Hao Ren had stored some of it in his body. However, his cultivation speed was much slower than before. With no flowing nature essence in his body, it took lots of time and energy to convert the little amount of nature essence that he had stored. The sun had set, and the moon rose. Zhao Jiayi and the others returned to the dorm room and went to sleep after some boisterous exchanges. Hao Ren regulated his breathing while inhaling and exhaling the natural essence little by little. Suddenly, he understood Zhao Kuo's difficulty to start cultivation again after his failure in the heavenly tribulation. After cultivating for one night, he had accumulated only a little bit more of nature essence, barely reaching Khan level. While the guys in his dorm room were still sleeping, Hao Ren ran into the school and practiced the fundamental boxing techniques several times before going to the academic building for class. The cultivation process was tedious, and his cultivation speed would have been slower if not for the nature essence that was stored in his necklace. In the classroom, the Lu sisters were surprised to see that Hao Ren had reached Khan level. After all, the poison pill plan had cleansed his body and gotten rid of all the impurities and nature essence in his body. However, after practicing the fundamental boxing techniques, Hao Ren had comprehended the heavenly Tao once more through martial arts, which unblocked all the acupoints in his body again and accumulated some nature essence in the process. After the side effects of the poison pill plan passed, Hao Ren's realm would return, and this process was equal to cultivating for the second time. In other words, the nature essence that Hao Ren cultivated now would increase by multiple folds when his old realm returned, and the new nature essence was going to become his origin essence, the most precious energy for cultivators. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily looked at each other in surprise, but they didn't tell him anything. It was the secret of Heaven Tao, and Hao Ren was lucky to achieve this. Feeling like his nature essence could continue to grow, Hao Ren continued to cultivate in his 4 morning classes. Although he didn't break through to Li level, he had reached peak Khan level, which was equivalent to mid-tier foundation establishment realm. After the morning classes were over, Hao Ren went to the club office while holding an umbrella. He walked steadily on the uneven road with no water on his shoes. If martial art masters had seen this detail, they would have known that Hao Ren was a true master. The vice president of the club, Lu Qi, was in the office, and he immediately greeted Hao Ren. "President, the information that you told me to gather is ready." Lu Qi put a form before Hao Ren. He looked at Hao Ren and was surprised to sense the aura of only Khan level on Hao Ren, but he thought Hao Ren was suppressing his realm on purpose. Out of the building, the drizzle continued. When Hao Ren put away his umbrella, no moisture could be found on him. On the form were the requests of hundreds of club members. Lu Qi had categorized them into over 50 kinds, most of which were Dharma treasures that could assist the cultivation process. "Okay, I got it." Hao Ren put away the form and asked, "How's the preparation for the calligraphy exhibition?" "It's scheduled in the lobby of the library next Tuesday. I've borrowed the place from the school," Lu Qi answered. "Okay." Hao Ren nodded. He organized this club activity to put on a show for the school and to unite the members at the same time. Undoubtedly, the calligraphy club would become the most powerful club in the school and the first unofficial club in the Dragon Tribe. After walking out of the club office, Hao Ren went to find Yu Zilong. Yu Zilong signed his name without speaking after glancing at the form that Hao Ren handed to him before giving it back to Hao Ren. These items on the form were neither valuable or ordinary. They were beneficial to cultivators around Gen level. Seeing that Yu Zilong was in a bad mood, Hao Ren didn't strike a conversation with him. With the signed form in his hand, he turned to leave the office. I was about to return to the Dragon God Shrine when the news came that Wang Shitung, the metal elemental dragon cultivator who came to East Ocean City, was killed, Yu Zilong said suddenly. Wang Shitung. Hao Ren was surprised. This old man who was at peak Qian level had fought with Yu Zilong, but I remembered that Yu Zilong didn't kill him. Hao Ren wondered how the old man had died. Wang Shitung was an elder in the metal elemental dragon clan and the Zixuan cave master. His death will certainly be reported to the Elders' Council of the Metal Elemental Dragon Clan. You must be careful, Yu Zilong said lightly. Yu Zilong didn't know about Wang Shitung's death until the second day, and he was astonished. This metal elemental dragon cultivator was not only a member of the Elders' Council of Metal Elemental Dragon Clan and the Zixuan Cave Master, he was also a disciple of Taiyi Cave Master. Being one of the 5 top-tier caves, the Taiyi Cave had an extraordinary background. The Taiyi Cave Master had reached peak Qian level more than 1,000 years ago, but due to some mystic techniques, he was still alive although he hadn't entered the Heaven Dragon realm yet. Since the Taiyi Cave was almost the oldest branch in the Metal Elemental Dragon Clan, the direct disciple of the Taiyi Cave Master was highly valued by the Metal Elemental Dragons. Since Shu Ke hadn't reached Qian level or Kun level, he wasn't an official disciple of the Taiyi Cave yet. That was why Yu Zilong didn't take him seriously. However, Wang Shitung was an established disciple of Taiyi Cave, and his death in East Ocean City was a big deal. The problem was that after his careful investigation, Yu Zilong couldn't find the killer who was powerful enough to instantly destroy Wang Shitung, a peak Qian level cultivator. This was a powerful master hiding in East Ocean, and this person was probably more powerful than ordinary soul formation realm cultivator. According to the intelligence from the Dragon God Shrine, Ms. Hong, who was also Lady Zhen, had returned to the Demon Sea after her trip to the Kunlun Mountain. It meant that it wasn't her doing. Even the East Ocean Dragon Palace couldn't do it. Maybe Lu Linlin and Lu Lily could kill Wang Shitung, but they had no motive, and they couldn't kill him so quickly. The more Yu Zilong thought about it, the more alarmed he was. This was why he decided to remain in East Ocean City. He told Hao Ren this news to remind him to be careful. On the other hand, he wanted to see Hao Ren's reaction to this news. However, Hao Ren's reaction convinced Yu Zilong that he had nothing to do with Wang Shitung's death. Okay, I got it. Hao Ren thought for a while and backed out of the office. He wondered how Wang Shitung had died in East Ocean City. Maybe he had tried to charge at the Heavenly Dragon Realm and failed, Hao Ren thought. After walking out of the administration building, Hao Ren realized that there were only a few students on the road due to the drizzle. Hao Ren put up a red energy sphere with all his nature essence of Kan level. He wanted to go to the Dragon God Shrine to take the things on the form which was signed by Yu Zilong, afraid that the latter would go back on his words. Little White. Hao Ren called out. It was quiet around him, and he wondered where Little White had gone to on such a rainy day. The golden shield slowly came out of Hao Ren's necklace. Although the nature essence intensity in the necklace was slightly higher than outside, it wanted to get some fresh air. Take me to the Dragon God Shrine, Hao Ren said to it. The golden shield circled Hao Ren a little, and it seemed like it was trying to understand Hao Ren. It lowered itself slowly. Hao Ren tried to step onto the golden shield carefully. Without injecting any nature essence, he pointed to the west, and it flew in that direction instantly. Standing at the window, Yu Zilong was a bit surprised when he saw that Hao Ren could control this supreme spiritual treasure. Supreme spiritual treasures would choose places with proper cultivation conditions and liked freedom. They would only submit to powerful cultivators. In fact, Hao Ren didn't expect the Golden Shield to listen to him. N0V3LTR0V served as the original host for this chapter's release on N0V3LB1N. Upon second thought, he guessed that it must have felt bored after staying in the necklace for so long and wanted to get some fresh air outside. Meanwhile, Lady Zhen's purple gold hairpin was lying quietly in his necklace, and the golden shield couldn't escape from it. Therefore, flying around with Hao Ren was its way of relaxing. The supreme spiritual treasure's flight speed was much greater than Little White's, almost the same as that of the purple gold hairpin. The only difference was that Hao Ren needed to inject metal elemental and water elemental nature essence to drive the purple gold hairpin, but the golden shield flew by itself, not needing Hao Ren's nature essence. Anyway, with Hao Ren's current realm, he couldn't use the supreme spiritual treasure. Not even Qian-level cultivators could use it. After its lonely life in the past hundreds of years, the golden shield had a good time with Little White, and it allowed Hao Ren to step on it for the sake of Little White. Boom! The golden shield flew past the edge of the Kunlun mountain and then shot up into the sky. The black token by Hao Ren's waist activated automatically, and he flew into the array formation of the Dragon God Shrine successfully. After changing to the size of a palm, the golden shield didn't enter Hao Ren's necklace. Instead, it hovered around Hao Ren's ear. "Sir, please put away the Dharma treasure," two level 2 inspectors who were standing at the gate of the Dragon God Shrine said to Hao Ren. Although Hao Ren showed a low realm, the token at his waist showed that he was a level 3 inspector, so the two inspectors on duty didn't dare to scold him. Before Hao Ren could speak, the golden shield suddenly released 4 blinding golden lights, and the two level 2 inspectors who tried to block Hao Ren felt weak at their knees before stumbling back 3 steps. The golden shield liked the intense nature essence in the Dragon God Shrine, and no one could block it. It was about to fly in when it saw the thick pillar in the center of the Great Hall, and it began to shiver. Chapter 639. Countless Treasures, Little Shield. Seeing the weird reaction of the golden shield, Hao Ren reached out his right hand and, hovering in Hao Ren's palm, the golden shield returned to its position above Hao Ren's shoulder when it saw the golden pillar in the middle of the Dragon God Shrine. Taking advantage of the high intensity of nature essence in the Dragon God Shrine, dozens of level 1 inspectors were cultivating in the lounge area of the Grand Hall. Since the nature essence was very pure here, the cultivation results were several times better than in their respective dragon clans. After Zhen Kongming rebuilt the array formation, the nature essence intensity in Ethereal Summit was on par with the Dragon God Shrines, so Hao Ren didn't need to come to the Dragon God Shrine to cultivate. Hao Ren entered the gate, and the two level 2 inspectors didn't dare to stop him since they had recognized that the golden shield hovering beside Hao Ren was a legendary supreme spiritual treasure. The purple gold hairpin which had been quietly resting in Hao Ren's storage suddenly let out humming sounds. Even with his weak realm, Hao Ren could sense its violent reaction, which signaled that there were super powerful Dharma treasures in the Dragon God Shrine, and these treasures were even more advanced than the golden shield and the purple gold hairpin. However, Hao Ren looked around and didn't see any Dharma treasures or any objects that were releasing strong spiritual suppression. The Lu sisters said that the Dragon God Shrine has the best Dharma treasures in the world. These treasures must be well hidden, Hao Ren thought. He went into the little room in the center of the Grand Hall. It was the place for receiving missions and trading points. An old man was sitting in the room, and he cupped his hands slightly when he saw Hao Ren. "Inspector Hao, what can I do for you?" "I need the things on the list. Here are the names and amounts." Hao Ren handed the form to him. When the old man saw Yu Zilong's signature at the end of the list, he immediately stood up and said, "Please come with me, Ambassador Hao." He opened a hidden door in the room and led Hao Ren down to an underground storage room. Hao Ren had never seen such a huge warehouse. It was much bigger than any huge superstores. He couldn't see the end of it. While the Dragon God Shrine was built on a huge platform hovering in the high sky, this warehouse occupied all the space inside the platform. The abundance of resources in the Dragon God Shrine, the most prominent organization in the Dragon Tribe, far surpassed Hao Ren's imagination. In the aisles crossing each other, some inspectors on level 3 were selecting objects. They looked quite self-assured. Due to Hao Ren's low realm, they glanced at him indifferently. However, when they saw the golden shield beside him, they all looked astonished. A supreme spiritual treasure that could follow its master by itself. They looked at Hao Ren in a new light and immediately made way for him. Following Hao Ren, the golden shield lit up the range of 10 meters around them like a moving light bulb. In this underground warehouse, it didn't sense any danger but all kinds of treasures. It went from one shelf to another, and anything that it touched was a good stuff. The supreme spiritual treasures could sense nature essence, and they could search for treasures before swallowing them for leveling up. It was the innate ability of supreme spiritual treasures to sense spirit properties, and the things it picked were good stuff. Hao Ren glanced at the shelf that the golden shield had lingered at and saw an unnoticeable black, mineral rock, a pale blue bead, a broken glove, and a piece of white cloth. Similar to the modern supermarket, the things on the shelves had been marked with the prices, but these prices were contribution points instead of money. After completing the missions, the inspectors could earn contribution points. Generally, the higher the contribution points, the better the items. Some of the items were given to the Dragon God Shrine by various dragon palaces, and the others were items that the inspectors found when they were on missions. For the weird objects, the experienced appraisers of the Dragon God Shrine would determine their price and give a certain amount of contribution points to the inspectors who found them before putting them in the warehouse. However, even the most experienced appraisers were no match for the golden shield that could recognize treasures automatically. Hao Ren looked at the shelves and realized that some of the objects cost only about 100 to 200 contribution points. Obviously, these things were seriously underpriced. Since the appraisers of the Dragon God Shrine didn't know the true value of these things, they just set the contribution points randomly and placed the items on the shelves. Since Hao Ren hadn't done any missions for the Dragon God Shrine, his contribution points were 0, so he could only look but couldn't take anything. Elder Luo, who was responsible for this, took down the objects according to Hao Ren's form and put them into a small basket. Since Yu Zilong approved these objects, he could hand them to Hao Ren, whose contribution points were 0. However, Hao Ren couldn't take anything outside of the list. In less than 20 minutes, Elder Luo, who was very familiar with the layout of the warehouse, had gotten everything and led Hao Ren back to the first floor. Hao Ren had to sign his name after each item. If any inspector stole from the warehouse, they would be severely punished by the Dragon God Shrine. Thanks a lot, Elder Luo. Hao Ren put the things into his necklace and was about to leave the Dragon God Shrine. After a moment of consideration, he asked, "Can I have a look at the mission book?" "No problem." The old man pushed the huge book toward Hao Ren. Hao Ren opened the book and read the newly released missions and the missions that hadn't been completed patiently. Bring 1 bottle of elixir pills to Penglai Island in the Demon Sea. Hao Ren suddenly saw the words, Demon Sea, in a mission. It was released 1 month ago, but no one had taken it while the missions above and below it had all been completed. One deputy shrine master owes a bottle of elixir pills to Penglai Island. Now that the elixir pills are made, the deputy shrine master doesn't need to go there in person. That is why it's listed here for inspectors to take the mission, Elder Luo explained. Demon Sea was indeed dangerous for ordinary inspectors. However, Hao Ren wasn't afraid of it. Then, I'll take this mission, Hao Ren said. The mission must be finished in 1 week. As one of the 3 remote immortal mountains, Penglai Island was where a lot of independent cultivators lived. If no inspector dared to take this mission, the deputy shrine master must do it himself, which would be a little embarrassing for the Dragon God Shrine. Due to its difficulty, the completion of the mission would be rewarded with 600 contribution points, much higher than the others. Hao Ren checked the mission with an ink brush and signed his name. Different from the other missions, if he failed, contribution points would be deducted. It showed the great value of the elixir pills. Elder Luo took out a small blue porcelain bottle from a small cabinet and placed it in Hao Ren's hand. Hao Ren shook it slightly and heard clanking sounds of about 3 pills. The bottle was sealed with the red stamp of the Dragon God Shrine, and no one could open it. After putting it into a small wooden box, Hao Ren placed the box into his necklace. Now that he was at Khan level, he finally could use his necklace again, which was a great convenience for him. Wish you a good journey. Elder Luo looked at Hao Ren and smiled. He is an extraordinary cultivator with a supreme spiritual treasure, and he has taken a mission that even the level 4 inspectors are afraid to take. Hao Ren nodded with a smile and walked out of the Dragon God Shrine with the golden shield. He didn't want to take missions from the Dragon God Shrine, but he wanted to earn some contribution points since he saw a red jade thumb ring which would be perfect for Xie Yujia. As to the rest of the contribution points, he could spend it on the stuff that the golden shield had picked since they seemed quite valuable. After all, one couldn't find good stuff by just looking at their appearance. For example, when the golden shield absorbed nature essence, it looked like a broken gong, and no one would have noticed it. Before the 7-core 5-color lotus was unrefined, it looked like a small gray flower. Who would know that it was a supreme 5-elemental mystic crystal that had to be nurtured by the 8 top-tier spiritual herbs in the world? Stepping on the golden shield, Hao Ren flew out of the dragon god shrine. The moment that Hao Ren flew out of the dragon god shrine, Elder Luo, who had been managing the name lists in the small room, suddenly heard a muffled voice from a corner. Did the inspector named Hao Ren take the mission to the Demon Sea? Yes, Master. Elder Luo sat up and answered respectfully. Indeed. Only he dared to take this mission. In a few days, Su Han will come here to choose missions, and please show her some of the difficult ones. It seems that she is the most promising candidate to charge at the Heavenly Dragon Realm. Yes. Elder Luo cupped his hands at the ceiling. Swoosh. On his way back to East Ocean City, Hao Ren passed the edge of the Kunlun Mountain again. The patrolling guards for this ancestral godly mountain of human cultivators were almost all young women. Hao Ren had encountered them once. With his current low realm, he didn't dare to trespass. Besides, his golden shield was too eye-catching, and he would be in trouble if it caught the attention of the Soul Formation realm cultivators in the Kunlun Mountain. Despite the disobedience of the golden shield from time to time, it was indeed powerful. Now that Hao Ren had gotten it, he wouldn't let it go, not even to the cultivators from Taiyi Cave. With this thought, 3 lights flew toward Hao Ren as he was flying past the edge of the Kunlun Mountain. The 3 aggressive lights weren't Dharma treasures but 3 cultivators who were riding on flight Dharma treasures. Damn. I hope they are not Soul Formation realm cultivators, Hao Ren thought. After all, he was more than 10 kilometers from the Kunlun Mountain. He controlled the golden shield and flew around them. However, the 3 lights chased him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 different Dharma treasures shot toward Hao Ren. Hand over the heaven-reaching shield, and we'll spare your life. 3 cultivators' voices sounded around him like rolling thunder. Chapter 640. Bait and Switch. Only at Khan level, the lowest realm for dragon cultivators, Hao Ren could barely shoot out a sword energy, let alone using the light-splitting sword Shadow Scroll. Faced with 3 Dharma treasures that were whistling from the clouds, the golden shield shook slightly and shot out 3 golden lights. Although Hao Ren's realm was low, the golden shield showed its power. On the one hand, it did it for the sake of Little White. On the other hand, if Hao Ren were killed, it couldn't go to Ethereal Summit to cultivate anymore. Although Hao Ren wasn't its master, he was its partner. The 3 golden lights shot from the golden shield sent the 3 Dharma treasures flying. The golden shield had stayed at Taiyi Cave due to its abundant nature essence. However, compared with Ethereal Summit, Taiyi Cave was too small. The golden shield liked living in a big house. The 3 cultivators yelled in alarm when they saw the golden shield attacking automatically. Even their master, Taiyi Cave Master, wasn't able to use the golden shield this freely. However, it is working with this guy willingly in just a few days. Does this kid have the controlling technique for supreme spiritual treasures? This thought occurred to them at the same time. No wonder Master wants him alive. After beckoning at their Dharma treasures, the 3 Qian-level metal elemental dragon cultivators took back their Dharma treasures before dashing toward Hao Ren. The Taiyi Cave Master ordered them to avenge Wang Shitung, but they had been cautious since their dead junior brother, Wang Shitung, was a peak Qian-level cultivator. Therefore, they had decided to act together. Following the tracks of the golden shield, they had finally found Hao Ren. To their pleasant surprise, Hao Ren was only at Khan level. It was the perfect time to act. The first cultivator who caught Hao Ren and took him back to the Taiyi Cave would be rewarded with the Zixuan Cave. The other 2 could only get some Dharma treasures at most. The partners now had become competitors while their Dharma treasures whistled through the clouds. The golden shield was only a Dharma treasure. Faced with 3 cultivators at Qian level, it felt like it might not win, so it turned to flee. The golden shield was very fast, but the 3 metal elemental dragon cultivators weren't slow. They had a slightly lower realm than Wang Shitung's, but they had all reached top-tier Qian level. Wang Shitung relied on elixir pills and secret methods to unblock the openings in his dragon core, but his true strength wasn't as great as his 3 senior brothers. In fact, these 3 metal elemental dragon cultivators who had left the Taiyi Cave hundreds of years ago were only slightly less powerful than Yu Zilong. After the test attack, the golden shield fled without fighting, which was the innate personality of a Dharma treasure. If it were brought back to the Taiyi cave, the cultivators couldn't do anything to it, but it wouldn't be as free as now. To keep its spiritual property, this supreme spiritual treasure must roam freely like a little kid. Don't run. The three metal elemental dragon cultivators' Dharma treasures shot out again. If the golden shield were in their master's hands, they wouldn't dare to attack it this ferociously. Now that it had betrayed them, they didn't worry about damaging its spiritual property as long as they brought it back. Besides, this sly golden shield wasn't so easy to be damaged. Three thin threads of green, blue, and red lights shot out. Standing on the golden shield, Hao Ren shot out a sword energy with all his nature essence. His nature essence was insignificant to the top-tier Qian level cultivators. This sword energy scattered when it shot onto one thin beam of light. Wah! Wah! Hao Ren shot out two more sword energies. Like a pool of still water that was being stirred, the five elemental nature essence in his body moved more and more freely. Go to Kunlun. Hao Ren pointed at one direction. Fighting alongside Hao Ren, the golden shield became obedient and flew toward the Kunlun mountain swiftly. The three metal elemental dragon cultivators chased after him closely. As established masters among the metal elemental dragons, the three of them could surround a supreme spiritual treasure if they wanted to. They just didn't understand how Hao Ren had charmed this supreme spiritual treasure into staying with him and taking orders from him. When they were cultivating in Taiyi Cave, they had found the golden shield was an arrogant Dharma treasure that only their master could control. In such a situation, the golden shield should have abandoned the cultivator beside it and fled. While they chased, their suspicion grew. They believed that Hao Ren had a powerful technique for controlling Dharma treasures, and that was why this supreme spiritual treasure was so obedient to him. Pooh! Hao Ren shot out more sword energies. They were useless against the pursuing cultivators but seemed to have activated his locked meridians. Hao Ren hoped that he could recover his realm suddenly and even activate Zhao Horan's 1,000 years of cultivation strength so that he could fight them. Swoosh! The golden shield rushed through the border of the Kunlun mountain. The three metal elemental dragon cultivators looked at each other and continued their chase immediately. According to the legends, there were soul formation realm cultivators in Kunlun, but no one had seen them. If they allowed Hao Ren to escape, they probably wouldn't find a better chance to catch him. The Zixuan cave, the secret controlling technique, and the golden shield were three things that tempted them on. How are you break into the Kunlun mountain? Crisp voices sounded at the edge of the mountain immediately. Go! Hao Ren yelled in a low voice. The golden shield flew across the inner edge of the Kunlun mountain, and the young women were one beat slower than it. However, the three metal elemental dragon cultivators ran into the pale purple net. Hiss! The three metal elemental dragon cultivators shot out their Dharma treasures immediately, tearing open the thin net instantly and continuing the chase. As top-tier Qian-level cultivators, they were not afraid of trespassing the forbidden area for dragon cultivators, especially when they were only traveling on the edge of Kunlun. The golden shield was so fast that it instantly went further into the mountain than Hao Ren had done last time. The floating white mist and clouds were all nature essence. In this ancestral godly place for human cultivators, only one breath of the air could make one feel like an immortal. Shivering with excitement, the golden shield forgot that it was fleeing. It spun like a tornado, dragging the swirling mist into its body greedily. The three metal elemental dragon cultivators who broke through the net put up by the patrolling cultivators also ventured inside without knowing. Go! Seeing the golden shield still sucking in the pure nature essence with greed, Hao Ren urged it anxiously. If they disturbed the soul formation realm cultivators in the Kunlun mountain, they would be in trouble. Who? The golden shield sucked in 2 tons of nature essence in a hurry. Not able to absorb all the nature essence, the golden shield sent the rest into Hao Ren's body through the acupoints in his feet. Feeling the abundant nature essence pouring into his body, all his meridians from his Yangchen acupoints, which was in his feet, to the top of his head were activated. He immediately used the treasure controlling scroll that Lady Zhen taught him to stay in sync with the golden shield. Suddenly, he jumped from Kan level to Zhen level. Seeing the golden shield using its superpower and sucking almost all the nature essence in this area, the three metal elemental dragon cultivators knew this supreme spiritual treasure was elevating its level. They lunged forward immediately. If the supreme spiritual treasure elevated to a higher level, it would take the cultivator who was with it as its master. Who dares to steal the nature essence from the spiritual mountain? A magnificent voice came from the depth of Kunlun. If the golden shield continued, it would dry up the spiritual meridian of the Kunlun mountain. Without urges from Hao Ren, the golden shield ran after eating, flying toward the edge of Kunlun. 6 huge hands shot out from the Kunlun mountain. With a full belly, the golden shield flew so fast that the 6 huge hands that appeared from the void didn't catch it. Metal elemental dragon cultivators, what are you doing? The 6 huge hands slapped toward the 3 metal elemental dragon cultivators. Soul formation realm cultivators. Before they could react, the 3 metal elemental dragon cultivators were slapped out of Kunlun with blood spilling from their mouths. Usually, there was only one soul formation realm cultivator in the Kunlun mountain. But a few days ago, Lady Zhen broke into Kunlun and took the Kunlun godly lamp, causing a major crisis that was unheard of in the last 1,000 years. Therefore, 6 soul formation realm cultivators had gathered in Kunlun to discuss it now, but they sensed that 3 metal elemental dragon cultivators had entered Kunlun, stealing the abundant nature essence. The 3 metal elemental dragon cultivators were unlucky since the soul formation realm cultivators were in a bad mood. They attacked without thinking or even asking questions. After Lady Zhen had robbed them, they couldn't accept weak metal elemental dragons stealing from them. Like kites without strings, the 3 metal elemental dragon cultivators were sent flying for thousands of meters before smashing onto a cliff. After creating 3 craters, they were buried by the debris that fell from the mountain. After the adventure with Hao Ren, the golden shield spun with abundant nature essence, flying toward East Ocean City in satisfaction. Due to the sudden attack of the soul formation realm cultivators, it couldn't elevate its level, but it was close. Ding! Carrying Hao Ren, the golden shield released a stream of golden light as it drew a beautiful golden line before disappearing into the horizon. Chapter 641. Outsider. The Taiyi cave master was cultivating in the far-away Taiyi cave with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked at the jade tokens in the cave. 3 black jade tokens that were shiny suddenly dimmed down and turned dark. Taiyi cave master's mind trembled. The disciples of Taiyi cave would all leave life tokens here before they left. The lights of the tokens indicated that they were still alive. Also, the tokens were like half of the cultivators' lives. If these life tokens broke, half of the coordinating cultivator's life energy would be damaged. This was how Taiyi cave master controlled his disciples in order to make sure that they closely protected Taiyi cave's interest. Among all disciples, only Wang Shitung took his life token back. He had reached peak Qian level and was a member of the Elder Council. Taiyi cave master couldn't keep on controlling a member of the Elders Council like this. Now that the 3 life tokens suddenly dimed, it meant that 3 Taiyi cave disciples had died at the same time. How could this be? Taiyi cave master opened his eyes wide. He didn't expect his Taiyi cave to lose another 3 top-tier Qian level masters. He taught these 3 disciples. Now that they were dead, it meant that the 3 branches from these 3 disciples would gradually grow away from Taiyi cave as well. After all, these 3 branches weren't under Taiyi cave master's direct control. Wang Shitung's sudden death in East Ocean City cost him his right-hand man. But from another perspective, Wang Shitung's life token wasn't stored in the Taiyi cave anymore. He was already free from the Taiyi cave master's control. Now that there was one less peak Qian level member of the Elders Council, Taiyi cave master's status had improved overall. However, these 3 disciples were different in that they were the direct forces of Taiyi cave. Their deaths were a huge blow on the strength of Taiyi cave. Just when Taiyi cave master was shocked and confused, the 3 black jade tokens slowly lit up again. It seems like my 3rd, 4th, and 5th disciples are still alive. They didn't die instantly. The Taiyi cave master heaved a sigh of relief, but he suddenly realized something and wondered, who was it? Who had the strength to kill my 6th disciple who was a peak Qian level cultivator? Who almost killed these 3 top-tier Qian level disciples of mine in 1 second? Could it be that Hao Ren, the commanding general of East Ocean, has a significant background? The Taiyi cave master pondered carefully but immediately shook his head. He had gotten on bad terms with Hao Ren, and there was no way back. The metal elemental dragon clan would definitely want a tooth for a tooth. On top of that, Hao Ren took away his heaven-reaching shield, a supreme spiritual treasure. He didn't think twice when Shu Kei lost it to Hao Ren, since he didn't expect this young East Ocean cultivator to suppress a supreme spiritual treasure. He was sure that the heaven-reaching shield would return to Taiyi Cave. Now, he realized that he was wrong. Hao Ren could not only suppress the heaven-reaching shield, but this shield also didn't want to come back to him. The Taiyi Cave master whipped his sleeves, and his soft cotton robe immediately hardened. He thought, Shu Kei is such a little B*****. He doesn't want to do work, and he is still hiding his actual strength. Is he trying to force me into taking action in person? Whatever, the 3 disciples of mine aren't useless. They will seek revenge after such a big defeat. The heaven-reaching shield can still improve a little before I take it back. It would attract the rest of the members of the Elders' Council if I stepped in too soon. That wouldn't be wise. The set of mystic water sword techniques was an immortal sword technique. All peak Qian level cultivators who aimed at charging into the heavenly dragon realm wanted it for themselves. The Taiyi Cave master didn't even release this information to his own disciple Wang Shitung. He sure didn't want other masters to notice it. The Taiyi Cave master gritted his teeth and continued cultivating with his eyes closed. Hao Ren went back to East Ocean City on his golden shield. He had no idea that Shu Kei's master almost made a move himself. He felt very refreshed since he had recovered the strength of Gen level. Gen level equaled to the core formation realm for human cultivators. For younger dragon cultivators, it wasn't a low realm. Hao Ren could at least use his light-splitting sword shadow scroll to protect himself. Gongzi, Lu Linlin and Lu Lili saw Hao Ren appear above the campus on his golden shield, so they quickly ran over. They couldn't locate Hao Ren anywhere and thought that he was in trouble. They had no idea that he dared to take the golden shield to a far place as a Con-level cultivator. They flew up about 10 meters and got closer to Hao Ren, and they suddenly realized that he had already reached Gen level. Their pretty eyes opened wide in surprise. Hao Ren just went through the poison pill plan, so his body was without nature essence, and he couldn't cultivate in theory. However, he still got to Gen level. In this case, when the poison pill plan was complete, Hao Ren's nature essence would be a lot stronger than before. They grabbed Hao Ren's wrists and examined his body carefully, wondering if they made a mistake. However, Hao Ren indeed reached Gen level. He turned from a mortal into an immortal. The side effect of the poison pill plan would come to an end soon, and Hao Ren obtained the immortal physique after becoming above the realm of mortal again. The 2-time overlay meant that Hao Ren would turn into an immortal twice. This kind of thing should only happen to immortal beings like the Lu sisters who had been made into humans. The so-called reincarnation cultivation was just like this. I guess this is fate. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili looked at each other, not knowing what to say. When they first met Hao Ren, his body type was not the purest as with most mortals. According to their judgment, it would be great for him to even smoothly reach Gen level. However, Hao Ren's hard work had surprised them again and again. The promise of servicing Hao Ren for life seemed to have dragged on and on as well. Are you all right? Hao Ren asked when he noticed them blanking out. Yeah. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili smiled sweetly as they held onto Hao Ren's arms. They accompanied him as he landed on the ground. There was light rain in East Ocean City, yet the Lu sisters' mood was as bright as sunshine. Xie Yujia walked out of the library with a few textbooks in her arms. She saw Lu Linlin and Lu Lili holding Hao Ren's arms intimately from a distance. It was gloomy, and the rain was supposed to last until the weekend. Xie Yujia looked up into the sky as she opened her umbrella. Hao Ren was surrounded by the lively Lu sisters in the distance, and he seemed a bit far out of reach. Zhao Yanzi came from the main gate in her light blue school uniform. She held onto the colorful little bike-handle with one hand as she wobbled toward Hao Ren. She had an umbrella in her other hand. Hao Ren reached out to stop Zhao Yanzi's bike as she hopped off beside Hao Ren, splashing water all over the place. Hao Ren's pants got wet, yet he didn't get mad at her. He smiled and lightly knocked her head with his fist. Zhao Yanzi covered her head and made a face, and the Lu sisters teased Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi as they watched them. It was a warm and sweet moment in the rain. Xie Yujia stood at the entrance of the library with the umbrella in her hand, watching them quietly. It felt like she was not needed. The rain kept falling. Hao Ren and the three girls chatted cheerfully on their way to the school gate. Zhao Yanzi was in her little colorful cartoon rain boots, and she walked closer to Hao Ren as they walked along. Her shoulder ran into Hao Ren's arm from time to time. Xie Yujia quietly revolved her spell's origin note scroll. It was raining yet she didn't feel cold at all. Hao Ren, you have never asked about my cultivation progress. I am already at mid-tier foundation establishment realm. Xie Yujia looked down and walked down the library stairs. She got to her slightly worn-out bike and wiped the rain off the seat with her palm. She wrapped the books with a plastic bag and put it in her front basket. Then, she unlocked it and slowly biked toward her dorm building. She was just like this bike, not noticeable but very useful. However, no one liked these kinds of bikes nowadays. The part of her shoulder outside the umbrella slowly got soaked in the drizzle. The golden and silver notes circulated in her body like balls of flame. Ever since old grandma gave her the life-death notes, Xie Yujia never caught a cold or a fever. However, she suddenly felt a little dizzy today. She wished that she could actually get sick so that Hao Ren might pay more attention to her. Who am I cultivating so hard for? The misty campus was empty and quiet. Xie Yujia went past the south gate on her bike. She thought for a bit and turned toward Hongji Square suddenly. Rain dropped on Xie Yujia's cheek, and her blushing pale skin appeared to be even smoother. Some of the small drops landed on her long lashes. Hongji Square was very crowded even though it was already dusk. Almost all the restaurants were full. The place was full of laughter and cheers. These noises came out of the windows and doors. Xie Yujia looked toward Hongji Plaza. She had never really walked around here. She held the umbrella as she walked on the stone-paved plaza as she admired the European-style plaza in the rain quietly. There was a coffee shop that she had never been to at the end of Hongji Plaza. It was at the corner of the path, which led to the residential area. Maybe it was the location or perhaps it was the weather. There weren't many people at the shop. Xie Yujia pushed the door open and walked in. There were only 5 or 6 customers inside. Cappuccino, Xie Yujia ordered a cup of hot coffee. She held the warm cup in her hand and sipped the coffee that had foam on top. Then, she sat beside the window, looking at the drizzle outside. It is not that easy to find a soulmate, especially after being betrayed many times. I'm always worried. I must be tough. Who murdered the romance inside me? The music played in the coffee shop. Xie Yujia slowed breathed in as she took another sip of coffee. It's not that easy to fall in love. Everyone has their own temper. We are way past the age of dreaming. A quiet life is better than a dramatic one. It's not that easy to fall in love. That's why it's particularly fascinating. When we were too young to know anything, we loved the deepest and laughed the loudest. We used to. Tears slid down Xie Yujia's face as she held the hot coffee in her hand quietly. Chapter 642, Fierce Competition. Senior sister, can I sit here? While Xie Yujia wiped the tears with her fingertip, she heard a gentle voice beside her. She slightly turned and saw Shu Kei, who was in first year, sitting down in front of her with a smile on his face and a cup of coffee in his hand. The rain got a little heavier outside, and there were still very few customers in the shop. With so many empty seats around them, Shu Kei still picked the seat opposite to Xie Yujia. What's the matter, senior sister? Are you upset about something? Shu Kei stirred his coffee with a little golden spoon and asked sincerely. Xie Yujia looked at him and realized that she started crying while she was having her coffee. She was a bit embarrassed. I'm all right. Xie Yujia slightly shook her head. Then, she pushed herself up from the table to stand. Senior sister, you seem to be afraid of me. Why don't you sit for a bit longer? Shu Kei stirred his coffee while looking up at Xie Yujia innocently. Xie Yujia thought for a little, looked at him, and slowly sat back down. Shu Kei seemed to be here for Hao Ren. Xie Yujia felt a bit wronged, but she didn't want to leave just like that since she was concerned about Hao Ren. Waiter, another cup of cappuccino please. Xie Kei turned around and waved. Then, he smiled at Xie Yujia and said, it's on me, senior sister. That's okay. Let me pay for it myself. Seeing the waiter bringing the coffee, Xie Yujia took out her money and handed it to him. Shu Kei looked at Xie Yujia and smiled. He didn't insist on paying. Wah, the rain got a bit heavier. Senior sister, you are beautiful. Shu Kei stared at Xie Yujia for a few seconds as he narrowed his eyes and smiled. He looked exactly like a freshman who just got out of high school, innocent and excited. Xie Yujia looked at him and asked after a few seconds of silence, "You are from the Metal Elemental Dragon clan, right?" "Yes. Senior sister, you are cultivating a human technique," Shu Kei said. "I don't know what history you and Hao Ren have, but you are probably here for him, right?" Xie Yujia asked. Xie Yujia was a bit discouraged as she spoke. Hao Ren didn't mention much about Shu Kei to her. It seemed like he didn't tell her a lot of things, and she was always worrying about nothing. "My master is very interested in one of senior brother Hao's techniques, so he wants me to borrow it." Shu Kei sipped his coffee and said slowly. "What if Hao Ren won't lend it to you?" Xie Yujia asked. "With my master's bad temper, he might just kill him." Shu Kei took another sip and said calmly. Xie Yujia opened her eyes wide and looked at him in alarm. She was wearing a colorful knitted sweater, and she was sitting in front of the gray window. In this scene, she seemed mature and beautiful. Even her surprised look was cute. "Can I pursue you, senior sister?" Shu Kei suddenly asked. Xie Yujia was almost at the same level of popularity as the Lu sisters, so many guys at school started to notice this beautiful but quiet girl. However, no one dared do anything since she was Hao Ren's girlfriend. Xie Yujia was stunned after she heard that. "Senior brother Hao doesn't seem to treasure you very much," Shu Kei continued. This remark suddenly got to Xie Yujia's heart. She gritted her teeth and replied, "I don't need you to tell me anything." She seemed a little emotional today, but she still defended and protected Hao Ren when others spoke badly of him. Hao Ren's attitude was dubious, and it appeared that Zhao Yanzi had the upper hand. Xie Yujia found herself to be a little silly. Even old grandma, who didn't care about these things, didn't think the relationship between Hao Ren and her would work out. "If senior sister gets into trouble one day, it might be me instead of senior brother Hao who will protect you," Shu Kei added. "I'm not interested in you." Xie Yujia picked up the umbrella beside her, and she stood up and walked to the door of the cafe. She planned to poke around for Shu Kei's information but didn't expect him to change to such a topic. She got anxious immediately, and she walked toward the dorms in the south in the rain with her umbrella. Shu Kei looked at Xie Yujia's beautiful figure through the window, narrowed his eyes, and smiled as he thought, if Hao Ren doesn't treasure such a pretty girl, he'll lose her one day. He was fond of more mature girls like Xie Yujia. Beep, beep, the jade pendant on Shu Kei's neck made a sound. "What's wrong, master?" Shu Kei asked with his head down. "The situation in East Ocean is getting more and more complicated. Act soon. Don't think there's nothing I can do now that you are not in Taiyi Cave." "Relax, master. I have already figured out a way," Shu Kei answered in his usual calm manner. Humph. The Taiyi Cave master didn't sound convinced. He continued, "One more thing I need to warn you. Do not bother Su Han. I'm nearly sure about her identity now." "What is her identity?" Shu Kei asked immediately. "You don't need to know that." The Taiyi Cave master's stern voice came out of the jade pendant. Shu Kei pouted and took a sip of his coffee, making a sound on purpose. "I'll give you 2 weeks to get the mystic water sword techniques. If not, don't blame me for being ruthless." The Taiyi Cave master threw Shu Kei a warning madly before the jade pendant turned into its usual color. At this moment, Zhao Yanzi and the Lu sisters looked around in Hao Ren's dorm curiously. "You have quite a lot of books." Zhao Yanzi had her finger near her lips, looking up at Hao Ren's bookshelf. There were many books, and they were all very thick. The Lu sisters cleaned Hao Ren's dorm with smiles on their faces. They hadn't been here for a while, and Hao Ren's dorm was as messy as a game room again. Zhao Jiayi and the other guys weren't back yet. They might have been stuck somewhere by the sudden heavy rain. Zhao Yanzi was going to ask Hao Ren to take her to Hongji Square for dinner, but she gave him a break due to the rain. They went to the cafeteria in the dorm building instead. After dinner, the rain suddenly got heavier on their way back. Zhao Yanzi suggested going to Hao Ren's dorm to get out of the rain, and Hao Ren had to say yes. Wah, the rain kept getting heavier. East Ocean City hadn't seen any rain for a while now. Therefore, the past 2 days made them feel very refreshed. The wooden door of the dorm and the glass door to the balcony were both closed. Although it was raining cats and dogs outside, the dorm room was pretty warm. Zhao Yanzi climbed onto Hao Ren's upper berth and flipped around the books by his pillow. It looked like she was trying to see if Hao Ren had anything inappropriate. Hao Ren looked at her and shrugged, finding it very amusing. When Zhao Yanzi climbed up, her little pink underwear was exposed under her blue uniform skirt, but she had no idea. "Your bed seems pretty comfortable." Zhao Yanzi lied on Hao Ren's blanket to try out the bed. Hao Ren thought, "Why are you making such a tempting move? Get off. Get off." Hao Ren sighed as he waved at her. "Are you hiding some dirty books here?" Zhao Yanzi carefully examined Hao Ren's bed again to see if he were hiding anything inappropriate. "No." Hao Ren rolled his eyes. Zhao Yanzi finally gave up searching. She looked a bit disappointed. She hopped off Hao Ren's bed directly, and Hao Ren quickly reached out his hands to catch her. Zhao Yanzi was too energetic to be quiet for even a minute. The Lu sisters cleaned up Hao Ren's desk in no time, and they moved on to Zhao Jiayi and the guys' desks. If this weren't the male dorm building, and it would be embarrassing to run back and forth from the washroom, they would even wash the dirty clothes Hao Ren left in the basin under Zhao Jiayi's bed. This small 4-bed dorm room wasn't enough for Zhao Yanzi to explore. She hopped onto the floor and pulled open the balcony glass door. The chilly wind from outside blew in a few drops of rain. Zhao Yanzi stood on the balcony and was stupefied for a bit. Then, she asked Hao Ren with a stern look, "Oh, your dorm building is very far from me?" From Hao Ren's dorm balcony, she could clearly see her classroom and dorm. Hao Ren could easily spy on her every day, yet she had no idea. Hao Ren didn't know how to get out of this. Indeed, he watched Zhao Yanzi do morning exercises here every day. He could also see if she were paying attention in class through her classroom window. A guy opened his balcony door from room 304, the room next door. He got out to take his clothes back while he suddenly noticed a pretty little girl in her school uniform only half a meter away from him on the balcony of room 302. He was suddenly stupefied. "What are you looking at? Have you not seen a girl before?" Zhao Yanzi shouted. The inception of this chapter's publication is linked to N0V3 pounds 11N. The guy blushed and quickly took his clothes before he went back into the room. "There's a storm outside. We can't get back now." Zhao Yanzi went back into the room. She touched her wet hair with her hand. "I'll take you back." Hao Ren slightly sighed. "I think your dorm is pretty nice." Zhao Yanzi tilted her head and said. Hao Ren also tilted his head to look at her, not knowing what to say. "Are you thinking of staying over?" Zhao Yanzi nodded as she blinked. Pooh, Hao Ren almost had blood coming out of his nose. Although he had heard of girls sleeping over in the guys' dorm rooms, he had no idea that this kind of thing would happen to him. "Stop it, Zhou Liren and the guys will be back soon," Hao Ren said. His phone rang as soon as he said that. "Are you at the dorm, Ren? It's storming now, and we are going to spend the night in the internet cafe. Cover for us if the dorm manager comes to check our room." Zhao Jiayi shouted on the other side of the phone. He hung up before Hao Ren could say anything. Due to the sudden storm, many guys would spend the night out. The dorm building seemed a little empty. "Linlin and Lily, why don't you guys stay over here too?" Hao Ren asked the Lu sisters who were still cleaning the floor. Hao Ren was a bit worried about spending the night alone with Zhao Yanzi in the dorm room, but he realized that it came out wrong as soon as he said it. The Lu sisters laughed before he could put it the right way. "No, Gongzi. We won't disturb you and little Jumu." They raised a red energy sphere hand in hand and flew out of the balcony door. It was just a storm, and it would be nothing for Zhao Yanzi. However, since little Jumu was going to attack, they left her the stage. Chapter 643. Moved, you sure about staying over? Hao Ren closed the glass door to the balcony after the Lu sisters disappeared in the rain. Then, he slowly turned back and asked Zhao Yanzi. I already told my teacher that I am taking the day off to go home." Zhao Yanzi nodded. Hao Ren looked at her, realizing that she planned all this. In fact, Zhao Yanzi wanted to spend today with Hao Ren, but Hao Ren's dorm room wasn't her plan A. She was hoping that he would take her to Hongji Square to watch movies all night. According to Ling, the theater at Hongji Square had special events on Thursdays, and it was only 40 yuan for a couple to pull an all-nighter. However, the rainy weather messed her plan up. They ran to Hao Ren's dorm, and she didn't want to leave. Since she already asked for the absence, she didn't want to go back to school. Tomorrow was Friday, and she only had half a day of class before she was going to go home again. This Thursday night appeared to be very precious. Zhao Yanzi was a little jealous when she saw Hao Ren and Xie Yujia sitting together at the athletic games at her school. Hao Ren and Xie Yujia looked like a perfect couple no matter how one saw it. Even Luo Ying, Zhao Yanzi's class advisor, thought Hao Ren was Xie Yujia's boyfriend. Who? Hao Ren breathed out deeply. Zhao Jiayi and the guys were sure not coming back tonight. Zhao Yanzi really wanted to spend the night in his dorm. Other than the fact that it was against the rules, it wasn't that big of a deal. You can sleep in my bed then? Hao Ren looked at Zhao Yanzi and asked. Where would you sleep then? Zhao Yanzi asked immediately. This question befuddled Hao Ren suddenly. He was going to ask Zhao Yanzi to sleep on his upper berth while he took his buddy Zhao Jiayi's lower berth. But what Zhao Yanzi is saying mean? I am taking the lower berth. Hao Ren hesitated for a little bit and answered. Oh. Zhao Yanzi pouted with no change of expression. Some guys were shouting in excitement in the corridor outside. The male dorm buildings were livelier than the female ones. The atmosphere of Hao Ren's dorm room suddenly got quiet. In the past, room 302 had always been the noisiest dorm room when the guys were here. This was because card games had always taken place in room 302. Today, other guys from this room and the guys from the adjacent room all went to the internet cafe. The end of the third-floor corridor appeared to be somewhat quiet. The room had also been carefully tidied up by the Liu sisters. This gave Hao Ren a wrong impression. Is this my own dorm room? He thought. Help me with reviewing. Zhao Yanzi sat opposite to Hao Ren at the desk and took a pile of materials out of her little bracelet. Hao Ren looked at her in surprise. He didn't expect her to bring her reviewing material with her at all. Zhao Yanzi's bracelet could store some regular things. However, the space it had was nowhere close to Hao Ren's necklace. Help me with reviewing. Zhao Yanzi turned and yelled when Hao Ren stood there in silence. Oh. Hao Ren walked over slowly, thinking to himself, so the reason Zhao Yanzi wants to stay here is that she wants me to help her with her studies. Zhao Yanzi only finished half the mock test that Hao Ren gave her last time and never got around to finishing the rest of it. Lingjiao Middle School had very high educational quality, and the excessive assignments tactic Hao Ren thought of was sure no news to the teachers. Zhao Yanzi just entered grade 9, and her studies became busier. She had piles after piles of papers to finish, and she nearly had time to do all of them. She missed the time when Hao Ren tutored her one-on-one. She also fancied the handwritten questions that Hao Ren wrote for her. Although Hao Ren's handwritten format was a bit weird, and some words weren't very clear, they were all questions he carefully picked out for her. Hao Ren had done all these questions once before, so Zhao Yanzi could feel his carefulness and patience as she answered these questions. Zhao Yanzi was very clear about who was good to her and who wasn't. She knew that there would always be girls who liked humble and gentle guys like Hao Ren. Watch me as I do it. Zhao Yanzi gave Hao Ren another command. Then, she picked up a ballpoint pen from Hao Ren's pencil case, took out a blank piece of paper, and started working on the first fill-in-the-blank question. Hao Ren pulled a chair over and sat beside her as he watched her solve the question. He overthought Zhao Yanzi's sleepover at his dorm. The storm kept going, and the sky became pitch black. However, the small dorm room was very warm. Hao Ren instructed her through the whole process. He went over each question with her whenever she finished one. Zhao Yanzi had a ponytail, and she looked very attractive as she did the questions carefully. Her dark eyes scanned through the questions, and she felt at ease when Hao Ren was beside her. The dorm room's light was suddenly turned off. It was the light-out time. Zhao Yanzi stopped her pen in the dark, and Hao Ren picked up the emergency light on his desk and turned it on. There was some light in the room again. The emergency light was for Zhou Liren and the guys to play cards. Therefore, they would always charge it during the day, so it could last about another hour after the lights went out. Zhao Yanzi's face reflected a mysterious light under the hasty light, and she looked cute and exquisite. You want some instant noodles? Hao Ren asked. Yes. Zhao Yanzi curled her little lips and nodded. Then, Hao Ren took 2 bags of instant noodles from the desk and made 2 bowls of noodles with the hot water from the bottle. Zhao Yanzi rested her chin on her hands and watched Hao Ren. Her eyes were shining brightly. As long as she was with Hao Ren, she was happy even if she had to eat instant noodles. Hao Ren smiled at her, feeling a little guilty. Done. Zhao Yanzi suddenly lifted her head. She was timing it. She lifted the cap on her bowl carefully as hot air immediately burst out. She stuck out her tongue and quickly picked up her little plastic fork. It seemed like she got hungry now that it was already midnight. The two of them sat opposite to each other with a bowl of instant noodle in their hands. After Zhao Yanzi was done with her own noodles, she started to get some from Hao Ren's bowl. Hao Ren was still hungry himself, so he blocked her fork with his fork. However, Zhao Yanzi kept trying. The two of them fought over the noodles with their plastic forks. Suddenly, Zhao Yanzi looked up at Hao Ren. What's the matter? Hao Ren panicked a little. He just didn't want to offer her some of his noodles. She wouldn't get mad because of it, right? Is this the feeling of love? Zhao Yanzi blinked. Hao Ren answered as his eyes got blurry. He didn't know why, but his heart started beating quickly. Zhao Yanzi tilted her head and stared at Hao Ren. The dim little room seemed like a small world just for the two of them. I'm full. I'm going to sleep. Zhao Yanzi suddenly put her empty bowl on the desk, took off her boots, and climbed onto Hao Ren's upper berth. Hao Ren watched her small body as she climbed under his blanket. He was finally relieved and finished the rest of his noodles. Then, he wiped his tingling lips with a napkin. The spicy broth caused it. Zhao Yanzi held on the railing of the bed and watched Hao Ren's every move. Ahem, Hao Ren coughed twice and took off his coat. Then, he got under Zhao Jiayi's blanket. It was completely quiet in the room. Hao Ren couldn't see Zhao Yanzi on the upper berth. He didn't know if she was asleep. See, the emergency light's power went out. It blinked twice before dimming and darkening. It got even quieter. However, Hao Ren couldn't fall asleep no matter what. Sleep together with me, Hao Ren, Zhao Yanzi said all of a sudden. Ah? Hao Ren was surprised. I'll come down if you don't come up, Zhao Yanzi repeated. Hao Ren thought for a few seconds. The upper berth was his, and the lower berth was Zhao Jiayi's. It was better for him to go up. His heart beat fast as he climbed up, holding onto the metal ladder. Zhao Yanzi was petite, so she only took up half the bed. She left a perfect amount of space for Hao Ren. Hao Ren coughed twice again and lied carefully beside Zhao Yanzi. Here, it's for you. Zhao Yanzi put the blanket over Hao Ren. She gave out a nice fragrance, and her body was warm. Hao Ren's arm was touching Zhao Yanzi's soft arm. I don't know what to do either, Zhao Yanzi said out of nowhere. She put her head on Hao Ren's shoulder, and her heart was beating fast as she lied against Hao Ren. Go to sleep. Hao Ren patted her forehead and said. He could feel her heartbeat. There was another short silence. I can't sleep. Zhao Yanzi suddenly turned over and bit Hao Ren's lips gently. Hao Ren landed his right hand on her waist, and he suddenly breathed in. Zhao Yanzi's tongue slightly sneaked between his teeth, causing Hao Ren's head to feel a bit numb. He lightly tasted the tip of her tongue as his palm went onto her waist under her shirt. Zhao Yanzi didn't take off her clothes before she went under Hao Ren's blanket. Her smooth, slender legs under her skirt were pressed on Hao Ren's knees. Hao Ren wanted to stop her, but he couldn't say a word. A strange feeling spread from the deepest part of his heart. Zhao Yanzi didn't say anything. However, her moves were persistent and a little rough at the same time. Hao Ren had his palm on her smooth waist, and their tongues were against each other. He couldn't help but slide his hand to her chest. Zhao Yanzi had an undergarment under her shirt. When Hao Ren's palm slid on top of the bra, he felt the breathtaking softness. Zhao Yanzi made a sound as her entire body tensed up. Hao Ren breathed out heavily, and his head was buzzing as he thought to himself, it would be too much if my hand got under the bra. Zhao Yanzi was thinking about the same thing. If Hao Ren stuck his hand under her bra, she would panic. However, Hao Ren still touched her. Her face blushed, and she sat up immediately. However, she forgot that they were on the upper berth. Boom! She bumped into the ceiling. Careful! Hao Ren held her as she was knocked back down. He could feel her body pressing his. Zhao Yanzi lied on Hao Ren and opened her mouth, biting onto Hao Ren's neck with the two pointy little teeth. Jerk! She pulled her shirt down and cursed. Then, she pushed herself away from Hao Ren's body and climbed down the ladder. Hao Ren could see her blushing face through the dim moonlight, and he wondered if he went too far. Let's go. Let's get out of here. Zhao Yanzi walked to the balcony door and said abruptly. Chapter 644. Compete with me directly. Zhao Yanzi opened the glass door to the balcony and hopped over the railing suddenly. Hey! Hao Ren was fast like a bullet as he dashed out of the door from his bedside. Two white sword energies were created from the bottom of his feet, and he grabbed onto Zhao Yanzi's wrist as she fell. Zhao Yanzi smiled lightly. Then, she kicked on the railing of room 202 downstairs before jumping onto Hao Ren's sword energy easily. She had always been a great athlete. Now that she had recovered a bit of her realm, she had gotten faster. Every dorm room had their lights out, making the south dorm buildings look very quiet. Only a few street lights were shining with yellow lights. Zhao Yanzi backed up half a step and leaned against Hao Ren's broad chest. Her ponytail flew into Hao Ren's face, and it was as smooth as silk. Her face was still blushing, but she wasn't mad. If it were any other guy who touched her chest through her shirt, he would be dead. But since it was Hao Ren, Zhao Yanzi didn't even know what to do. Hao Ren put up a red energy sphere and suddenly flew into the air on his sword energies. Zhao Yanzi always liked to surprise him, but this was a bit too much for him. The sword energies descended at a 45-degree angle, and they went over the fence between the South Dorm buildings and Ling Jiao Middle School. Then, Zhao Yanzi hopped down Hao Ren's fast sword energy onto the ground swiftly. Ling Jiao Middle School was also dead quiet. All the students were deep asleep, so the academic buildings were empty. Hao Ren put his sword energies away and landed beside the sports fields of Ling Jiao Middle School as well. The quiet campus was similar to Hao Ren's middle school. Hao Ren thought to himself as he walked beside Zhao Yanzi, if I met someone like her when I was in middle school, I probably would fall deeply in love with her. Hao Ren's dorm area still had some streetlights on, but the new campus of Ling Jiao Middle School didn't have any lights on at night. However, because of this, the moonlight after the rain appeared to be even brighter. The puddles on the ground reflected the moon. Every time Zhao Yanzi hopped over them, she would break the moon reflections into pieces. She suddenly turned back to look at Hao Ren. She wanted to give him another kiss, but she was afraid of him touching her chest again. Come on. She went back a few steps and wrapped her arms around Hao Ren's. Hao Ren sped up immediately with her dragging him. The campus was so quiet since there were just the two of them. The school had just been put into use, so the security cameras weren't fully functioning yet. Therefore, Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi weren't worried about being noticed at all. There was a bulletin board beside the sports field. The pictures from the recent athletic games had already been posted there, and quite a few of them were Zhao Yanzi's pictures. They captured her strong and vigorous moments. Zhao Yanzi was indeed popular at school, and there were quite a number of boys who had a crush on her. Hao Ren could imagine lots of them pretending to read the news here during the day while they actually looked at Zhao Yanzi's photos. If it weren't for the glass window and iron lock on the bulletin board, Zhao Yanzi's photos would have been stolen by the boys a long time ago. The boys at Ling Jiao Middle School could only watch Zhao Yanzi from a distance or look at her photos, but Hao Ren had her right beside him. No wonder the boys were very jealousy when Hao Ren appeared in Ling Jiao Middle School. Are we going to walk like this until sunrise? Hao Ren turned to Zhao Yanzi as they walked in front of the bulletin board. Zhao Yanzi's face was blushing. She didn't dare to go back to Hao Ren's dorm. She suddenly realized that Hao Ren was a pervert. However, she didn't find him annoying at all. Hao Ren didn't dare to take her back to the dorm since she didn't say anything. He didn't want to get into trouble. Zhao Yanzi used to always have a bad temper, yet she was shy and awkward now. It was very interesting. We'll just walk around. Zhao Yanzi pouted. Hao Ren touched her through her bra, and it was still making her heart beat quickly. She pretended to be tough and always educated, Ling as an experienced person. As a matter of fact, she had never been touched by a guy. She gave Hao Ren her hug, her first kiss, and her first. She slightly lifted her head to look at Hao Ren's face in the moonlight and wondered, will I be very sad if we broke up one day? Hao Ren seemed like a high schooler to her, so she didn't feel weird dating him. She felt the pressure since there were pretty girls like Xie Yujia and the Lu sisters around Hao Ren all the time. On top of that, Hao Ren's realm had gotten higher and higher. Even the East Ocean Dragon Clan was almost moving around Hao Ren. Once the agreement on the Dragon Core was complete, what could the East Ocean Dragon Clan and she do if Hao Ren didn't want her anymore? She felt like Xie Yujia was a better match for Hao Ren overall. Although Xie Yujia's realm was a bit lower than hers, Xie Yujia knew how to make elixirs and had old grandma, who was a soul formation realm cultivator, behind her back. She was also gentler and more caring. Zhao Yanzi bit her lips as she felt a little down. She had always pretended not to care about Hao Ren as if he was trying really hard to be with her, and she still had many pursuers if she broke up with Hao Ren. However, she knew that she cared a lot for Hao Ren. Otherwise, she wouldn't be mad as soon as she saw him with Xie Yujia. "I'll take you back home after we walk a bit more," Hao Ren said. Zhao Yanzi and Hao Ren were both buried in their own thoughts. Hao Ren didn't feel anything special about this girl before. However, he was now attracted to the character that was hidden under her playful cover. She claimed that she didn't worry about him when she clearly worried, and she claimed that she didn't like him even when she did. At first, Hao Ren found her hard to see through. But slowly, he knew that she did it out of self-protection. She seemed rude but was in fact very filial. She seemed ignorant but was in fact very kind-hearted. She appeared somewhat haughty but was in fact quite modest. She seemed lazy but was in fact very hardworking. Hao Ren saw a girl who was opposite to Little Carrot in her. Her grades and personality were different from Xie Yujia, but her kind-heartedness and innocence were the same. Hao Ren didn't want either Xie Yujia or Zhao Yanzi to be wronged. He wasn't the best at resolving conflicts, but he was trying his best. Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi kept walking until they saw a familiar figure in front of them. Xie Yujia walked with her head down. She suddenly noticed two people walking toward her on the dark campus. When she looked up, she realized that they were Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi in the moonlight. Zhao Yanzi was also surprised to see Xie Yujia. "Yujia?" Hao Ren said loudly. Xie Yujia looked at them in surprise, and her heart sank a little. She wasn't in a good mood today. The cold rain seemed to have poured into her heart, making her uncomfortable all evening. Therefore, she left her dorm to take a walk outside. There were no streetlights in Lingjiao Middle School, and it was pretty quiet, so it was perfect for her to think about her problems. She considered leaving Hao Ren, but she didn't want old grandma to punish him for it. That would put Hao Ren in danger. She was still thinking about it until she suddenly saw Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi taking a walk together at midnight. Zhao Yanzi opened her eyes wide and noticed the sadness in Xie Yujia's eyes. Xie Yujia was taking a walk alone in the middle of the night. Zhao Yanzi felt as if there were a dice rolling in her heart and smashing around. She wasn't old enough to comprehend many things, and she rarely considered standing in other people's shoes. She sure wasn't as caring as Xie Yujia. When Zhao Yanzi saw Xie Yujia wandering around at midnight, she thought about the time when Xie Yujia almost sacrificed her life to save her on Fifth Heaven, and she felt like she was looking at herself. Zhao Yanzi felt sorry for Xie Yujia suddenly. "It's chilly at night. Let me know if there are any problems." Hao Ren stepped forward a few steps, took off his own shirt, and put it on Xie Yujia's shoulders. He left his jacket in the dorm, and now that he offered his shirt to Xie Yujia, he was half naked. Xie Yujia only had a cotton t-shirt on, so she appeared to be pretty lightly dressed in the late night after the storm. "Nothing. It's good to see you too." Xie Yujia squeezed out a smile. "You are so fake." Zhao Yanzi suddenly stepped up and knocked Xie Yujia's shoulder. Xie Yujia didn't have time to react, and she was forced to take a few steps back as she frowned and covered her shoulder with one hand. "If you like him, you should say it out loud. I like Hao Ren a lot, so I wasn't happy when I saw you and him together." Zhao Yanzi stared at Xie Yujia and said slowly but clearly. Xie Yujia looked at Zhao Yanzi. She was anxious at the sudden change. "You are holding back, and Hao Ren is also holding back. This is his shortcoming, but I still like him. I really don't like the way you guys are," Zhao Yanzi continued abruptly. She couldn't hold back anymore since Hao Ren and Xie Yujia were both quiet and holding back their emotions. Xie Yujia had always liked Hao Ren, but she forced herself to be a bystander. Hao Ren cared about Xie Yujia, yet he pretended as if their relationship was normal. Zhao Yanzi hated to see this. She hoped that Xie Yujia could compete with her directly. Even if Hao Ren said that he liked Xie Yujia more, she would still want it directly. She didn't know how to let out her anger since Hao Ren and Xie Yujia were too soft toward each other, causing the anger in her accumulated. She liked Hao Ren, but he needed to let her know if he liked other girls. She hated guessing and playing hide and seek. A fight would even be better than this. Xie Yujia didn't fight over Hao Ren with Zhao Yanzi, but she was still trying to get near him. "If you're a real competitor, then come out and say so," Zhao Yanzi almost shouted it out. At least she could get a clear answer from it even if she lost. Hao Ren's attitude was very unclear. "If I lost to Xie Yujia, I'd have a good cry and accept this outcome," she thought. "You are only brave enough to fight when you are brave enough to lose. Xie Yujia is only acting like this because she is scared to lose." Xie Yujia stood where she was, staring at Zhao Yanzi who was going on a tantrum. "Yes, I like Hao Ren a lot," Xie Yujia gritted her teeth and said. "Good. That's it. I like him too." Zhao Yanzi lifted her head and said directly. Hao Ren didn't expect things to turn this way. He looked at them, stupefied. "That's it." Zhao Yanzi grabbed Hao Ren's wrist and asked angrily, "Out with it. Who do you like more?" Chapter 645. Too easy for this kid. Xie Yujia looked toward Hao Ren as well after hearing Zhao Yanzi's words. She had a slow temper while Zhao Yanzi was more impatient. Xie Yujia liked to hide everything in her heart while Zhao Yanzi couldn't hide anything. She even told Hao Ren about those trivial things in her middle school. As a result, Xie Yujia's heart drifted further from Hao Ren when Zhao Yanzi was closer to him. The moonlight shone upon them quietly, making this silent second very long. Who liked him a bit more? Zhao Yanzi's words showed her awareness of Hao Ren's feeling toward Xie Yujia, and she gave her a chance. However, her attitude pushed Xie Yujia into a face-to-face competition. What Zhao Yanzi didn't like was that even though Xie Yujia spent a lot of time with Hao Ren, she never confessed to him directly. Now that Xie Yujia admitted her feelings for Hao Ren, Zhao Yanzi felt a little better. "Yes, just like that. If you like him, then say it out loud. Saying that you are not going for it yet still staying close to him is just so annoying," Zhao Yanzi thought to herself. Hao Ren was the same. He couldn't forget about Xie Yujia, but he still pretended to be alright. In fact, Zhao Yanzi didn't hate Xie Yujia as a person. What she hated was her attitude. Zhao Yanzi liked the Lu sisters a lot more compared to Xie Yujia because they were much simpler and more direct. Zhao Yanzi gritted her teeth and turned to Hao Ren, seeking the answer to her question. "I like you both," Hao Ren said, simple yet powerful. Since they both confessed to him, Hao Ren didn't want to hide it anymore either. Hao Ren didn't know how to lie, so he just chose not to tell it before. Xie Yujia already knew the answer, but she didn't expect Hao Ren to say it out loud suddenly. She looked at Hao Ren, and her heart turned soft. Hao Ren was just like her. He would do a lot of things quietly without saying. When she went back to her dorm, she saw several missed calls from Hao Ren on her phone. She knew that Hao Ren tried to get in touch with her. However, Hao Ren wouldn't explain himself. To him, an action was worth more than thousands of words. If her little older brother didn't have the personality that she liked, she would give up the dozen-year wait. However, Hao Ren was still the old Hao Ren. He didn't say any sweet words or try to comfort her, yet he protected little Carrot with his hands. Zhao Yanzi's lips twisted a bit. She also knew the answer, but she wanted Hao Ren to tell the truth himself. Her mom, Zhao Hongyu, had already told her that there was no winning or losing in this case, only the difference between strong and weak. However, Zhao Yanzi didn't expect Hao Ren to be so direct even though she asked. "But, I like Xie Yujia more when she is cheerful." Hao Ren walked 2 steps toward Xie Yujia and lightly touched her forehead. Xie Yujia looked up and backed up 2 steps in panic. Jerk. Zhao Yanzi knocked on Hao Ren's back with her fist. Boom. 2 sword energies appeared below Hao Ren's feet. Hao Ren had recovered to the strength of Gen level, so he could easily travel in the air. Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia looked up at Hao Ren as he entered the pitch-black sky. Then, they looked at each other. "If you like him, then fight for real." Zhao Yanzi stared at Xie Yujia as she pouted and said. Xie Yujia looked at Zhao Yanzi, and she was suddenly relieved. At first, she didn't dare to fight because she didn't want to lose. Therefore, she had been gloomy. Zhao Yanzi was like a little ice drop, transparent and refreshing. No wonder everyone liked her. "Okay," Xie Yujia responded. The massive cloud on her mind had finally been lifted. She had officially admitted that she liked Hao Ren in front of him and Zhao Yanzi. There was no more secret on her shoulder or a way back now. Hao Ren was a bit over the limit with his answer, but he was quite upfront. No sweet words or promises, he was just trying the best he could. Humph. Come to my home for dinner sometime. My mom wants to cook for you, Zhao Yanzi said. Instead of Xie Yujia as a person, Zhao Yanzi hated her attitude and the secret relationship between her and Hao Ren. She wasn't happy about the fact that Xie Yujia liked Hao Ren. But if Xie Yujia stayed with him although she didn't like him, then Zhao Yanzi would hate her. There would be more and more girls who would fall for Hao Ren. There were even some girls who had a crush on him in her middle school. Zhao Yanzi had her own worries and problems, but she would hold on to Hao Ren. If Xie Yujia liked him just as much, then she should fight for him. Humph. I, Zhao Yanzi, must be the best. You must go through me to get to Hao Ren. You can't sneak beside Hao Ren without telling me, Zhao Yanzi muttered to herself. Xie Yujia laughed when she saw Zhao Yanzi mumbling. In the meantime, Qingfeng Hermit was cultivating on 8th heaven in the simple and crude cave. Golden and silver notes revolved like fireballs in her palms, intertwining with each other. Humph. I only have 2 disciples in the mortal world, and they both want to be with him. It is too easy for this kid. Qingfeng Hermit slowly put away her palms which were facing the ground. She was cultivating on 8th heaven when she sensed Xie Yujia's change of emotion through the life-death notes. Therefore, she used her power to see what was going on with her. Just as she was about to smash Hao Ren into pieces, Xie Yujia's mood turned better suddenly. She only had 2 disciples in the mortal world, Xie Yujia being the older one and Zhao Yanzi being the younger one. However, both of them liked Hao Ren with all their hearts. She had no way to know what to do about it. Whatever, Qingfeng Hermit put her hands on her knees, shook her head, and continued cultivating with her eyes closed. As she closed her eyes, she still felt the lingering anger on her mind. This kid doesn't have a high realm, yet he has so many girls around him. Even if he isn't a womanizer, he is a playboy. Qingfeng Hermit pointed to the ground with her hand softly. 2 lights traveled through the ground and immediately disappeared. Hao Ren just got high into the sky on his sword energies and stepped on the golden ship that was transformed from the purple gold hairpin. He suddenly realized that there was a thumb-sized golden lightning bolt coming toward him from the sky. Splash! The energy sphere created by the purple gold hairpin immediately broke into pieces. The golden lightning poked through the energy sphere and hit the top of Hao Ren's skull. Hao Ren's clothes and body immediately turned black. He was only at Gen level, yet he had to defend a heavenly lightning bolt. It didn't kill him, but he was halfway there. Even the purple gold hairpin couldn't resist such strong power. It immediately lowered a few hundred meters. Boom! The purple gold hairpin obtained a steady speed and suddenly flew up. Hao Ren felt like all his bones were broken, and blood was going backward in his body. He didn't want to hear Zhao Yanzi's condemning words, so he went up to 5th heaven to cultivate. However, he got attacked by lightning bolts. Crack! Hao Ren suddenly leveled up nearly half a level due to the heavenly lightning, reaching top-tier Gen level. Hao Ren couldn't even tell if he were lucky or unlucky anymore. He just felt very thrilling since he told Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia about his true feelings. This is what I feel like no matter what they think. I like them both. Wah! The purple gold hairpin flew into 5th heaven. Ethereal Summit was surrounded by mist, which made it even more mysterious. He could sense the strong nature essence intensity in the valley as soon as he got closer. The reason no one dared to take up this valley was that it was Herb King Master's territory. Hao Ren dashed into the array formation and hopped into his cave. That golden lightning hit him perfectly. Although it caused him tremendous pain, it also brought him a small breakthrough. Hao Ren planned to cultivate on 5th heaven until tomorrow afternoon. Now, he had to work harder on cultivation. The Lu sisters' poison pill plan blocked all his nature essence as well as the dragon core. Hao Ren's current cultivation was like the cultivation method of human cultivators, and there was a small golden core slowly forming as it merged perfectly with the spiritual core that contained Zhao Horan's 1,000 years of cultivation strength. Roll! The dozen snow lion cubs were rolling around on the grass. The sky slowly turned from dark to bright. Hao Ren circulated nature essence in his body 98 times, but his skin was still as dark as ink. He was completely burned up by that golden lightning. Xie Yujia looked at the empty seat beside her in the classroom at East Ocean University. She seemed a bit lost. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily felt like something was missing when Hao Ren didn't show up as well. Su Han had on a white cotton shirt, black short skirt, black stockings, and silver high heels. The guys roared loudly as soon as she walked into the classroom. She walked straight up the teaching platform and put her materials on the podium. Then, she looked up at the first row. Hao Ren wasn't sitting in the center of the first row, which was right in front of her podium. Su Han's eyelids twitched a little, but she didn't say anything. She flipped open the material and turned on the projector, and she started her class smoothly according to the lesson plan. Da, 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 it started to drizzle outside of the classroom again. Xie Yujia looked outside into the rain and then at the empty seat beside her. She was a little worried. Her mind was a little blank now that Hao Ren wasn't here. Su Han held the teaching pointer and pointed at the formulas on the screen, and she glimpsed at Hao Ren's seat from time to time. Hao Ren's absence worried her a bit too. She then looked to Shu Kei's corner, which was at the very back of the classroom, and he was present. Her face suddenly went back to her usual cold expression. However, the students who were admiring her looks and figure wouldn't be able to notice such a slight change of facial expression. Zhao Yanzi rested her head on one of her hands at her window seat in Ling Jiao Middle School's classroom. She spaced out as she stared at the rain outside. Z. Luo Ying knocked on the whiteboard with the wiper during class. Oh. Zhao Yanzi suddenly looked back with a smile as she listened to class carefully. Her reaction made Luo Ying worried. Has Z started behaving properly, or is she just sick? Shoo. A ray of golden light traveled across the sky outside the classroom window. Hao Ren stood on the golden ship. He didn't forget that today was the day his grandma was coming back. He landed a distance away from the train station and quickly ran toward the station. Grandma. Hao Ren immediately saw his grandma, who had several bags in her hands. She looked healthier after such a long time. She almost seemed as if she was glowing with health. Hey, Ren. Grandma reached out her hands to give Hao Ren a big hug. Then, she looked closely at him and asked, "Where did you go? How come you got much darker?" "I'm alright. I'll go back to my old skin color in a few days." Hao Ren scratched his head and said, "My parents had to go to work, so I came to pick you up." "What's the matter? Do you have some trouble? Let me know if you have any problems." Grandma stared at Hao Ren and said with worry. Hao Ren hid on fifth heaven to stay away from everyone, but Grandma saw right through it. "That's okay." Hao Ren shook his head in embarrassment. Just as Grandma looked around in disappointment, several loud shouts sounded around them. Grandma. Chapter 646. Everyone's spiritual pillar Xie Yujia, Zhao Yanzi, Lu Linlin, and Lu Lily all ran over from one direction. Hearing from different sources that Grandma was returning to East Ocean City today, they had all rushed over. Hiding Little White in her school bag, Zhao Yanzi had rushed out of the classroom as soon as the school bell rang and rode Little White to the train station. She encountered Xie Yujia and the Lu sisters in the sky, so they had landed together. Z. Yujia. Linlin. Lily. Grandma's eyes lit up. Not caring about Hao Ren's strange mood, she opened her arms and took them in. Grandma. A crisp voice came from the distance. Wearing a white cotton blouse and a black short skirt, Su Han walked over elegantly. In black stockings and silver high heels, her legs alone were too much for men to handle. Hao Ren's heart raced when he saw Su Han's simple yet tempting outfit. Little Su. When Grandma saw Su Han, her eyes curved up as she yelled happily. Little Su. Hao Ren thought to himself as his heart almost jumped out of his chest. Hee hee. I knew you'd come back today, so I came to pick you up, Su Han said with a smile. In fact, she was the one who had taken Xie Yujia and the Lu sisters to the train station. Her newly refined longsword was very fast, and no one dared to block her, who was an inspector. She traveled across half a city with the girls. Good. 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 These are specialties I brought just for you. Grandma picked up one heavy knitted bag. She had been a bit disappointed when she saw only Hao Ren coming to pick her up. To her surprise, all the girls that she had missed came to welcome her home. She was especially happy when Su Han, the most mature and considerate one, had also taken the time to come to see her. The girls fought to pick up the rest of the bags for her. Su Han had walked to the crossing and got 2 taxis. The people around the train station were amazed to see 5 beautiful girls carrying dirty knitted bags and helping an elderly lady into a taxi, wondering who the elderly lady was and how she had so many pretty granddaughters. Hao Ren put the knitted bags into the trunk of the taxi and followed Grandma into the car. Xie Yujia sat beside Hao Ren, and the 3 seats in the back row were full. Gritting her teeth, Zhao Yanzi got into the passenger seat reluctantly. Su Han and the Lu sisters got on the second taxi, following Grandma back home. Little Yujia, you got thinner. Grandma picked up Xie Yujia's tender hands and sighed a little. Xie Yujia smiled shyly. She had indeed lost weight with her mind full of Hao Ren each night recently. Grandma, I'm thinner too. Zhao Yanzi immediately turned her head and interrupted. She was jealous that Grandma showed concern only for Xie Yujia. If Grandma favored Xie Yujia more, she would lose all the advantage that she had accumulated before. Grandma looked at her up and down and said, "No, little Z is plumper." "Ah, not at all." Zhao Yanzi tried to refute. After all, girls were afraid of being fat, especially when Grandma said she was plumper while Xie Yujia got thinner. Didn't it mean that Xie Yujia has lived miserably while she has been happy? "Hee hee, your chest is plumper," Grandma said with a smile. Oh, Zhao Yanzi opened her mouth slightly and looked down at her own chest. Then, she saw Hao Ren looking at her chest at Grandma's words. She turned back immediately and blushed. Hao Ren looked at Grandma and thought that she was definitely not hiding anything on her mind. "While I was away, did little Z and little Yujia get along well?" With a benign smile, Grandma asked gently. Xie Yujia glanced at Zhao Yanzi, who was sitting in front of her, and remained silent. If she replied with good, she was afraid that Zhao Yanzi would accuse her of being fake. Seeing the silent, Grandma asked, "What is it?" "We got along well, Grandma." Zhao Yanzi turned her head and said. "Good. I'm relieved." Grandma patted her chest in satisfaction and continued, "When I was in the countryside, I worried most about you girls. I hope you can take care of each other." Hearing Grandma's words, Zhao Yanzi felt guilty when she thought of the way she had treated Xie Yujia in the past. Xie Yujia had some tears in her eyes, knowing that Grandma cared for her the most. The taxi came to the residential area by the ocean, and Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi fought to take the bags into the house after the taxi arrived, eager to show their best side before Grandma. The other taxi stopped behind them, and Lu sisters came out of the car with Su Han. It was still drizzling, but it didn't dampen their passion toward Grandma as they held an umbrella for Grandma. "How have you been lately, Lin, Lily?" Grandma asked them. "Very well. We missed you very much, Grandma." The Lu sisters were full of sweet words. "Hee hee, I'm back now. When I was in the countryside, I worried about you girls the most," Grandma said while she walked to the house. Her words touched the Lu sisters while Hao Ren didn't know how to react, knowing that Grandma had said the same words to Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi only 10 minutes ago. When he was still thinking about it, Su Han entered the house after paying the taxi driver. Grandma picked up her slim hands benignly and asked, "Little Su, how have you been lately, when I was in the countryside?" Hao Ren was at a loss for words. After entering the house, the Lu sisters, Xie Yujia, and Zhao Yanzi got busy immediately, straightening up the living room, putting away Grandma's bags, and boiling water for tea. Grandma didn't need to lift a finger while Xie Yujia and the others did everything for her. The cold seaside home turned lively instantly despite the drizzle outside. Due to his troubled thoughts, Hao Ren didn't achieve a breakthrough after cultivating for one night on Fifth Heaven. Seeing Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi talking and laughing by Grandma's side and fighting to take tea to Grandma with some competitiveness on their faces, he knew the storm had passed. Only with a calm mind could one cultivate successfully. If Hao Ren had known that the girls were okay yesterday, he probably would have elevated to a higher realm. At a closer look, he realized that Xie Yujia had reached mid-tier foundation establishment realm while Zhao Yanzi had reached top-tier foundation establishment realm. They had obtained some progress last night since their troubled minds were cleared by a lot. Meanwhile, Lu Lin and Lu Lily's realm had risen back to Qian level from Kun level. He then glanced at Su Han. She emitted a pale light, which was a sign of reaching the peak stage. Chapter 647. Girls, you must work harder. Did something go wrong with your cultivation? Why are you as dark as a black pig? Su Han walked over and asked Hao Ren. When she saw that Hao Ren was absent in class, she had been worried, wondering if anything had happened to him. Seeing his dark skin, she suspected that Hao Ren had problems with his cultivation. I'm fine. Hao Ren waved his hand. He knew his current condition. The nature essence in his body was more abundant than before. However, it was a pity that he didn't reach Gen level with the aid of the golden lightning bolt from yesterday. You are going to the 9-Dragon Palace with me in about 1 week. Don't mess up. Su Han glanced at him and said in a warning tone. Hao Ren looked at her at a loss for words, thinking, so, you are worried about me because of that. Little Su, come and eat some dessert. I brought them from the countryside. Sitting on the sofa, Grandma beckoned at Su Han. Okay. Su Han smiled lightly at Grandma and walked over. Wearing a black short skirt and black stockings, she looked more tempting in the room while in slippers. Gongzi. The Lu sisters suddenly appeared by Hao Ren's side, startling him who had been staring at Su Han's legs. They held his arms and said, Gongzi, drink some tea. In the same time, traces of nature essence entered his arms from their palms, testing his realm. They were surprised that Hao Ren had reached peak Gen level, only 1 step from Gen level after just 1 night. Due to the poison pill plan which improved his physique, Hao Ren had lost all his nature essence. However, he had cultivated back to peak Gen level, equivalent top-tier core formation realm, which astonished them. According to what they knew, they couldn't imagine what realm Hao Ren would jump to when the poison pill plan's side effects were removed. When will I recover my realm? Hao Ren took the opportunity to ask them. He had been impatient when he lost all his nature essence. Now that he had reached Gen level, he was less impatient even though Gen level was still lower than his previous Gen level. Probably this Sunday. Don't be so impatient, Gongzi. Lu Linlin comforted him cutely. Since her older sister finished the procedure last time, it was her turn to remove the effect. She blushed when she thought that she would kiss Hao Ren. Sitting on the sofa, Grandma smiled happily when the Lu sisters brought Hao Ren over. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were very vivacious and cute. Hao Ren was a lucky guy to have their affection. Grandma didn't think it was Hao Ren's fault that so many girls liked him. Instead, as long as the girls got along with each other, the more girls that liked Hao Ren, the more charming her grandson was proved to be. Anyway, Hao Ren wouldn't mistreat them under her supervision. If they found better guys for themselves one day, it was another story. In Grandma's eyes, her Hao Ren was the most considerate, diligent, and aspiring young man. Dad and Mom said that they couldn't come back tonight due to one important meeting today, Hao Ren said to Grandma as he was dragged to the sofa by the Lu sisters and took the teacup from their hands. That's okay. With Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi in her arms, Grandma said indifferently. If it were before, she would be angry at Yu Yang and Hao Zonghua for not coming home while the Moon Festival was near. However, with so many cute girls around her, she didn't really care that Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang couldn't come home until tomorrow, the Moon Festival. The tea made by Lu Linlin and Lu Lily was very refreshing when Hao Ren sipped it. His realm would fully recover in 2 days, and Grandma just came back home. Therefore, Hao Ren didn't plan to cultivate today. Instead, he would keep Grandma company. Xie Yujia and others shared his thoughts, so they sat around Grandma on the sofa. Little Su, aren't you going home for the Moon Festival? Grandma asked Su Han benignly. Although Su Han wasn't as gentle as Xie Yujia, she was knowledgeable and considerate, giving Grandma a comfortable feeling. My parents passed away when I was very young, and I live alone in East Ocean City, Su Han answered. Elder Xingyue of East Ocean had raised Su Han, and metal elemental dragon cultivators wouldn't know whom their parents were until they reached peak Qian level. Therefore, Su Han could only say that she was an orphan. Hearing Su Han's words, Grandma's happy expression turned sympathetic. She looked at Su Han gently and said, "Oh, little Su, from now on, this is your home. Don't stay by yourself on holidays. Spend them here with Grandma." She sounded so sincere that Su Han, who had made up the story, felt a bit touched. Since Hao Ren was her partner who would take the risk in the 9-Dragon Palace with her, she had come to visit his grandma due to politeness and guilt. However, Grandma's concern for her gave her a warmth that was different from Elder Xingyu's. Something in her strong heart got touched. She wanted to know who her parents were, but she also hated them at the same time. She wanted to reach peak Qian level and then the heavenly dragon realm so that she could be a master amongst masters, and no one would dare to mess with her. However, she felt being protected by Hao Ren's grandma despite her fragile strength. Okay. Su Han bit on her lower lip and sat on the sofa with her head lowered. Grandma felt heart ached when she learned that the beautiful and considerate Su Han was an orphan, and she was very sympathetic towards Su Han. Linlin and Lily, are you spend the holiday with your grandpa? Grandma asked the Lu sisters. Our grandpa is abroad on business, Lu Linlin said immediately. You poor girls, Grandma patted their hands. Looking at the cute girls who were uncared for, Grandma was overwhelmed by sympathy, lamenting why such good girls had such backgrounds. Yujia's parents are doing business abroad and left her alone in China, and Zi's parents are also busy, leaving Z unsupervised. Grandma sighed slightly, taking their small hands into hers one by one. Grandma, it's almost the Moon Festival. Don't be sad. Let's talk about something happy. Lu Lilin, a smooth talker, immediately changed the subject. Right. Let's talk about something happy. Grandma had tears in her eyes when she thought of the girl's hardships in life. When she heard Lu Linlin's words, she tried to cheer up. What do you want to hear? She asked Lu Linlin and the others. Tell us the stories about when you were young, Lu Linlin said. When I was young, I'll start from the time when I met Ren's grandpa. Grandma sipped some tea and said gently. Xie Yujia and the others all listened to her story attentively. With the girls gazing at her eagerly, Grandma began to tell her story with enthusiasm. Hao Ren yawned in boredom as he listened along. He had heard the old stories countless times ever since he was little, including the story about how Grandma saw flying dragons in the fields. The drizzle outside had stopped, and the bright moon rose over the sea. The girls were fascinated by Grandma's old stories and kept asking questions, looking like a tea party of the Moon Festival. When the stories turned to how Hao Ren's mom pursued his mom, Hao Zonghua, the girls were even more attentive. In fact, even Hao Ren didn't know some of the details. She was very persistent. Yu Yang sat at our door for an entire night, hoping to see my Zonghua. Zonghua didn't know Yu Yang hadn't gone home that night. When he saw Yu Yang at the door the next morning, he was touched. Wow! Xie Yujia and the other girls exclaimed when they heard this story, surprised that Yu Yang, the famous scientist, had been so persistent. Hearing the details that he hadn't known before, Hao Ren had to admire his mom's ability in successfully taking the most popular guy in East Ocean University among fierce competition. Due to his mom's swift actions, Hao Ren and his father didn't have a significant age gap between them. Zhao Yanzi and the others listened with eagerness and occasional expressions of sudden understanding. Hao Ren looked at their expressions and suddenly felt like something was wrong. Is Grandma passing down successful experiences? He thought. Grandma had pursued his grandpa, the most handsome and hardworking guy in the village, and they had spent a happy life together. Yu Yang sought after Hao Zonghua with great efforts. Despite Grandma's objection and many other obstacles, she gained Grandma's approval by giving birth to Hao Ren. It seemed like it was the tradition in Hao Ren's family for the women to pursue the men. Well, I'm sleepy, and I'll go to bed, Grandma said suddenly as she patted her forehead. It was already midnight. Although Grandma was high-spirited when she got back to East Ocean City, she was exhausted from telling stories until midnight. Good night, Grandma, the girls said as one. You all go to bed. Grandma waved her hand and walked to the stairs. It was midnight, so the girls would stay the night here. After watching Grandma disappear at the top of the stairs, the girls suddenly turned to look at Hao Ren who was still sitting on the sofa. Hao Ren's heart missed a beat when he looked at them, wondering what they had gotten from Grandma's stories. Chapter 648. The support from Grandma. Xie Yujia and the Lu sisters lied on the sofa casually. Su Han had been cultivating in Hao Ren's room on the second floor. Due to the frequent activities of the metal elemental dragons in East Ocean City lately, Su Han staying in Hao Ren's home was a kind of precaution. Wah wah, the ocean waves splashed on the beach. Su Han ended her cultivation and exhaled deeply with frustration. After one night, she achieved no progress, which meant that she must seek a breakthrough in the Nine Dragon Palace. Hao Ren's room was a bit messy, a typical room for a guy. Looking at Hao Ren's photos on the wall, she was deep in thought. This was Hao Ren's room. She leaned on the pillow behind her. Hao Ren's bed was clean, and there were some books on the bedside table. They were about architecture, and he had been reading them. Heavenly Dragon. When I reach the Heavenly Dragon realm, what then? Su Han felt a bit lost while she thought of her lifelong goal. Feeling fatigued and lazy, Su Han pulled the quilt to her shoulders and smelled the scent of cotton. She suddenly wanted to get some good sleep. In Xie Yujia's room downstairs, Zhao Yanzi was sleeping like a log while Little White was curled up and snoring with its head resting on Zhao Yanzi's heel. Sitting on the small sofa in the living room, Hao Ren cultivated for half a night. He opened his eyes and looked at his arms. The darkness on his skin had lightened, and new skin began to appear underneath the cracked, blackened skin. The golden lightning bolt almost scorched him into coal, but the new skin looked as smooth as a baby's skin. It felt like a rebirth. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were up, and they sat on their heels, doing each other's hair. Their soft black hair had grown longer, and they pulled up the hair into buns to match today's festive atmosphere. Xie Yujia had also woken, and she watched the Lu sisters do each other's hair with a smile. Big Jumu. The Lu sisters finished doing their hair with nimble fingers. Then, they turned to greet Xie Yujia. With a gentle smile, Xie Yujia touched her head with a smooth finger, and her black hair tumbled down like a waterfall, covering her cheeks charmingly. After one night's sleep, her cheeks were pink with some temporary floral patterns that were from the sofa. Still with sleepy eyes, she looked more charming than before. The Lu sisters moved to the sides of Xie Yujia and did a pretty, slanting ponytail for Xie Yujia with a hairband. Their movements were light and skillful. The hairband was like a small pink flower, and it highlighted Xie Yujia's black hair and white neck. It was a decoration for Xie Yujia who wore no jewelry. Thanks a lot. Xie Yujia didn't refuse their kindness. She had grown to like the Lu sisters. Hao Ren watched them with a smile. The three girls were born beautiful, and only a few seconds of work made them especially gorgeous. In the quiet morning, they didn't speak much, but it felt cozy. Gaining Xie Yujia's fondness, the Lu sisters leaned on both sides of her, placing their heads on her thighs. After picking up a small cotton swab, Xie Yujia began to clean their ears. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily closed their eyes in enjoyment. It seemed that the Lu sisters got along better with Xie Yujia. The intimacy between them only existed in a family, even in the animal world. Come here. When Xie Yujia saw that Hao Ren was watching them, she beckoned at him. Forget it. Hao Ren immediately waved his hand. Gongzi, come here. The Lu sisters jumped up and dragged Hao Ren toward Xie Yujia. With a faint smile, Xie Yujia moved his shoulders and made him lean against her thigh. Then, she picked a clean cotton swab to clean his ears as well. The Lu sisters' ears were clean, but they felt good when the cotton swab touched the inside of their ears. When Xie Yujia turned the cotton swab in Hao Ren's ears, it came out with a big chunk of dirt, startling her. Having been struck by the golden lightning bolt, the impurities in his body had been driven out by the violent lightning energy. It was natural that he had dirt in his ears. So dirty, Xie Yujia murmured, but she wasn't disgusted by it. After looking down into his ears, her slim fingers moved lightly while she cleaned more thoroughly. With his cheek resting on Xie Yujia's closed legs, Hao Ren felt the bounciness and softness of her thighs. He felt awkward but enjoyed her movements. Oh, another big chunk, the Lu sisters who were watching exclaimed. Hao Ren flushed, wishing that they wouldn't say it out loud. The cotton swab swirled inside his ears, causing some itchiness. With his head on Xie Yujia's soft thighs, he closed his eyes and almost fell asleep. In the past, he had cleaned his ears carelessly and had never received such loving treatment. Xie Yujia was very gentle and careful. With one hand holding the cotton swab and the other hand resting on his neck, she blew lightly into his ear, showing her great affection for him. Hao Ren felt that lightning bolts should strike him again if he let Xie Yujia down. The other side. Xie Yujia nudged him lightly. Okay. Okay, Hao Ren turned. Feeling so relaxed, he almost fell asleep. With his face facing Xie Yujia's belly, he laid on her thigh again. He was a little embarrassed, but he couldn't leave the other ear uncleaned. A light fragrance floated from Xie Yujia's body, and her thighs were very warm. Don't move. Xie Yujia pressed lightly on his neck while she bent to clear the other ear for him. Her thighs felt a bit itchy and hot with Hao Ren's head resting on them. However, thinking that it was Hao Ren whom she was holding, she felt a little pleased. Watching Xie Yujia blow air into Hao Ren's ear carefully, and Hao Ren getting drowsy from her care, the Lu sisters felt like they were not as good as the big Jumu in taking care of Hao Ren. Hush, since grandma was still in bed, Xie Yujia gestured at Lu sisters and told them to quiet down a bit. Then, she threw the dirty swab into the garbage can and scraped on Hao Ren's outer ear lightly with a clean one, taking away the oily dirt. Hao Ren had never known that getting his ears cleaned would feel so good. Relaxed, he fell asleep on Xie Yujia's soft thighs, which were more comfortable than any pillows. After throwing the cotton swab, Xie Yujia realized that Hao Ren had fallen asleep. Not bearing to wake him up, she just let him sleep on her thighs while her hands rested on his shoulders. The look of sincere love touched Lu Linlin and Lu Lily. Big Jumu is awesome, they thought. Even Xie Yujia herself felt a little emotional when she looked down on Hao Ren, who was sleeping peacefully on her thighs. She felt a sense of peace that she had never felt before. Xie Yujia remained sitting while her fingertips touched Hao Ren's hair lightly, wishing that she could hold him like this for one entire day. She only stayed by his side since she liked him, and she wished that she could share his burden. Hao Ren had been working hard to protect the people around him while the people around him were repaying him with their affections. Xie Yujia was doing a little thing for him by cleaning his ears, but Hao Ren was protecting them with his life. Sitting beside them, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily's eyes were bright since they loved this intimate feeling between all of them. Click! The sound of key turning came from the door. Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang were talking about the meeting the day before when they opened the door. What they found in the living room was Hao Ren lying on his side with his head on Xie Yujia's thighs while Xie Yujia was rubbing the back of his head lightly, and Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were massaging his legs. Hao Zonghua, who had been putting away his keys, widened his eyes in astonishment. Even he had never enjoyed such treatment from anyone. Not expecting Yu Yang and Hao Zonghua to return home so early, Xie Yujia was a little alarmed. Seeing Hao Ren's parents coming back, Lu sisters immediately withdrew their pink fists. However, Hao Ren, who was facing Xie Yujia with his nose almost touching her belly, was sound asleep. Uncle, Auntie, Xie Yujia immediately moved Hao Ren's head off her thighs lightly and stood up, greeting them with a blush. Uncle, Auntie, the Lu sisters stood beside her and greeted in a low voice. Hao Zonghua looked at the three girls, not knowing what to say. He knew that Xie Yujia and the Lu sisters liked Hao Ren, but Hao Ren was too blatant about it. Since it was improper to scold Xie Yujia and the Lu sisters, Yu Yang cleared her throat loudly and woke Hao Ren. Dad! Mom! Hao Ren opened his eyes and yelled when he saw Yu Yang and Hao Zonghua in the house. He had fallen asleep and even started dreaming, and he didn't know how long he had slept. Hao Zonghua glanced at Yu Yang, thinking it was a mom's right to lecture the son on such things. Since Hao Ren had been sleeping with his head on Xie Yujia's thighs, he wondered if they had become an official couple. At this thought, Hao Zonghua was pleased and welcomed the intimacy between Hao Ren and Xie Yujia. After all, he hoped that Xie Yujia could become his daughter-in-law. Ren! What were you doing? It's not appropriate to sleep on Yujia's body. While Hao Zonghua was changing his mind on the matter, Yu Yang started to scold Hao Ren. If Hao Ren and Xie Yujia were a couple, then Zhao Yanzi would be disappointed, which brought a sense of defeat to Yu Yang. However, she knew that if Hao Ren and Xie Yujia were serious about each other, she could do nothing to stop them. Auntie! It was me. Xie Yujia stepped forward, trying to explain. Yu Yang waved her hand to stop her while she glared at Hao Ren. You act like this at home. Then how do you behave in school? Did you forget about the punishment that you got at school so soon? With so many girls liking Hao Ren, Yu Yang as a mother was concerned. She scolded him, trying to correct his carefree personality. She hoped that he wouldn't attract a group of girls with his seemingly dumb looks. Just like his dad, Hao Zonghua, when the latter was at school. Punishment? What punishment? Grandma's voice came from the stairs. Hao Zonghua panicked. Yu Yang, who had been scolding Hao Ren, softened her tone at the sight of Grandma. Mom! It was a small incident at the school. It is no big deal. It's still early morning, and you yelled loudly the moment you came home. Z and little Sue are still sleeping. Grandma walked into the living room and said to Yu Yang with a dark face. Seeing Grandma playing the senior card, Yu Yang, who had been playing a stern mother, immediately deflated. Mom, I was scolding Ren for his misbehavior. Yujia is a good girl, but he slept on her thighs, Yu Yang explained in a low voice, directing the topic to Hao Ren. Oh, I see. Grandma glanced at Hao Ren and Xie Yujia. It had been a small thing. Hao Ren and Xie Yujia blushed hearing their description after hearing their description. What's wrong with that? I like Yujia and Ren. Don't mind the things the young people do. Grandma glared at Yu Yang and Hao Zonghua with a stern expression. Yu Yang opened her mouth. But before she could speak, Grandma waved her hand. I still remember your pursuit of Zonghua. That, Yu Yang's face reddened. Hao Zonghua also looked alarmed, and he waved his hand to stop Grandma's words, not knowing that Grandma had told their stories while they were absent last night. Okay. Clean the room. In a little while, Hongyu and Zhao Guang will come and visit us, Grandma said, pointing at the kitchen and the study. Okay. Okay. We'll do it now, Hao Zonghua answered immediately. He had wanted to play the role of a dignified father before Hao Ren, but he sweated with dread when Grandma threatened to tell the story of his youth. Not daring to speak anymore, Yu Yang lowered her head and walked toward the study room. Humph. Neither of you came to pick me up at the train station. If Ren didn't come and Yujia and the other girls didn't keep me company, I would have died of starvation at the train station. Looking at the backs of Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang, Grandma mumbled and complained. Hao Ren turned to look at Grandma, thinking that she possessed the greatest combat force. The Lu sisters, who had been startled by Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang, regained their composure and went to Grandma happily. They understood that in this house, Grandma had the final say, and if they could gain Grandma's favor, they could stay by Hao Ren's side forever. Seeing Grandma speaking for her, Xie Yujia was very happy. While Grandma sat on the sofa, she immediately stood behind her and began to massage Grandma's shoulders. Sitting on the sofa on both sides, the Lu sisters lifted Grandma's legs carefully and placed them on their knees and began massaging them. Good girls, Grandma nodded with enjoyment, feeling relaxed all over. The three girls' hand movements were neither heavy nor light, and they seemed very familiar with acupoints, giving her muscles a total relaxation. Joy. It was pure joy. Despite the deep love between Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang, Grandma had never had great affection for Yu Yang, her daughter-in-law. That was why she had placed her hope in her future granddaughter-in-law. So far, she liked each of the girls whom Hao Ren brought home. She had been lonely for most of her life and hoped to get more care in her late years. The appearance of Xie Yujia and the other girls turned the house alive. It would be great if I have a great-grandson, Grandma thought as she closed her eyes with enjoyment. For 1 whole hour, Xie Yujia and the Lu sisters massaged Grandma from head to toes. Feeling relaxed from muscles to bones, Grandma felt better than after a good sleep. She stopped them when Xie Yujia and the Lu sisters tried to massage her bones, not wanting to exhaust them. She knew that they had done their best to give her a good massage. They were so good to Grandma, and it meant that they would be good to Hao Ren in the future. Watching Hao Ren, who had been cleaning the house with sleeve protectors, Grandma thought he was a lucky guy. Ren, come and watch TV with Grandma, Grandma called out. Okay. Hao Ren took off the sleeve protectors and brushed off the dust from his clothes before walking to Grandma. Seeing his dark complexion and sweaty body, Grandma's heart ached. Pulling Hao Ren to sit beside her, she said, "Leave the cleaning to your mom and dad, they've never done any chores anyway." The more she liked Hao Ren, the more unpleased she felt toward Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang. Hao Ren was the most considerate guy. If he liked these girls, Grandma wanted to keep them all. Anyway, Grandma was reluctant to see any of the good girls go. Ding, the doorbell sounded. Hongyu and her husband are early. Grandma widened her eyes in surprise. Then, she thought maybe they were worried about Z, who had spent the night here. Coming. Hao Ren ran to open the door swiftly. However, it was Zhen Kongming instead of Zhao Hongyu and Zhao Guang. Hao Ren looked behind Zhen Kongming and saw a colorful traditional dress along with a traditional oil paper umbrella. Chapter 649. The #1 demonic girl in the world. Ha ha, little guy, we meet again. The soft and charming voice entered Hao Ren's ears with a sway of the traditional dress. Auntie, hello. Hao Ren looked at Lady Jen, surprised at her appearance. He froze with astonishment at another glance. Behind Lady Jen was a cute young girl who was also dressed in a colorful traditional dress. She was Duan Yao. Duan Yao glared at Hao Ren with a complicated expression on her face. When Hao Ren saw her in the past, she was always wearing a light Taoist robe which made her look very slim and thin. However, this high-waisted traditional dress had a band on her chest, covering her shortcoming. With her classy facial features, she looked very different, like a little princess in the ancient royal palace. Let me introduce you. This is my new disciple. Her name is Yao. Of course, you can't call her like this when we're inside. Lady Jen looked at Hao Ren with a smile and said softly. Hao Ren looked at Lady Jen and then at Duan Yao, wondering how these two ended up together. Yao, he is the grandson of Kongming's foster grandmom, so you should call him older brother. Lady Jen turned to look at Duan Yao and said. Duan Yao's teeth bit on her lower lip so hard that it looked like wanted to seal her lips. Yao, Lady Jen urged. Duan Yao's face turned red but remembered that she had promised Lady Jen to cut off her past. She finally said in a low voice, older brother. Hao Ren froze in surprise for a moment when he heard it. However, Hao Ren still saw a trace of hatred from Duan Yao's eyes. Ren. Why don't you ask the guests to come into the house? Grandma called out from inside. Okay. Hao Ren answered. After stepping aside, he reached out his right hand and welcomed Lady Jen inside. This small house by the sea had always been kept clean, and it was especially so today after Yu Yang and Hao Zonghua cleaned it for 1 hour upon Grandma's order. Lady Jen took off her embroidered shoes and walked in on the floor. Behind her, Duan Yao looked around Hao Ren's home in alarm and curiosity. After taking off her small embroidered shoes, she picked up the hem of her fluttering dress and walked into the house. When she was taken away by Lady Jen, she had been resistant. However, after entering the Demon's Sea and seeing Lady Jen's world-transforming power and unrivaled presence, she was instantly convinced. She had been cut off from Sky Mountain sect, but she still hated Hao Ren. To avenge herself, she must become very powerful, which was why she kneeled and kowtowed at Lady Jen, taking her as her master. Lady Jen was delighted with Duan Yao as well. In the past tens of thousands of years, she had never taken any disciples, but she liked Duan Yao instantly when she saw the girl who had the pure fire body type, which was perfect for cultivating demonic techniques. In the Demon Sea, there were countless creatures with pure water body types, but the pure fire body type was very rare. When Lady Jen saw Duan Yao for the first time, she had been considering taking her due to her special physique but had decided against it. However, after she got away from the Soul Formation Realm cultivators and returned to the Demon Sea, she felt like it would be a great pity if she let go of a pretty girl like Duan Yao, so she traveled back to Fifth Heaven to find her. In the past few days, Duan Yao, who had regarded herself an orphan, was very respectful to her master, and her cleverness and obedience endeared her to Lady Jen, who then decided to take Duan Yao to gain some experience on land. Hello, Auntie. While blinking her beautiful eyes, Lady Jen said to Grandma, who was sitting on the sofa. Grandma looked up and was amazed by the beauty of the woman, whose dazzling look made the beautifully decorated small house by the sea look like a shack. Hee hee, hello. Grandma was surprised that the guests were not Zi's parents, and she stood up to welcome the visitors. I'm Kongming's mom, Lady Jen. I've been thinking of visiting and thanking you for taking care of my Kongming. Lady Jen smiled lightly, and her glossy lips seemed to have lights emitting from them. Okay, it is nothing. Surprised that Jen Kongming's mom would visit her on the Moon Festival day, Grandma was a bit panicky. Hurriedly she picked up Xie Yujia's small hand and said, Yujia, make some tea. Okay. Xie Yujia nodded obediently and strode to the kitchen. Grandma stared at Lady Jen, dazzled by the latter's beauty, which she had never seen in her life. She looked at the young girl standing beside Lady Jen and found her exquisite and cute. This is my little niece, Yao. I just took her here so that she could hang out with more people, Lady Jen said with a smile. Oh. That's fine. Take a seat. Grandma gestured to the sofa. Duan Yao looked around the house warily with a serious face, not daring to sit down. She had never seen the stuff here before, no matter if it were the chandelier or the sofa, tiles or glass cupboards. I brought you some gifts, and I hope you'll like them. Lady Jen lifted the big bag in her hand and said to Grandma. You can come anytime, and it's not necessary to bring gifts. Grandma patted Jen Kongming's head and said, Kongming is well behaved, and I like him very much. Haha. It's my pleasure. Lady Jen covered her smile with her hand. Even when she talked, her posture and expression were very elegant. Among her pile of gifts was a box of exquisite mooncakes, a gift for visiting families and friends on Moon Festival Day. Hao Ren immediately took the gifts from Lady Jen, knowing that it was a great honor to have an eternal demon king visit Grandma on Moon Festival Day. Seeing Duan Yao keeping silent with a stiff face, Grandma thought she was nervous. She touched Duan Yao with her hand, and said, Little Yao, take whatever cakes and candies you like. The tea table in the living room was full of snacks. Ever since Jen Kongming lived in Hao Ren's home, Grandma had constantly been replenishing the snacks on the tea table. Duan Yao was still wary. When Grandma touched her, she reacted immediately, slapping off Grandma's hand. Yao, don't be rude. This is Hao Ren's grandma, and you must call her grandma as well. Lady Jen turned to look at Duan Yao with coldness on her face. It is nothing, nothing. Grandma immediately waved her hand. She was surprised by Duan Yao's slap, but she wouldn't hold a grudge against a little girl. Yao. Lady Jen didn't let it go. As the only daughter of the Sky Mountain sect master, Duan Yao had been liked by all the people around her. However, after she had followed Lady Jen, she had to be obedient since Lady Jen wouldn't spoil her. Seeing the chilling light in Lady Jen's eyes, Duan Yao didn't dare to be disobedient. She lowered her head and said, Grandma, it's your first time being in our house. You just need to get used to the new environment. Come, take some candies and watch TV. Grandma placed a handful of candies into Duan Yao's hand. Duan Yao looked up at Lady Jen before sitting on the soft sofa silently with sweets in her hand. She had no way back since she had sworn to follow her master, Lady Jen, and would never return to sixth heaven. Zhao Yanzi, who had been sleeping in Xie Yujia's room on the first floor, heard the conversation in the living room and thought her parents had come. She opened the door and walked out wearing Xie Yujia's loose pajamas. She froze when she saw Lady Jen and then Duan Yao, who was sitting on the sofa, not able to process the scene. When Duan Yao, who had been studying how to unwrap the candies on the sofa, saw Zhao Yanzi, she bounced up from the sofa, bumping the glass tea table a few centimeters away with her legs. The two enemies glared at each other. Duan Yao had never imagined that she would see Zhao Yanzi here. Z. You're up. With a smile, Grandma looked at Zhao Yanzi and beckoned. Come here, I'll introduce you to a new friend. She pointed at Duan Yao and said, This is Yao, Kongming's cousin. She's our guest today. In Grandma's eyes, Duan Yao was the same age as Zhao Yanzi, and the latter's vivaciousness could lighten up the former's dullness. However, she didn't know that Duan Yao and Zhao Yanzi were mortal enemies. Duan Yao's difficult situation now was entirely Zhao Yanzi's fault, while Zhao Yanzi had also suffered in Duan Yao's hands. What's wrong? Grandma asked in bafflement when she saw Zhao Yanzi standing still. Zhao Yanzi pouted and didn't know what to say. Standing beside Lady Jen, Duan Yao glared at Zhao Yanzi like a little tiger. Wearing the pretty traditional dress, she looked vivacious and cute if one ignored her expression. In contrast, Zhao Yanzi was wearing Xie Yujia's pink pajamas, looking not as pretty as Duan Yao. Woo, woo, Little White trotted out of the room behind Zhao Yanzi and bared its teeth at Duan Yao. Little White, don't be rude. You can't do that to our guest. Displeased, Grandma waved her hand at Little White. Come and meet Yao, Hao Ren said. He was surprised when Lady Jen brought Duan Yao to his home. However, considering the fact that Grandma was present, he didn't want the happy Moon Festival day to be ruined. Hearing Hao Ren called her Yao, Duan Yao immediately turned to glare at him. However, Hao Ren just looked at her coldly without any expression. Before Sky Mountain sect surrounded Ethereal Summit, he was neutral toward Duan Yao, leaving Duan Yao and Zhao Yanzi to solve their conflicts by themselves. However, when Sky Mountain sect sent troops to surround Ethereal Summit and almost destroyed it, Hao Ren had no good impression of Duan Yao at all. If not for Lady Jen, Hao Ren wouldn't have allowed Duan Yao to enter his home. Oh, Zhao Yanzi walked over slowly. My name's Zhao Yanzi, you may call me Z. With a cold expression, Duan Yao glared at Zhao Yanzi with enmity. Haha, that's good. You two are of the same age, and you can play together. Grandma didn't notice Duan Yao's expression, and she became happy when Zhao Yanzi introduced herself graciously. Grandma liked cheerful girls. Although Duan Yao was brought here by Zhen Kongming's mom, Lady Zhen, Grandma didn't like her too much instinctively, and she wondered if she were shy or just cold in nature. Yao. Come into my room to play. After greeting Duan Yao, Zhao Yanzi suddenly changed her attitude and pulled Duan Yao by her arm while saying to Grandma, "Grandma, I'll take Yao inside." Go. Go. Grandma waved her hand cheerfully. Duan Yao was furious, but she couldn't struggle from Zhao Yanzi's hold. After being taken to the Demon Sea, Lady Zhen had refined her meridians with ease, and she had lost all her cultivation realm and strength. In Lady Zhen's eyes, the techniques taught by Lingwu Master, who was a peak nascent soul realm cultivator, was just garbage. Since Duan Yao wanted to get powerful, Lady Zhen would make her the #1 demonic girl in the world. She would make all men fall at her feet, and Sky Mountain Sect would die with regret. She would be able to kill countless nascent soul realm cultivators with one frown or one smile. Seeing Duan Yao being pulled into the room, Lady Zhen covered her smile with a hand and bumped Hao Ren lightly. My disciple is determined to kill you. She's an ambitious girl. Good nephew, you must cultivate hard. If you are killed by her one day, I won't take the responsibility. Looking at her, Hao Ren exhaled lightly helplessly. After all, with her unimaginable power, Lady Zhen could kill anyone at her will. If not for Hao Ren's relationship with Zhen Kongming, he guessed that Lady Zhen would have killed him after taking Duan Yao as a disciple so that the latter could focus on her cultivation wholeheartedly. Now then Lady Zhen had met Hao Ren and was called Auntie by Hao Ren, she wouldn't kill him for Duan Yao but would allow Duan Yao to solve the problem by herself. She had taken Duan Yao to visit Hao Ren's home not only to fulfill her promise to Hao Ren but also to take Duan Yao to see the world. This, Yu Yang, who had been cleaning the second floor, walked down the stairs with Hao Zonghua. She was a bit surprised to see Lady Zhen. This is Kongming's mom, Lady Zhen, Grandma said. Hello. Hello. Hao Zonghua quickened his steps and strode over. With a faint smile, Lady Zhen reached out and touched Hao Zonghua's palm with her fingertips, counting as a handshake. They had met in front of Zhen Kongming's elementary school once, so this was the second time they met. Seeing Hao Zonghua stare at Lady Zhen, Yu Yang pinched him in secret. This is Hao Ren's mom, Yu Yang, Hao Zonghua introduced them. Hello. Yu Yang smiled graciously. Hao Zonghua had told her about meeting Zhen Kongming's mom, but she hadn't thought much about it. She was surprised to find that Zhen Kongming's mom was dazzlingly beautiful. Dada, wearing a black short skirt and a pair of black stockings, Su Han appeared at the stairs. Standing in the living room, Hao Ren suddenly felt the collision of two auras. Chapter 650. Giving generous gifts, little Su, you are up. Grandma said with a smile when she saw Su Han coming down. Smiling, Su Han came into the living room on the first floor in slippers. Hao Zonghua looked at Su Han, surprised that another beauty was in the house. He had met Su Han before and knew that she was a lecturer in Hao Ren's school who was several years older than Hao Ren. Due to her excellent academic performance, she was asked to stay and teach. Seeing Hao Zonghua staring at Su Han, Yu Yang pinched his waist, almost bruising him with this second pinch. Good morning, Grandma. Su Han walked to Grandma and nodded. Good. We'll have breakfast in a while, Grandma said happily. Lady Zhen's dazzling beauty overshadowed everyone else in the living room until Su Han appeared with her rivaling presence. Grandma found Su Han bright and gorgeous after one night's rest, not knowing that Su Han and Lady Zhen's aura had collided already. Lady Zhen looked at Su Han and was a bit surprised. When she saw Su Han last time, the latter was only at top-tier Qian level, but now she was very close to peak Qian level. At this speed, Su Han would probably reach the Heavenly Dragon Realm before 30 years old. At the Heavenly Dragon Realm, Su Han would be able to rival with Lady Zhen, which was why Lady Zhen began to take Su Han seriously. Tea is ready. Xie Yujia boiled the water in the kitchen and then carried the teacups to the living room. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily hurried over to help her while Su Han and Lady Zhen sat on the sofa after looking at each other. In this small house, the most powerful person was Su Han except for Lady Jen. The Demon Sea, the Dragon God Shrine, and the East Ocean Dragon Palace, all kinds of forces gathered together in the house. Why didn't Kongming's dad come as well? Grandma asked Lady Jen while sipping her tea. He's busy, Lady Jen answered while holding the teacup in her hand gracefully. He's busy on the Moon Festival day. Well, he can come when he's free, Grandma said. Hao Ren sweated, wondering how powerful Jen Kongming's dad would be while his mom was already turning the Kunlun Mountain, the holy place of human cultivators, upside down. Grandma just invited him to the house. Okay. He will come when he's not so busy, Lady Jen said cheerfully. Okay. Grandma nodded happily. She wasn't too fond of the dull Duan Yao, but she had a good impression of Lady Jen. Seeing them settling the visit of Jen Kongming's family, Hao Ren widened his eyes speechlessly. Kongming, why didn't you come back last night? Seeing Jen Kongming in silence, Grandma touched his pink cheek and asked. Jen Kongming was distracted today since he was missing Wu Luoxue. Yesterday, he took the opportunity to stay the night in her home when Mayor Wu picked up Wu Luoxue. However, he had to come back today since Wu Luoxue had gone out of East Ocean City with her parents to visit her grandparents. On his way back, he encountered his mom, and they came to Hao Ren's home together. Hearing Grandma's voice, he pulled back his thoughts, not catching Grandma's words. Well, our Kongming looks lost. You were thinking of little Shui, right? Grandma teased him. Grandma's words hit on the target, and Jen Kongming reddened instantly. No, not at all. However, his retort revealed his true feelings. In fact, dozens of girls pursued Jen Kongming in the school, but he only liked Wu Luoxue for some unknown reason. As a brilliant girl, Wu Luoxue rarely spoke, but she excelled in piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting. However, she wasn't prettier or more vivacious than the other girls. By now, all the students in the school knew that he liked Wu Luoxue from the neighboring class, and he often stayed nights in her home. That brought Wu Luoxue lots of trouble. Some girls even talked to Wu Luoxue, asking her to leave Jen Kongming alone. Hao Ren knew that Grandma mentioned Wu Luoxue to see Lady Jen's reaction. To their surprise, Lady Jen smiled lightly, seeming to have no objection toward Jen Kongming liking a little girl. Then, he glanced at Xie Yujia's room and thought of Duan Yao. It occurred to him suddenly that maybe Lady Jen took Duan Yao as her disciple so that the latter would become Jen Kongming's future wife. Click. The door to Xie Yujia's room was opened again. Zhao Yanzi walked out smugly wearing the colorful traditional dress while the furious Duan Yao followed her out wearing Zhao Yanzi's blue school uniform. She had dragged Duan Yao into the room, and she came out dressed in Duan Yao's pretty dress in the blink of an eye. Hee hee. You two naughty girls traded clothes, Grandma said with a smile when she saw the girls. Wearing the colorful high-waist traditional dress, Zhao Yanzi looked especially pretty. Although Duan Yao was also pretty in Zhao Yanzi's school uniform, she obviously didn't like it, and she squirmed uncomfortably. Grandma. She wanted to trade with me. Zhao Yanzi jumped to Grandma's side and said happily. This dress is very pretty. Grandma nodded pleasantly. With a wronged expression, Duan Yao walked to Lady Jen's side. With all her nature essence cleansed away by Lady Jen, she was just like a mortal and was no match for Zhao Yanzi. Hao Ren looked at them and knew that Zhao Yanzi forced Duan Yao into changing clothes. However, Zhao Yanzi had mercy on Duan Yao since she didn't let Duan Yao come back to the living room in her pajamas. Am I pretty? Zhao Yanzi walked to Hao Ren's side and turned as if she was ballet dancing. Pretty, pretty. Hao Ren nodded in helplessly. Watching Zhao Yanzi displaying herself in front of Hao Ren, Grandma smiled, knowing that Zhao Yanzi cared about Hao Ren's opinion the most. Zhao Yanzi then turned toward Yu Yang and Hao Zonghua, vivacious as a small butterfly. Hao Ren glanced at Duan Yao who was sitting by Lady Jen and wearing the school uniform, thinking that she was quite pitiable. After all, she was of Zhao Yanzi's age, but she couldn't go to school and hadn't seen the colorful world in the cities. Sitting beside Lady Jen, Duan Yao froze for a moment at Hao Ren's glance, and then she glared at him. After being sent out from Sky Mountain Sect, she felt desolate and had decided not to return. In Ethereal Summit, she had seen Hao Ren's power and secretly wanted to follow him. However, Hao Ren just dumped her out of Ethereal Summit after finishing the array formation, which explained why she harbored great hatred toward him. If Lady Zhen hadn't taken her in, she would have died on fifth heaven. Seeing Duan Yao's furious gaze, Hao Ren's heart jumped as he looked away. If Z likes it, I'll send you several more dresses when I get back, Lady Zhen said after seeing Zhao Yanzi's excitement. Okay. Zhao Yanzi answered immediately. After a moment of consideration, she said, thank you, Auntie. Lady Zhen smiled faintly, looking extremely charming. Duan Yao looked at Zhao Yanzi with gritted teeth, but she didn't dare to lose her temper. By the way, I've brought some small gifts besides the mooncakes. Looking at Yu Yang and Hao Zonghua, Lady Zhen took out 2 small boxes from her purse. She opened the first box and revealed 2 diamond rings inside. Reflecting the light in the room, the same-sized diamonds on the rings gave off dazzling light. Hao Ren's mom and dad, you have taken care of Kongming for me, and I want to express my gratitude with these 2 rings. She placed the box into Hao Zonghua's hand. Hao Zonghua was astonished. Auntie, you took Kongming as your own and taught him so well. I'm very grateful and would like you to take this. Lady Zhen opened the other small box. In it was a ring of precious stone. Although the silver ring was simple, the precious stone on the ring was pure green. It was the most valuable kind of emerald. With her professional knowledge on mineral rocks, Yu Yang knew about jewelry well. Although she didn't have professional devices at hand, she could tell that this emerald was precious, and it probably was worth more than 1 million yuan. As to the pair of diamond rings, judging from the size and cutting of the diamonds on the rings, she estimated that they would be no less than 1 million yuan as well if the diamonds were real. However, Lady Zhen wouldn't give fake stuff as gifts. It was extravagant of her to give small gifts that were worth more than 2 million yuan. They are too valuable. We can't accept them. Hao Zonghua had also seen the great value of the diamond rings, and he immediately declined. When Lady Zhen mentioned small gifts, he was prepared to accept them with pleasure. Having lived abroad, he was used to the habit of exchanging gifts between families. The inception of this chapter's publication is linked to N0V3L, B1N. However, he had never imagined that Lady Zhen would give them 2 diamond rings and an emerald ring. We like Kongming very much, but the gifts are too precious, Yu Yang joined in immediately. Knowing that Zhen Kongming was Zhao Guang's distant relative, they guessed that his family was well off but never wealthy. Seeing the determined expression on Yu Yang and Hao Zonghua's faces, Lady Zhen didn't press. With a faint smile, she picked up the 2 diamond rings and handed them to Lu Linlin and Lu Lily. Then, I'll give them to you girls. Her casual words sounded as if she were giving out 2 toys. With a slight movement of her slim fingers, she had placed the 2 rings onto their fingers before Lu Linlin and Lu Lily could react. Defensive Dharma treasures. With the rings on their fingers, the Lu sisters sensed a layer of transparent energy sphere. They lifted their slender fingers and looked pleased with the diamond rings. Hao Zonghua felt like it was inappropriate for the Lu sisters to accept such precious gifts, but he couldn't say anything since they were not his daughters. Auntie, it's a small thank you gift, and I hope you will take it. I like you at first glance. Lady Zhen turned her head and said to Grandma. After a moment of hesitation, Grandma nodded. Okay. She liked the emerald ring at first glance, but she felt like it was not right to take such a precious gift on their first meeting. However, seeing Lady Zhen's sincerity, Grandma took it, thinking that she would pass this emerald ring to Zhen Kongming in the future since she took the latter as her own grandson. Haha. Auntie, you are straightforward. Lady Zhen picked up Grandma's hand carefully and put the ring on her finger. Hao Ren looked at them in astonishment, knowing it was a great honor for Grandma to be serviced by an eternal demon king. Hao Ren looked at the ring carefully and sensed the intense nature essence emitting from the ring. It was a spiritual treasure. So-called spiritual treasures were Dharma treasures that could work on its own automatically without the control of the cultivators. There were powerful array formations on the emerald ring, and no ordinary cultivator could harm Grandma while she wore it. He, I'll remember your kindness, little Zhen. Grandma touched the ring and said in satisfaction. Yu Yang and Hao Zonghua looked at Grandma but couldn't say anything since Grandma was a senior, and they were her children. However, Hao Ren could tell that Lady Zhen had intended to give the rings to Lu sisters and Grandma since she had known that his parents wouldn't take them. Little Z, if you like the dress so much, you may keep it. Yao had only worn it for half a day. Lady Zhen gave Zhao Yanzi a charming smile and said, Zhao Yanzi was surprised. She had tried it on for fun when she saw that it was pretty on Duan Yao, but she didn't expect Lady Zhen to give it to her. Hearing Lady Zhen's words, Duan Yao looked reluctant since this colorful traditional dress was not only pretty but a treasured garment. Nothing could beat it, no matter which type of nature essence. It was pretty to wear and powerful in battles. Okay. Thank you, Auntie, Zhao Yanzi answered. It was the Moon Festival, and she was happy to get a new dress, even though Duan Yao had worn it. Duan Yao was a bit angry, but she suppressed her anger knowing that her master would compensate her with better stuff. Well, I'll see what other gifts I have. The generous Lady Zhen had given out several things in the blink of an eye. Seeing that Xie Yujia and Su Han hadn't gotten any gifts from her, she rummaged in her small purse. Wah! Wah! On the sea surface outside of the house, several lights flew over. Su Han turned her head to look out of the window warily. I suddenly remembered that I need to run an errand. Lady Zhen curled her lips helplessly and picked up her oil paper umbrella. Little Su, would you like to come with me?